Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-guided human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI explanation for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see second part, what if Harry Potter became the master of death through despair. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends now. Let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After losing everything, Harry Potter falls into despair and embraces death itself. But instead of an end, he awakens as the true master of death, reborn with power beyond life and fate. Now, no longer a hero bound by rules, Harry walks a darker path to reclaim what he lost and reshape the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Mid-June. Hold the line, hold the line, hold the line. Come on lads, that's it, just a few more seconds. The dragon bolstered his men's morale as they pulled deep and struggled to maintain their shields long enough for the Death Eaters to become desperate. Sizzle crack bam. Dozens of different spell lights collided with their overlapped shields, which groaned and protested under the assault, but thus far held under the incessant barrage. What already seemed like hours was really less than 15 minutes since the Unspeakables were called into action. The Ministry itself was under a full-out assault. This was no harrying or diversionary tactic. The Death Eaters had hit the Ministry lobby in a force numbering in the hundreds, including a smattering of Dementors, werewolves, vampires and even a spare mountain troll or two, that lumbered about, causing as much mayhem for the enemy as they did for the Ministry defenders. The first wave of Unspeakables, some 8 squads of 6 men, all armed and armored, had sprinted into action, but had been called back before they could breach the Ministry lobby where the heaviest fighting was taking place. At the last second, Wraith had apparated right through the Hall of Mysteries wards, something considered impossible up to now, and halted the advance at sensing a trap in the offing. He didn't have the authority for such an order, but the men knew and respected him enough to obey on the side of caution. Wraith had been right. Despite the heavy fighting between the Aurors and many Death Eaters, a pack of werewolves had lain in wait at the entrance to the Hall of Mysteries, expecting the Unspeakables to enter the fray from there, which they would have had Wraith now warned them off. While the rest of the teams kept their adversaries occupied, 3 squads port-keyed into the west and east side of the lobby and had caught the werewolves from behind and in a crossfire of silver-tipped arrows and flame-cutter curses. Their howls of surprise and screams of pain would be remembered for years to come. Dragon assumed command of Griffin's squad, and he, along with the other remaining teams, port-keyed into different strategic locations throughout the Ministry. They knew what they were about, as they'd entertained the notion of Voldemort mounting a full-out attack at some point. It was the logical choice, as once the Ministry was taken, Voldemort was free to then branch out from a seat of power and other factions would fall in a domino effect. But first things first, the Unspeakables. There was no way Voldemort was taking over the Ministry with even a single Unspeakable left alive. That's why he was concentrating his firepower on the Hall of Mysteries. Too bad for him, there was no one home just now except for a select few who were setting off surprise packages for Death Eater encroachments at regular intervals, further thinning their numbers. The rest of the Unspeakable field operatives were spread throughout the Ministry, counter-attacking Voldemort's forces at every crucial avenue. Griffin team with Dragon in temporary command was currently manning the executive level. Minister Bones and the rest of her cabinet had been successfully evacuated long before the fighting had reached this level of the Ministry. The fact that the Death Eaters had even breached this level was not due to the ferocity, nor the cunning of their attack, but by device of the Unspeakables. They were in effect guinea pigs. The Dragon and Wraith had been working on a few new tactics that they were aching to try, and what a wonderful opportunity to do so having presented itself. The Death Eaters were firing all manner of blasting hexes and dark curses down the corridor, becoming more frustrated by the second as the layered shielding the Unspeakables had devised had thus far repelled their attack. The shielding, however, while effective, was not their end goal, but merely the setup. Like any shield, it was still incapable of stopping and unforgivable. They knew it was only a matter of time before the Death Eaters would start resorting to more drastic measures. They had obviously been instructed by His Darkness to take prisoners alive, but in their mounting frustration, it was only a matter of time before they fell back on AKs. Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra. At least a dozen green lights of the killing curse came streaking down the hall in expectation of annihilating the opposing unspeakable squad. Now, Dragon shouted, and Griffin squad immediately dropped their layered shields and cast as one. Aegis Forte Concavis. Now, shields couldn't stop killing curses, but inanimate objects could either block or deflect the force of the curse, something Harry remembered from the night Sirius died when Voldemort's silver shield deflected Dumbledore's more powerful curses. It took a while to develop the spell into a workable alternative, but get it down they had. An immense silver metal shield erupted from their wands, bending itself into a giant U-shaped design of reflective surfaces. Sensing victory, the Death Eaters had already surged forward down the hall, expecting their curses to level their foes long before they arrived. Instead, they met their own curses ricocheting back toward them. Wah! Retreat! The foremost Death Eater shouted just before a green-lighted killing curse cut him down. Some turned and ran, others hastily raised shields of their own, not thinking what good it could do them. A couple of Death Eaters managed to drop and hit the floor, the onslaught of their own curses passing harmlessly overhead whilst their fellows were hit with multiple AKs. Those who'd avoided the curses managed only a few seconds of reprieve, as none would make it off the floor. Stalker, in his black, panther form and Dozer's animagus, that of a 600-pound Brahma bull, tore into them where they lay. One managed to get to his feet only to find himself gored through his midsection by Dozer's twin horns. No, mercy, please, mercy arg. The Death Eater made it to his knees begging clemency whilst his wand tip glowed ominously green as he prepared to cast another AK. The cowardly villain never got the chance, as a swipe of Stalker's razor-sharp claws took half his face off in a shower of gore that left the man gibbering unintelligibly in his own blood and vomit. Ung ugh gaa. One grunted and groaned as Dozer's hooves stamped down mercilessly on his limbs and back. Within a few precious seconds his voice was no more than a strangled gurgle as his broken form flailed piteously in its death throes. Unspeakables gave no quarter to murdering fiends who preyed on women and children. The hallway secured, they filled it with a Weasley Wheezes portable swamp, only this was one of their special military editions, complete with live alligators, hungry alligators. With an appreciative smirk, from within his hood, Wraith envied his twin friends' ingenuity, missing them terribly as he did all his once friends. The moment passed quickly as he set his mind to the task at hand and followed in the wake of his team as they made their way down to the next level to flank the Death Eaters that had Ghost Squad pinned down. Stalker and Chameleon took point to reconnaissance the way ahead. Ghost, their squad leader, was aptly named as he was so pale he looked almost an albino, only instead of pink eyes he had eyes so light gray that they almost appeared ghost-like. That, and his Patronus being in the form of a ghost, led to his eventual moniker. His team complimented him well, as they were a spooky bunch on the whole. There was Nightshade, his second in command. He was the opposite of his team leader in that he was so dark black that the whites of his eyes glowed like neon around his deep black eyes. His Patronus was that of a specter. Talk about ironic. Banshee was their muscle, like Dozer was for Griffin team. Only Banshee was more finesse. She, yes she, had developed her own stunning spell that mimicked the effects of a banshee's scream in that it froze its victims in dread fear for their very lives, only more effectively than even the paralyzing spell. Sometimes even, their hearts stopped in terror. Night Wisp was their point man, or should I say, point woman. She, like Chameleon, specialized in reconnaissance work. Her animagus was that of a common gnat. She was so beneath notice that she could literally sneak up on any enemy, reform and easily subdue her unsuspecting targets from behind. The last of the lot was Shadow. Like Stalker, Shadow was their search and destroy operative. A jet-black Kneazle, while lacking in Stalker's size and strength, was just as fast and equally ferocious. Shadow usually went for the jugular first, or harried his victims with glancing, frustrating attacks that usually led to their erring and eventual demise as a result. Shadow could reap havoc on an entrenched enemy. Griffin team rounded the corner of the 4th floor, the Ministry's Games and Sports Division. The hallway was literally filled with wand fire. One such blasting hex nearly took Dragon's head off had he not ducked a millisecond sooner. The Death Eaters weren't more than 20 paces away with their backs exposed to the newly arriving Griffin team +1. Night Wisp was down, having tried and failed to catch the Death Eaters unawares by retaking human form and trying to catch them from behind. By the looks of things, i.e. that being the corpse with a giant hole torn through his chest, She'd hit one with a reductor, but was immediately caught out and felled before she could inflict more damage. Unfortunately for her, or fortunately for the unspeakables, she wasn't dead. Blood trickled from her mouth and ears and she was failing uselessly, trying to fend off a Death Eater who'd taken a particular interest in the fact that she was a female, having torn off her hood and exposing her face to scrutiny as he was busily slapping her hands away and tearing at her clothing. Stalker growled low in his throat and his hunches tensed as he made to spring for her tormentor. No, Dragon warned him off. It was the right call as he'd perhaps save her, but would either be then at the mercy of his fellows or perhaps even fall victim to friendly fire as Ghost Team was laying it on heavy from the other end of the hallway. Likewise, they couldn't just hit the Death Eaters with a barrage from behind without risking their own comrades at the other end of the hall. They needed a height advantage, that they didn't have, so that they could fire down on the Death Eaters without putting their own at risk from friendly fire. Briefly he thought about turning Wraith and Raven loose with bow and arrows, but there were just too many Death Eaters to nullify their numbers before they got off several AKs in return. Their Aegis shield was out as they needed time to summon that heightened amount of magic which they already didn't have to spare. Nightwisp didn't have more than a few scant seconds before her surviving would be the less immediate of her concerns. Gratefully, Wraith came up with an idea. It was risky but it was all they had, all she had at the moment. Dozer transformed and stood at the ready as Wraith extracted a small steel ball bearing from his utility belt that he'd been saving for just such an opportunity. He nodded to Dragon and kneeling down, he cast the strongest summoning charm he possessed, the same that had called his firebolt to him over a vast distance during the Tri-Wizard tournament's first task. Accio Night Wisp. He bellowed as a foot-wide beam of white light shot from his wand and ripped Night Wisp from the Death Eater's beeping clutches as she skidded across the floor toward Wraith's waiting grasp. Unge. He grunted with the impact, driving him back and down the hall behind, tumbling the two of them ass over teakettle. Engorgio. Dragon bellowed, enlarging the charmed ball bearing Wraith had provided, until it nearly filled the whole of the hallway. Brrrruuu. Dozer bellowed as he lowered his head and drove the steel ball down the hallway like a giant steamroller, leaving no crevice of escape from the crushing death rolling their way. Watha! The Death Eater beeping Night Wisp exclaimed in surprise as his victim ripped from his clutching fingers. He looked up in time to see the giant steel ball rumbling ominously toward him. The tile floor beneath was cracking and groaning from the weight rolling over it. Sonovabi.ch. Reducto reducto reducto. He screamed desperately, firing blasting hexes as if his life depended on it, and so it did. The force from his panicked cursing was enough to nearly stall Dozer, but not enough to even make a dent in the enormous, solid spur. Between the weight of the giant steel ball and the opposing force of panicked curses, Dozer was straining to keep the ball rolling forward. Griffin leapt forward to lend his aid by jumping onto Dozer's back and swacking his backside comically with summoned board whooping and yelling, "Ha bull yaa." Brrrru, Dozer bellowed, redoubling his efforts. Sparks flew from where the tips of his horns scraped against the rolling steeling, sharpening them to a deadly point like a blade against a grindstone. The other Death Eaters, now alerted to their approaching doom, joined their panicked fellow and cast any number of curses trying to keep the rolling death from bearing down on them, much good as it did them as most of their curses ricocheted harmlessly over the round metallic surface into the walls and ceilings, but having no effect on the ball itself. They only managed to endanger themselves more from the opposite end of the hall. Their distraction allowed Ghost Squad to rain curses unfettered down on their exposed backs, cutting them down where they stood or in trying to flee forward. Those that foolishly held their ground. No erg. Their voices were abruptly cut off by a sickly wet squishing sound as the blood and gore-stained ball bearing ground to a halt. Dozer collapsed panting in a human heap at its blood-pooling base. His weary flesh was unable to hold his animagus form any longer. "There's a good boy. I'm gonna get you a nice ring for your nose, I am." Griffin complimented, patting his friend's head as he angrily swiped the offending hand away. Their antics were overshadowed by Wraith carrying a groaning Night Wisp forward toward Raven for medical care. "Unge, I think my shoulders be broken," she informed the medic with a groan. "Sorry," Wraith apologized sheepishly, staring at her exposed face. He's known her identity and knew what to expect, but it was still unsettling. Night Wisp waved off his apology with an appreciative smirk of, "All live thanks." Wraith rubbed at his own aching shoulder, working the kinks out, offering a heartfelt, "Anytime." Dragon shook his head at the blood-stained ball blocking the hallway. Where does he come up with these things? He marveled for not the first time at Wraith's resourcefulness under fire. Almost reluctantly, he shrunk the ball bearing back down before cleaning and pocketing the useful device. Ghost Squad immediately made their appreciation known as they rejoined their fellow, relieved to see that she would recover. What say we switch places on the next level? Dragon suggested, knowing they would undoubtedly find the fighting there at its most intense and floor 3 of the Ministry was reserved for the MLES. The two teams emerged onto the floor into what could only be described a bloodbath. The mangled, bloody corpses of dozens of dead Aurors and Death Eaters littered the floors and were sprawled across cubicles, where they sought what fragile cover the office floor had to offer. By the look of things, the Aurors had comported themselves well, but were eventually completely overrun by the sheer weight of numbers in the opposition. Many of the Aurors stared with vacant glazed eyes despite the many wounds and spell burns that covered their broken bodies. They gave silent testimony to their fate. Dementors had been sent in first, and once the Aurors were embroiled in the attempt to save their very souls, the Death Eaters followed in force and robbed them of their terrified lives. Stalker growled ominously as Dozer hurled profane epitaphs that promised undying blood and vengeance upon those responsible. A female scream echoed from the stairwell to the south, moving the defenders into action. Wraith, as he was the closest, hit the stairwell first, and what he saw froze the blood in his very veins. A.B. own female was on the landing below, trying feebly to raise a Patronus as a Dementor loomed up ominously over her, savoring her growing terror. Expecto Patro. Num. Expecto Patro. Expecto Patronum. Wraith bellowed, bringing his wand to bear. An enormous, sparklingly brilliant silver stag erupted from his wand. Its eyes gleamed emerald fire and its hooves struck sparks from the stone tiles beneath its cantering hooves. The Patronus raced down the stairwell and lowered its antlers, hitting the back of the 7-foot creature with a snort of rage. His female victim, now forgotten, twisted away and tore off down the hallway, running in a blind panic. Unlike Patroni before that just warded off Dementors, this one actually pierced the Dementor, and the black-shrouded ghoul screamed an unearthly wail of pain and fear that chilled the blood to ice, freezing the group of unspeakables in their tracks, save one. Wraith was hot on his Patronus tail. His Patronus struck and the Dementor's back arched backward in sudden shock as it wailed in horror. The force of the Dementor's recoil knocked Wraith's Patronus from its back, sending the sparkling stag tumbling down the stairwell. Wraith leapt over the railing with a snarl of rage as he pulled his dagger from the sheath at his utility belt. One-handed he drove his dagger to the hilt in the reeling Dementor's back. The Dementor's arms flailed wildly in agony, probably the first time having experienced such in its eons-long cursed existence. Wraith pulled his dagger out and proceeded to stab furiously again and again into the flanks and spine of the thing. Night black blood and ichor flew in all directions as the Dementor screamed and flailed wildly, trying to escape the maddening pain. Eventually the Dementor's frenzied thrashing managed to knock Wraith aside, earning itself no more than a moment's agonized reprieve as Wraith's Patronus righted itself and with a shake of its antlered head, charged back up the stairwell, hitting the Dementor in its abdomen and lifting the creature into the air and throwing it back into the stair wall. The Dementor hit with a bone-breaking squelch. Black ichors dribbled down the wall and pulled at the broken creature's feet as it struggled to remain upright, though mortally wounded, if such a thing was even possible for the supposedly immortal creature. Wraith lunged forward and ripped the cowl from the creature's head, exposing a head out of a madman's nightmare. It was no more than a rotting skeleton with shreds of flesh hanging off in various stages of decomposition. Blackened flesh and gristle pulled back from a lipless, toothless maw holding a lolling black tongue. Without any eyelids or nose, its eyes bugged out grotesquely, held in place by Merlin only knew what. They were glazed over corpse's eye, seemingly incapable of any sight whatsoever, but the terror they held over its imminent demise belied that possibility. Its toothless maw kept at the air, searching for a last soul to k out in the vain attempt to avoid the inevitable. Gasping for air from the strain of his frenzied attack, Wraith loomed over the mewling wretch. He grabbed the back of its head, pulling it back by its eye sockets, his fingertips gouging cruelly into the creature's horror-stricken eyes that begged mercy. "Here, k on this," Wraith offered disdainfully as he plunged his dagger up to the hilt in its king maw. The Dementor clawed empty air as it thrashed and kicked out its last. With a final shudder, the creature stilled and immediately began decomposing into a pool of liquid filth that looked as if it offended the very stone beneath it. Wraith turned gasping from his dread labor to find the rest of his comrades perched along the top of the stairwell gapping in odd disbelief at the display. Don't just stand there gapping like idiots," he barked, wiping gristle from his cheeks with the cleanest spot he could find still available on his blood-drenched cloak. "Somebody hit me with a cleaning charm, for the love of Merlin. This stuff reeks," he growled disgustedly, pulling his offending cloak as far from his nose as he could manage. A barrage of Scourgify charms hit him, knocking him into the wall behind, where he glanced off sharply and hit the ground. He rolled over with a groan of protest and worked himself back up onto all fours, using the wall to steady himself as he regained his wobbly legs. "Thanks," he ground out irritably, still bracing himself against the wall. He hadn't really been paying attention to his comrades' reactions as he was taking stock of his injuries, the majority of which were just minor superficial things. It was nothing that a good healing charm wouldn't take care of in a trice. As Wraith healed his injuries, the rest of the two teams alternated between stunned mutterings of disbelief at the death of the Dementor and odd gasps at his still corporal Patronus waiting alertly for its master to dismiss it. "Have you ever seen a Patronus like that before?" Shadow commented with no little appreciation at the spectacle before them. "Actually, I have," Night Wisp answered, surprising the others, all except Dragon. He knew this moment would come soon or later, he just couldn't predict when. Night Wisp pulled off her cloak and cowl, revealing her features to her fellows once more. There were no surprises for anyone, although Ghost did hiss his disapproval at the timing and place for her decision, but a raised hand from Dragon settled the argument before it could begin. Some part of him felt this was as much necessary as it was inevitable. Wraith was halted from his ministrations by a tentative hand gently grasping his arm, almost as if uncertain his arm was real. He raised his head from his task, finding himself staring into Cho Chang's black eyes. Harry," she gasped, hardly daring to hope it was him. Her eyes shifted between the vivid Patronus of prongs and the man whose arm she was grasping as a lifeline. "Is that why you?" She began to tear up, which for those that weren't in the know, was something she hadn't done in years. "Harry?" Shadow asked out loud to no one in particular. "Wait for it," Dozer prompted, nudging his attention back toward the drama unfolding below them. Wraith paused for a moment as if considering, though she wrongly assumed he was puzzled because when he removed his cowl, it wasn't the face she was expecting to see. Oh, I'm sorry, I was expecting." She began to apologize, embarrassedly. "It's me, Cho," he acknowledged softly. He knew who Night Wisp was. He'd known from the day that Dragon first recruited her. Dragon had divulged the information to him out of deference. There were no lies between them, as the Dragon had promised from the beginning. He'd promised then that if Cho was going to be a problem, then she wasn't going to be an unspeakable. Cho scrunched up her face in disbelief as she scrutinized the own hair and blue eyes staring back at her. Her eyes shifted to his hairline and came away disappointed. "You broke up with me at Madame Puddifoot's tea house. You were jealous over my wanting to keep my appointment with Hermione and still hurting over Cedric. And I was as inexperienced with girls then as I am still clueless now," he confirmed for her. Cho pulled back her hand with a gasp, her eyes going wide in shock. She turned toward the others, still questioning her own ears. Dragon nodded his confirmation to her. "It's you. It's really you." She hardly dared to hope. Wraith barely had a chance to nod his head before she threw her arms around him and hugged him for all he was worth. But how? Why? She managed to stammer out ecstatically. "It's Potter. Wraith is really Potter." Shadow gasped at the unfolding drama on the stairway below. "He sure as hell is," Dozer reassured, slapping his friend on the back of his shoulder. Shadow blew out a sigh of excited relief. "Then that means that we still could win." Dozer cut him off. "You bet your ass we will. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, boss." Ghost half complimented, half swore, venting his own disbelief over this turn of events to Dragon. "And he's everything we'd ever heard he was and more," the Dragon acknowledged, adding surreptitiously. "Though you never heard that from me." "But how did?" Cho was still clinging to her once friend as if she was afraid he'd disappear and he'd be dead again if she ever let go. "It's a long story," Harry began but was cut off by Dragon. "One we'll save for later. Right now we've got a pest infestation that needs exterminating." Dragon reminded, at the sound of distant shouts and screams that echoed from the lobby below. Stalker came slinking back from around the corner and transformed into his human form, continuing forward without pause. He paused briefly, eyeing his teammates, still Corporal Patronus nearby. "Show off," he admonished, to which Wraith only shrugged and smirked unapologetically. Stalker pulled up in front of Dragon and delivered his report loud enough for his comrades to hear as well. Volderpig and about 30 death dummies are entertaining Dumbledore's order in about a dozen Aurors in the main lobby. They're not faring too well on the whole, and Dumbles was beginning to tire when I left. He hastily added at seeing the dragon. About to ask how the battle fared. There's several Dementors still lurking about, mostly waiting for someone to fall so they can grab a quick meal. Fenrir Garybeck and some Order chap are half transformed and going at it over by the flow area. Dragon ignored the gasp from Wraith nearby in recognition, nodding Stalker to continue his report. Several pockets of unspeakables and Aurors are engaged throughout the reception area and other ancillary offices as well as the Hall of Mysteries. We're doing well, but nobody is gonna make it to the main event before the show's over, and Dark Dork knows it. He was monologuing his many supposed wonders when I left. I've never seen the Blighter so happy. Stalker paused to consider that before adding, "Come to think of it, I never have seen him happy." Several of his team snorted appreciatively at that. Dragon did the number in his head. A dozen Aurors was a plus. The Order, much good as they were, and his 2 teams against Voldemort and 30 Death Eaters. Poor bastards. He turned toward Wraith about to ask. "Go play," Harry informed his Patronus, who snorted in anticipation before thundering away seeking Dementors to play with. Dragon nodded his appreciation and went with his second question. "Do you think you can keep your pal distracted for a few minutes while we get into position?" Wraith nodded before downing a pepper up with an appreciative smack of his lips in satisfaction after. He trotted off toward the atrium humming a more pleasant version of a common funeral dirge. "And don't kill him. Maim only," Dragon reminded, to which Wraith just waved in acknowledging over his shoulder as he left, pulling back on his shrouding cowl. "What? But you can't. He'll be kill." Cho began to protest, but was cut off by Dragon reassuring her. "He'll be just fine. It's Voldy Vermin that won't be having a good day shortly." Griffin team mumbled their agreement along with him despite Cho's incredulous looks. Wraith took up a position behind the half-wall guard rail that ran the length of the first floor, giving visitors a nice overhead view of the atrium's greenery and fountain. A disillusionment charm later and he was hanging over the dividing wall memorizing the position of the opposition. A few wounded Aurors, bolstered by the Order, were in a failing battle against twice their number in Death Eaters on the northwest corner of the atrium reception area. The Aurors, though wounded, were the main opposition holding the Death Eaters at bay. They were throwing advanced debilitating curses, but their numbers were too few and dwindling rapidly. The only reason they were failing at all was because the Order were throwing the usual disarming hexes and stunners, whilst the Death Eaters were throwing around unforgivable and exploding hexes like they were free. Every stunned Death Eater was hastily re-enervated and immediately went on the offensive, using more and more lethal curses before finally just settling on a steady barrage of unforgivables. Kingsley and Tonks were the only Order members that were distinguishing themselves well. That and Lupin. Remus and Greyback were battling in a half-transformed state, and neither was showing the least bit of mercy for the other. Claws ripped and tore, fangs bit cruelly into fur-covered flesh, and werewolf-enhanced strength and speed added to the harvest of pain they reaped upon one another. Make no mistake, neither was intending the other to live through the night. Though worried enough to entertain aiding his dead parent's friend, Wraith decided against. Remus had earned the right 1,000 times over to see to Greyback's end personally. Should he win, Remus would earn himself not only the satisfaction in knowing Greyback would no longer terrorize others, that, and some measure of vengeance for himself. Should he lose, Remus would be united with his lost friends. Either way he would win, as far as Harry was concerned. From the Hall of Mysteries a steady barrage of answering fire came for every hex the Death Eaters threw down the hall. They were only trying to stall any advance, from the Unspeakables, until his supreme darkness was otherwise available or their fellows, decimated the remaining Auror and Order contingent, were available to bolster their ranks. Voldy and a few of his more unsavory inner circle members were otherwise engaged center stage, where the supposed leader of the light was making a valiant last stand against the dark. Reminiscent of the battle they waged at the end of the Ministry 6 episode, Voldemort and Dumbledore had squared off for another battle royal. Only this time, Voldy was cheating. Dumbledore was so engaged that he failed to notice the inner circle taking up vantage points to finish him off should he gain the upper hand, or start to. If he did know what they were about, there was little he could do about it, such was the onslaught of dark magic hurled by Voldemort. There were 4 inner circle members circling behind Dumbledore, trying to position themselves such that their master was not exposed to the crossfire when they hit Dumbledore's exposed flank. Wraith didn't like Dumbledore. He had no reason to, but for all that, he had to admit the headmaster had found his courage these past many months and was giving Voldemort something to worry over, as evidenced by the dishonorable tactics of his faithful lapdogs. As it was, the spirit was willing, but the flesh, weak as Dumbledore was slowly losing ground to Voldemort. His age was finally catching up with him as it did with all in time. Wraith suspected he knew going into it that this would be his final battle. Were it just Dumbledore and Voldy, Wraith would let them to it until the inevitable occurred and either Dumbledore's strength waned or Voldy made a mistake, however unlikely that. But with the inner circle moving in for the dishonorable kill, well, that was just something he couldn't abide. Of the 4, 3 he knew the identity of. The silver hand of one was obviously Wormtail. The long platinum hair sticking out from beneath his skeleton mask was that turd, Lucius Malfoy. The female curves didn't give her away, but the mad cackling did from Bellatrix Lestrange, and as to who the 4th was, he could care less. But those three, and he had a history. He owed them and he intended to take his ounce of flesh. By that he meant kill them. While he may prefer it to be a long and excruciatingly painful death, prudence called for expedience. Pity that. Though he would prefer Bella or Malfoy first, Remus deserved the satisfaction of having the traitor, Peter, precede him in death. He preferred hands-on, but if he were honest, Bella and Malfoy deserved his undivided attention, so a proxy or 3 would have to do. Remaining disillusioned and casting a silencing charm on himself, he hurdled the half-wall landing between Bellatrix and Malfoy. He immediately hit Bella with a blinding hex and a disarming charm. Then for good measure, he kicked her right between the legs, lifting her off the floor. "Urgh!" she screamed in pain and shock. "Ha ha ha!" He laughed in a reasonable imitation of Malfoy's derisive, patronizing laugh at a victim's expense. Knowing my prey well, I quickly sidestepped and headed for Peter on Bellatrix's left. "You bastard!" Bellatrix shrieked in outrage, launching herself in Malfoy's unwitting direction. She snarled and clawed mercilessly at the bigot's face as he tried and failed to fend her off with one hand whilst trying to reason with her, but she was in too much pain and too agitated to listen. Wraith took up position behind Peter, seizing on the advantage of his being distracted by the show, and hits him with an Animagus Revealos, causing Peter to instantly transforms into his rat Animagus form. Stupefy, later, and Peter falls, oblivious to the danger he's in. Wraith was intending to squash him beneath his boot, but Bellatrix comes stumbling by, having been thrown off Malfoy in a last desperate push, giving him an epiphany. A quick transformation and Bellatrix is now a spitting cobra and spitting mad at that. "Eat the rat," I command in Parseltongue, and my new pet is only too happy to comply, thinking she is following her master's orders as he's supposedly the only living Parseltongue. Jaws dislocate and Peter disappears from view within moments. Both Wraith, Malfoy and the 4th Death Eater watch in varying states of morbid fascination as the bulge that was Wormtail cracks and pop as his bones break and dislocate beneath the coiled pressure and slowly works its way down the length of the cobra. Wasting no time on letting the cobra savor its meal, Wraith grabs up the snack and cracks it whip-like several times, making sure to snap its spine in the process. Writhing maddeningly in its death throes, he hurls the snake onto a too-stunned to duck, Lucius Malfoy. "No, arg." His shock and disbelief turns to agonizing pain as the snake sinks its fang into tender flesh again and again, taking vengeance for its fading life. Malfoy finally manages to hurl the snake away, but it's too late for the both of them. Bellatrix writhes impotently for a few sparse moments before shuddering a last time and going still. She transforms back into her human form at the point of death, twisted at an odd angle from the spinal injury Wraith inflicted. The 4th Death Eater drops to his knees, clawing at her cooling corpse, gasping and begging, "No," as her eye turned glassy. Undoubtedly this is the Mad Cow's newly widowed husband, Malfoy. Now his finality is a spectacle to behold. He gags and froths at the mouth as the cobra venom works its way through his system. Pitching forward in the throes of a seizure, he squashes his nose and breaks out his front teeth on the atrium's stone tiles floor. Blood and spittle pool from his broken mouth as he pitches wildly, clawing at his neck in a feeble attempt to get air. The cause of which is that his lungs have stopped working as they're paralyzed from the venom, a fact he's too panicked to note as he thrashes about until a final spasm and his maniacal eyes dim within his broken mask. Father. Another Death Eater from the northwest reception area wails, breaking off his attack on the Order and racing across the atrium before his fellows can pull him back. Fool that he is, or was, Draco runs right into the path of a killing curse meant for Dumbledore. Wraith takes little time to ponder the pathetic end to a pathetic life, thinking it a shame that he, like his father and aunt, died far more quickly than their cruel lives deserved. All that talent and so much hate, what a waste. He considered briefly, a blasting curse nicking his shoulder spun him around, but didn't penetrate his robe's armor, only got his immediate attention. As Voldy's back was currently to him, and Lestrange was mourning the damned, that left his dumbleness as the likely culprit. Undoubtedly, his legendary marksmanship was overrated. Wraith chose to give him the benefit of the doubt in that maybe he was only trying to alert him to the danger still around everywhere you looked. That and just get his attention as he was fading fast and need help. By the way Voldemort was gloating, he knew it too and was readying for the kill. Wraith knew that it was only a matter of time before Lestrange recovered enough to seek revenge for his dead wife, and he could ill afford to be engaged with Voldemort when that happened, lest he fall into the trap Voldemort had in mind for Dumbledore. Hopefully Dumbles could last a few more minutes. Wraith walked up casually toward Lestrange's sobbing shoulders and positioned himself carefully between Lestrange and Voldemort's dueling back. "Sorry about putting down your rabid by.ch, he offered sarcastically. His sorrow immediately forgotten, Lestrange seethed out and enraged, "You bastard Crucio." Harry twisted to the side as Lestrange was just bringing his wand to bear, the curse already flying before he could even think to stop it. "No," he hissed in instant fear at seeing the trajectory of the hissing red light heading straight for Voldemort's exposed back. "Milord, watch out." He tried to warn too late. Arg. Voldemort's back arched and he dropped like a puppet with its string severed. Dumbledore gasped in respite, panting heavily with his hands on his knees supporting himself. He was too tired to even consider conjuring a chair to rest on, which for his was very telling. Voldemort thrashed and screamed. He was literally pierced upon his own sword as he was currently not enjoying the curse he so wantonly used upon others. Lestrange being no stranger to such kind rewards. Lestrange had put so much grief-enhanced rage behind the curse that it was worthy of his darkness' own high-powered ones and then some. His wand lay idle in his trembling hand as he gaped at his master's screaming and thrashing with less dignity than even the most craven of his Death Eaters. "What have I done?" He gasped in fear for the consequences of his actions, knowing death would be his punishment for such an offense on his unforgiving master. He was too afraid to stop the curse, at this point, knowing that death would follow quickly once his master recovered. His decision was an easy one. He ripped his Death Eater mask from his head, as his only resignation, casting it aside as he turned his own wand on himself and casting the killing curse, ending his misery. Lestrange, whilst not a brilliant man by any stretch, knew that a life on the run, for however long he survived, was all he had to look forward would be a marked and desperate man. Whether by Ministry capture or the Death Eaters, he was as good as dead. Either he took the coward's way out, denying both their just revenge as he turned his wand upon himself. His death only served to end the curse he'd placed on Voldemort, though he'd been under a good minute and a half and would not be recovering any time soon as he continued to twitch and spasm uncontrollably, groaning piteously. Such it was with most bullies, they turn coward when faced with their own mortality. So much more his disgrace when he was still essentially immortal. The snake yet lived, and with it, its master, though he was probably rethinking that wisdom just now. To say that Voldemort's condition and the fate of his inner, now deceased, circle went unnoticed would be an exaggeration, as the atrium erupted in cheers that drifted down from above as his own teammates dropped their disillusionment charms, revealing themselves where they'd been riveted in place, having been mesmerized by unfolding drama below, not needing to intervene thus far. They whooped and cheered shamelessly as Voldemort heaved up on himself for an encore. His Death Eaters fled like rats from a sinking barge, sensing their own impending fates linked with their fallen master's imminent defeat. They were wasting their time. Linked as they were to Voldemort through his dark mark, they would follow him in death the instant his heart stopped beating. It was something the Unspeakables knew through research, but apparently the Death Eaters were wholly ignorant of. That, and they knew from the adverse, just why Voldemort was so powerful and seemingly tireless. Cheers went up like waves on the ocean as Death Eaters fled or surrendered outright, begging mercy or claiming the Imperius. Those fools found with the mark, claiming unwilling action on their part by reason of Imperius curse would be summarily key. As the dark mark could not be taken without willing and knowledgeable consent, and then only after having killed 3 Muggles as a final act of initiation. Wraith kicked Voldemort's wand away from his reaching grasp, ignoring the revelry erupting around him. He wanted to kill him. He wanted to kill him so bad it ached deep down in the very bottom of his gut. Pain-clouded eyes that still radiated hate looked up into a faceless cowl. "You think you've won? You think I'm beaten?" He stammered out through his continuing spasms with as much venom as he could muster. "Not yet." Wraith returned vaguely, puzzling the Dark Lord as he was clearly expecting him to gloat, as he would undoubtedly have if the tables were turned. "I expect you to know the pain of defeat, become intimate with it, even. I expect you to live in pain-filled fear, waiting for death, begging for it, hoping with every last nuance of your being before it embraces you. I expect you to experience that, which you have all too often, forced upon your terrorized victims." Quote, "What do you know of pain, Flea?" Voldemort spat at Wraith. Blood-tinged spittle flew at Wraith's cowl, missing and sailing harmlessly past with no more than a slight inclination of his head to avoid it. I know this hurts." Thump. Wah. Arg. Voldemort's pale hands shot to his pain-filled groin as Wraith's boot just vacated the area. "I always knew you had balls, Tom. I just never knew they were so small," he goaded as Voldemort gagged and threw up again. "That's enough, Wraith." Dumbledore hastily amended, stepping up alongside to scold him further. "We do not torture fallen enemies. We kill fallen enemies." Dragon clarified, he and his team stepping up to either side of the two, flanking Voldemort. And besides, he was dumb enough to ask a rhetorical question. Raven picked up the Dark Lord's wand and handed it to Dragon. "I'll take that," Dumbledore blustered, trying to draw attention to himself as seemingly the duel's victor. "You'll take an extended vacation, or you'll take a dirt nap," Dragon warned, handing the wand to Wraith. "Here now." A recovered and surprised Kingsley Shacklebolt protested, coming to his leader's defense. 2 of Griffin team flanked him. His superiors in every way, especially in training and strength. "You, shut or yap," Dozer suggested. "If you know what's good for you." Stalker added, transforming to his animagus and growling low in his throat, unsettling the large aura further. "All of you, listen up," Dragon commanded. "As head of the Unspeakables, I declare this first and foremost our purview. There is more to this than you may know, much more. There is also a history here that is not common knowledge. Forget what you see and hear or we'll help you forget." He glared meaningfully and was emboldened to see many swallow nervously at that. "Now, back off." With that last warning, the dragon put up broad overlying privacy charms that both masked sound and view. "Going to torture me?" Voldemort sneeringly assumed, surrounded and helpless as he was by a crowd of night blue unspeakable cloaks. "Love to." Wraith loomed ominously over him, not really expecting to phase the creep, but was that much more pleased when Voldemort's eyes shifted nervously around, seeking any potential escape. "Unfortunately," he amended. "I've not got the time or patience to do the job right," he added regretfully. "I do, same here, I've got vacation time coming. I could put in for retirement, make a hobby of it." There was no end of volunteers for that particular honor speaking up. "It seems you've earned yourself a fan club, your dark arseness." Wraith snorted appreciatively. He snapped his fingers in revelation. "I know. We could start a raffle. No, better yet, we'll sell tickets, a galleon a pop to take a whack at Tommy Boy. Maybe put you in one of those muggle dunking booths they have at the carnival, only make it so you have to hit the target with a hex instead of a baseball. We could fill the water with Grindylows to make it more interesting for when your ass hits the water. I think you're onto something there." Dragon loomed over Voldemort, rubbing his chin as he considered the idea. "I bet we could make a real fortune if you could be a sport and hold your breath a long time to keep the game going, Tommy." Don't call me that." Voldemort shrieked indignantly. He was most unused to being the subject of ridicule, and it showed as the pale, snake-like visage of the terrorist looked about to have a first-rate, toddler pouting session. "I think you kicked him too hard, Wraith. He whines like a girl now," Raven commented, his fellows snorting appreciatively at that, except, "Hey now," came a quick complaint from Nightwisp's corner. "Sorry. Whines like a little girl," Raven amended sheepishly. Nightwisp shook her head. Cries like a bi.ch. Nightwisp's hand came forward, vacillating back and forth as a sign of, maybe. Raven shrugged, but Chameleon put in winningly, pouts like a priss. Nightwisp gave the thumbs up at that. "Yes, we have a winner, folks." Wraith cheered sportingly. He turned his attention back down at the seething Dark Lord and announced, "It's official, Tom, you're a priss." Everyone snorted at his expense, further enraging him. "Give me my wand and we'll see who has the last laugh," he challenged with a snarl. "Love to." Wraith accepted, twirling Voldemort's wand tantalizingly just out of reach. "But first we need to discuss the particulars." Voldemort's eyes narrowed to red slits of fury before, surprisingly, he began to laugh. "What particulars?" he snorted, chuckling darkly. "You face me, you die, as will any other who dares take your place." "Ah, such false bravado." Wraith swooned dramatically, eliciting derisive laughter from his comrades. "Stop preening, Tom. You've no Death Eaters left to impress just now." Voldemort growled angrily at the barb, but wisely held his tongue, as perhaps even he knew the truth in that statement. "I'll be most intrigued to face your supreme dark arsonist in a duel." Voldemort's hand came out expectantly in his eagerness to pursue such a venture, but Wraith pulled his wand back hesitantly, reminding, "The particulars, remember." Voldemort scowled and his hand pulled back as he waited, nearly trembling in rage for having to do so. "First off, I asked Dragon to second me." At this he turned his cowl toward Dragon, who nodded his agreement. "You seem a bit short on Death Eaters," he continued. "Therefore I'll acquiesce to your having your snake familiar second you. Should you act dishonorably, I'm sure that Dragon will have no qualms about killing you where you stand." He looked toward his commander, who nodded most eagerly at that assumption. "Likewise, I'll submit myself to your familiar's bite should I misbehave, tempting though that is." At this his fellows laughed uproariously. "And why would I even consider such outlandish, particulars?" he drawled sarcastically up from the floor, once the laughing had died down. "Simple, you win, you go free. I win, we take a picture of you dotting my ass, purely for posterity's sake, of course. Maybe that's posterior's sake," he mused to himself. The unspeakables erupted in laughter at that. After a moment of feigned serious consideration, he decided, "No, judging by that mug of yours, I'd have to say it's for posterity's sake, as I don't fancy a lipless smooch on my pride and joy from that snaky pie hole." Laughter erupted again around them. Dozer was clinging to Stalker for dear life as he almost fell over, his laughter so intense. Once things had calmed, a very much enraged Voldemort questioned dubiously, "I win and your comrades will just let me go, just like that?" "With your wand, in fact, however, we shall keep your pet as a sign of good faith whilst you return your captives, any and all captives, from this evening's merriment or otherwise. That is the price you pay for this generous offer." "Generous offer, bah," the Dark Lord scoffed. "I think so, considering we could just kill you outright, but what would the fun be in that? I'm for transfiguring you into a toilet at King's Cross, so muggles could piss and shite in you all day, every day." "Hear, hear." A beautiful sentiment. His fellows chorused along with many other like opinions. If it was at all possible, Tom Riddle's face paled even further than what his white scaly complexion could seemingly allow for. At length he decided it was a better offer than he was likely to receive otherwise, though in his mind he was already calculating how many of their number he could dispatch before he made an escape attempt. "Agreed," he accepted in a bored tone and reached expectantly for his wand. Wraith taunted, pulling the wand further out of reach. "The proprieties, if you please." Voldemort displayed a puzzled expression. "Your familiar's presence is required," Wraith reminded with a well-schooled bland expression. Voldemort's red-slit eyes shifted about, searching for a minion to collect his familiar, but no such Death Eaters were to be had in the vicinity, at least not living ones. The Aurors, that were still standing, had busied themselves with unmasking Death Eaters and piling their corpses off to the side like so much refuse. They set about the dread task with detachment. All were waiting for either the Dark Lord's imminent demise or at the very least, his incarceration, so that they could begin celebrating in earnest. They frequently cast curious glances toward the gathering of unspeakables, wondering what could possibly be happening behind the privacy spells. Many hoped the unspeakables were taking a much-deserved pound of flesh for the lives Voldemort had intentionally ruined. They were about to get a shock. It would seem the rats have fled the proverbial sinking ship. Wraith conjectured at seeing Voldemort's wary dismay at having been abandoned, yet again, as he was the night he had murdered the Potter parents. With a motion from Wraith, Dozer and Stalker unceremoniously yanked his darkness to his feet and held him fast by each arm. It was time to level the playing field. None may lay a hand upon me, scum. URK. Voldemort's bark of outrage was abruptly cut off by a well-placed knee to his still aching groin. Shut up, or pie hole. Dozer warned. The Dark Lord bit back on his usual promised threat of pain and death rather than risk more of the same type treatment. They would all be sorry very soon. Very sorry, indeed. The dragon stepped up and asked in a no-nonsense tone of voice. Where is it? It was time for Riddle to expose the secret behind his seemingly limitless power, literally so. Where is URG? Voldemort's supposedly innocent response was met with extreme prejudice in the form of the dragon's stiff fingers striking his Adam's apple. Red glaring eyes, having never once cried in their existence, began to tear up as the Dark Lord gagged for air. Rough hands pulled his robes apart and quickly found the object in question, Voldemort's own dark mark. A raised, reddened obscenity of puckered flesh, on his right east, that pulsed with each beat of the villain's own heart. The focal point for your Death Eater's protean charmed dark marks. Dragon announced, in grim satisfaction. Dragon nodded to Chameleon and the anti-apparition wards they'd hastily placed over the atrium were removed. The dragon jabbed his wand into the mark and took immense satisfaction as the Dark Lord writhed in agony as the dragon used his mark against him to call what Death Eaters who'd still answer to their master's aid. The display made it obvious as to why the Dark Lord preferred to use one of his lackeys to summon the other Death Eaters, as it was an obviously excruciating process. Eventually, two pops heralded the arrival of two torn and bleeding subordinates who looked as if they'd rather be anywhere else just now, but were too afraid of their master's wrath not to come. Kill the spare. Wraith instructed, and Raven blasted one with a close range, high-powered reductor that all but vaporized the nearest Death Eater before he could even bring his wand to bear. Voldemort started at that, a distant memory jogged by the command Wraith had given. The other Death Eater was given no more time to respond than the first and was laid low by three close-range stunners from a few well-meaning but overzealous unspeakables of Ghost Squad. Oh, for the love of! Dragon began to complain at seeing the state they left their planned dupe in. Ghost shrugged apologetically as Shadow offered an obligatory "Sorry, boss," as he and his fellows set about trying to awaken the hapless fool. It took a half-dozen enervates and a high-potency pepper-up potion to get the Death Eater back on his feet, and even then he wasn't exactly operating at peak efficiency, as evidenced by the way he swayed on his feet and his eyes went in and out of focus. Dragon slapped the man a time or two to get his attention, at least that's what it appeared to be that he was doing. Set all prisoners captured tonight and in the past free, then, fetch your master's familiar and return here with it immediately. Got it? Dragon shifted his attention back toward Voldemort and fixed him with an impatient glare of warning. Do it, Voldemort hissed in a voice that promised mayhem if he wasn't obeyed. The Death Eater nodded and disapparated without further question or delay. While he set about his task, the dragon set about leveling the playing field. He returned his attention to the balefire eyes that looked upon them with the utmost contempt. Can't have you cheating now, can we? The dragon mused with a predatory grin as he pulled a wickedly sharp-appearing dagger from the folds of his battle robes. Voldemort began to struggle desperately against Dozer and Stalker as Dragon's intention became clear. Thought we didn't know how things were, didn't ya? It's time you learned to fight your own battles, Tommy boy. No. Riddle screamed out in pain and desperate fear, like all schoolyard bullies do when they eventually must face their mortality at the hands from their would-be victims. Dragon sliced off the dark mark foci over near Voldemort's heart and held the bloody scrape of, already darkening, flesh up meaningfully. The source of Riddle's supposed vast power. Dark Lord, indeed, he ventured incredulously. You're nothing more than a parasite leeching off the magical power of your subordinates. This little bit of maggot food. Is the true Dark Lord here? There were murmurs of agreement around him as the dragon cast the bit of flesh away, appearing revolted. He made a show of wiping his fingers off on his robes after, removing the taint from his flesh. You missed a piece, boss. Dozer informed his commander, gesturing to a sliver of dark mark still present on the edge of the wound, near Riddle's right nipple. Might as well make a clean job of it. Dragon mused as he grabbed the Dark Lord's nipple and began sawing away at the tattered flesh nearby. Voldemort screeched a high keening wail as Dragon's acute attention to detail resulted in his accidentally pulling the blade back too hard and slicing off the Dark Lord's nipple in the process of extraditing the dark tissue. Oh, sorry about that, he apologized, sounding anything but. Whilst Voldemort was preoccupied, mewling and blubbering in pain, his servant returned with the giant snake Nagini, draped around himself. By the looks of things, the snake was less than thrilled with being disturbed. The man was screaming in absolute panic while the snake's coils tightened around him in a crushing embrace that lacked any sense of affectionate intent. No. Aga mmphhh. With a last gasp of breath being forced from his lungs, the man dropped to his knees just as the loud snaps and cracks of his ribs breaking heralded his grisly end. Purple-faced and blood trickling from the Death Eater's nose and ears, he pitched face first into the floor, and with a last shudder he stilled, and the snake went to work devouring the wretch. Jaws cracked open wide as they dislocated, and slowly, inexorably the man's head and shoulders slid into the gaping maw. Coils constricted, crushing bones to ease the passage, and once his shoulders passed the snake's gullet, the rest slid more easily and expediently down. Many bystanders turned away at differing points, but many more watched in grisly fascination, some even with begrudging respect for the snake's lethality, i.e. "Whoa. Hey boss, can I keep her?" Stalker piped up. Dragon shrugged indifferently. "You'll have to ask Wraith, he's got first dibs unless, of course, things go pear-shaped, that is." He hastily amended, seeing the Dark Lord beginning to recover. "Cease hath fath psss." Voldemort called his snake to him desperately, much good as it did him to try. So encumbered by its large meal, the snake's bulging belly allowed for only a few pathetic twists of its scaly hide before it stilled, lounging sleepily on the atrium floor. "It seems even your familiar has better things to do than save your worthless hide, Dork Mort." Wraith goaded, eyeing the snake appreciatively. His appreciation for said snake was for something other than its killing efficiency. "Do you expect me to plead and beg to you for clemency, you misbegotten tick?" He waved his hand at his wounded chest. "This is as nothing, just as you are nothing. In mere moments you will be dead, and I and my faithful will rise up greater and more terrible than ever before. The Muggles will be killed by the thousands until they are no more than a forgotten memory. Mud-bloods will follow along shortly after we play with them, a bit. Half-bloods will be no more servant to appease our lives, as to our every whim and pleasure." Glad to hear it. You can start by licking my boot clean, half-blood." Wraith's booted foot connected with the Dark Lord's mouth in mid-rave. The Dark Lord rolled over with a growl, wiping at his bleeding mouth as he rose angrily to his feet and spat blood and teeth in Wraith's direction. "Ha! For that I will kill you slowly. I will savor your anguished pleas for mercy long before I release you from your insignificant life," he hissed out. His hand reached forward, beaconing his wand to his grasp. The wand lurched in Wraith's grasp, but he'd been expecting such and held on tightly against the pull of the summoning charm. Wraith brandished a finger at the enraged wizard. "First we have to establish the rules of our duel," he reminded sportingly. "Rules?" Voldemort spat on the floor to show his contempt at the notion. "Don't be absurd. We duel until one of us, namely you, falls in death. Say, about a half-minute or so from now." Wraith cocked his head in amusement to one side as if pleased with his dark ass's stance. "What of our seconds? Will they not see to maintaining the honor of the duel? We wouldn't want anyone getting tempted and cheating now, would we?" Many of the unspeakables chuckled darkly at the implication, knowing to whom Wraith was suggesting might act in less than an honorable fashion. "I need take no such measures to deal with one such as you. The seconds are unnecessary." With that stated, the Dark Lord swore on his magic that he would follow the rules of a duel of honor and relinquished the necessity of having seconds. He couldn't know it, but Wraith was grinning triumphantly at that. "Agreed." He nodded to Dragon, who immediately negated the privacy wards over the atrium, allowing anyone in the vicinity the full view of the unfolding spectacle about to take place. Wraith was relieved to see a ragged and torn Remus Lupin amongst the onlookers, being tended to by an unspeakable medic. His place among the living told him that Fenrir Greybeck was no longer a threat to children of Britain. The unspeakables withdrew with more reserve than one would expect given what was about to occur. It was something that Voldemort failed to take note of. If he had, he might be thinking more on escape at this point. The balcony and sides of the atrium were filled with night blue uniforms, mixed in with the crimson of Aurors and the individual robes of Order members, including a garish array of moon and stars on a wizard's hat with a long white beard poking out beneath. Barricades of granite were conjured to block lethal spells and hexes from harming spectators. The duelists could feel the tingle of anti-apparition wards reinforced along with a few other wards surreptitiously placed over the gathering by well-placed unspeakable operatives within the crowd. No one was leaving to chance Voldemort, relying on less than savory means of dispatching an opponent regardless of any oath. Thus, anti-summoning charms were placed over all spectators, save one. They withdrew the 10 paces each and turned with wand held upward expectantly. As was customary, the dragon asked if either opponent had a final request before commencing. Wraith declined with a shake of the cowl he wore. Surprisingly, Voldemort requested that I ask that my opponent remove his cowl so that I may see the face of my victim to savor in years to come. In accordance with the rule that any last reasonable request be met, Wraith pulled off his cowl revealing unfamiliar own hair and blue eyes as dragon shouted, "Begin." Wraith launched his cape and cowl into the air where it swirled upward toward an unsuspecting Voldemort. Avarda Kedavra. Voldemort bellowed, firing the killing curse toward Wraith, who immediately summoned the Dark Fool snake to him and used it as a shield, absorbing the killing curse. A blackened cloud of wailing evil rose from the dead snake's carcass, stunning the crowd around them to speechless terror as many now realized just what the hated Dark Lord had done to prolong his vile existence. No! Voldemort shrieked in rage and despair, realizing his mistake, too late, in being cleverly manipulated into foregoing the requisite of seconds, which effectively nullified his familiars. Safety. Wraith used his distraction to twist his wand upward at his drifting cloak as it descended toward his stunned opponent. Transmuto, Wraith whispered, hitting the cape in midair, and watched as it thickened and expanded into leathery, wing-like appendages with hook-like barbs surrounding a gaping King Maw beneath dozens of blood-red eyes. He'd transformed his cape into a Lethifold. Lethifolds were distant, more primordial cousins of Dementors. Voldemort had barely enough time to scream out in terror, let alone bring his wand to bear before the Lethifold folded over him, the barbs sinking cruelly into pasty white flesh as its mouth clamped on his exposed chest, and the sound of a wet king filled the atrium, horrifying the spectators as the Lethifold began to feed wantonly. Arms flailed wildly, punching and clawing at the wing-like appendages to no avail as the barbs had latched on and held fast, securing the horror in place. Grunts of effort slowly morphed into shrieks of pain and terror as the wet king sound intensified. Voldemort's legs kicked and thrashed helplessly as he tried to dislodge the vampiric creature that was tearing away his supposed immortality. The thrashing and wailing soon died down to groans of resolve as Wizard's strength drained away and he succumbed to the inevitable. Wraith waited to the last possible moment before canceling the transmutation spell, and the Lethifold transformed back into an unspeakable's cape and cowl that blanketed the dark swine like a death shroud. Cheers erupted from the balcony and echoed throughout the atrium and Ministry building's interior, the duel having been decided in one quick stroke. Wraith calmly strode forward and picked up the Dark Lord's fallen wand, pocketing it for safekeeping. With the tip of his own wand he nudged the shroud aside and smirked at the irony that Voldemort's body was riddled with gaping wounds. Glazed, barely conscious eyes that were filled with misery and despair still faintly registered his presence. Blue eyes that were glowing emerald green at their centers triggered other memories of another hated foe as Wraith loomed over his fallen foe. The fallen Dark Lord was pulled from his memories by Wraith goading. "What, you didn't think you'd be allowed to die that easily, did you? Pucker up, Dark Dick, it's time for a photo op." With a last piteous moan, Voldemort shuddered at what that portended before he lapsed in unconsciousness. Corded muscles strained to the point of breaking as tendons popped and ligaments ground against bones in protest as they struggled to obey their master's will. There was the chain, the anchor in the ceiling, and his will that both should yield to his demands. He pulled again, gritting with effort before finally being rewarded with a wisp of dust drifting down from overhead as the anchor fought against the mortar it was imprisoned in. He renewed his efforts as he'd done thousands of times already. What else was there to do? He could succumb and eventually die, or he could win his freedom, even albeit temporarily. He'd decided from the start that it would be the latter. Sweat dribbled down his forehead, his hair already soaked with it. The air dank with the stench of his labors, that and smell of blood and scorched flesh. He stirred at the sound of boot falls echoing down the hall, realizing his tormentors were coming for yet another round of questioning. That's what they liked to call it, but really it was just another round of mocking and ridicule. They never seemed to tire of it. It was pointless on the whole, as he never took the bait and let their demeaning comments fall unchallenged, not that he could currently offer any sort of challenge as such. When they tired of mocking, then the torture began. He didn't know why they even bothered, as they lacked any imagination. It was all designed to weaken his resolve so that he would eventually lose focus, and then they would set their legilimens loose on his addled mind, hoping to glean his secrets in a moment of weakness. They were wasting their time. He was beyond such petty torments and amateur attempts to read his well-guarded thoughts. His defenses were as impenetrable as they were unique in their device, and easily got the better of his tormentors, in that they would eventually lose their composure in their frustration in trying and failing to break into his mind. If these were the supposed best the wizarding world supposedly had to offer, then why even bother to resist? They would doom themselves on their own in time. The manacles his wrists hung by bit cruelly into raw and bruised flesh. He didn't really notice them anymore. He found that if he concentrated, they made an adequate means of maintaining his arm strength, by doing sets of pull-ups, which would prove important if the chance presented itself to liberate one of his captors' wands. Once he had a wand, then things would be different. Then they would know the true meaning of pain. They would know what it was to fear. They would know who held true power and who did not. The iron door of his cell scraped open against the well-worn flagstone floor beneath. It was a grim reminder that this particular suite had seen its fair share of use over the years. The cell was deep within the bowels of the building above, some several floors removed from the business of everyday life. He wondered how many others of his associates and sympathizers he could liberate from this place once the opportunity presented itself. If their shouts of denial and screams of pain were anything to go by, then there were many who would join him when the time came. His cell, if one could call it that, was little more than a stone room some 10 by 10 foot square that would have proved dank and dark were it not for the glowing coals of the brazier that kept the enclosure dimly lit and stiflingly warm 24 hours a day, every day. Though time was not a measurement he currently had the luxury of knowing. He could have been here some 6 hours or 6 weeks for all he knew. He suspected it was somewhere in the vicinity of 6 weeks, as judged by being fed about once a day, followed by a bracing shower. He was doused by a bucket of cold water when they were feeling sympathetic, or at least they could no longer stomach the smell of his burnt and sweating body. When they weren't feeling so generous, he was hit with high-powered cleaning charms that felt like sandpaper, rubbing his flesh raw and setting his nerve endings on fire. Other than those niceties, his days were filled with a haze of pain, then questions, followed by both subtle and not so subtle attempts to read his mind and learn what secrets he held that would give the opposition more than a fair chance of turning the war to their favor. 2 there were that entered his humble abode. One proceeded to ask if he was awake by kicking him between the legs, whilst the other poked at the burning coals ominously with an already glowing poker that he tested by dropping a bit of parchment on it and watching it instantly go up in flames for dramatic effect. His robes were charmed against fire, in that they would not burn, that however did not indicate that he too was fire retardant. They could not remove his robes, and they had tried, but were unable to circumvent the charms. Long and hard they had tried to no avail. Now, they contented themselves to inventing new ways to reap harm upon the flesh beneath. One such was holding a hot iron to his robed body to see how long he could endure before they got a reaction. If it was a reaction they enjoyed, they sought to repeat the process with fervor. If the reaction was less than what was hoped for, they sought new ways to get the reaction they wanted. It was sort of a trial and error system of improvement, one that he easily used against them. Sometime he would cry out and beg mercy when in fact he could readily tolerate whatever it was they were doing. Thus they would repeat the process, and he would reward their supposed ingenuity with more of the same. That had worked well enough, for a while, until they had finally caught on to his duplicity. It was inevitable that they would, as lab rats, could be conditioned, and they were perhaps only a step or two above such limited understandings. Yes, he saw his captors as the test subject in this scenario. Particularly painful experiments were met with cool indifference that usually resulted in his tormentors losing interest and moving on to other methods. This too was eventually figured out and their efforts were immediately redoubled. To this he would mix responses to throw them off their game. Sometimes he let himself go and responded honestly, crying out in anguish. Other times he laughed in the face of his tormentors or goaded them. He was particularly good at goading. Without fail, however, he never ever let them into his mind. If they ferreted out his secrets, the game was over. His hopes and schemes would be laid waste and he would soon follow in the wake of their destruction. They could not know the secret of his existence or his base of operation and the identities of his fellows. If they learned these things, then all who followed him were as good as dead, himself along with them. What mattered pain compared to that? His pain was his lifeline. It was a reminder that he yet lived and that there was still a chance that he would continue to do so. His morbid thoughts of continued existence were interrupted by hiss of hot steel against sweating palm, and the acrid smell of burning flesh assaulted his olfactory senses. His hands pulled uselessly at his chains and he bit down on the inside of his cheek to the point of drawing blood as he refused to so much as grunt in pain. The poker was removed and despite his best efforts to mask his reaction, he slumped in relief. Immediately he was assaulted by not one, but two wizards trying to break into his thoughts simultaneously. He rewarded their efforts with his latest fictional account of his foe's supposed defeat. After several minutes, one pulled his consciousness back and spat in disgust, whilst another laughed openly. You delude yourself that the Dark Lord could fall so easily to something as inconsequential as a Lethifold. Wraith is it. The other was less patient in that he backhanded Wraith across the face and spat angrily. You dare mock the Dark Lord's prowess, you who know better than most the folly of challenging the greatest wizard in the world. Felice Filch is a better wizard than Vold. What's it? The man only knows 3 curses, i.e. the killing, torture and imperious. Now what use are those compared to a nice heavy bristled push broom? He's got nothing on Argus Filch. You'll pay for that, dog. And he did. That bit of cheek cost him another round of facial reconstruction. His cowl may protect his identity, but it did nothing but serve as a target to someone intent upon breaking as many facial bones as inhumanly possible. For not being able to see his face, the Death Eaters had done an admirable job of inflicting damage to eyes, nose, jaw and ears on a frequent basis. Neither made mention of the notion that Voldemort's mark was parasitic to their own marks, as he'd aptly included in this last false memory. That fact alone was telling, as he could see they shared a concerned look between them. This, along with other clever tidbits in past sessions, was effectively sowing the seeds of doubt. Whether true or no, they were beginning to question, and that was definitely not something Voldemort could afford. He had done well against Voldemort in their all too brief duel and had toyed with the notion of killing him outright, even though the snake and the Horcrux it held made the notion a moot point, but it was still tempting. What happened shortly after he entered the fray was a mystery, but somehow, someway, a stunner had found its way into contacting the small of his back, and after that his vacation amongst the opposition had begun upon being awakened. If he were to guess, Dumbledore must have accidentally hit him with a stunner whilst trying to champion the light's cause and come to his supposed defense. He spent what moments he had before exhaustion or pain caused him to lose consciousness, fantasizing over what he'd do to the venerable headmaster once he got out of his current predicament. Let's just say that Dumble should have taken the suggestion of retirement to heart. Once he went limp, feigning unconsciousness, the Death Eaters immediately lost interest and left his cell to undoubtedly pursue victimizing others down the line. In years past he would have taken more harm upon himself to spare others, now he knew by experience that it was a matter of survival. Both he and any others currently being held by Voldy and his minions would only make it out of here alive if he facilitated their escape. For that to happen he needed to preserve what strength he could, which meant others would have to share the brunt of the Death Eaters' tender mercies. From what he could remember, he'd killed Pettigrew, Malfoy Sr. and Jr. by proxy. Bellatrix and then Bellatrix's equally warped husband had turned his wand on himself rather than face Voldy's wrath for accidentally hitting him with a torture curse. Dumbledore no doubt knew Nagini was a Horcrux and had gambled accordingly to preserve his unearned reputation as the Light's champion and establish his place in history. Probably thinking he could eliminate the snake after at his leisure. The Death Eaters would undoubtedly bolt once their master fell, leaving the snake alone and unprotected. The man was the proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing. He was a parasite worthy of Voldemort himself. As to Voldemort, he was still alive and kicking as even he deigned to question Wraith now and again with the use of his penchant for the torture curse and his not insubstantial Leguilmen's ability. He'd found out firsthand that Snape had been accurate in his assessment of Voldemort's skill in this area. Despite that, Voldy hadn't gotten in as Wraith had come up with the defense of projecting false memories of his foe's defeat during their duels. Whilst this did, in fact, infuriate said Dark Lord, it also caused him to lose focus and fail in penetrating Wraith's memory on that and many other occasions since. Voldemort rarely came to make the attempt anymore as he couldn't afford to show weakness in front of his Death Eaters. They were already reeling from the failed coup at the Ministry. From what grumbled conversations he'd overheard, when they thought him unconscious from their ministrations, the loss of the Malfoy wealth had cost them a great deal financially. Between that and the loss of many Inner Circle members had many low-level Death Eaters rethinking their own career choices. If Voldemort ever found out that he was Harry Potter, his life, or continued life, would be over in a trice. Amelia Bones, Minister of Magic and aunt to Susan Bones, had barely sat her weary self down to a late supper. When Susan entered the kitchen with purpose to ask a simple one-word question. Anything. Amelia shook her head sadly in the negative, her heart breaking at the way her beloved niece seemed to deflate a bit more after each such answer. Since the night of the attempted Ministry takeover she had been in a perpetual state of heightened anxiety. Actually, her moods had been in turmoil since shortly after the previous Christmas holiday. She would not admit to such, but Wraith's departure then had profoundly affected the girl. Wraith's questionable capture, by the Dark Lord himself, had put not only the Unspeakables, but Susan as well, on heightened alert. Each for similar reasons, but the depth of emotion for said reasons was the difference between the two. The Unspeakables remained concerned, but wholly professional. Susan had soldiered on, partially to occupy her thoughts lest she despair. The main reason though is that she knew Wraith would be disappointed if she gave into her feelings and let them rule her. So she continued on with her studies and had achieved her charm's mastery, but the accomplishment had seemed somewhat hollow in that she could not share her success with one who had helped her achieve it. Over time her hope had further waned as all attempts to ascertain Wraith's location, let alone if he were even still alive, failed. The reason his initial capture was questionable, was because of an ill-timed and poorly aimed stunning spell, by Albus Dumbledore himself, had struck Wraith down. The resulting distraction had afforded, the all but captured, Dark Lord a window of escape. He took that window of opportunity and he took Wraith, as well, out of spite. The Unspeakables had questioned captured Death Eaters, raided Death Eater safe houses, followed Death Eater money trails and any other clues yielded that might aid them in finding their captured friend. They even, in a fit of desperation, attempted forms of scrying to divine his location, but nothing useful was ever gleaned. The one thing they knew for certain was that he hadn't divulged any of their secrets as no attempts to infiltrate the Department of Mysteries, by secure routes known only to Unspeakables, had been attempted by the opposition and surely they would have made the attempt with all expediences before codes and passwords were alternated to prevent just such an occurrence. They were that proud of him, knowing as they did that he would have suffered greatly for defying the Dark Lord. They were also saddened, knowing as they did that Voldemort would not tolerate such defiance lightly. "He's dead, isn't he?" Susan asked pointedly, her face mimicking the resolution of finally in accepting what the most of the Ministry had already assumed with heavy hearts. Amelia sighed, pushing her cooling casserole aside as her appetite vanished along with her hopes. She didn't want to give her niece false hope, but some part of her still did just that, cling to hope. If it had been anyone else she would have given up on them long ago, but Potter. At length she answered her waiting niece. "It's likely, but there's always hope." Susan nodded half-heartedly, but her face betrayed her thoughts to the contrary. There was doubt there, but one of a different sort. "If I asked you something, would you tell me the truth?" She asked tremulously, pleading as she added with pain-filled eyes. Just this one time. Amelia had expected this from the onset of Wraith's capture and every day she despaired that today would be the day that Susan would finally broach the subject. "Susan, it's not that I don't want to." She struggled to reiterate the need for privacy and security inherent in her position, but Susan cut her off in a choked voice filled with remorse and regret. Who was he really? "Please, Auntie, I have to know. I need to," she added tremulously, her eyes filled with emotion. Amelia wanted to tell her. She wanted to explain everything. She wanted to beg her to hang on to her hope no matter how seemingly far-fetched that seemed. In the end, however, she hid behind her office. He wasn't Draco Malfoy. She confided, as Susan had once wrongfully assumed in a fit of pain and revulsion. Susan rolled her eyes at that. I realized that long ago, and not because Malfoy was found dead in Death Eater garb after the battle at the Ministry. I remembered having bumped into him after running away from Wraith that night. Susan rarely referred to the night in question when Wraith had pushed her away, and she had been too distraught at the time to realize he was doing just that. "Please, Auntie," she pleaded, her blue eyes bright with unshed tears. "If he's really dead, then what does keeping the secret matter anymore?" She tried to rationalize. "Because he's been dead before," Amelia answered pointedly, shocking Susan to her very core. Susan shuddered uncontrollably. Her aunt wanted to reach across the dining table and pull the young woman into her arms, but realized she needed a moment to try and work through this, not that anyone really could. Susan wiped at her eyes with the sleeve of her blouse, clarifying, "You mean assumed he dead?" Amelia shook her head. "I mean dead, Susan," she answered with dread certainty. Susan didn't know what she expected, but it hadn't been that. But magic can't bring back the dead," she argued in disbelief. "No, it can't," her aunt agreed solemnly. But how?" she gasped in shock. Amelia offered a wan smile at that. "That's not for me to say. There are greater, much greater forces at play here than our humble understanding of nature can comprehend. Voldemort is one such example, albeit an evil one. Wraith, however, is another." She was being intentionally vague, but there was still a grain of truth in what she revealed. Susan may not like it or even understand its meaning, but she was at least being truthful with her. He's not really a wraith. I mean, not really. It's just a code name, isn't it?" Susan grasped uncertainly. Amelia smirked at that. She, along with many others, in the know, appreciated the irony of Harry Potter's code name within the Unspeakables. "Is it?" Amelia demurred. "All the Unspeakables code names have some measure of significance to the operative in question." Susan goggled at that. She would have assumed the opposite to be intentionally misleading. Still struggling with the concept, she blurted out almost to herself. "But a wraith." Amelia's grin deepened as she gave more clues without seeming to do so. "A wraith is by definition an avenging spirit. I can think of many who might want revenge against Voldemort and his ilk. Furthermore, I should think the desire for such would be so great that even returning from the grave would prove little detriment to some." At first puzzled by such a pronouncement, Susan eventually came to a startling consideration. Abruptly she ended dance of words they were engaging in to ask outright what her heart kept whispering to her to not believe. Is Harry Potter dead? As relieved as she was that Susan was finally starting to put the pieces together, she still balked at fully disclosing Harry's continued existence, such as it is. With firm resolve, she took the politician's way out and answered truthfully. "His body was destroyed after he passed, Susan. I can say with all honesty that those were indeed Harry Potter's ashes that we spread after his funeral. It was as much a lie as it was the truth in that his body had perished. However, was Harry Potter dead?" Some part of Amelia clung to the belief that he endured, though what that could mean for him wounded her to her soul to even contemplate. She wanted to tell Susan that he was alive, she wanted to very much, but was he? Susan's bright eyes fell at that as she nodded her head mournfully and the tears came again. Brown eyes watched as her surrogate family played Quidditch in the backyard as they did every Sunday after brunch. Two pairs of brown eyes enjoyed the distraction, as best they could. One was filled with remorse, the other with a broken heart. He would have loved this. Both thought dejectedly. Next week would be the 31st of July. She and Ron would pay their respects, as they always did, to his parents' gravesite where Harry's ashes had been spread, but as per his wishes, no marker acknowledged his passing. They would lay a wreath of white roses over James and Lily's gravesite with a single red rose in the middle of the wreath for Harry. Remus would probably show up at some point and they would spend a difficult afternoon reminiscing over better times with those they'd loved and lost, but were still forever in their hearts. Hermione cheered when Ron made a spectacular save off a one of Ginny's shots, earning herself one of his appreciative smiles and a wink that promised a more personal thank you later. He enjoyed the game, loved it even, but for all that, he didn't seem to really enjoy it as he once had. Neither did Ginny for that matter. They both missed playing with Harry. Neither would ever mention it other than to say, "I wish Harry was here," or Harry would have liked that, but they would never come right out and accept the fact that nothing was quite the same since he'd passed. Hermione hated that. It was such a nice, generic way of covering for what really happened. What really happened? She'd never known and doubted she ever would. Not all of it anyway. Flashback. She'd awakened in the infirmary to find Ron staring blankly as Ginny sobbed despondently in his arms. A horrified expression was etched in every nuance of his normally handsome, smiling face. Neville was holding Luna, whose tears were buried in Neville's shirt as he rubbed supportive circles on her back. Hermione could see he back shaking as racking sobs tore from her muffled throat. The Weasley brothers were milling about, snuffling softly as they watched over their youngest siblings with profound expressions of regret and sadness. Her heart clenched in her chest as she briefly pondered what could possibly have. Suddenly she realized with a gasp that one of their numbers was conspicuously absent. "Where's Harry?" she gasped in sudden dread. She'd asked no one in particular, but it was her mother who answered tremulously, perched at her bedside. He's dead, Hermione." Hermione's head spun in her direction, the denial already tumbling out. "And no, he's fine. He wasn't even hurt in the battle. He was fine," she half asked, half demanded they acknowledge as still being a fact. Her mother shook her head, but dissolved into tears and couldn't answer her daughter's stunned denial. Gratefully, her husband grasped her shoulder supportively and tried to explain, what they had no right to try and explain as far as Hermione still considered to this very day, years later. He amended, gulping in dread before continuing. "We were in shock. You and the others were hurt and we just needed to decompress and regroup. We never meant anything permanent. He wanted to visit and well," he struggled and gestured toward the guilt-ridden faces of the Weasley parents nearby as he continued. "We needed a bit of time to go over things and set some ground rules to protect all of you. You nearly died. Hermione," he left off helplessly. Hermione's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "What did you do?" she asked in cold disdain. Ginny wailed loudly in response to her question. We wouldn't let him in to see you. We didn't mean for it to be a punishment or even permanent, but he was hurting so badly. We didn't realize. What with his godfather dying," her father answered haltingly, with more courage than he knew he possessed. Hermione stared blankly at her parents. Her father realized in that moment that as long as he lived he would never forget the look of absolute horror on his daughter's beautiful face. Her letters home were always filled with two things, Ron and Harry. They were her best friends, her world. They had hoped and prayed that the magical world would be a new opportunity for their daughter. They'd hoped that she would make friends as she hadn't been able to before, as her peers in primary school were always so jealous of her heightened intelligence. She had though. She'd made wonderful friends. Friends that would go anywhere, risk anything for her and each other. Now, an entire third of her life had been taken from her by the thoughtlessness of others. They, and the Weasley parents like them, had forgotten that their children were more than those born to them, but also those they shared their childhood with. And no, he wouldn't. He was fine. He has friends, they wouldn't. Harry's strong, he wouldn't. Hermione struggled in denial. They banished him from Gryffindor. Neville added in a dead monotone that had Ginny wailing louder before she finally, blessedly, fainted as her mind shut down from the torrent of grief that she could no longer weather. "What?" Hermione asked blankly, shrugging off her mother's reaching hands as if they were an annoyance. "Gryffindor House banished him for what happened, our getting hurt. Finnegan and company used it as an excuse to vote him out." Neville continued with a snarl of outrage, his face darkening further with each hateful word. "Voted him out?" Hermione questioned absently, staring blankly at the floor as she tried to grasp what she was hearing. Ron had just finished pulling the covers, from his own bed, over his unconscious sister. He slumped down in the chair that was across from her parents, shooting them a look of utter revulsion before grasping Hermione's hands and finishing gently, but with no little contempt for their parents. "They kicked him out, my own. Between that and this lot turning him away the astronomy tower," he left off meaningfully, unable to actually say the words. "No." Hermione gasped and bolted from the infirmary. Her parents were about to take off after her in concern, but a look from Ron and Neville froze them in their tracks. They eventually found her where they knew they would, kneeling next to blood-stained grass that would never support life again. The outline of their friend embedded into the broken earth, a sad testament to what should have never been. Luna clung desperately to Neville as Ron looked on in horror over Hermione's shoulder. She pawed hesitantly at the stained lawn, nearly whispering in a keening wail of absolute heartache. "Oh baby, no," she begged at the stained earth beneath her fingers before she broke down into sobs of denial. "You can't be dead. You see can't." Ron's arms circled her shoulders as he knelt down behind her and pulled her to his chest to comfort her, needing her comforting presence as much in return as tears tracked silently down from his blue eyes. For hours they kept silent vigil, praying that this was all just a bad dream. End of flashback. Hermione watched her future sister-in-law pump her fist in celebration after scoring a goal against her big brother. Her fingers idly played with the ring on her left third finger. As grateful and happy as she was that Ron and she were marrying, she was that sad too that Harry was not going to be there with them. She wouldn't see Harry standing at Ron's left when they said their vows. No shared dance at their reception. No last hug before they left for their honeymoon. No godfather for their child when the time came. She could not reconcile to having anyone but Harry stand as such. Even Neville, good man and loyal friend that he was, couldn't take Harry's place in her heart. It was selfish of her, she knew, but that was how she truly felt when she was honest with herself. It was always hard for everyone this time of year, but for some reason it seemed worse this year. It was like some small piece of her heart was pulling away as if they were losing him a second time, but that wasn't possible. Harry was gone and no magic could bring him back. His shoulders and chest were on fire as he pulled inexorably down, applying constant unwavering pressure. Either the chain would break or he would. There was no more time to spare as the endless weeks of torture were taking their toll. He was weakening. Perhaps not so much physically, though that was debatable, but his mind was succumbing to the strain. Another session or two and they would break past his oculomancy shields and his thoughts and memories would be laid bare for scrutiny. That done and Voldemort would waste no time in killing him, only after entertaining him further personally. Finally, miraculously, the chain's mooring gave way and collapsed to the dungeon floor in a horrific clatter of clanking chain and crumbling mortar that was sure to alert his captors. Wasting no time on trying to massage life back into his aching limbs, he negated the concealing charms and ripped off his stifling cowl to drink in the musty air as if it were as refreshing as an ocean breeze. He scratched liberally at his itchy scalp, clawing through his sweat-damp, tangled locks, relishing in the simple pleasure of being able to scratch away a simple skin irritation. At times he didn't know what was worse, the torture, the constant assaults on his mind, or not being able to so much as scratch himself in relief. At this point he couldn't care that he was still in shackles within a locked room with who knew how many in the opposition just beyond the steel door between him and another step toward freedom. The sound of footsteps rapidly approaching brought him back to the task at hand. He hastily took up position on the side closest the opening door, rather that behind as they no doubt expected him to try and get the jump on them from behind. He would if their roles were reversed. A click of the lock and the door slammed open, expecting to catch and crush whomever might be hiding behind it. A wand breached the portal. His hand shot out and grabbed the wrist holding the wand and yanked it forward. What the? URK? A length of chain slipped over the surprised Death Eater's head and bit cruelly into his throat as he tugged with as much fervor as he had when he's pulled the same from the ceiling. His desperate pull spun the startled man into his grasp as he clamped a manacled hand around the man he'd captured, using him as a shield, just as another wand behind came to bear. Whatever spell his captive was going to use was now augmented by two hands upon it, channeling both wizards' magic into the same wand at the same time. The second wizard was subsequently obliterated in a shower of gore that caught a third Death Eater, newly arrived on the scene, completely off guard. He'd barely managed to comprehend the activity before him before his comrade blew up in his face, blinding him with blood and gristle. Wraith grabbed the back of his captive's hood and slammed the man's head into the stone wall with as much strength as he could muster, feeling the flesh and bone beneath crumple on impact. The man would never rise again to torture and torment. Wasting no time he liberated the man's wand and shot an overpowered stunner into the third before he could reorient himself. He needed the third alive as he would provide him the desperate time he required to effect his escape. With two quick waves of his borrowed wand, he vanished the mess of the second and the body of the first. A quick Scourgify cleaned the third's Death Eater garb of the second's blood and gory remains. He needed the man's robes, just as he needed the man himself. He pulled off the unconscious Death Eater's mask and did a double take. Talk about a birthday present. He couldn't know if it was his birthday yet or not, but he knew it was roughly close to that time of year. With an evil sneer, reminiscent of the man at his feet, he hastily removed his tattered unspeakable uniform and then swapped with his captive. He left the man's cowl down because he wanted to see his expression once he woke him. For expedience sake, he left him unconscious whilst he made sure the man's body mimicked his own. By that he needed to ensure the proper bruises, lacerations and abrasions showed through where his torn uniform allowed such views. Unblemished flesh would give away the change in captives as surely as a revealed face. He methodically noted where he was bruised and cut, making sure his captive's injuries mimicked his own. He took great pleasure in a hands-on approach, feeling it was the least he could do to repay Severus Snape's past kindnesses, of which there were so many at his expense. Once satisfied with the man's outward appearance, he cast a silencing charm over the cell and re-enervated his captive for a bit of catching up. He could have used a wand, but this way was more personal and he felt he owed him that much consideration. "Wakey wakey Professor Snapey," he rhymed smugly as he slapped the man awake. Snape's beady eyes came around, at first clouded and confused until clearing and growing wide in alarm once oriented. That was quickly followed by a hiss of pain once his many abrasions made themselves known. "Sorry about that," Wraith apologized, sounding anything but. "Had to make sure you presented the right image to your comrades in arms, so to speak. You won't get away with this," he snarled angrily, his own hands pulling down on the manacles that were now holding him in place, courtesy of a quick repairing charm. "I think I will," Wraith returned assuredly. "I've had ample exposure to your particular, albeit revolting persona, and should do a better than favorable job of acting the part of Severus Snape, Death Eater, supposed spy for the Order of the Chicken Potions Master, pretend Professor Greasy Git, an all-around bully. I'm sure there are many other distasteful roles you play, but for expedience's sake, I digress." Snape yanked at his chains in an impotent attempt to lunge for his captor's throat, serving only to aggravate his many wounds and pulling back with a grimace, panting in pain. Wraith clucked his tongue disapprovingly. "Such a display of temper, and you a supposed role model for school children and all," he admonished. "Save your strength, as there will be many such attempts for you to display such defiance in the near future. You see, you're going to unwillingly playing my role, whilst I use your costume and attitude to bluff my way out of this den of inequity. You'll be caught out and then your suffering will be legendary. I'll simply tell my fellow Death Eaters who I am and the ruse will be over in a trice," he ventured defiantly. His own face wearing the characteristic sneer that he was so well known for. Wraith feigned contemplating this with a worried expression. "I suppose you could," he answered at length before clarifying the folly of that plan. "If you were actually able to talk. What are you, Urk?" Snape barely had a scant moment to register his surprise before uttering the painful gasp that would end up being his final words in this life. Wraith's fingers stiffened and he struck with lightning efficiency, his fingertips rupturing Snape's voice box. Whilst Snape coughed and gagged, frothing up blood and phlegm, Wraith calmly went about pulling his cowl up over the man's head and reinstituting the concealing charms that would hide the wearer's identity. He waited patiently until Snape's coughing and choking subsided to a low gurgle, and he knew that the man, while still in pain, was again paying attention to him. "As I said, you probably could warn them, if you were able to actually talk. They will now mistake your inability to answer their questions as continued defiance, on my part. I'm afraid you're going to suffer much in my behalf." He chuckled at the irony. The bully would now know what it was to be bullied in return. At length, Snape began to tremble and Wraith suspected the man was struggling to speak. "I'm guessing you want to know why I'm doing this to you. That and you're trying to compliment me ingratiatingly for my thoughtfulness." Snape's trembling rose to a fever pitch at that, obviously infuriated. Wraith answered calmly. "You wrapped my mind and bullied me when you should have helped and guided. Ironically enough, it is now you who shall have your mind wrapped repeatedly until there is not left but an empty husk. The why is for two obvious reasons. Well, they're obvious to me at least," he amended. "The first is to effect my escape. Whilst your associates busy themselves with trying to break your supposed defiance, I shall be left unbeat to vacate my captor's tender ministrations. I shall, of course, kill as many of them as I possibly can in the process. The second reason that I'm doing this to you in particular is of a more personal nature. That being clear your mind. He barked and cast Legilmens, battering his mind against Snape's oculomancy shields. Again and again he snarled, "Clear you mind," before slamming his probes against Snape's mind shields until eventually he broke through. He noted that his mother's image filled the evil man's mind even now, only it wasn't in fond remembrance, but in a more lecherous, covetous nature. He could feel the man's burgeoning hatred for his father, even now. He bore witness to the part he played in Sirius' death, purposely not notifying the Order when he'd begged him to in Umbridge's office. He tore through the man's mind and memories, oblivious to the intense pain he was eliciting by doing so. He watched as Snape betrayed his parents' location to his dark master. Relishing that his hated schoolyard nemesis and his spawn would soon be killed and Lily would be his pleasure South Avenue as per his agreement with his master. This was the reason, the real reason that Voldemort had intended to spare her. She was intended to be a gift to reward his betrayal and for being a willing accomplice to the Potter male's murders. He watched as Snape betrayed and murdered in Voldemort's service, doing so not to maintain his credibility as a spy, but because he relished it. He pulled his location, Malfoy Manor, from the tormented man's head, along with the nearest exits and security passwords. He also learned who else was being held and what Snape had personally done to them, taking his insane pleasure from it. He pulled back from the man's mind in utter revulsion for whom and what he was. He prayed silently that his suffering would be as unique as it was to be long before the Death Eaters and Voldemort broke him, to effect that end. Now, you shall learn the why, the personal reasons for which I do this and the knowledge for why I shall enjoy knowing what your friends will do to you. I believe you begin to suspect, but for posterity's sake let me make it abundantly clear. That said, he tore into the reeling man's mind and imparted his history to him in its entirety. Once finished, he took a cleansing breath of closure. Now you know the why. Was I the pampered prince you so believed I was? The Potter brat, as you so lovingly called me? Did you enjoy the way I wrapped your mind as you did to me over and again? Did it close your mind to outward influence or did it open you to it as was your true intent for me? At length he considered the now silent man before him, unable to speak with his vocal cords ruptured. You're undoubtedly thinking you'll let you friends read your thoughts and learn my identity, and in this you would be right, only with a twist. I'm going to let you keep my childhood memories. But first I'm going to remove your own. They're going to think, by what's contained in your mind, that you are me, and then they will treat you accordingly. But first, I'm going to rebuild your oculomancy shields so that they have to work for the knowledge. He left off chuckling gleefully as he went about reinstituting Snape's mind shields, reinforcing them so that they were even stronger than previously, as he wanted the Death Eaters to work hard for the knowledge he left in Snape's head. Snape would suffer long before his mind was broken, and after that, who knew? Undoubtedly Voldemort would treat him kindly, once he believed him to be Harry Potter. He gave the cell the final once-over to make sure all evidence of the switch was well concealed. He cast a final look toward Snape, enjoying the way the man thrashed uselessly within his chains. He knew he was struggling in desperation, terrified over what was to come. Farewell, greasy git. Give my regards to my parents and Sirius when next you meet. Snape quivered in dread at that, and Wraith left the cell without a backward glance, locking the cell door behind him. He ghosted down the hall to the cell at the far end, both hoping and dreading what he'd find inside. She hung in chains just as he did, though he knew that she had been removed from them now and again, courtesy of what he'd gleaned from Snape's fetid mind. The door was standing ajar, and one such lowlife of a Death Eater was currently pawing at the female captive's curvaceous form, whilst the object of his interest hung limply in her chains, moaning in pain whilst begging uselessly for the man to desist. This is what Cho Chang suffered in his behalf by way of a last-ditch effort to keep him from being captured. She'd thrown herself at him just as Voldemort activated the portkey that brought them here. She'd made a good fight of it, managing to kill 3 Death Eaters before Voldemort himself incapacitated her. After that, her time here had been spent much as his. Only there was the difference that as a female she could be abused in other and more personal ways. They couldn't remove her uniform, the same as for him, but a few well-placed cutting hexes had exposed her more private areas to scrutiny. After that, they'd set about trying to break her defenses. He knew from Snape's mind that they had succeeded, just as he knew that the knowledge had done them little good, as Dragon had undoubtedly changed the unspeakable and the Hall of Mysteries security settings the moment they'd been captured to minimize potential damage. He did not fault her for this, she did not possess the level of oculomancy that he did, and what she'd suffered made his pain seem inconsequential by comparison. Stealthy approaching the distracted Death Eater from behind, his feet already under a silencing charm, he grabbed the man by the back of his hood and pushed his face into the burning red coals of the brazier that was currently heating the same type of torture instruments that they'd entertained him with so frequent and ardently. The man barely registered being grabbed before his face was pressed into the red-hot coals. After that he couldn't scream if he wanted to, as his mask melted right into his face, sealing his mouth and nasal passages, the intense heat cauterizing them shut. Wraith threw the man aside with complete disdain, ignoring the man's frenzied attempts to remove the hot metal over his ruined face that was efficiently suffocating him to death. The villain managed, in a last desperate pull, to rip the mask from him, taking what was left of his face with it. He slumped to the floor, gurgling piteously on his own blood as he shuddered and at last stilled. He turned to Cho and pulled up short as she pleaded. No more Pete, please just finish it. He realized in horror that she mistakenly believed he was fighting over her, intent to take up where the other had left off. Casting privacy and notice me not charms over the cell, he hastily pulled off his mask and held his hands up in a non-threatening gesture. It's me, Cho, it's Harry. I'm going to get you out of here. Harry? She questioned suspiciously through a haze of pain and despair, trying to see past his own bruised and battered features to what lay beneath. He nodded, answering, "You were my first key ever, beneath the mistletoe the night before Christmas holidays. We were in the room of requirement. It was the last DA meeting before break." Harry. She sobbed, now believing him. She slumped in her chain, him mistakenly thinking in relief. He brought his wand hand up to magically unlock her manacles, but she pulled back away from him with the last of her strength. "No, Harry, it's too late, I'm pregnant." She gasped despondently, her legs giving way as she hung by her wrists. Compassionately he pulled her against him with one hand as he unlocked her manacles with the wand in the other. They fell away with a dull clang. She flailed and tried to pull away, but he held her fast, cooing softly to her. "The child will be your child, reared with your beliefs and values. He or she will treat the world around them as you do, not by virtue of his blood or by what act however cruel that brought into the world, but by what's inside the heart of the parent who raises and cares for him or her. I envy them for who their mother is, not for what their absentee father did." Cho pulled back and searched his blue eyes, which he pushed his own magic into until the emerald green fire within shone through, for any hint of duplicity to spar her feelings. She found none and threw herself back into his arms and sobbed even harder, only this time it was in relief. When she finally calmed, he reminded, "We have to get out of here. The password to bypass the anti-apparition wards is, believe it or not, blood supremacy." He pulled a face at that. Cho grabbed his hand. "Let's go then." But he held her back and instructed, "Get to Dragon. Tell him we're at Malfoy Manor. Give him the password and have him send help. There are a lot of other innocent people here that have been treated even worse than you and I. I'll cause as much of a distraction as I can while they get the noncombatants to safety." He pressed a captured wand into her hand so that she could apparate. "No, I'll help you. The two of us can. The two of you can get to safety," he reminded her, his eyes lowering meaningfully to her abdomen and returning back to hers. Cho's lip trembled, but the time for tears had passed as she snuffled softly, but nodded her head in agreement. Each had their own particular responsibilities now. She grabbed him up in a quick hug, instructing, "Don't get yourself killed." He nodded at that, adding, "I'm not the one who's gonna get killed. Are you feeling sentimental toward your child's father?" Cho's eyes narrowed and she shook her head meaningfully before uttering the password and apparating away. With a grim set to his face he put Snape's Death Eater mask back on and set about getting his captors' attention, wanting to pay them back for their compassionate care with interest. Snape's and a nameless dead Death Eater's wand in each of his hands, he stalked forward, unlocking cells as he went to ease the liberation of those within, once Dragon's operatives arrived. He figured he had about 20 to 30 minutes before his comrade arrived in force, plenty of time to raise holy hell. He pulled up at one cell where a Death Eater was beeping yet another female captive, thinking disgustedly that they all seemed to be of a one-track mind in their evilness. The poor woman was crying and begging for him to show her the mercy of a quick death, which only seemed to incite the swine to greater acts of vileness. A quick redactor to the back of the man's neck sent his mask, and a goodly portion of his spine, careening into the far wall. For compassion's sake he stupefied the dead man's victim, covering her modest and releasing her manacle with a quick flick from either wand. He would like to do more, but there were others that needed help and still more others that required something more vengeful. Making it to the heavy iron fortified oak doors of his current dungeon level, he knocked twice, paused and knocked 3 more times in rapid succession, giving the code, he'd taken from Snape's ravaged mind, to the guard on the other side of the door. The door creaked open, hinges grating against the rust and grit of years filled with misery for those barred within. A pair of Death Eaters greeted him cordially, jokingly even, carrying no suspicion for his duplicity as they were overconfident in their own villainy. They, like most their fellows, had grown complacent from years of inflicting pain and terror on helpless victims. No longer were there snakes in their midst but a lion, hungry for revenge. "Ah, Snape, finished already?" The guard to the right chirruped. "You didn't kill the filth before breaking him by accident, did you?" The other chuckled darkly at that, adding, "The Dark Lord will be displeased if you broke his plaything, but still, no great loss, he. No, no great loss." He sneered in a spot-on imitation of Snape as he brought his dual wands to bear. One guard he hit with a piercing hex to his right eye that knifed through his brain, sending him gurgling unintelligibly to the concrete floor. The other he hit almost simultaneously with an asphyxiation curse, taking grim pleasure in watching the vermin claw off his mask as he tried and failed to draw breath. The blood vessels ruptured in the man's eyes before he finally lost consciousness and drooled out the last of his life as uselessly as he'd lived it. He hastily grabbed up their 2 masks and shrunk them down, pocketing them in one of his liberated cloak's many pockets. He kept them for identification purposes as he vanished their dead remains and pocketed their fallen wands. He intended to start a collection. Some men collected bugs, butterflies, rare stamps, ancient coins or even chocolate frog cards. Simple pleasurable pursuits, much as he intended this to be. He was like the wind of death, gusting through one corridor after another, inflicting death upon those that deserved the hours of pain and torment they delivered upon others, but for expedience sake alone they were spared and given a quick, albeit still painful, demise. He intended to destroy as many in the opposition as possible, knowing that eventually they would catch on to his deception and come after him in force, thereby drawing the enemy away from Dragon's men as they liberated those held in the dungeons below. For all intents and purposes that plan worked to perfection, calumniating with Wraith ghosting through the manor in a running battle that inexorably was bringing the manor down around them as spells were cast with more and greater ferocity, blowing out walls and windows, rupturing water pipes and setting small areas ablaze. No one had thought to cast the dreaded Fiendfire spell, but even that was only a matter of time before someone gave into the intensity of the moment and took a desperate gambit. An intense need for vengeance and pure unadulterated hate had taken him far, but the weeks of endless torture eventually caught up and he was on his last legs when he finally breached the object of his obsession, Voldemort's throne room. Voldemort, himself, was nowhere in evidence as he already suspected. His darkness would surely have been seeing personally to a traitor in his midst from the get-go. No, what was here was the final piece to a horrific puzzle. Nagini. The snake had comported itself well, managing to bite him, sending its venom coursing through his body and weakening him further. Coils roped about his midsection, intent to crush the life from his body. Jaws dislocated, gaping wide to clamp over his exposed throat, swallowing down instead on a foot of wand jammed down its gaping maw. With the last of his waning strength he clamped his hands around the snake's throat and cast a flame-cutting hex, watching in grim satisfaction as the wand within erupted, searing the snake's organs and cooking it from the inside out. The reptile thrashed and gasped for air, wreathing across the throne room's marble floor until finally a black cloud of vileness erupted from the creature's very scales and rose into the air with a mournful cry of fear and denial. Wraith pulled away his borrowed mask and in parcel tongue he quoted the final passages of Moby Dick, thinking it fittingly ironic, given the circumstances. Towards thee I roll, thou all-destroying but unconquering whale, from hell's heart I stab at thee, for hate's sake I spit my last breath at thee. He took some distant measure of satisfaction in that what remnant of Voldemort there was left, understood, for the disembodied spirit wailed all the harder at that before wafting to nothingness. Succumbing from his many wounds, he fell unconscious to the cool marble, caring not whether he was found be friend or foe. His life was spent in but one pursuit, and to that end he had made good. Voldemort's Horcruxes were destroyed in their entirety. He was mortal now and could die a mortal's death. Any wand could adequately do the deed. What care he who reaped the supposed glory for it? Tom Riddle was no more than a rabid dog and was destined to be put down as such without fanfare. Why reward a rat catcher for destroying the object of his pursuit? He is but performing a base public service. Be glad for it and simply move on with your day. The monitor's steady beep was the only reassurance anyone had that the pale lifeless appearing shell that occupied the hospital bed was, in fact, still alive. The first day had been difficult, but the waiting and uncertainty for Wraith to show some semblance of waking was almost as bad as the wait had been for them when hope had waned to the point of pointlessness. Wizards just didn't survive captivity at the hands of Voldemort's minions, at least not intact. Those rare few that were recovered usually were crippled or insane at best, dead at worst. By all accounts Wraith could be either or all three of those things. If he did or didn't pull out of the coma he'd slipped into that first day his fellows had rescued him. Rescue wasn't exactly the right word, as most would say it was Wraith who'd done the rescuing and the rest of the unspeakables the clean-up. They'd recovered 23 civilian and 6 ministry personnel, including one of their own in Cho Chang aka Night Wisp. Of the civilians, some 8 were Muggle women, well really more than teenagers if one was accurate. They had been used as playthings for male Death Eaters and as train aids for new recruits to practice curses on. One such had been a cousin of Stalker. To say the man went into a murderous rage was an understatement, but he had no one to vent his wrath upon, as Wraith had already taken care of the majority of the enemy by the time they'd liberated the captives and been able to search in earnest for Wraith himself. It hadn't been difficult to ascertain his whereabouts within Malfoy Manor. One only needed to follow the trail of carnage and the distant sounds of pitched battle. Some 16 Death Eater bodies had been recovered, 3 more that were severely wounded and one that had been hanging in chains whose they'd at first mistakenly thought was Wraith, as he was clothed in Wraith's tattered uniform that had turned out to in actuality be Severus Snape. After a few hasty healing charms and a bit of questioning by less than amused unspeakables, they'd learned, with no little appreciation, Wraith's intended plan for the man and decided to let well enough alone and let the man's own people tend his needs. That is to say, they left him as they found him, well almost. He was a bit more worse for wear than previously when they left. During their search for their missing comrade, the manor had gone ominously silent before they could reach the object of their goal, and tension had been running an all-time high. When they had at least found him, they'd thought him already dead, covered in blood and wounds the way he was. Dragon, despite his concern, had noted that although Voldemort was not in residence, his familiar had been, and Wraith had eliminated the last Horcrux, leaving the man mortal again. The hunt for the Dark Lord was about to begin. All they needed now was the hunter. Beep beep beep. You should go home and get some sleep. You're not doing him or yourself any favors if you're too exhausted to help when needed. Dragon reminded, clamping a supportive hand on his younger subordinate's shoulder. Look what they did to him. Chameleon choked out, barely holding back a sob. He, like many of his fellows, had kept vigilant, often tearful, watch over Wraith while he slept, hoping and praying for another miracle. You've seen it before, Cam. We all have. Dragon reminded with a grimace as he felt the hollowness of the words in the pit of his stomach from the moment he'd uttered them. But what kind of animal could awe? This time the sobs broke off further comment as his hand tremulously swept out over Wraith, indicating the ghastly wounds and multitude of torment inflicted on his battered and barely recognizable form. He was a hideous testament to man's will to endure long after the body no longer could. Previously, frankly, even the healers were mystified that he was still alive. His magical cores, if one could call it that, were depleted to the point of death. He was covered in spell burns and abrasions in various states of healing and not. That was just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. There were internal injuries and a variety of fractures, including skull, right shoulder, left orbit, nasal broken multiple times being poorly reset and then re-broken again, left femur and several knuckles of each hand. Then there was the bruised heart, further complicated by scarred lung tissue that was caused by several poor attempts at healing after asphyxiation curses. Several bones needed to be re-broken and set properly as those that had been fixed were poorly done and misaligned. It was obvious that everything that had been done to him as a means of healing was done methodically to prolong his torment and misery. The healers theorized that his pain threshold must be unimaginable, as any one of a dozen injuries was wholly disabling of itself, let alone in addition to so many others. To have suffered so much and still rescued so many and taken the fight to one's enemies unthinkable. One healer had put it simply that he should be dead 10 times over at the least. It was at that conjecture that Griffin and Raven had left the room in a rage, and Dozer, for all his bluster, had broken down in tears of heartache for all that his friend had suffered in their behalf. Madame Bones had summed up the situation with profession succinctness, in that she'd order Dragon to hunt Voldemort to the ends of the earth. Kill him slowly, painfully, make him long for the death that so terrifies him. I want to hear him beg to die before he's put down like the craven, cowardly dog that he is. Dragon and company nodded stoically in grim determination by way of answer. They'd barely arrived with Wraith's broken body to St. Mungo's trauma ward before Minister Bones and her niece, Susan, bolted into the area. Susan had to be forcibly held back from entering the surgery suite's observation level. She'd been a veritable hellcat, spitting and hissing, clawing desperately to get past the guards holding her at bay. The horrified gasp of alarm that her aunt had unintentionally let slip at seeing Wraith's ruined form had chilled her blood to ice within her veins. Her aunt was a seasoned Auror long before becoming Minister of Magic. For her to react in such a way was telling in the extreme, and Susan found herself shuddering in dread. Tears fell as she finally stopped her struggling and let the full weight of weeks of anguish and anxiety consume her, blessedly fainting from her intense anguish. Somewhere along the lines she had come to realize just how much she cared for a man that she knew and yet didn't. Unfortunately, as with most things, she hadn't realized this until after he was gone from her life. The old analogy that, you don't know how much you'll miss something until it's gone, was never more true for her. Since that time she had been a daily visitor, keeping faithful vigil at Wraith's bedside. Present. Chameleon was struggling to rein in his motions once Dragon reminded him that it was rapidly approaching the noon hour. At noon she would undoubtedly arrive, as she had done every day since he was recovered. Like clockwork, the first chime of noon had barely sounded and a soft knock sounded at his hospital room door. The door cracked open tentatively and Strawberry Blondelocks with soft blue eyes beneath peeked around the edge of the parted door. "Please come in, Ms. Bones," Dragon invited, casting a last wary gaze toward his subordinate and reminded to control himself. They would maintain a strong and brave front of certainty that all would be set to right and their brother would survive and resume his duties. They did this not for the public's sake, but for the girls. The public was unaware of his survival, in more ways than one, but it was the girl who needed their support. There was a connection between the two, whether they knew it or not. On some level they did, as Susan had not been herself during his captivity, but since his recovery she had come alive as never before. As to him, there had been but one name he'd gasped in a moment of pain-filled disorientation: hers. Strange, considering what lay between them, or in spite of it. They'd never really shared any kind of a connection other than perhaps one of mentor and student, or even friendly acquaintances at best. Certainly not one of closeness, let alone romantic feelings, but on some level, perhaps wholly unknown to the two of them, they had managed to touch each other, profoundly so. Gone was the uncertain girl, and in her place a woman. She was now a kind and capable witch that showed not the slightest hint of balking at his many raw scars and horrific wounds as even the most seasoned warrior and healers among them had. She would oft gentle a hand across his bruised and swollen face kindly, reverently. No hesitation was evident in her touch. Only compassion and something more, something as yet unidentified, ghosted through her eyes. Her eyes that waited patiently for his to return the gaze. In anticipation of this she always dressed and wore her hair in a simple, but well-styled look of carelessness that betrayed none of the effort she'd put into maintaining that illusion. She hid her own anxieties well behind a mask of positive conviction. She would hold his hand when the nurses changed his many bandages, softly whispering reassurance that he was healing and doing well. Whether or not anyone else believed that didn't matter, for she did. The unspeakable would accept no other alternative, but it was Susan that believed he would recover. Susan poked her head into the room. "Am I intruding?" "Oh, of course not. Please come in, Ms. Bones." Chameleon recovered enough to invite her in without betraying the despair he'd been feeling of moments before. "What's it to be today?" Dragon asked, nodding toward the book she carried with her. She read to him each day. One of them had betrayed his penchant for literary classics, thus Susan brought in a new book to read him, after completing the previous one. She found it was something they had in common as she enjoyed them immensely. Treasure Island, Susan answered, grasping Wraith's unconscious form by the arm reassuringly, by one of the few spots not injured, to announce her arrival to him. Dragon nodded his head appreciatively at her choice. You're welcome to stay, she offered as the two made to leave and give them some privacy. This is your time, Chameleon acknowledged. Besides, I've a suspicion he'd rather it was your face he'd see the first time he opens his eyes. Susan blushed prettily at that, shushing the two of them from the room and settling in to read. She spent each lunch break here, having found temporary employ as a charms professor for a secondary school right here in London, in most of her evenings. She enjoyed the calmness of the room almost as much as the reassuring sound of his breathing. The healers had indicated that coma patients could often hear people talking to them, and she wanted him to hear her. She wanted that very much. She didn't know exactly why she felt that way, she just did. Everything about him was still a mystery to her, but in spite of that there was something about him that she was drawn to, and it wasn't just curiosity. Though, what woman wasn't intrigued by a mystery? Briefly, she let her mind wander as she read. She had been certain that she was onto something when a light bulb had gone off in her head, and she'd wondered if Harry Potter could have survived. Along those lines she'd made a leap of faith, thinking that he was Harry Potter. Her aunt had dashed those fevered hopes, however. She had confirmed that Harry had died and that his body was destroyed and that his ashes were scattered in secret. The thing that bothered her, though, well, not the only thing, but one of the things that bothered her most, was that her aunt had confided that Wraith had died before. She'd also hinted that his codename was just that, a code. What did it all mean? The answers would and could wait for now. All that mattered now was that he wake up. Once that happened they could work on his recovery, after that, well, then it would be time for them to talk. By that she meant that it was time for the two of them to find out just what there was between them, if anything. Susan opened the book and began reading aloud to him. The hour passed and she calmly marked her page and left with a last fond grasp of his forearm. Her eyes drifted over his many injuries, at least those that were in plain view. She didn't even want to think about those beneath his many bandages. It didn't matter on the whole, he was alive and that was all that mattered, and she told him so. That, and she promised to return that evening and they could pick up the story again. He never stirred either at the sound of her voice or the touch of her hand, but some part of her knew that he could hear and sense her presence. That was all that mattered, for now. It was just past 11 the next morning when blurry, matted blue eyes cracked open. The first thing his confused mind registered was that his arms were at his sides instead of locked over his head. The chains were gone. The second thing he noticed was that he had to pee in the worst way imaginable. Stiff arms pulled the covers aside with a grunt of effort. Feet hit the cool tile floor and the first tentative step sent him crashing to the floor, pulling away his monitor lead and making it flatline. Warning klaxons went off and a medical team poured into the room like it was on fire, pulling up abruptly at the empty bed that greeted them. What the? One nurse gasped out. Where in the hell? The guard began before a trembling hand stole into view and grabbed at one of the bed's side rails. The whole bed vibrated with the strain as its occupant tried to pull itself back up from the floor with pain-filled slowness and grunts of protests. Dozer's legs propelled him excitedly forward as he grabbed up his fallen friend and hefted his complaining form back up onto the bed. No, mate, I need the loo. I'm gonna piss myself for Merlin's sake. His voice croaked from disuse. One nurse hastily cast a charm that relieved his bladder as another reapplied his monitor. Thank Christ. He sighed in relief, settling back into his pillow as more and more people poured excitedly into the room. People were gapping open-mouthed as if he were a ghost, whilst Dozer tenderly pulled his covers up and patted at his shoulder, snuffling softly, earning himself a curious look from the object of his tender ministrations. What? He asked uneasily of the room as a whole. We thought you were gonna. Dozer tried and failed to answer, before giving it up and wiping at his eyes with the sleeve of his uniform's tunic. Oh, go on. He shushed his friend in exasperation, earning chuckles of relief from the room. All-out laughter ensued when he ventured, why is it I can't get pirates out of my head for some reason? The reason for his query shot through the gaping door of his room, just as the healers were finishing their exam, fearing the worst had happened from the way the room was filled with so many gaping staff. She had a large book held tightly to her chest as if to shield herself or hide away from some hurt. She wore a light blue sundress that captured the blue of her eyes to perfection. Her hair was shorter than he remembered but held a soft curl to it and bounced when she moved, alluringly so. The summer sun had lightened her strawberry tresses to honey bee, and in streaks that seemed to highlight the red even more like a sunrise. She had spent long hours at the pool when she wasn't here and had a healthy tan to show for it, that and a dark sprinkling of freckles across her nose and cheeks that he found oddly pleasing, along with the lithe, well-toned figure from the swimming itself. She glowed, and despite himself and his bruised and swollen face showed he appreciated the view. He paid for that with a wince as his many healing injuries protested the half-smile he tried to offer. Susan's surprise and excitement melted into a blush of happiness at the way his own blue eyes drank in her appearance. "About time you got here, I want to know what happens next." "Huh," Susan mumbled, not understanding. She was still staring along with the rest, riveted in disbelief that he was actually awake and talking. "The story," he reminded. "What happened next with the pirates?" He clarified. The smile that lit Susan's face brightened the room more than any sunny day could as she squealed delightedly and grabbed him up in a hug, pushing his retreating healers aside as she came. The rest of the room hastily filed out, with Dozer's insistence as he bodily guided some of his protesting healers from the room and shut the door behind, first casting Wraith a meaningful look as he shifted his eyes toward Susan. He groaned from the pressure to his still healing ribs. Susan pulled worriedly back. "I'm sorry, did I hurt?" "It's fine," he cut her off, meaning it. "I'm fine. In fact, I'm better than fine now that you're here. I've missed you," he confessed, sheepishly. Susan's next smile made the previous one pale by comparison. "I've missed you too," she returned, brushing her hand affectionately down his good arm. He noticed the way she was trying to avoid his bandages, goggling at just how many there were once he fully began to take stock of himself. "I must look a right mess," he half apologized, pulling his sheets up farther over his exposed chest. "You look fine," sadmonished, to which he snorted incredulously. "It's nothing the healers can't fix once you've mended inside," she added reassuringly, her hand surreptitiously giving his arm a supportive, albeit affectionate squeeze. "Looks that good, eh?" He grimaced, having read between the lines of her supportive, yet somewhat evasive reply. "You're alive, the rest will sort itself out in due time," she continued unabated. "You sound like me now." Susan smirked. "I'll take that as a compliment." A pregnant pause followed as each struggled to know where to take their conversation, knowing what they wanted to talk about, but not knowing where to begin. Wraith hastily leapt in first, rather clumsily with, "I'm not Draco Malfoy." Susan's eyes softened dramatically as she agreed. "I know you're not." He paused, not knowing exactly what he wanted to say, so he erred on the side of honesty, albeit a vague, G-rated version to spare her feelings. "I had some time to think about things, during, well, you know, and that is, could we?" "I'd love to," Susan interrupted, sparing him the effort. Normally she would have chided herself over making it too easy for a wizard, but under the circumstances, how could she be anything but accommodating? It was terrible, the waiting," she clarified, smiling despite the moistness within her eyes. Wraith's eyes lowered to his sheets. "Do you want to talk about it?" she struggled to ask, thinking he might need to get some of what he'd suffered off his mind. "No, it's not something anyone would ever want to hear about, Sue. I mean, well, look." He spread out his arms as wide as he could, before his ribs protested the effort, giving her a clear view of the trauma inflicted upon him by evil men for no more than amusement's sake, more often than not. They wanted information, yes, but really they wanted to just hurt him more than anything else. He killed many of them for what they did, both to him and to others. He wished he could have killed them all. In time he intended to do just that. Susan's hands gentled his arms back to his sides and tenderly ran her hand down the side of his cheek, mindful of the still raw and swollen flesh. "I've seen it and I couldn't be more proud of you." His face contorted in a puzzled expression at that, and she clarified for him that to have suffered so much and still your first moments were not spent trying to escape, but to help others who'd been captured and tormented. Because of you a lot of other people are healing, and with families who'd all but given up hope. Auntie told me what you did, how many you saved. The ministry is solidly behind you and the rest of the unspeakables. They're that proud of you. It's all anyone can talk about. All the papers are calling you a hero. Quote. He began to shake his head in disagreement, but she gently grabbed his chin and drove home her point. People are filled with hope. They actually see an end to the war in sight. You've given them someone and something to rally behind. They're appalled by what was done to you, what you suffered. But still you fought back and saved so many others at the expense of your own freedom, your own life. If one man can do what you did, then what can all of us do together? Being a survivor hardly makes me a hero, Sue. I was beyond pissed, beyond rage. When I broke loose, all I wanted was to kill and kill and kill until there was no one left for me to revenge myself upon. Freeing others along the way was just a bonus, it wasn't something I set out to do. That doesn't make me a hero. I'm not sure what it makes me, but not a hero, he disagreed coolly. His eyes were distant and filled with pain as he relived some of what had been done to him and what he'd done in return. Susan sighed in disappointment as she gently smoothed herself a spot on his covers and planted herself on the bed next to him. Heroes are not comic book icons. They're everyday wizards and muggles who do what they have to do to save themselves, and usually they end up saving many others in the process. Sometimes, if you're lucky enough, one crosses your path and you're that much the better for it the rest of your life. At this Susan's eyes took on a distant, haunted look and she absently grasped his bandaged hand, more to reassure herself than him. One such hero crossed my path a long time ago, only I was too immature and naive to know it at the time. Myself, like so many others, took him for granted. We never fully understood him, we never tried to. All he ever wanted was to be accepted. To not be stared at and talked about, just to be one of the many, not one of the few. We didn't even allow him that much. He deserved so much more. He deserved our utmost respect and consideration, but we were blind. I was blind. I told myself that I would never be blind again, but I have been. At this Susan turned her tear-filled eyes toward the bed's occupant, pleading with him to believe her when she said, I didn't realize who and what Harry Potter was until it was too late, much too late. It was my fault more than anyone's. What happened? All I could think of was myself and my own hurt over the friend I'd lost. I never stopped to think about Harry's hurt, or what he'd lost. I said something cold and spiteful. I didn't wish, oh, God, he jumped. We didn't know. We didn't have the slightest clue what he went through, what he'd fought and suffered in behalf of so many others without a thought for himself. McGonagall knew. She knew better than anyone, and she made us understand. She made us see how callous and thoughtless we were, but too late. Wraith sat frozen to the spot, his own eyes fixed on hers as the pain of his once life came through in Susan's words. He was finally seeing things from someone else's vantage point, and it was a bitter, regretful thing that was almost as hard on her to relive as it had once been for himself to live through. Only, she and most likely others were still paying for it to this day and would continue to do so the rest of their lives. He knew in that moment that he couldn't maintain the lie he was living indefinitely. She and others deserved to be freed from their past regrets. But there was still Voldemort. Susan's voice drifted back into his thoughts as she continued to try and explain and unburden herself. She needed him to understand where she had once been and what it meant for now and the future. Harry Potter was a hero in the truest sense of the word, but he was so much more than that in so many ways. He was kind and decent. He was a good friend and a good instructor. So many of us are undoubtedly alive today because of the defense lessons he gave us. We could have been something more if I had had the courage then to follow my heart, but like I said, I was immature and naive. It wasn't until that fateful moment when I realized that he felt the same way about me that I had been secretly feeling for him. I saw it in his eyes just before he jumped. I saw the sadness and betrayal in his beautiful green eyes. He cared about me, truly cared, and I was too stupid to realize it. I told myself that I would never be that blind again, that no matter what I'd find the courage to follow my heart, but I didn't. Her teary eyes found his meaningfully at that. He gulped nervously and decided it was time to end the charade and follow his own heart for once. Susan. I'm Ha. The room to his door burst open and many chortling voices bellowed out merrily, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Wraithy Pooh." His eyebrow arched incredulously at that. "Happy birthday to you, _Twee. Dozer finished the birthday song and blew a party favor in his face for good measure, earning an irritated swipe for his trouble. The rest of Griffin team cheered and jeered good-naturedly at their antics. A somewhat embarrassed Susan began to apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was your birthday." "It's not." Griffin shrugged, putting her at ease. His face turned a shade darker as he added. He was, indisposed during his birthday. Susan's mouth formed a silent, "Oh," of understanding at that. "When was his birthday, then?" Susan asked curiously, and the room went suddenly quiet. Several eyes turned toward Wraith, expectantly, but he just pulled a face and responded absently that it was a couple of weeks ago and left it at that, though his fellows still looked uncomfortable with the original question and yet, disappointed by his answer. It was a reaction that Susan caught and filed away to think more about later. "Did you make me a cake?" Wraith asked hopefully, deflecting everyone's attention from previous. "Sure did," Raven grinningly answered. "But the healers said, no solid foods for a couple more days, and well, we didn't want it to go to waste," and he continued sheepishly, but was cut off with an accusing, "You ate it." From Wraith. Dozer nodded happily. "It was chocolate. Triple layered," Stalker added, smiling at the memory. "The frosting was so creamy it melted in your mouth." Chameleon piped in, smacking his lips appreciatively. "With French vanilla ice cream on the side." Griffin rubbed his stomach happily. Of all the dirty, Wraith began to complain before Susan cut him off. "Language. Don't let them get to you. I'll make you a cake all to yourself once the doctors give the okay." She promised. "You bake." Dozer looked immediately interested, eyeing the girl with growing appreciation. "Any good?" Chameleon prompted further. Yeah. I'm pretty good, I guess." She answered modestly. "Cooks and looks." Raven added, showing immediate interest from his quarter, making Susan a tad uneasy as all the men in the room were taking a somewhat sudden and predatory interest in her. "Hey, back off you lot," Wraith complained, earning himself immediate scrutiny. "She spoken for?" Raven asked worriedly. That is." Wraith backpedaled, whilst Susan blushed prettily at his discomfort. "Since when does that matter to you?" Chameleon asked Raven incredulously, referring to his prowess with the ladies, historically speaking. "It doesn't, but hey. The kid's hurting and he wasn't really much to look at before," he shrugged helplessly. "Hey, I'm sitting right here, ya know," Wraith complained. Dozer gave him a supportive nudge on the shoulder. "Don't blow it. You've got that whole tragic hero thing going. Chicks dig scars," Stalker added supportively. To which Susan huffed and rolled her eyes. "He doesn't look that bad, and besides, the hearers said they could fix him up good as new. Better off leaving him like he is if that's the only alternative." Griffin snickered. "Hey," Wraith barked in outrage, but even Susan chuckled at that. All right. Dragon scolded as he entered the room with Minister Bones at his side. "Behave, children, or no cake," he warned them like they were a bunch adolescents. "I never got any in the first place." Wraith grumped, to which the others snorted at his expense. Minister Bones cleared her throat pointedly, to which the room immediately quieted in expectation, except for Wraith, who glanced amongst his fellows questioningly, getting only winks and half grins in return. On the 30th of September, the Ministry of Magic will be hosting an awards ball, to honor our newest and youngest designated Order of Merlin first-class recipient. At this announcement, she swept her hand in Wraith's direction, indicating him, to which the room erupted in cheers and applause. Wraith sat stonily as the others cheered around him, himself stunned to speechlessness at the announcement. Susan swept forward and rubbed his arm gently in support as she nodded her head excitedly in agreement with the ministry's decision. Once the room began to quiet, the others noticed his unease, to which Griffin tried to lighten the mood with, "Don't worry, kid, I'm sure there'll be cake. Maybe we'll even save you a piece or two," Raven suggested with bright eyes, filled with happiness for his friend. "Not two." Dozer gasped in alarm and the room erupted in laughter. Minister Bones ghosted forward and whispered conspiratorially while the others were preoccupied. "The only question is, what name shall we put on the cake?" She'd purposely said that just loud enough for Susan to catch from the other side of his bed. Susan cocked her head, sending her aunt a quizzical look, which she only winked facetiously in answer to before sweeping from the room to attend to other duties. He'd only been out of St. Mungo's a few days and was already chaffing at the restrictions upon his activities. Both that and his ordered placement to convalesce. Minister Bones, well, Susan really, but Minister Bones had insisted that he would recover at the Bones estate under a private healer and, of course, her niece's watchful eyes. He couldn't argue that it was the safest place for him to do so, as he was the one who'd set up the estate's current warding system. Nor could he fault the many amenities the estate provides in a heated pool, whirlpool, dueling chamber and training rooms with the most up-to-date exercise equipment. Nor could he argue against how pretty and attentive his personal aide was during his recuperation. No. What grated on his nerves was the fact that his fellows were already fully invested in the hunt for Voldemort, whilst he was stuck here on the sidelines out of the game. He needed to heal, and he needed to heal now. The only trouble was that it wasn't only his body but his mind that needed healing. The minister's first poignant words from the hospital had driven home his already half-hearted decision to come out, so to speak. The only problem was, should he? He needed to, he ought to, but should he? Before, his continued existence was kept secret to keep him alive, safe from Voldemort's unending vendetta against everything Harry Potter related. He'd grown used to his anonymity. He snorted at that concept. Was it anonymity so much as just outright fear? He wasn't just code-named Wraith, he was a Wraith. He was nothing more than a disembodied spirit intent on vengeance. That done, Voldemort dead, then what was he? Not a Wraith, for there was no one to seek vengeance upon once Voldemort was gone. He'd found a home and an adopted family among the unspeakables, but was it enough? It was a lot more than some people had, and he knew he should be grateful for that much, but still. Was it wrong to want more? Was it just human nature to always want more? It seemed so, as so many never seemed satisfied no matter how much they had, no matter how hard they worked and achieved. In retrospect, he decided that he was just plain scared to mess up the status quo. He was afraid of the pain and rejection he'd see in his once friends' eyes should they learn he'd survived. As strong and as healthy emotionally as he'd become, was he strong enough to face that again? Would their undoubted rejection send him over the edge? What if he remained a secret? What if Harry Potter remained dead? How then could he even consider exploring the possibility of finding out there was something between them, something more than friendship? Was he just hanging onto a schoolboy's crush that was never meant to be in the first place? Wraith skipped another stone across the pond that he'd been gamely trying to walk around, though his injuries had slowed his progress. At least he told himself it was his injuries and not his own traitorous self-conscience that was interfering and distracting him from this morning's goal. The stone skipped several times and plopped down, sending ripples outward that lapped all the way back to his feet, the original point of origin. It seemed to absolve his doubts and affirm his convictions that his previous plan was the way to go. It had hit him back in the hospital. It hit him like the bolt of lightning he'd once been forced to see every time he looked in the mirror. He wouldn't have to hunt Voldemort. Voldemort would come to him. If Voldemort knew that Harry Potter was still alive, he'd waste no time in seeking him out to try and finish the job once and for all. He knew what he had to do and how he could best see it done. Unbeknownst to him, two sets of eyes had tracked his progress and each pondered his current distracted state for different reasons. Both were correct in their assumption, one slightly more so than the other. Susan suspected he was distracted by his preoccupation with joining the hunt for the hiding Dark Lord. She also assumed his injuries were slowing him down more than he wanted to admit. Amelia Bones sat next to her niece at the breakfast table, herself watching Susan as much as she was Wraith's current emotional state. Susan was worried for him, though she had no real idea of just how and what she should be worried over. The obvious was his injuries, both emotional and physical. The lesser reason was his obvious frustration in not being able to join his comrades in their search. The completely obscured and more important reason that Susan should be concerned about was what held Amelia Bones' attention this morning. She knew, or at least thought she knew, what had him so preoccupied. He was struggling to be what he was born and reborn to be, Harry Potter. He was afraid. A funny thing that no one, even the Dark Lord included, would ever use the word fear in the same sentence with Harry Potter's name. Those in the know knew how wrong the assumption was that Harry Potter didn't know what fear was. Almost no one knew it better. He knew what it was to be alone amongst your enemy with nothing but pain and endless torment awaiting your every waking moment. He knew what it was to lose your friends and family. The terror that each new day would find you that much more alone and bereft of any support, let alone so much as a kind face to brighten the deepest corner of your broken heart. He knew what it was to have the fate of an entire world resting on your shoulders. Despite your most valiant efforts to win, he knew what it was to lose and in so doing lose more than you could ever imagine, let alone bear the loss of. He knew that if he revealed himself to the world, he could very well have that world turn against him once more. He knew that if he didn't reveal himself, and soon, he could very well lose everything. He also knew that if he did reveal himself, the same thing could and probably would occur, at least where he was concerned. Would he see hurt and betrayal rather than joy in his friend's eyes? Would that betrayal turn to contempt and loathing? Susan would undoubtedly despise him, thinking he'd played her for a fool. Hermione, Ron, Neville and Ginny would think him a coward, having abandoned them to Voldemort. He wouldn't even have the luxury of remaining incognito within the Department of Mysteries, as he and his fellows would be besieged by reporters who would be pandering to the public's curiosity to know how he'd survived a certain death. He hadn't. Yes, Harry Potter knew what it was to fear. He knew well the numbing, paralytic fear of self-doubt. Amelia knew that he could take his family fortune and squirrel himself away to live out his years in anonymity, but the fear and guilt would haunt him to the end of his days. His life would be one unending, tortuous day after another of gut-wrenching loneliness. Could Susan or any of his former friends have any idea what it was to be Harry Potter? Amelia Bones doubted it, just as she doubted that if anyone could imagine the scope of his existence, given that, envy would certainly not be something they thought of when they thought of his life. Nor would they even for a moment consider that he had betrayed them. He had not hidden himself away in fear, but had taken his fight to the enemy with renewed vigor. Yes, Harry Potter knew what it was to fear, but none knew better what it was to persevere. Harry Potter was indeed the epitome of courage, for despite his horrific fear he still did what was right no matter how dearly it so often cost him in the end. Luna Lovegood had been both devious and wise beyond her years in that she had revealed the truth of his existence and gave the world hope at the same time, all in one obscure last message to her friends. Death shall have no dominion over the stout-hearted. She had renewed their faith without their even knowing it. Amelia considered all this as she watched him agonize over a decision that he had already made. He would see an end to the deception in more way than one. Susan watched the object of her affection. She respected him, of that she was certain. She was fond of him and relied upon his calm, almost self-assured demeanor. He was agonizing over something, and whatever it was, the unspoken message that she had gotten was that it was not a topic he would discuss with her in any way, shape or form. She wished he would. She wished he would confide in her, if for no other reason than to assure herself that he trusted her and valued her opinion. Sometimes when he looked at her in an unguarded moment, when he thought she was oblivious to his overtures, there was such a profound depth of longing in his eyes that was as breathtaking as it was heartbreaking. She wondered what she had done or didn't do to have earned such a look from him. She wished she knew how to help him, but how did you help someone when you couldn't know what was wrong? Breakfast had finished and still Amelia and Susan had kept silent vigil, waiting and watching as Wraith made his way back toward them. He entered the kitchen door and sat at their table without a word, helping himself to the cooling coffee that he heated to near boiling with less than a twitch of his hand, startling Susan by the ease he used wandless magic, as if it was no more than a reflex action. She turned to her aunt, who if anything, seemed to accept his actions as if commonplace. She had this strange all-knowing look about her, as if what he was about to say something she had been expecting all along. Wraith inhaled the aroma of his coffee with relish, himself appreciating the simple pleasures of everyday life more so than most ever thought to. He took a sip, and with a sigh of both pleasure and resignation, he set his cup down and held Amelia Bones' gaze with a look of steadfast certainty. Make the announcement 2 days before the ceremony. Amelia smiled knowingly and nodded her acceptance of his decision. It was his original idea, and both she and Dragon thought it a stroke of genius, but still his trepidation was understandable. She and his fellow unspeakables had argued both for and against, but ultimately it was his decision to make. Susan shifted her gaze between the two, struggling to comprehend what they were planning. What announcement? She blurted out curiously. Wraith shifted his gaze momentarily toward Susan and back toward her aunt, shaking his head slightly to Amelia's hopeful expression. She wanted him to reveal himself now, but he wasn't ready. He couldn't risk the emotional fallout that would surely be an overwhelming distraction before the inevitable final conflict with Voldemort came to fruition. Susan's face fell when she realized that neither was going to clue her into their discreet conversation. "Are you sure this is how you want to proceed?" Amelia asked uncertainly. Wraith nodded without pause, adding, I need to stay focused now more than ever before. Things will become complicated enough those last 2 days, and if I'm not ready by then I never will be. Frankly, I'm leaning more toward the latter in that I'll never be ready for something of this magnitude and the spotlight it's going to put me in. Susan caught on at that, or at least thought she had, but she couldn't be more wrong. You deserve this. You've suffered and strived to do what's right and ultimately saved a lot of lives, yourself included. It's not a bad thing to be recognized for who and what you are. She couldn't guess how nearly she'd inadvertently come to hitting the mark in that last statement. Wraith smirked half-heartedly at the irony of her last comment. I hope that's true, Susan. I really hope that's true. Amelia's concerned eyes caught his and she chided supportively. It'll be fine. You'll be fine. Things will work out, you'll see. Susan reached out and grasped his hand without pause, surprising him as she added her own sentiments. It's only right that people know you for the courageous person that you are. His face fell at that and he pulled his hand away, forcing back a sob as he quickly turned away. I'm the biggest coward there is, but I'm just plain sick of being afraid. With that he abruptly left the kitchen without a backward glance, shocking Susan. Susan's hesitantly began to rise and go after him, but her aunt's restraining hand on her wrist held her back. Let him go, dear, she advised. Susan gaped at her aunt, her eyes swiveling toward the way Wraith had left in her aunt's calm resolve. How can he think that about himself? Nobody could think something like that after all he's done, right? You and the ministry wouldn't even consider giving out the Order of Merlin if it wasn't something he deserved. She argued in disbelief, still completely stunned by his proclamation. Amelia Bones smiled softly in reassurance as she assured her niece that, I think he's the bravest soul that's ever lived. Remember that when the time comes, and do not judge him harshly for something that was beyond his control. He would never hurt you intentionally, Susan, she confided, again without Susan catching the truth within her words, knowing that one day soon Susan would understand all too well. Susan slumped back into her chair completely baffled by her aunt's somewhat cryptic suggestions. WH. What are you talking about? I could never. What announcement was he talking about, Aunt Amy? What's going on? What's going to happen? She asked worriedly. Aunt Amelia smiled warmly at that as she patted her niece's hand before leaving for work. Something incredible, I should think, she answered before she disappeared in the flow, leaving Susan gaping in curious wonder. Susan returned home late one day, many weeks later, as the afternoon sun was setting. It was only a few days before the supposed announcement was to be released, and although her aunt was nearly giddy with anticipation, Susan's anxiety had reached nearly a fever pitch. Wraith, on the other hand, was the picture of calm. Oh, he worked out tirelessly from sunup to sundown, strengthening his body through a strict regimen of healthy diet, rigorous exercise and enough nutrient potions to drown a full-grown minotaur. All this under the watchful eyes of one of the most ardent and unpleasant wizards she had ever met, Quinlan Baines. That man and his bloody stick that he lovingly referred to as a teaching aid. The man was nothing short of cruel, and she had told him so, to which he bowed appreciatively as if she had just paid him the compliment of his life. Why Wraith had allowed the bully to whip and beat him without so much as a word of complaint was beyond her wildest imaginings. Then there was the subject of his magical training. Each day Susan had found him sweat-drenched from his many labors. Today was no different than the last many. What was different today, as it had been every day thus far, was the sheer magnitude to which he took his conjuration. Susan entered the kitchen to find her aunt enjoying a cool glass of lemonade whilst watching the current spectacle. Wraith was outside, as usual, as the mansion's dueling chamber could never hope to contain such immense displays of magic. Her aunt never bothered to wait for her to ask, she only tipped the top of her glass in the direction of the pond outside, to which Susan rolled her eyes and huffed indignantly as she stomped up to the window to have a look for herself. Merlin Abbott. Susan gasped in shock. The pond, the entire pond, was swirling ominously above their estate in a giant waterspout, the very tip of which was whirling within the palm of Wraith as he directed the rest of the swirling mess to and fro by no more than a flick of his free hand. He looked like some absurd juggler balancing a spinning plate as he shifted back and forth, trying to hold the waterspout aloft. Now their pond was by no means a lake, but it wasn't a mere puddle either. What he was doing shouldn't even be possible, as the weight alone of so many tons of water was beyond the strength of even the most powerful of mages. To actually be holding it aloft with one hand, under some advanced levitation charm was one thing, but to then be actually directing the direction with the other hand. Before she could even think to gasp out her awe at such a display, he took it a step farther. Wraith spun his free hand counterclockwise, and before her very eyes, the water slowed to a stop and then impossibly began to flow the opposite direction. No way. Susan barked in disbelief. It's a trick, an illusion. There's no way on earth. Susan scoffed in outrage, throwing open the kitchen door and proceeding to stomp across the lawn. No one could pull off something like that, and she was going to prove it. When she was close enough to interrupt the show, she threw out challengingly, "Who do you think you're fooling with that cheap illusion, you faker?" Susan, wah. Startled, Wraith turned away to address the distraction and whoosh foom. Arggggg. Susan screamed that last. Thousands of gallons of cold pond water came crashing down over their heads, sending the two sprawling out into the refilling pond. Ack gah. Susan choked on pond water, eyeing a toad as it came reeling past on a lily pad that it clung to for dear life as if being washed out to sea. Oh my. Amelia Bones gasped before breaking down into tear-racking guffaws at the spectacle as Wraith shrugged his soggy shoulders helplessly and apologized, serving only to infuriate the girl more as she slapped water in his direction and huffed angrily under her breath. Trembling hands could barely hold the paper the tear filled, bleary eyes could no longer even read. It's a mistake. It has to be. He wouldn't have let us think. Not all this time. Great racking sobs of agonized grief and regret were held at bay by the merest thread when a possible explanation occurred that could pull her awake from this horrific nightmare of unending torment. It's got to be some kind of a ploy. Of course, it's a ruse to draw Voldemort out. Hermione began to calm now that the initial shock had passed and she was able to look at things from a more logical perspective. Very clever, genius even, but the Dark Lord will see right through it. Though, can he really take the chance? If Harry were really alive, he would pose a threat to Voldemort as no one else ever could, not even Dumbledore at the height of his power, especially if he had really been trained as an unspeakable. It's a trap, obviously, but how could Voldemort possibly resist what with so many high-ranking ministerial staff and visiting dignitaries in attendance? She knew with all certainty he couldn't. Hermione knew it was a trap to draw Voldemort out. The entire newspaper article was nothing more than an advertisement to get Voldemort's attention, and nothing would do that better than the name, Harry Potter. It was genius, sheer genius. The fact alone that Wraith was going to be receiving the Order of Merlin for rescuing hostages and likewise decimating his forces was enough to have the Dark Lord salivating for revenge, but to add Harry Potter to the mix as a possible target, however unlikely, and it was a done deal. He would come and the unspeakables would be waiting. Hermione paused in her musings. She wished it were true. Every day she hoped she would wake up and find out it had been just that, a ploy, but he was gone. There was no bringing back the dead. How she longed that she could accept the headlines at face value. That she could see her missing friend again, if even for a moment. What she wouldn't give for just a few sparse seconds to tell him how much she loved and missed him. Don't go there, Hermione. Don't do this to yourself again, she warned herself, scrubbing at her still moist eyes with the sleeve of her blouse. She busied herself with cleaning up the remains of her breakfast, starting by throwing out the prophet to avoid being haunted by the headline staring ominously up at her from the breakfast table. She didn't know what the unspeakables had planned, but she had an invitation to the awards ceremony, and one way or another she was going, if for nothing more than curiosity's sake. Who knows, maybe she'd even get to see the Dark Lord fall. At least then Harry could finally rest in peace. At the entrance to the Hall of Mysteries, a crowd of reporters had gathered seeking entrance, interviews, comments, anything. Likewise, a young witch was growling and threatening impotently to gain entrance, but had thus far been coolly rebuffed by one of a half-dozen unspeakables that were guarding the entrance, dressed in battle robes. Susan had already given up crying and pleading, which had accomplished nothing more than humiliating herself. She'd even played the "My Aunt's the Minister" card, which had gotten nothing more than a roll of the eyes from one guard and a condescending snicker at her pathetic play at nepotism from the other. Finally giving it up for a lost cause, she stomped her foot irately on the second guard's foot with a growl of frustration and scurried away amidst jeers and laughter of approval from the equally frustrated press corps. She was beyond irritated and hastily approaching murderously desperate when she bullied her way into her aunt's outer office and demanded to see the minister immediately. Alerted by the commotion, her niece had already caused downstairs in the lobby. Her aunt had been expecting her as evidenced by her voice coming over the intercom with a sugary sweet, condescending tone that only served to raise her hackles further. "Do come in, Susan, before you make an even greater fool of yourself if that's even possible." With an indignant huff, Susan tramped into her aunt's office and without preamble accused. "How could you? How could I what, dear?" Her aunt goaded with an innocent expression that Susan knew was just veiled smugness. "How could you lie to me?" Amelia Bones cocked an inquisitive eyebrow at that, asking further, "Exactly how have I supposedly lied to you, Susan?" She drawled her name in a sort of warning fashion that immediately had Susan on her guard, knowing that her aunt would not tolerate much more of her behavior, but she was still too angry to care. "You said that Harry Potter died, that his remains were incinerated and his ashes spread," she spat back accusingly. Amelia pulled a face of indignation at that. "And that's exactly what happened, Susan." "Exactly," Amelia returned icily with dread certainty. Susan hadn't exactly knew what she had expected, but it certainly wasn't that, and she instantly deflated, slumping into one of the chairs in front of her aunt's desk. But the ministry said he's alive. That the unspeakables faked his death." Oh. The light of sudden understanding lit up her features. "It's just a trick to draw out Voldemort." She sighed disappointedly, her eyes growing suspiciously moist. Her aunt just shot her an sympathetic look, but neither confirmed nor denied her suspicions. Grief and regret had turned to hope, then to anger, and now back to regret. Susan cursed herself for daring to hope. It was like all of her dreams coming true only to wake and find out they were just that, dreams. Amelia wanted to gather her niece up into her arms and tell her everything, but it was still too early. Harry had decided to come out, so to speak, only on his terms and at his chosen time. In 2 days the entirety of Wizarding Europe would either be celebrating as never before or grieving again. She chose to believe the former, but nothing was certain. Voldemort was mortal, his Horcruxes destroyed, but for all of that he was a formidable wizard and he would not gone down easily, if at all. Amelia came around her desk and wrapped a supportive arm around her niece's trembling shoulders, pressing a sorely needed handkerchief into her hands. "I'm sorry, child. I wish," she left off regretfully. "I wish I knew what to say or do to ease this burden and take away your pain. All I can really say is have faith, dear." Susan shook her head in denial as she wiped at her eyes with the handkerchief. Amelia sighed, patting the distraught girl's back reassuringly. 2 days seemed an awfully long way off just now. Voldemort stared at the prophet's story with a look of utter disdain whilst the Death Eater that delivered the newspaper trembled expectantly. He wished he could kill the fool, but there were so few left that he could ill afford lowering their waning numbers yet more. He'd already crucioed the dog liberally, but even that yielded no satisfaction. Potter lives. Preposterous. He glowered down at the headline. It was a childish trap to draw him out. He knew that Amelia Bones, for all her contempt, did not consider him a fool, but a worthy and dangerous adversary. Begrudgingly, he considered her and the unspeakables the same, a dangerous adversary. For that alone he couldn't let this slide, as so many top-ranking officials would be in one place and at the same time. It was the sort of chance he'd waited patiently for, the chance to destroy the ministry and establish his new regime all in one fell swoop. Amelia Bones knows that I know it's a trap. Is she intentionally challenging me by this insult to my intelligence? On the other side of the coin, could Potter still be alive, masquerading as this wraith, who has so vexed my plans? It seemed impossible, but this was Potter, after all. When had the impossible not aligned itself with Potter? But no, he was dead. He knew for a fact he was dead, as he'd felt the connection between them sever at the point of Potter's death. He'd felt the gut-wrenching drain of yet another Horcrux being destroyed, weakening him more than he cared to ever divulge. He knew that both Bones and Wraith were goading him, rubbing his face in his recent loses by the absurdity of having an awards ceremony in the first place, let alone playing the Potter card. With a disgusted growl he tore the newspaper to shred and ordered his quivering lackey to summon the remainder of his troops. Bones and company were inviting him. It would be rude to ignore so gracious an invitation. If you wanted pandemonium, you certainly got it, kid. Cam chided, slapping his shoulder good-naturedly, referring to the chaos in the minister lobby generated by his announcement. Pandemonium. This is nothing. Wait until you get a load of the fallout from the awards ceremony, now that's gonna be a showstopper. Raven threw in his opinion. Alright you lot, enough of the banter and let's go over the plan. Dragon ordered, silencing the room. What do you think he's gonna throw at us, Harry? Griffin asked, not bothering to use his code name as it was a moot point now. Even so, it got an ironic raise of the eyebrow from his young protege. Not that I'm complaining mine, but it's a bit premature to resurrect the whole Harry Potter hysteria, isn't it? I give myself a less than 50-50 chance of surviving the night. Madam Bones will probably be awarding my medal posthumously. That's enough of that kind of talk, kid. Griffin piped in, irritated by his attitude. Harry pulled an incredulous face at that. Maybe, but I don't have a clue what, the power he knows not, is. He drew quotation marks in the air referring to the prophecy regarding he and Voldemort. For all I know it could be my prowess at cards, which reminds me, you still owe me 20 galleons from last week's poker game, Dozer. How about I pay you after the awards ceremony? Dozer offered with a smirk, referencing his friend's lament of probably not surviving. Field operational meetings always started the same way, with some good-natured banter to diffuse the stress, and usually team leaders allowed operatives the chance to blow off some steam as it was good for the morale, and more often than not their spitballing usually came up with some good ideas. The rest of the room snorted a laugh at that. Welcher, Harry grumbled. After the laughter subsided, Griffin pressed, back on track, what's he gonna hit us with? Everything, Wraith ventured, which at first cast a pall over the room until he added with a chuckle at irony of what this meant. Which is about a dozen low-ranking Death Eaters, give or take a few, a handful of giants and maybe a few odd Dementors and a spare vampire or two. What, that's it? Dozer snorted incredulously. That's nothing. We could take that lot all on our lonesome. Don't forget about Big Batty himself. Dragon reminded. Ah, go on, the kid'll take him easy. Chameleon snorted dismissively at that, to which Harry rolled his eyes at his friend's enthusiasm. The giants could be a problem. Griffin conjectured. Dozer and Stalker could take out one, maybe even all of them if they're quick about it. Wraith suggested. And just how are we supposed to do that? Stalker returned, skeptically sarcastic. Simple, use your animagus claws and fangs to sever their Achilles tendons, then Dozer can just knock 'em over with a good head of steam. 2,000 pounds of bull can move a giant easy. Once they're down they ain't getting back up. They might flail about a bit, but that's about it. Harry explained with a shrug of indifference, as if it were just that simple. The rest of the room stared at him for several minutes before he finally asked. What? Dragon shook his head to clear the cobwebs, replying, that's just stupid enough to actually work. The room began laughing and Dozer socked his young friend in the arm, chuckling, what a brilliant tactician you get. Has everyone checked their wands and armor? Dragon reminded. All unspeebles wore dragon hide vests under their battle robes, which were also charmed, resistant to curses, and could withstand lesser powered hexes and jinxes on their own. The dragon hide could repel everything short of a killing curse. Some even had the rarely obtainable Ukrainian iron belly hide, which could supposedly stop even a killing curse a time or two, but no one was willing to test the validity of that selling point. I want full battle gear, including survival packs fully stocked with healing potions and pepper-ups. I want this thing done right and proper, once and for all. Dragon instructed. They were purposely leaving themselves open to attack to draw Voldemort out in an all-or-nothing gamble. They, along with the rest of the Ministry, wanted this thing over and Voldemort dead. Clapping his hands together, Dragon got down to business. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Raven, Cam, Dozer and Stalker, I want you three on reconnaissance outside the Ministry. Ghost Team will likewise monitor the interior along with Shadow Team, as Ghost Team is currently down a field operative. However, Nightwisp will be monitoring the magical sensors we're placing strategically around the Ministry, Gringotts and Diagon Alley. Gringotts is on board with an entire goblin battalion ready to engage at a moment's notice. They will primarily defend Diagon Alley and Gringotts proper. It's possible that Voldemort will play for creating widescreen destruction in Diagon Alley, knowing as he will that the ministerial building will be defended, thinking the alley will be easy pickings. I almost wish he'd give that a try, as those goblins are damn cruel when they get in a battle rage. The room jeered at the prospect. Dragon continued, we still maintain he'll make a play for taking the Ministry, as it's just too juicy a target to let slip. If he goes for the sweep of the ministry, and I think we can all agree that we'd appreciate it. He paused again and many operatives snorted a laugh at that. As I said, if he breaches the ministry proper, neither reconnaissance team is to engage until Voldy Turd has breached the interior of the building. Remember, you've got a 10-second window to breach the interior of the building before the wards go up. If you're not inside by then, you won't be until the dust settles. 10 seconds from the moment Vold jerks ass clears the door, no more. Everyone nodded at that, repeating as one, 10 seconds. Ourselves. Ahem. Dragon cleared his throat meaningfully, which elicited feral grins from his subordinates, and teams of warriors will be stationed around the hall outside the ballroom. He paused, nodding meaningfully to several operatives who nodded their understanding as he continued without missing a beat. As a show of force, but the Aurors will disengage when things start to get dicey, leaving us as lambs up for the proverbial slaughter, after which Big Bad will think he's won. In his overconfidence, he most likely will proceed to try and take out as many ministerial heads, including Minister Bones, who will undoubtedly be his primary target and has graciously offered herself as our bait. Many chuckled and jeered at this knowingly. Once he takes the bait, hit him hard and fast. The minister, and by this I mean the real Minister Bones. He paused and several men chuckled and jeered at Wraith's expense. Minister Bones has signed an affidavit allowing us the use of unforgivables for the evening of the ball. Damn nice of her. Always liked Madam Bones. Nice figure, Stalker added with a smirk, earning himself a glare from Dragon for his cheek and jeers from his teammates. MILF Magnet, came from Cam. I thought your animagus was a panther, not a cougar. From Raven, some sort of mommy fixation, I'd wager. Griffin added with a wink, adding, probably into diapers and powder and. Here now. Stalker interrupted, outraged by the insinuation. The room burst into laughter at that. Except Dragon, who was still eyeing Stalker suspiciously, not liking his interest in the object of Dragon's interest. They were discreet to the point of paranoia, but for all that she was still his girlfriend. Should this thing end tomorrow night, they could and would take things to the next level. All right, you lot. Let's keep the ladies out of it. My apologies to our female contingent for the attitudes of a few. The few looked anything but contrite at this. Any question? He asked, intending to wrap things up before the final briefing scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Yeah. Any suggestions on how to take out Voldemort? Harry asked worriedly. Wrap him over the bean a couple of dozen times with a cricket bat, one offered in the back. Curse him with an ass-clamping hex and then pump him full of a couple of thousand laxatives and let nature take its course. Another put in hopefully, eliciting many winces and snorts of amusement along with nods of appreciation for originality. Give him a mirror that ought to do it. The room erupted in laughter at that. Hit him with a castration hex and then a warming charm. The room went deadly quiet at Cho Chang's offering, causing most of the male contingent to immediately sober and cross their legs warily. The female contingent laughed and jeered after at the suggestion, or maybe it was the reaction of their male counterparts. Cho was understandably prejudiced. Griffin was wiping away tears of laughter when he haltingly fought down another bout of side-splitting laughter to suggest, let's not kill him at all. What? Huh? He fanned his hands, begging the room's indulgence while he explained. Let's curse off the bugger's legs and arms and plant his ass on a giant ass spring inside one of those Jack-in-the-Box toys my kids love to play with. Shocked stares of some greeted his suggestion whilst his teammates began to roll around in their seats laughing fit to bust when Griffin finished explaining that we could put a coin slot on the B-box by the Mew music crank. Voldy could pop out and threaten impotently for a sickle a turn ha. Even Dragon couldn't help himself at that mental image. He was bent over and wheezing as he tried to catch his breath between guffaws. Since we can use unforgivables, let's put him under an imperious and make him sing nursery rhymes instead. One managed to squeak out, sending the room into chaos. Everyone had just started to calm down a tad when another suggested, I say we bronze the ass and make a new magical fountain out of him to grace the ministry lobby. Something tasteful like one of those winged cherubs that spouts water from their pee-pee. Har har har. It was several minutes before a semblance of control returned and Dragon shushed his very confident, but not otherwise helpful, unspeakables quiet. He shot Wraith an apologetic look. Sorry, Harry, but I think only you can answer your own question in this case. You're an exceptional wizard, but what exactly can you do that Voldemort can't or at least doesn't know about? He never got a chance to answer, not that he even had one, before his fellows started chiming in. He plays a mean game of gobstones, one offered. A veritable card sharp when it comes to poker. A cheat more like. Dozer grumbled under his breath. He can touch the tip of his tongue to his nose. Really? It's true, I've saw him do it one time when he had a bit of dessert on it. Several snorted at that, whilst Harry grumbled something unkind under his breath. The rest of his comrades continued unabated. He's a top-notch flyer. Maybe he could challenge him to a race and bump the bugger into the side of a building or something. He's double-jointed. That should make him right popular with the birds. Stalker threw in with a churlish grin and a suggestive waggle of his eyebrows. A couple of female operatives giggled at that. One bold one added her preference that, I like a man who's flexible. Females too, I heard. Another added, followed by a round of snickers. I had bit too much one night, so there. She defended herself. I'm not even touching that one. A fellow shot back in a wave of body laughter and jeers echoed throughout the briefing room. Why'd I even bother? Wraith sighed and left the room thinking himself unnoticed during a fresh round of continued barbs. Dragon watched him go, mumbling disappointedly to himself, without trying to stop him. What was there to say? He had no more clue than the rest of the men and women under his command. His fellow unspeakables knew what he was up against, and as much as they joked about it to try and raise his flagging spirits and reassure him, none of them would readily take his place. It was just that daunting a task, kill Voldemort. It had been tried, many times before in self-defense, but no one in their right mind actually sought out such a duel. There were duels and there were suicide attempts, and fighting Voldemort was generally considered just that, suicide. Voldemort was just that powerful and he knew it, which means he was just that much more dangerous, as he was so confident in his abilities that he rarely if ever made a mistake, as he fought with not only an extreme ferocity, but with a level head. He was cool and calculating under fire, a deadly combination. Wraith, Harry Potter was not. He was powerful, very powerful. Whether he was in Voldemort's league though. He fought passionately and had an uncanny ability to turn certain defeat to a victory, in other words, he was lucky. He had matured greatly since the days of school when he let his temper too often get the better of him. He had made gains to be sure and was well experienced, but for all that he was nowhere near Voldemort's league in most respects. And luck only got you so far, and then usually it ran out. Blue Eyes stared long and hard into the surface of the pond. At times he wished he could see his own green eyes staring back at him once more. Even the telltale, lightning bolt, scar was a vast improvement over the scars that now riddled his face, courtesy of Voldemort and his minions. The irony that he was scarred again at Voldemort's behest was not lost on him. It was something which he planned to return in kind. Whether he rose from the ashes or fell under wand fire, at least one thing he promised himself: he would give Voldemort scars to remember him by. Not that the snake-faced bastard ever looked in the mirror, but still, it was the thought that counted. Voldemort would know they were there, and the thought that he wasn't all-powerful would gnaw at him, megalomaniac that he was. Eventually Wraith brushed his finger through the water, obscuring his reflection. The healers claimed they could remove most of the scars, but what difference did it make? It wasn't him, and besides it wasn't like he was handsome to begin with. He felt like an island, alone and isolated in a world that didn't really know he even existed until discovered by some turn of fate. He wondered about many things, even whether other soldiers and such pondered their own mortality on the eve of battle. He wasn't so much feeling sorry for himself as he was feeling disconnected, alone. At what point had the killing become a necessity, easier even? Had it always been so, only he was too thick and, or idealistic to realize it at the time? He knew he could kill Voldemort, or at least he wanted to badly. There were others whom the thought of killing did not repulse him as it might once have had. Voldemort was the opposite extreme in that he would relish the opportunity if it came. Killing him would be worth 1,000 such, Order of Merlin, awards. It would be something he would remember and appreciate the rest of his days. It might not help his family or the countless victims of the Dark Lord rest easier, but the living would surely appreciate his absence from their lives. Odd that he hadn't thought of his family in so long. It wasn't that he was too busy to do so, but more an intentional disassociation. He'd be lying if he contemplated having done so to keep his mind free and unfettered to concentrate on the task at hand. He had done so more out of fear. Somewhere he had heard it said once that those that committed suicide were doomed in death. That thought had stayed with him and preyed on his mind for many long fear-filled nights after his attempt. Would he be denied rejoining them should he die for true? Would he be forgiven and allowed to enter paradise only to be faced with seeing the shame they felt for him mirrored in their eyes over what he'd done and what he'd become as a result? Wouldn't that be worse than perdition's flames? So many questions, worries, tasks left undone, all save one or three. He could at least go to his destiny with few such obstacles removed from society. It was like a sliver under the skin of your finger. It didn't really obstruct your daily activities, more of a hindrance or painful reminder, a nuisance until removed and cast away forgotten in a trice. Albus Dumbledore, among others, was the sliver beneath his skin begging to be extracted. The unspeakables had generously put off dealing with Albus Dumbledore purely for selfish reasons. They knew that if by some miracle he survived captivity at the Dark Lord's hands, he would want to deal with Dumbledore himself, personally. He'd waited until the very eve of either what was to be his triumph or his demise so that if it proved to be the latter he would at least have Dumbledore's comeuppance to comfort him before he died. Pulling himself from his dark and morbid ponderings, he set about taking care of those little things that could make one's passing that much more easy, if there really was such a thing. He walked with purpose back to the Bones mansion and let himself in the kitchen door. He was heading for the apparition point at the end of the hall just past the family room when a gasp caught his attention. "There you are, but why aren't you dressed?" Susan's relief turned to minor reproof. She turned her back to him and asked, "Could you?" referring to her half-raised zipper. He rolled his eyes at her veiled attempt to tease, as he knew that any witch worth her salt could take care of such with just a simple tap of her wand and a first-year levitation charm. Certainly a charm's mistress could. The fact that she was wearing what was arguably the most stunning evening gown he'd ever beheld, along with the faint pink that tinged her skin at his mere touch, was not lost on him. His own hands trembled slightly as he slowly pulled her zipper up, relishing the way it molded the bodice of her dress to her beautiful curves. Once done, his hands drifted to her shoulders and held her gently for a moment as he sighed appreciatively over her shoulder into the mirror she was standing in front of. "You look stunning, Susan," he complimented simply. Susan gasped slightly, her soft blue eyes rising up to meet his reflected ones. Thank you," she stammered, herself trembling slightly beneath his touch, her cheeks pinking up. He wanted to tell her who and what he was, but decided it really didn't matter just now, as it would most likely ruin her even, and what would it matter in the greater scheme if he fell in battle tonight? "You better hurry up and put on your dress uniform or you'll be late for your own awards celebration." She patted his hand reassuringly, silently intimating that she would wait for him. "I have some things I need to take care of first. Why don't you go with your aunt and I'll catch up later?" "But," she began disappointedly, but he cut her off by placing a small chased key to the side of her cheek, offering a parting, "You do look so incredible." Susan turned around with an excited gasp, but he was already gone. Harry walked the bowels of the ministry where those in disfavor, with no possibility of advancement, went about their menial tasks in relative anonymity. He paused before one such dilapidated office front. The paint was faded and chipped, and the glass of the door was so grimy that it hardly needed to be frosted for privacy's sake, as the look of it alone would cause others to remember they had more pressing concerns elsewhere. The name on the door, however, stood out in blood, important-looking block print, proudly proclaiming the office's resident, with the title of the office itself so small beneath to be almost indiscernible. My, how the mighty have fallen. What was a career-launching start for one was a place of neglect and shame for another. The door proclaimed, Dolores Umbridge. Cauldron weight and thickness regulation. With a smirk of satisfaction, Wraith towed the door open, not trusting to try the filthy handle lest he contaminate himself with not only grime but with the stain of bigotry and a false perception of self-importance. The air was fairly rife with it. By contrast to the dim hallway and dejected door front of the office before him, barely a closet for some, the inside was pink from floor to ceiling, with pictures and plates of kittens of all sizes and descriptions that were cavorting with balls of string, rubber mice, pawing at goldfish bowls and the like. It was a good thing he'd thought to take an anti-nausea potion before coming, lest he sick up at the sight. It was decorated like some bizarre nursery school for ballerina and princess wannabes. Worse yet was the pink frilly nightmare that was planted behind a desk heavily laden with what appeared to be cauldron reports, enough to occupy a lifetime and then some. Her hair was pulled down and brushed to the sides from the middle, which only added to draw attention to her wide face and flat head perched atop her squat frame. Like some hideous toad that was too lazy to hunt, she was sticking out her tongue between her teeth as if she were waiting for a fly to land of its own accord. She puffed up importantly at seeing a potential distraction, but a sneer marred her face when she took in his Muggle clothes. "Muggle relations is 2 floor up," she snapped in dismissal. Wraith flashed his badge, immediately garnering the hideous woman's attention as she perked up in instant recognition. "So my superiors have finally succumbed to the obvious and wish to re-employ my many valuable talents," she assumed, grinning predatorily. "I assume I'm needed for some very important undercover work such that an unspeakable officer has been sent to beg my services." She wore that same smug, self-deluded air of importance that her relegation to the bowels of obscure and relative meaningless duty had failed to flush out of her. "Indeed, we could think of no better candidate for so vital a task." Wraith cajoled in earnest. "Truly the future welfare of Wizarding World hinges upon your successful completion of so needful an undertaking." He drawled that last meaningfully, enjoying the way her eyes took on a lascivious and calculating gleam, thinking to parlay the ministry's need into a coup for herself. He wiped out several pages of parchment which he presented to her for her perusal. Umbridge immediately scanned the sheets before her, brushing her reports aside, already plotting who she could saddle with what she now believed her previous position. Excitement turned immediately to confusion as she looked up from the many pages held within her greedy hands. "I don't understand, there's nothing written here." "That's because you haven't wrote it yet." Harry pounced in hope-filled revenge as he brought his holly and phoenix feather wand to bear and leveled it between her startled eyes as he pulled a blood quill from his pocket and placed it on the desk. Before her, Dolores' eyes bulged in recognition. "No, get out, how dare you!" She managed to recover enough to try and bluster her way out of her impending doom. "How dare I?" Harry questioned in a comical air. "How dare you take advantage of school children? It was your sacred duty to educate and protect innocent children, but instead you used your authority to abuse and bully, scarring many of them for life." He drew particular attention the word scarring, and was intrigued to see that she caught the reference and it rattled her accordingly. "How could you? Who are you?" she gasped fearfully. He held up the back of his unblemished hand and answered. "Were I still within the confines of my, now destroyed, body, the term, I must not tell lies, would be engraved into the flesh of my then 15-year-old hand." Umbridge's eyes nearly popped from her head and she looked as if she would sick up as she still pleaded in denial that, "No one knows, it's not possible, he's dead." Harry smirked cruelly at that, enjoying the way she suddenly lost her voice. By the acrid smell assaulting his nose, he could tell that was not all she'd lost as she suddenly realized just who was standing before her. Only one person knew what she'd done to Potter, and that was Potter. Just like there was only one person who commanded a holly and phoenix feather wand like the one pointed between her now tear-filled eyes. The wand flicked to the parchment that was clutched tightly in her shaking hands. "You have lines to write," he demanded coolly. What shall I write, then?" Dolores asked in a tremulous voice as her hand struggled to pick up the blood quill, dropping it several times in apprehension. He kindly cast a sticking charm so that she could maintain her grip on the quill, though she didn't appear to appreciate the gesture, no more so than what he told her to write. "How many TTMIs?" she tearfully asked, resolved to her punishment. He borrowed a leaf from her page and informed her. "Until the message sinks in." He smirked appreciatively at the way she shuddered in recollection of what she'd once told him to do. To make sure she did just that, he hit her with a compulsion charm that was just short of an imperious in strength. With a satisfied nod that justice would eventually be served, he left her to her intense work. They would find her, some many days later, by accident, as no one would intentionally go looking for Dolores Umbridge out of work interest, let alone concern for her well-being. The walls of her office would be covered with writings in her own blood, she a lifeless husk sprawled over her desk with the words, "I must not eat flies, craved, down to the bone," in the back of her hand. He loved his job. Merlin, how he hoped he'd survive the night so that he could continue to serve the public's welfare for the betterment of society. A half-hour later he was sitting serenely, enjoying a cup of tea whilst he waited to catch up on old times. It had been too long since he'd paid a visit to his dear relatives, far too long for such close relations. He knew well enough how his peers visited on his behalf and would undoubtedly continue to do so, regardless of the evening's outcome. They were good friends, much like the Weasley twins in that respect. It was just going 5 in the evening and like clockwork his dear uncle's sedan pulled up the drive. Aunt Petunia had taken to driving Vernon to and from work, transferring her dotting ways to her appreciative husband, now that her sweet Diddydums was locked away in prison on a host of undoubtedly trumped-up charges. One of which, he was given to understand, was for child abuse and neglect. He couldn't imagine where his dear cousin could have learned such behavior. Given his stellar upbringing, ah well, he'd be out in 10 years or so, give or take. Then he could return to being the constructive member of society that was the model of his parentage. The door slamming and steps down the hall brought him from his wistful musings. I'll get started on dinner right away, Vernon dear. Why don't you make yourself comfortable in your chair and I'll bring you a nice martini to enjoy whilst you enjoy your show. Fine idea, pet, fine, but make it a double. Devilishly busy at the office today. Nearly worked myself to the bone. Harry could hear the man fall into his easy chair with a loud whomph, and could swear he'd felt the floor shudder in protest between his feet. You overdo, dear, you always have. Petunia scolded endearingly. Harry snorted at that. For Vernon to work himself to the bone he'd need to work 24/7, without food, for longer than it would take Dudley to get himself paroled. Petunia bustled into the kitchen, pulling up short with a gasp of alarm as Harry tipped his cup in acknowledgement to the woman. Vernon, she shrieked. Vernon, call the constable, there's an intruder. What? Vernon bellowed from the other room. By the sound of the thundering hooves in the hallway, either a water buffalo or his uncle was stampeding his way. Unfortunately, when the swinging door flew open, it was his wheezing and blustering wail of an uncle standing there rather than the water buffalo. He'd have rather the buffalo, as they could at least offer the excuse of being a dumb animal. Now see here, you cur. Out, get out of my house. Vernon threatened, pointing a meaty finger in his face, spittle flying from his jowls. My rifle, pet, fetch my rifle. He bellowed. A few rounds in your backside will be a fitting reminder to not prey on decent folk, you thieving swine. Harry chuckled in spite of himself at that. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Dear uncle, you wound me. Here I was thinking to pop in to catch up over a cuppa with my lovely relatives as long as I was in the neighborhood, and this is how I'm treated. He pleaded innocently, pasting his most sincere look on his face. Uncle, what are you on about? You're a nutter, you are. We're decent, normal folks, no relation to common thieves and thugs the likes of you. He blustered while his aunt whimpered her agreement from the hall as she struggled to pull her husband's rifle from the cupboard that once served as Harry's bedroom. Harry smirked at that, suggesting, I take it Dutters is an uncommon thief and thug then, much like his hard-working father. Vernon puffed up angrily at that, his face gone puce in his outrage. So that's it then. You're some scum that preyed on our good boy whilst he's wrongfully imprisoned. Think you can come here and try your luck with us, eh? The police will be here soon enough to finish with what's left of you. My rifle, pet. Vernon barked, pawing behind expectantly for her to pass his rifle to him. With a yelp of surprise, he snatched the rifle in question from his wife's own trembling grasp. He pointed the gun barrel in Wraith's direction, and without so much as a last warning he pulled the trigger. An ominous silence filled the kitchen that was shattered only when Vernon swore and cocked the hammer back and pulled the trigger more violently, as if willing the gun to fire on demand. Wraith sighed and extended his grasped hand, proceeding to drop a handful of cartridges that bounced across the linoleum, rolling uselessly away. Wah! But how? Vernon gaped in dread, his wife whimpering fearfully, clutching his shoulder in a death grip as she peered over his enormous bulk. I've spent many a long night locked within said cupboard. Many was the time my young hands contemplated using the gun on myself to rid myself of the horror that was existence in this prison of neglect and abuse. At least Dutters knows why he's undoubtedly being abused by his fellow inmates. For me it was solely that I existed, a difficult concept for an adolescent to comprehend. It's out innocence, you see. We convince ourselves that we must have done something wrong to warrant such punishment. It never occurs to us, until we are old enough to understand, that there are monsters in the world that prey upon children just because they can. To make they, themselves feel empowered or in control, or maybe, as in your case, they do it just because they like it. That said, he told the horrified pair a condensed version of his life from the moment he'd tried to end it to his sitting in their kitchen waiting to see them a last time. So you've turned out no better than your cowardly parents, have you, boy? Come to blame us for your lot, Well, goodbye and good riddance, I say. Vernon spat disgusted, finding his waning courage. Harry just smiled grimly, refusing to take the bait. He, instead, addressed himself to his cowering aunt, who he could just make out casting furtive glances his way beneath Vernon's sheltering obesity, that the man mistakenly correlated with the intimidation one gleaned from a muscular frame. Is that what you believe, dear aunt? Were my mother and father cowards? Petunia whimpered fretfully at that, unable to answer. She had least had the semblance of courage to shake her head in denial of that. Harry nodded his acceptance of her belief. You're fortunate, Vernon. How's that boy? The man blustered back, thinking he had the upper hand just now. You're fortunate that Aunt Petunia does not agree with the insult you stick to my parents' memory. Cowards do not sacrifice themselves to save their child. If they had seen how you came out, they would have left you to it and saved themselves, and good riddance, I say. Vernon blustered, trembling in rage. Harry smirked at that, though his eyes held no hint of mirth. Perhaps, he agreed. Petunia joked back a sob of disagreement at that which lightened his heart more than he cared to admit. I came here tonight to settle a score long past due with interest. He held up a hand to forestall the coming outrage from Vernon's quarter. First, I should like to tell you what it is you seemingly believe to be worthless. Harry proceeded to outline his family's financial holdings in brief but accurate detail. At seeing his uncle's shocked to speechless demeanor, he proceeded to turn the knife. All this I would have gladly shared had I been treated with a modicum of decency and respect. That much should come without any strings attached from one's own family. You would have wanted for nothing ever. But Dudley, he never. Surely you can see your way clear to. Vernon stammered in a pleading on his son's behalf. He is his father's son, and by all accounts worse than the mold from which he was cast. He could have been, should have been a brother to me, but instead he beat me and forced away any who thought to befriend me. He constantly used me for his cruel jokes and as a scapegoat which you too readily accepted to place the blame upon for your villainous son's own misdeeds. He made a point of twisting around as if searching for something. I see by the lack of Dudley's presence that the public does not share your own misconception of Dudley's innocence. Now see here. Vernon began to argue, but was immediately cut off, literally so, by a silencing charm and a quick petrificus for good measure. That's better, Wraith smiled predatorily. His aunt immediately wailed despondently and tried to tug Vernon into action. With a sarcastic sigh of weariness, Harry silenced her as well and banished her into the chair to his left before hitting her with a sticking charm to hold her in place. What am I to do with you? He conjectured in resignation. Many long nights I've contemplated what I think a fitting punishment for the crimes you committed against me. I realized that I wouldn't be serving justice unless I included what you did to Dudley in that equation as well. Had you done a better job of it, he wouldn't be the villainous thug he is now, and by proxy so many others may not have been victimized by the swine. Harry drummed his fingers impatiently on the tabletop, relishing the way his aunt flinched each time he did so as he contemplated what to do. What to do? I could let my friends visit frequently and in opportune times to make sure and reinforce that knowledge that magic is in fact real and something you are sorely lacking in. Petunia whimpered dolefully at that. No, you're right, far too easy and lacks any real finesse. I could buy out Grunnings. It wouldn't even make so much as a scratch in my finances, petty little fly-by-night operation that it is. He enjoyed the way Vernon bristled angrily at this, actually able to tremble in his outrage despite his being petrified. I could have you sacked, Vernon, he threatened in consideration. I could ruin your reputation and any chance of you finding another such viable position, though I'm sure your age and physical stature would damn you towards getting another such lucrative job, that, and any real qualifications that don't involve bullying and blustering your way through. If I were you, I'd get used to asking, what size fries and drink did you want with that? Ha ha ha, he chortled as Vernon looked as if he were going to sick up. Once he gathered himself, he paused to enjoy the sickly pallor of his relations. Part of him considered leaving them as to their own misguided fate. They were their own doom. The trouble was is that he couldn't chance they wouldn't squeak by as they always had by deceit and halfway decent acting. They could present themselves as the idyllic couple when they were wanting to, that is, if they had something to gain by it. Hell, the sick part was that they actually believed they were the idyllic couple. The idyllic couple. He pondered. It has possibilities. With a feral grin of sudden inspiration, he cast several charms in rapid succession over first his beloved aunt and then his troll of an uncle. Satisfied with his wand work, he cancelled the silencing and immobilizing charms of previous, leaving his aunt and uncle wide-eyed and gapping as the charms he'd applied began to do their work. What did you do, boy? His uncle stammered aghast, feeling that something was amiss, but he couldn't tell what. Improved your lot, Harry offered vaguely by way of an answer, before reiterating. You've always fancied yourself the ideal couple, successful businessman and father, doting wife and mother. A beautiful, well-kept home and lawn. You've everything that bespeaks a happy and normal existence. That's right, boy, and content to remain so once you've left, this time for good. His uncle both blustered and threatened in the same sentence. Harry smiled reassuringly. And so I shall. Harry rose with purpose, appreciating the way they both cringed back warily as if expecting an attack. Such a waste that would be, as they would both prove their own undoing. It wasn't so much a matter of if, but when. Vernon received a bit of oomph. He applied a very specific compulsion charm to his uncle. It was one that would drive him to unparalleled heights in a never-ending, unceasing endeavor to succeed. One that no matter how far he could possibly rise would never see him satisfied with his lot. He would truly work himself to the bone. His aunt, poor horse-faced, stick-figured Petunia, would enjoy the attributes that she'd always coveted in her sister, which led to her eternal hatred of her once-beloved sibling. He'd applied a time-sensitive glamour charm to his aunt that would gradually improve her supposed physical attributes, subtly, so as not to be readily noticeable over time. Her figure would fill out, rounding in all the right places. Her hair would slowly grow in lustrous, long and red. Her face would alter accordingly until she would become a beauty without rival. They would be the very picture of a perfect couple, a successful businessman and his ravishing, albeit devoted wife. He wondered how long it would be and which would arrive at the conclusion first that they deserved better than the other. Petunia, if she played her cards right, could get any man. She could easily find someone younger and more wealthy than Vernon. Someone with all they had and more, only with a physique to match her own. Shallow people, by that he loosely applied the term, people, to his aunt and uncle, were indelibly dissatisfied. They always wanted more than what they had. Vernon, likewise, could land most any non-discerning woman who valued success, i.e. money, over looks and intelligence. With his already heightened sense of self-worth, he would undoubtedly think himself entitled to even more than the perfect wife. Harry had tied their subsequent enhancement charm to their idyllic, normal home. Once either left the other and subsequently their once shared home, the charms would fade until they were who they were originally meant to be. Horse-faced and stick-like versus an arrogant and overvalued whale. He could not help but wonder if they would come to appreciate or curse their idyllic existence. It was nearly time for the festivities to begin as he ghosted through Hogwarts. He was in no hurry, confident that the object of his interest would be unintentionally and fashionably late. If it was one thing Dumbledore's ego craved, it was making an entrance. Had he his way, then this would be his night. Hell, if Dumbledore had his way, then every night would be his night. The man craved being the center of attention. He paused in front of the stone gargoyle guarding the stair to the headmaster's office. It was just one more needless ego boost. Really, why did the headmaster require a sentinel in a school full of children who could barely hold a wand their first 3 years and were nowhere near his level of mastery at 7th? The gargoyle was no more than a figurehead, a symbol of prestige. Wraith smirked at the gargoyle that raised a stony eyebrow in concern at the way he was being dissected. Deciding at length that he didn't like what the man's smirk portended, he abandoned his post in favor of not ending up fortifying the pebbled walkway to Hogsmeade. Not bothering to knock, he let himself in and waited silently whilst the object of his interest busied himself in his private chamber with readying himself for attending the ministerial ball. From what Wraith could glean, from the partially opened door, the way the headmaster primped and preened, you'd think he was the guest of honor. It was long minutes before Dumbledore was finally satisfied with the tilt of his moon and star hat and turned from his mirror with a last appreciative smile at his visage. Aging blue eyes twinkling expectantly as he walked into his office only to find another pair of expectant blue eyes waiting for him. His own smile disappeared and he warily sat down behind his desk, never taking his eyes from the man in front of him. What do you want?" he asked, struggling to appear calm though a slight tremor in his voice. "Betrayed him. My reward." Wraith answered simply. Then hadn't you better be on your way to the ministry? I do believe the party's already begun. Indeed it has. Wraith answered with dread certainty. It's a good thing you're dressed for the occasion, as you'll be needing to look your best for your day in court, much good as it will do you. He chided facetiously. Dumbledore's expression turned puzzled. I'm not sure I follow. Wraith smiled that same cool smirk of knowing that he'd fixed his former sentinel with outside. Dumbledore found himself no more at ease than his guardian had previously under that calculating grin. Wraith tossed a newspaper on Dumbledore's desk. It was tomorrow's edition. The lead article read in bold letters that no one could miss: Dumbledore arrested for treason. What madness is this? The old goat scoffed indignantly. Wraith smirked again. I assure you, whilst it is tomorrow's edition, it is by no means a prediction other than that it will warrant first page as the lead story. I'm guessing it will take a back seat to tonight's proceedings, perhaps a contributing or filler story for pages 6 or 7, but it will still catch the reader's interest for all that. The old man's eye began to twitch as he struggled mightily to hold his building rage in check whilst Wraith turned the knife. Your days of garnishing front page news are long since past. Did you really think you would get away with cursing me in the back and leaving me to Voldemort's tender mercies would go unnoticed? The unspeakables have spent the past months building the case against you, and I can assure you won't slip away from legal obligation playing your benevolent grandfather role, nor by falling back on the ever-popular, for the greater good, excuse, not when all you've been up to comes to light. The goblins have scrutinized your financial records. They have black and white proof of your having usurped magical guardianship for the orphan Harry Potter, against the express wishes and provisions of his parents' ironclad will. Likewise, they've followed the paper trail and have rock-solid proof of your having plundered said orphan's inheritance to fund your little support group, as well as your expensive, albeit garish, taste in clothes and other excesses. He cast his arms wide across the breadth of the old man's office, drawing attention to his many, highly expensive, trinkets and aged tomes. You will be charged with treason for your having attacked an officer of the ministry, thereby leaving him at the mercy of the very terrorist he was defending the public, including you own ungrateful ass, against. Add to that fraud, grand theft, and if I have my way, offensive facial hair. The facial tic had grown to outlandish proportions as Dumbledore's trademark benevolent smile had long since fled in favor of the nervous eyes of a felon seeking escape. Dumbledore tensed, his own fingers inching toward his wand as Wraith calmly displayed his wand-less hands and extracted a folded paper from the east pocket of his jacket. What's that? He spat worriedly as Wraith pushed the folded parchment across the old man's desk. A warrant for your arrest. Wraith answered smugly. I intend to take you in tonight in front of the entire ministerial assembly, whereby you will humiliated and degraded to the fullest measure under the intense scrutiny of most of Europe's major press corps, which by this time tomorrow will be baying for your blood. Harry, the old man cleared his throat and tried to proceed with feigned assuredness. Harry, couldn't we settle our differences more amicably, albeit privately? He nearly begged in his most grandfatherly tone. Harry nodded, reassuring the old man before he pulled the rug out from beneath him. Like we did in this very office when we offered you the chance to retire quietly with your dignity, such that it is intact. The hopeful smile fell from Dumbledore's face but quickly returned when Harry suggested. I believe I have a solution that will allow you to avoid an unpleasant and fruitless legal battle that will at the very least leave you both penniless and publicly vilified, or ed by a dementor at the worst and most likely outcome. I'll do anything, please. The old man begged, clinging to the lifeline he had yet to name as a possible solution to Dumbledore's dilemma. Very well, option B it is. Harry agreed. He walked to Dumbledore's heightened office window and opened the latch, swinging the stained glass open and beckoning. You may take the option I once did at seeing naught, but pain and despair as my present and future, whereas you will be merely trying to avoid the coming disgrace to salvage your own vanity. Dumbledore's face paled dramatically. But Harry, surely we can choose, he demanded, cutting the old man off in mid-plea. With a last fond look at the office he so enjoyed for so long, the many comforts, the prestige, with a broken countenance, Dumbledore walked tremulously to the waiting window, and faltered, his courage failing him. I can't see, couldn't we? Upon a time he would have shown mercy and pitied the old man who had once held such a place of esteem within his heart, but that time was past. Any thoughts of kindness and compassion were dashed when the stunning spell hit him in the back, leaving him to certain torture and eventual death at Voldemort's hands. No, Wraith stoically denied the old man's plea and helped him find the courage to do what was right, not what was easy. He left the newspaper on the old manipulator's desk. It would serve as more potent and understandable a suicide note that any last-minute despondent scratching could. With no less a troubled heart than when he came, he left Hogwarts without a backward glance for what was. Such happy memories from another life here were few and far between. Despite all he'd faced and suffered as an unspeakable, he could at least comfort himself in the knowledge that he had accomplished some small measure of securing the public safety by destroying the enemies of peace and freedom. Dumbledore deserved to be humiliated and ultimately destroyed for the part he played in ruining so many lives. He could forgive the old man for so many things, but stabbing him in the back was not one of them. His hiring of Snape alone warranted the veil for subsequent neglect and malfeasance for which the student population suffered scorn and ridicule. Dreams were crushed. Parents' and students' lives snuffed out as Snape had the inside track on Muggle students' homes and vulnerabilities. How many lives had Snape personally destroyed under his guise of Dumbledore's spy when he was really a double agent for the dark? How many such could be laid at the old man's feet for his extreme foolishness in trusting a man that so many clearly didn't, and for good reason? He would not mourn Dumbledore, nor would he regret being the final instrument of facilitating his demise. He was nothing more than a loose end to see to before he faced his own mortality with a freeing sense of resolution. He had complete faith in that McGonagall would perform brilliantly in Dumbledore's stead. She would see to making this the kind of supportive and healthy environment that would develop talent and help young minds flourish. She would herald in a new and better age of scholastic achievement where grades, Quidditch and relationships would be the only concerns to occupy young minds. Hogwarts would now become the kind of place he once thought it was before he came. And found out it was nothing more than a grassy field to fatten the sacrificial lamb. Wraith arrived at the ministerial awards ceremony and ball in trainers, a pair of jeans and a dark green polo shirt. No dress uniform as he'd been reminded to wear innumerable times. No dragon hide armor as had been insisted upon for all unspeakables in attendance, but especially so for him. Madame Bones shot him a reproving look, and Dragon actually found the time to sidle up and growl menacingly his displeasure. As far as he was concerned, there was more than enough formal wear, monkey suits and evening gowns crammed into one room already, but that wasn't the reason he was dressed as he was. Nor was it a snub of authority or a show of protest toward receiving the nation's highest magical citation. There was no politically motivated agenda for his lack of proper decorum. He simply was comfortable in what he was wearing, and if he was going to be fighting for his life, he was going to do so unhindered by dress garb and bulky armor. If he was going to duke it out with the big bad, then one thing was for sure: he was going to have to move fast to avoid a lot of cruciatus and killing curses. One did not dodge curses well in dress robes, and Dragonhide wouldn't stop killing curses. If he was going to survive the night, then it would be on his terms. If not, then he hoped that he would be able to die on his terms. One rarely if ever had the choice for either where Voldemort was concerned. So many lovely ladies graced the dance floor on the arm of gallant gentlemen. He wished he could enjoy the evening, but he was just wound too tight for that simple pleasure. He was just availing himself of a short single malt from the bar when a hand clamped on his arm and spun him around. "None of that, good sir. A dance if you please," a female voice demanded. She wore a flattering blue velvet strapless gown that hugged her now more mature curves. She even showed more cleavage than he would have thought she would have ever been comfortable with, but time and people change, often for the better, as evidenced by the soft curls that fell past her barred shoulders, drawing attention to her creamy skin. Hermione had grown from a budding beauty to the real deal, as they say. Wraith smirked and gathered Hermione into his arms and near crushed her to his chest, giving himself an ample view of her now more exposed breasts. "Whoa down there, big boy. I'm not that kind of girl," his partner admonished, pressing away until they were a more modest distance apart. "What, and miss this opportunity to satisfy a childhood fantasy?" he complained disappointedly. "I thought you said she was like a sister to you," his partner asked in surprise. "She was," he admitted. Hermione pulled a face at that. "Well, if that isn't just a bit disturbing, beep." Wraith shrugged helplessly mid-waltz to plead his case. "Give a guy a break, it's not like I've ever even gone on a date. I must be Britain's most eligible bachelor," Hermione assumed with a smug expression that was so like her. "I was gonna say oldest male, beep," he chaffed. "You Hermione's face scrunched up in disgust, before she ventured hopefully that, if you're still a beep after getting the Order of Merlin, then you're seriously doing something wrong, kid. Wraith rolled his eyes at that. Oh, and I should trade my virtue over a cheap piece of tin from some starry-eyed witch just out of Hogwarts. Whatever gets it done, kid. Raven, right. He guessed. What gave me away? Your willingness to trade on anything is an excuse to whore yourself. Hermione snickered at that. All men have their vices, kid. Wraith rolled his eyes again. After a slight pause to let his eyes drift around the crowded dance floor, he spotted the object of his search on the arm of what was presumably the Hungarian ambassador. Whose polyjuiced is Susan Bones? He asked curiously. Cho Chang, Raven answered without bothering to use her code name. Hermione's eyes took on a devious sparkle as he chided. I think someone else is hoping to satisfy a teenage fantasy. You're warped. Wraith griped, missing a half step, but hastily righting himself. Maybe, his friend acknowledged. But talk about your opportunity to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. At seeing Wraith's baffled look, he explained. You could take care of your little beak dilemma with the lovely Miss Chong in spirit whilst enjoying the ravishing Susan Bones. If that isn't a schoolboy fantasy or 3 all rolled into one, then I don't know what is. Har har har. The idiot doubled over in side-splitting guffaws that both looked and sounded very unladylike, much to the chagrin of their commanding officer, who drifted by with a growl that sobered up Raven and his antics in a trice. Way to go, dipshite. Wraith scolded his still wheezing friend. Their dance was just about to end when Raven straightened up enough to hurriedly venture. Look kid, all joking aside, we both know the score tonight, so why not? Well, you know. I'll cover for you and Cho, that is. I'm sure Cho wouldn't be necessarily against the idea, as she's always had feelings for you and all. I'm sure she'd rather remember someone she cares for over. Hermione's eyes took on a compassionate, almost pleading look of hope. Wraith grimaced uncomfortably at the prospect, even though he knew his friend was being earnest and just trying to help the two in more ways than one. It wasn't the first time it had been suggested that he and Cho would make a nice couple and he a good father, by the by. It wasn't that they weren't drawn to each other on some level, and not just in a physical sense. There were far more pros than cons when considering the prospect, but the bottom line was he felt something for Susan Bones. He always had, despite everything that had happened. It wasn't her fault that he had jumped. She had merely been the final straw that he was rapidly approaching on his own to begin with. Cho was stunningly beautiful, but so was Susan. He was mesmerized by her strawberry bee-owned tresses, the way they caught the sun, and the faint curls bounced with every step she took. He liked her pert nose with the sprinkling of freckles across the bridge that faded into her cheeks. He liked the way it crinkled up when she laughed. Her soft blue eyes, her gentle curves and slim hips rounded out the picture, and deliciously so. Cho had all this and more in the looks department if he was honest with himself. Then there was the fact that she was an unspeakable. He wouldn't need to hide his work, or himself for that matter. She already knew and understood him, perhaps even better than he did himself. The fact that she was with a child wasn't a detriment. Even if it wasn't his blood, it could still be his child. He wanted a family, but did he want one so badly that he was willing to just toss whatever it was he felt for Susan to the wayside without so much as an explanation? On some level he owed her, and on another one could argue that she owed him, though perhaps not in the same way. He was only alive now because he'd kept her image emblazoned in the deepest recesses of his mind through the long, never-ending weeks of torture. She had been a lifeline for him. It could have been anyone, if he was honest with himself, but it wasn't. It was her he'd subconsciously chosen to focus on to help him ignore the unceasing pain and humiliation. He could have sworn he'd heard her gentle voice whispering encouragement in his ear, begging, pleading with him to endure another day, and then the next and the next. Merlin, he so didn't need this distraction right now. As if sensing the duress he'd unknowingly placed on his younger friend, Raven apologized. Sorry kid, my timing KS, I know, but we just want you to be happy while you still can. He gulped worriedly. You don't think I'll make it? None of you do you? Wraith assumed dejectedly. Hermione's eyes hardened at that. I didn't say that. You'll never hear a single one of us say that, but anything could happen, Harry. I've seen great warriors win battles only to end up getting run over by a muggle motorbike the next day. I put 10 galleons on you to win and no one took the bet against, kid. No one would, except maybe you. Harry startled at that. You can do it, Harry. All of us know you can, you just have to believe in yourself. While we're on the subject of believing in yourself, I think you should know that Susan Bones put up a hell of a row when she learned the score tonight. She wanted to stay and help. She wanted to stay and fight with you. Beside you. He stressed that last and left him with a supportive smile and a wink of reminder that, Cho does too, and she didn't think she had to worry about what she has to lose, get it? He nodded at that and gave his friend's retreating hand a squeeze. Thanks, Mike. His eyes followed Susan Bones's form as she left her partner to take a break. He knew it was Cho beneath the exterior, but surprising he realized that he wished it were Susan, if for no other reason than to at least settle accounts between them. She deserved that much. Deciding he had better tie up this last loose end whilst he could, he hastily made his way across the room to the one dignitary he knew was really still who they appeared to be. Can you spare a moment? He asked hopefully, though his tone was more of a demand than a question. For our youngest, order, recipient, surely. Amelia Bones agreed and let herself be led to an alcove nearby where a hasty and wandless silencing charm was applied to ensure a modicum of privacy. If I don't make it. Nonsense, Amelia cut him off with an airy wave of disbelief. If I don't, please tell Susan who I am. Who I really am. Amelia Bones goggled at him, not daring to hope what he was asking her and the burden it would take from her shoulders. Tell her I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry for hurting her and for deceiving her and everyone else. I never wanted. That is. I couldn't, not with Voldemort, and well. Please. Just explain it to her. Tell her she can tell whoever she wants. I won't see care. His voice broken, he wiped a forearm over his eyes as he turned embarrassedly away and fled the area, leaving a stunned minister alone to thank fate, Merlin and the powers that be for removing this terrible burden from so many lives. Bless you, child. She whispered in gratitude as she watched Wraith head back to the bar area to try and pull himself together over a drink. She didn't know how, but she vowed in that moment that no matter what, she would help others, make others understand just what an exceptional young man he is. And it would be is, not was. Along that line, she hastily conceived upon a plan to afford the wizarding public the same view that she already appreciated. Amelia Bones made her excuses and left the ballroom for the adjoining safe room the Unspeakables had charmed with this evening's festivities in mind. They had placed the adjoining reception hall under the Fidelius charm and had sequestered each guest there after having been scanned for the dark mark upon admission. Those that had been found containing the mark, some 9 unfortunate fools, had summarily been questioned under truth serum, tried and banished through the veil. Good riddance to bad rubbish. They had guessed, and now they knew for certain Voldemort's plans for the evening as well as the Dark One even did himself. The rest of the true quests were escorted and detained in the reception hall for their own safety after having voluntarily provided a sample of their hair so that either an Unspeakable or an Auror could impersonate them under polyjuice within the ballroom. Some, like Susan in particular, had been less than forthcoming in relinquishing their attire to complete the ruse. There had been a lot of gasps of outrage, impotent refusals and the like, but eventually everyone got on board with the plan to rid their lives of Voldemort once and for all. Voldemort would, after fighting his way through a waning resistance, win his way into the ballroom proper, thinking himself a wolf among sheep. He would instead be a lamb for the slaughter. Amelia Bones entered the hidden hall and after being scanned numerous times by heavily armed guards, she made her way through the milling throng, ignoring many called-out inquiries and demands whilst still offering a kind word, or a simple touch of reassurance in passing as she sought the object of her interest. She found her irate niece huffing and sputtering angrily amongst her friends, all equally outraged by their treatment thus far. Many wanting to join in the fight. Ignoring the young witch's glares and sarcastic barbs, she immediately detailed what she wanted from her niece, piquing the girls and many of her friends' sudden interest. Well, Amelia asked, focusing her attention on Susan, though the entire group of Hogwarts graduates, in her year, were contemplating the logistics of the request. Susan shared a quick glance with Hermione Granger, who nodded her agreement to help as did the others in the group. It's going to take several of us to charm an entire wall that this size. Susan indicated the shared wall between the reception hall and ballroom. Use as many as you need to see it done, but see it done as quickly as possible as I think things are going to heat up rather quickly, she prompted in warning. Has the attack begun, then? Ron Weasley asked, fingering his wand meaningfully. Not as yet, no, but my Auror's intuition tells me it won't be long. The minister returned solemnly. I must caution you, however, she began to warn the group. What you are about to see is going to be unpleasant in the extreme, and by that I mean terrifying and bloody. Make no mistake, each side knows the fate of our world is at risk and neither intends to give quarter. This is for all the marbles, as they say. She drew quotation marks in the air to emphasize her meaning, and while many faces blanched, all looked resolute on the whole. Susan stood up, and with more conviction than she knew she had, she began to lead her group through the task. All right, you lot, here's what we need, Hermione. I need you and Ron too. It took near a half-hour before the wall was prepared, but the work was finished quickly, as while the rest of the many quests were curious, none interfered as Minister Bones was keeping vigilant watch over the proceeding. Once the spells were complete, Susan Bones sighed a sort of, here goes nothing, sort of sigh and activated the charm scheme. The entire wall shimmered as magic danced across its surface until it turned clear and gave the audience a clear picture of the proceedings within the adjoining ballroom. Another wave of Susan's wand, and after a few static crackles, they could now both see and hear the activity next door whilst remaining safe within their Fidelius hidden room, only next door. The startled crowd initially gasped in surprise before breaking into appreciative applause. Once the fervor died, Amelia Bones addressed the gathering. Friends and colleagues, tonight, as you've already guessed, is a ruse to draw the terrorist Voldemort out. Whilst Voldemort is no fool, and he undoubtedly knows this, we believe that it is just too tempting an offer for him not to attempt to take over the ministry by annihilating its personnel and eliminating supportive friends from other ministries across the wizarding world, whom are gathered here tonight. This room, as you know, is not only guarded by men hand-picked for the task whose loyalty is beyond question, but the room itself has been hidden by a Fidelius charm. In addition to that, the common robes you were issued are also, in fact, port keys. Should worse come to worse, you need only say Activus and your destination, and the port key will take you to your desired location. There were many sighs of relief at this pronouncement, before Minister Bones continued. The wall before you has been charmed as a window into the proceedings of the ballroom next door. You will be both able to see and hear the coming battle whilst all parties within remain oblivious to your presence. I caution you that the battle itself will be tough, as the unspeakables and Aurors within have been issued orders to eliminate the enemy with extreme prejudice. Some viewers gasped at this, thinking in their naivete that battles could be won in a civilized and merciful way. Minister Bones continued, ignoring the gasps and murmurings from this smaller quadrant. For those of you who have no stomach for what is about to unfold, then please, activate your port keys and return to the safety of your own homes. Only a few pops of displaced air announced the departure of a scant handful of the more squeamish individuals among them. For the rest of you, brace yourselves, as I'm sure you will be in for quite a fair few shocks. The very least of which will be the stark knowledge of what others must go through in the battle for peace and freedom. This is the first and primary reason I have allowed you this up-close and personal view of the events that are about to unfold. Secondly, I do this so that one and all can fully appreciate just what the young man you were brought here tonight to honor has gone through in all of our behalfs. Amelia gestured to a particular person within the ballroom, tracking his activity until the room's attention was focused on him. That young man is the unspeakable who goes by the call sign, Wraith. At this she paused and chuckled knowingly, explaining after what she found so amusing. As with most unspeakables, they tend to pick a code name for their operatives that has significance to the individual. None could be more fitting than the very one chosen for this young man, as you will undoubtedly soon see. Amelia Bones left off cryptically, just short of announcing Harry Potter's continued existence to the entire room, as she noted the unspeakables furiously exchanging hand signals and taking up strategic positions within the ballroom. The festivities were about to begin. Christ, what a mess! Cam complained as he towed a piece of rubble out of his way with the sad remains of his tattered boots. He loved his boots. Oh, I don't know. Dozer added supportively. A few reparos and a cleaning charm or two and we should be ready to reopen in a couple of years or so. I was talking about my boots. Cam clarified abruptly. The rest of the group sniggered at that. Has anyone seen my Order of Merlin medal? Harry asked offhandedly as he sifted through some nearby rubble. I think what's left of his darkness is lying on top of it. Raven suggested. Ewu. Stalker grimaced in disgust at the sad remains of a sad arsehole. I'm not going anywhere near that disgusting pile of shite, he balked, shuddering in revulsion. Me neither, another put in. Same here. Probably cursed. I don't need to read the future in those entrails, it says touch 'em and you're cursed seedy with constipation for life. Some paled at that, others laughed uproariously. Diarrhea more like. Judging by the way that wanker ran his mouth. Merlin, kid, I'll never forget the look on your faces when he thought you were actually really going to jump. Stalker gasped, shaking his head in relief. I was. Harry returned matter of fact as he continued searching for his lost medal. Wait, you mean, you was? Dozer blurted aghast, grabbing his shoulders and pulling Harry around to face the rest of them. I was really going to jump. Harry clarified succinctly. Dozer's face paled dramatically. Several others gasped at that and a few, like Cho, stifled a sob. Jesus, kid, Dozer grasped both of his shoulders supportively as if to reassure himself that he was still among the living. Harry gently extracted his friend's grasping hands and returned to his search, offering an afterthought as he did so. That was then, this is now. That was then. Madame Bones hastily drew everyone's attention, in the hidden reception hall, to the unfolding drama within the adjoining ballroom. I believe this is it. Yes, the unspeakables are mobilizing for an assault. I caution those who are faint of heart to look away, or better yet, return to your homes, as a battle is a ghastly, however unfortunate, and necessary thing if wars are to be won. No one left the hall this time. Their attention was riveted to the unspeakables' movements as they took up flanking positions around the ballroom. A horrific crash from outside caused several of the charmed windows to buckle and shatter, spraying shards of glass across the ballroom floor. Wands appeared like magic as shields snapped into being and deflected deadly shards away from themselves. The floor became a minefield as razor shards of the broken glass littered the area. One lone figure stood off on the stage, seemingly unconcerned on the one hand and expectant on the other. Wraith had donned an Order of Merlin medal that hung proudly around his neck. Hermione snorted next to Susan in understanding. By Susan's expression she could tell she didn't quite grasp the tactic, but before Hermione could clarify, Ron cut in. It's sauce for the goose. He's baiting the dark wanker. It'll piss him off no end that someone's wearing the nation's highest honor for successfully resisting him and freeing his other captives. If it's one thing that used to set Riddle off, it's when Harry goaded him about how unscary and not all-powerful he is. Though disappointed that she was not getting to put her 2 pence in first, Hermione agreed with a curt nod of her head at her fiancé's summation. Is he crazy? Susan gasped, her own hand going for a wand she didn't currently have as it was confiscated for her own protection. To face Voldemort? Ron asked incredulously. I'd say yes. He answered his own question, looking relieved that he wasn't the person in question making the attempt. Was Harry. Susan half murmured in apprehension. Crazy. Hermione guessed what she was going to ask. Susan nodded her head apologetically, but her eyes indicated that she still wanted to know the answer despite her embarrassment. Ron snorted at that, but Hermione answered, what my dear Ron is trying to impart is that Harry was not crazy, per se, at least not in the clinical sense, but more of a, like a fox, sense. He was very cunning in battle. He was also recklessly brave and selfless to the point of insanity. But not clinically crazy, Hermione conjectured. Ron nodded his agreement, adding, Harry never went looking for a fight, but damned if he'd ever walk away from one if fighting back was the right thing to do. He'd take on anyone or anything if lives, especially that of innocents, depended on it. Quote. Hermione pulled herself closer to Ron both in support and affection. Harry was still a tender, but heartfelt, subject for the two of them as well as with Ginny and Neville. Is Wraith? Hermione asked at length, eyeing the man critically. He appeared as calm as a glacial lake despite the horrific sounds of battle that echoed in from the broken windows overlooking the ministry entrance outside. Crazy. Susan clarified, to which Hermione nodded curiously, her eyes still riveted to the man in question. She hadn't known what she expected, certainly not Harry, that just wasn't logical, but still, there was something familiar in the way the man carried himself. At length she dismissed it as just wistful thinking as Susan answered her question, or attempted to. I'd have to say, no, at least not in the clinical sense. At this she winked conspiratorially toward Hermione, who smirked in return. He's brave, Very brave, like Harry was, but unlike Harry he will go looking for a fight. All of Griffin team tends to go that way. Amelia Bones added to the topic at hand, stepping up alongside the gaggle of friends. She went on to explain herself with no little pride that, of all the unspeakable operatives that have fought and given their all in this war, Griffin team is the most successful, and one does not need wonder why when you meet the gentlemen in question. They're a crafty, courageous lot who would go to hell and back for each other. Amelia Bones paused speculatively, adding, they are not wholly unlike a certain group of students who stormed the ministry some years back, only more seasoned and experienced as well-trained adults tend to be, but for all that no less courageous. Minister Bones beamed a smile of appreciation toward the remains of the Ministry Six that currently had their attention glued to the unfolding drama they were witnessing through the transparent wall of the room next door. Hermione wiped at one eye, nodding her head in gratitude toward the minister, while Ron smiled and pulled his fiancée a tad closer toward his chest, Neville and Ginny mimicking the sentiment nearby in an affectionate, albeit wistful embrace. An almighty bellow of pain and outrage preceded a deafening crash that sent a shockwave throughout the ministry, actually knocking a few onlookers from their feet. What in Merlin's name was that? Ron exclaimed in surprise. An unspeakable cast several hand signals, from his vantage point at a broken window, that caused several of the disguised attendees to snicker and snort appreciatively. Another bellow and crash had them laughing outright. None appeared anything more than amused by the antics of their fellows, never doubting for a moment that they would successfully complete their task without casualty. Ron and company shot the minister questioning looks of concern that were answered with a light chuckle that, I believe all is going to plan, Mr. Weasley, she answered loud enough to reassure the others around them. They have left nothing to chance and are more than equal to the task of seeing their plans successfully completed. They're an amazing bunch, she added with no little pride. She knew through her own debriefing that Griffin team was doing what it does best at the moment. Several more crashes outside heralded a barrage of shouts of alarm and the unmistakable sounds of wand fire echoing from the hall outside that led to the ballroom. One unspeakable held his hand up and began counting off fingers, his fellows moving with precision into position around the hall. To the casual onlooker they would appear no more than party guests attending a pleasant evening's entertainment. Some were at the bar ordering a drink, others getting an appetizer or engaged in light conversation, even a few drifted away from the dance floor and were snogging in semi-private alcoves. Susan startled when her aunt stepped out onto the stage congratulating Wraith on his award. Her head swiveled toward her aunt who was still standing next to her, smiling winningly as she just shrugged her shoulders unconcerned. Sauce for the goose, she added chuckling with a wink of appreciation toward Ron. Speech, speech. Several called out amongst applause and cheers. The doors to the hall exploded inward and careened across the floor scattering a few party-goers, more out of necessity than alarm. Yes, by all means do favor us with a speech. A magically enhanced and mocking voice called out from the door. Gasps and shudders of dread filled the ballroom as the crowd cringed back and away from the hideous spectacle of the Dark Lord suddenly standing amongst them, flanked by nearly a dozen of his Death Eaters. Wraith had to stifle a snicker as Raven was shuddering in supposed fear like a beep on prom night. On closer inspection, the Death Eaters looked quite worse for wear with torn and smoldering robes, some sporting arms that hung at odd angles or favoring a leg. Only Voldemort looked unscathed. No surprise that as he'd undoubtedly let his minions do all the actual fighting thus far, saving his strength to intimidate and dialogue his supposed greatness. Wraith held his hand up to his brow focusing his attention on Voldemort. He rolled his eyes as if upon unwanted recognition and drawled. The door was open, all you had to do was knock you great ass. Voldemort seethed and was about to launch into one of his infamous tirades, but Wraith cut him off which only served to infuriate him more so. Well, as to a speech. I hadn't really prepared anything, Wraith drawled, smirking down at Voldemort who looked ready to explode. But since you asked, how about Heya Tom, long time no see, but for all that you're as creepy as ever, so piss off. Snickers and snorts filled the ballroom as the partygoers laughed at the Dark Lord's expense. Ron snorted appreciatively along with the minister, though Hermione caught Susan's eye and quipped. I thought you said he wasn't clinical. Susan shrugged incredulously, riveted to the scene in front of her. Her hands brushed back and forth across her arms, trying vainly to dispel the goose bumps rising across her flesh. You dare mock the Dark Lord. One of his more courageous zealots stepped forward brandishing his wand threateningly in Wraith's direction. Wraith pulled a face of alarm. Dark Lord. He gasped in sudden terror and dropped to his knees pleading in supplication. Oh no, please, forgive this unworthy dog, your almighty darkness. Allow me to wet myself in a show of good faith that you are truly gruesome. Snorts and guffaws filled the ballroom, oblivious to or in spite of the Dark Lord trembling in fury. Puzzled, the Dark Lord attempted to affirm his advantage. Your precious unspeakables lie dead to a man in the entrance hall outside. You are alone, Wraith is it. He mocked that last. Harry shrugged indifferently, clarifying Voldemort's statement of previous as he did so. We can always get new dueling mannequins. Dueling mannequins? A startled Death Eater asked in sudden trepidation. Harry quipped. We dressed em up like unspeakables and you all took the bait like the eager idiots you are. At that, one such unspeakable cancelled the concealing glamour on. One such and tossed the remains of a dueling mannequin, dressed in a tattered unspeakable uniform minus his masking cowl, at the Dark Lord's feet. It was at that moment that Dozer and Stalker came swaggering in, catching a few startled looks from their fellows and a few snorts from others. Both headed straight for the bar and downed the first drink they got their hands on, completely oblivious to the unfolding drama they'd walked through in the process. Stalker gargled the first gulp and spit it out, pulling a face of disgust. I can't get the taste of giant out of my mouth for anything, he gripped. Snorts and outright guffaws followed that, enraging the Dark Lord as was undoubtedly intended. Voldemort's red eyes bulged in alarm. Kill them, Lurk. The Dark Lord began to scream in command before he pitched to one side, a cutting hex gashing his shoulder deeply by the look of it. His subordinates fared far worse as they dropped to a man beneath a hail of wand fire from some 100 or more wands that were now leveled in his direction. His eyes cast wildly about as he tried to come to grips with carnage sprawled around him as a last Death Eater struggled to rise before falling back to the tiled floor and shuddering his last before going still. Wild eyes turned to madness as the Dark Lord arched back his shoulders and laughed long and hard. Amelia Bones turned her head slightly toward a gaping Hermione Granger and intimated pointedly. I believe you mentioned something about clinical insanity. She'd barely chuckled at her own jibe when the maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, catching them by surprise. Fools! Voldemort cursed at the unspeakables as all pretense fell. You think me the fool and thereby prove yourselves all the more so. Do you honestly think I did not know this for the trap it is? Do you truly believe the greatest Dark Lord in history did not plan for such an eventuality? The giants were merely a diversion. No more than cannon fodder, a means to an end. Even now a horde of vampires, werewolves, night wisps and the like are laying siege to your precious Diagon Alley with orders to leave none alive. Even if you should manage to capture me, at this he laughed sardonically, thereby saving you precious ministry, you will have lost in the end as you will have no one left to minister over. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, do you two get? Wraith mimicked sarcastically from the stage, catching the Dark Lord's immediate attention as his red eyes fixed ominously on the object of his ridicule. You will die this night, he threatened the gathering, his smoldering gaze drifting over them ominously. Perhaps. Wraith smirked in return with a distinct air of incredulousness. First let's see how things fare in Diagon Alley, shall we? A tap of his wand to the comm link on his shirt's lapel activated his comm link and another tap magnified the volume for all to hear. Cho Chang's voice crackled audibly from the comm center hookup. Comm center agent Night Wisp here over. Ron smirked at the irony whilst one such unspeakable guffawed and actually dared to elbow Voldemort meaningfully as he pointed his thumb in the direction of Cho's voice. Hee hee. Night Wisp hee hee, get it? The Dark Lord sneered in contempt and raised his wand to curse the man, before thinking better of it and lowering it back to his side after several dozen wands made their presence around him known by suddenly pointing at his head and chest. Dozer just smirked mockingly at the simmering Dark Lord as he sipped the drink in his hand. Night Wisp, this is Wraith. How do things look in the alley? Over. A snort, that may have been just a crackle of static but wasn't, answered. Several groups of vampires, werewolves and other dark creatures attempted to assault the alley not 20 minutes ago. Over. Diagon Alley was evacuated prior to. Correct. Affirmative, Cho acknowledged. Once the creatures were fully invested in their attack, we raised the wards preventing escape and dispatched the goblin warriors. A battalion of Gringotts elite made short work of the opposition. It's a bloody mess down there, literally so. Over. Voldemort's pale snake-like face gaped stupidly. Impossible. He rasped in disbelief. Wraith snapped his fingers. That reminds me the wards. Voldemort growled in sudden understanding and his hand shot into his robes, undoubtedly to activate a port key on his person, only too late. On Wraith's cue, the anti-apparition and anti-port key wards had immediately snapped into place over the whole of the Ministry, trapping everyone inside. Hermione and company gasped as the telltale prickling sensation of anti-apparition wards went up, making their skin crawl as the inhibiting magic settled over them like an oily mist. Voldemort's hand dropped to his side. A small metal disc fell absently from his fingers. Not going anywhere for a while. A smart aleck unspeakable asked with a snort, offering the surprised Dark Lord a Snickers candy bar. Voldemort didn't get the joke, but it was obvious the unspeakables did as they laughed fit to bust at their comrades' antics. You think you can mock me, scum? Voldemort seethed in outrage. His wand flew up and the bright green of a killing curse flew from its end like a bolt of lightning. Fast as he was, Wraith was a fraction faster as he hit the Dark Lord's dropped port key with a levitation charm. With pinpoint timing, the disc enlarged as it flew into the air and intercepted the killing curse before it traveled a scant meter. The disc ripped to shreds and hot shrapnel splattered against hastily erected shields and walls with equal ineffectiveness. None of that now, snaky puss. Wraith goaded, leaping down from the stage. Your business is with me, unfinished business, that is. Hermione shot Susan a look of alarmed disbelief that had Susan shrug, offering simply. All right, so I was wrong, he's clinical. If your business is dying, then by all means. Voldemort goaded, plying his fingers lovingly across his wand. You like your wand with phoenix tail feather, isn't it? Mine's holly with phoenix tail feather, the same phoenix as yours, remember. You're the only one who's going to die here tonight, Tom. Hermione gasped within Ron's trembling embrace. They dared not hope, but still. Troubled by this revelation only momentarily, Voldemort snorted incredulously. You'll find that more difficult than you believe, whelp, I'm immortal. He bellowed, playing his trump card, or so he thought. Wraith feigned a look of surprise, scoffing in return, really, given the definition of the word, then apparently so am I. What madness is this? Voldemort scoffed at the notion. I died and came back, at least I think I died, maybe twice even. Wraith conjectured, counting absently on his fingers whilst his fellows snickered at his antics. Hermione, though, wasn't laughing, she was doing the math and looking somewhat more skeptically at their apparent host. Yep, it was twice. It seems I'm fated to kick your ass. His fellows laughed and jeered in anticipation of that. Don't be a fool. Voldemort spat. Only one is prophesied to have had the power to defeat me, and he's long dead. Using a dead child's wand hardly makes you any more of a threat, he sneered in contempt. Both noted the party-goers erecting shields and barriers around the ballroom with disregard, as neither had an illusions what was to come. Ah, yes, Harry Potter. Wraith acknowledged wistfully before he launching into a complete retelling of the famous prophecy between the two. Voldemort gaped in consternation as the last words of the prophecy fell from a smirking Wraith's lips. Hermione gasped in shock, many others echoing the same, except Amelia Bones, who if anything looked expectant, that and proud. What, but how could you? Voldemort struggled but was cut off. I did mention fated ass kicking, right? He chuckled at his own joke this time before explaining. Anyways, Dumbledore told me the contents the night after you failed to retrieve said prophecy. It was originally made to him, so he had obvious knowledge of such. Wraith explained. No wonder then. Potter obviously killed himself rather than face the insurmountable task of trying to defeat me. Voldemort supposed, puffing himself up in false bravado. Sheesh, idolize yourself much. Wraith sneered, getting a laugh from his fellows. There were many reasons I took my ill-advised leap, the least of which was worrying over facing your sorry ass, he scoffed indignantly. Ron caught his admission, sharing troubled looks with the rest of his friends. You're not Potter, Potter's dead. Voldemort sneered in disdain. Oh, Tom, will you never learn? Wraith shook his head wearily. Didn't I mention I was immortal? Fated ass kicking. Any of this getting through? He chided, with a roll of his eyes. The wrapping may have changed, but I'm still me, much like yourself. Whilst I may have ended up scarred, at least I'm not ugly and scaly, he added under his breath, getting guffaws from his comrades. Voldemort's wand shot up and a telltale green-colored curse began to form at the tip before Harry warned, admonishing a finger. None of that, the proprieties must be observed, Tom, remember, from that night in the graveyard after your rebirth. Voldemort paused, his red eyes went wide in recollection. You tried to put me under the Imperius, failing that you magically made me bow whilst your Death Beaters jeered around us. Brave lot that. Grown wizards picking on a 14-year-old. No, it can't be. He must have told you. Someone must have told you what happened that night. Voldemort grasped desperately for an explanation other than what the rising hackles on the back of his neck warned him what was right before his eyes. Harry tapped his chin thoughtfully. It's possible, I suppose, but could he have told me all in so short of time? Could he have told me how you demanded his mother step aside so that you could kill her only child, how she needn't be harmed? I'm guessing you had promised her as some sort of token to the greasy swine Snape, as a reward for his jealous treachery. By the by, if you've mistakenly been entertaining me in your house of horrors these past many weeks, that was Snape. He, sort of showed up at the wrong place at the wrong time, so to speak. Harry shrugged in feigned regret with a smirk on his face. Laughs and snorts filled the room around the two at that, whilst those not in the know growled in disgust at Voldemort's cowardly actions the night he'd slain the Potters, shooting looks of utter contempt at the now trembling Dark Lord. Many more doubted that his trembling was in rage, rather than fear. All bullies were inherently cowards beneath their blustering exterior. Once the laughter died, he continued to conjecture. Perhaps Potter told me how when you possessed him in the Ministry lobby that you goaded Dumbledore, trying to get him to kill Potter in the false hope that he would destroy you as well. He may have told me that, but I doubt he would have mentioned how it was his profound loss over losing his godfather that night, that it was that which ultimately drove you from his body. Hermione gasped at that, her hand covering her mouth as her mind began to reel. She fell back into Ron's supporting arms, needing to feel his sheltering warmth more than ever. For the first time since that horrid night she began to consider things from a more pragmatic point of view. Could it be? Can he really be Harry? Susan's eyes shifted to her friend and back toward the unfolding scene. She knew that look in Hermione's eyes and knew that the wheels were turning as Hermione was working her way through a problem that had thus far eluded her. She too felt the trepidation that she saw growing in Hermione's eyes, which were now solely riveted on Wraith. It couldn't be Harry. Aunt Amy had said that he died. But Wraith just said that he died. Harry shrugged indifferently, no longer divulging past memories to try and validate his identity. Bottom line, it doesn't matter if you believe I am who I claim to be. All that matters is that we have unfinished business. For once in your miserable existence you're going to face someone alone on your own merits, not surrounded by your gang of bullies and zealots. For once you're going to face someone who doesn't tremble at the very mention of your made-up anagram of a name. Sorry I had to throw in that last tidbit of reminiscing from the Chamber of Secrets. You remember, dank, creepy place, Big Snake. Voldemort gaped at that. It couldn't be. Ginny gasped, her hands brushing up and down her arms, trying and failing to dispel the chill going down her spine. You're going to face someone who doesn't quake before your hideous countenance. Snickers and snorts of agreement filled the ballroom at that. I'll say, look at the puss on that wanker. But ugly. Get a paper bag. One suggested and the room roared in laughter. Voldemort screamed in rage and fired off a cruciatus at the nearest, still disguised unspeakable. The curse was deflected, by hastily erected layers of shielding, and flew out one of the blown-out windows. A bellow of shock and pain shook the ballroom and one unspeakable glanced over the window ledge curiously. Hey, there's Giant rolling around in the street out there that looks none too pleased. Seething, Voldemort raised his wand again but was distracted, violently so, by the red streak of a torture curse hitting his flank. Voldemort screamed and fell to the floor, thrashing and jabbering as the curse ripped through his body, clawing at his nerve endings. Whistles, jeers and catcalls of appreciation filled the ballroom as the infamous bully was now the bullied. Harry stopped the curse too soon for their liking and many groaned in disappointment. Voldemort managed to rock back onto all fours, gagging as he tried to catch his breath, a look anguish warring with that of deepest loathing. The unspeakables and horrors were empowered to use the unforgivables. Tom, weren't you updated by one of your informants? Nasty business that. It appears you don't much appreciate that curse any more than your many victims did. Wraith surmised. Enraged, Voldemort unsteadily rose to his feet. He pointed his wand tip at Wraith and spat. Now you will die. You first. Wraith smirked in return. Without further ado, curse after curse flew from Riddle's wand. The Cruciatus, the killing curse, one after the other in rapid succession. Wraith dodged, deflected or shielded each with nearby debris, making it look relatively easy. He served only to infuriate his opponent, who cast faster and faster, putting more and more strength behind each curse as if that would do what a lack of skill and finesse could not. After a few tense moments that seemed like hours to some, the Dark Lord ceased his barrage with a frustrated scream of rage, shaking in fury and panting heavily from his exertion. Seriously. Wraith goaded in. Disappointment. That's it. The killing and torture curse. I was expecting something more grand, not amateur hour. Sheesh, have you gotten jaded? Voldemort sneered venomously at that. If you think you can do better, then show me. He challenged disdainfully. Harry made a show of tapping his chin thoughtfully in contemplation. Finally he snapped his fingers in revelation, cracked his knuckles and twirled his wand at a dizzying speed to warm up. Susan smiled at the image appreciatively. She loved the way he handled a wand. "Omigod, did I just think that?" She slapped a hand over her face to hide her blushing. "Alrighty then." Wraith's wand snapped forward and he levitated the hundreds of broken window shards up from the ground, flicked his wand a few more times and the shards transformed into tiny, crystallized insects, wasps and bees to be exact. Tom Riddle's eyes bugged out of his head when Harry launched the swarm of the crystallized bees and wasps his way. He shrieked and swatted furiously as he danced about, trying to escape the maddening bites and stings that were like 1,000 miniature cutting hexes that never ended. Finally he bellowed in rage and the air superheated around him as he blasted the pseudo-insects away with a gust of concentrated air that sent them careening out the broken window from which they originated. "Shame that," Harry lamented as he watched the insects disappear into the night outside. "I must look into beekeeping as a hobby, dreadfully useful little blighters." Unspeakables guffawed, jeered and catcalled loudly in appreciation at that from behind their layered shielding. Hermione snorted herself and turned her attention to a sniggering Susan. Certifiable, but a great sense of humor. Susan nodded as she whipped the tears of mirth from her eyes. "You dare to mock me? I, the greatest sorcerer of the age." Voldemort puffed himself up dramatically. "Really, the greatest?" Harry fawned wide-eyed. "Could I get your autograph? It's not every day you meet the greatest self-proclaimed sorcerer of the age." He made quotation marks in the air, leering comically at Voldemort. "Arg!" Voldemort screamed in rage and slashed his wand forward, casting a giant serpent of intense flame, fiend fire by the look of it, that he hissed instructions to in Parseltongue. The serpent reared up and then shot toward Harry, its flaming jaws gaping wide expectantly. "Tath Raw!" Harry hissed for the snake to stop and it pulled up short in surprise, confused as what to do. Wraith used the momentary diversion to summon the water from every pitcher scattered around the room. The water coalesced in front of him, transforming to a watery semblance of a famous magical beast. He blew out a cool breath and the water froze into the unmistakable shape of a griffin. A few more flicks of his wand in the span of mere heartbeats and the griffin came to life, casting a baleful glance toward its impending foe. It reared up on its hind legs and screeched a challenge from its icy beak, launching itself with claws extended toward the startled snake. Flamed roared and icy wind chilled the bones as the two thrashed and tore at each other beneath the direction of their masters' wands until nothing was left other than a few smoldering napkins amidst a puddle of water that covered half the floor between the two wizards. Voldemort gaped in stunned disbelief, not so much from what had happened but from what he'd gleaned. Only one person was prophesied to equal his power, only one. "It can't be, it just can't be. You're dead. Nothing could have survived a fall from that height, nothing." Harry smirked. "As usual, you're only half right, Tom." "What's he talking about, my own?" Ron questioned. He and many others were not cottoning on to what Voldemort was inferring. It was just too hard to believe even when the truth was right before your eyes, all but screaming, "Here I am." A Parselmouth. He's a Parselmouth, Ron. The same as Voldemort, the same as Harry. She gasped in dawning wonder. Hermione's eyes went out of focus as she began to turn things over in her mind, scrutinizing the details over and again, still not wholly believing the proof before her very eyes, or too afraid to dare hope what she already believed on some level. Her eyes shifted toward a clock on the wall, realizing they had been watching the room next door for over an hour. Her face fell at that, knowing that Polyjuice only lasted an hour and Wraith was still himself and definitively not the image of one Harry Potter. But still, what were the odds of someone knowing the things Wraith did, things that Harry had never divulged, not even to her and Ron, that and being a Parselmouth too. If Wraith had hoped to provoke a reaction, he was not to be disappointed as the Dark Lord began firing off spells and curses so fast that the eye could barely discern the individual identifying colors of each curse. Wraith leapt upward, doing a backflip in the air whilst the spell fire passed harmlessly underneath, shattering the stage to barely more than kindling. He continued to deflect and dodge spell fire, never wasting the time and energy to conjure shields, but instead returned curses with equal fervor. Some of the curses intersected incoming ones from the Dark Lord, deflecting them back on their originator, others changed and twisted into deadly variants that he deflected off the shielding in the room, sending them careening back in the direction of his foe. The aiming was rough at best, but the sheer volume and the mutation of the original spells forced Voldemort to shield and dodge curses, something that he was sorely out of practice in. Long years of helpless and terrified victims had jaded him into little more than a playground bully, having to do little more than throw a curse or two to receive the satisfaction he desired, that being a victim easily overcome. Despite that, he was a powerful wizard with advanced knowledge of spellcraft and tactics, but for all that, his foe was by no means a slouch. Equaling him in power, but lacking in advanced knowledge to the same degree, what Wraith lacked in knowledge and experience, he made up for in having trained to razor-sharp reflexes and accuracy, not to mention he was a natural warrior who rose to new heights in battle. A blast of night-black eldritch fire erupted from Voldemort's wand, its master growling in triumph as the spell spread into dozens of tiny cinders that propelled like rockets toward his opponent. The cinders hissed and spit, eating into anything they contacted like drops of acid, eating their way through the solid matter that Wraith summoned to intersect the deadly missiles like a hot knife through butter. If a fit of desperate inspiration, Wraith conjured a metallic shield that he slanted up and away from himself. The cinders hit like water drops from a fire hose, the majority of which shot up into one of the enormous chandeliers overhead. They ricocheted off the many prisms, building in speed and launching in all directions, forcing both men to run and dodge for their lives. Wraith with his shield held overhead like a protective umbrella, riddle twisting and flailing about and shrieking like some mad marionette. When the last of the acidic missiles splattered against the floor and burnt right down through the marble tile, the two combatants paused to gather themselves. Voldemort was cursing and tearing away smoldering bits of robe to try and avoid further injury, whilst Wraith chuckled at his foe's misery. His eyes strayed toward the tinkling chandelier overhead and, taking a leaf from Voldemort's page, cast a quick transfiguration spell that transformed the glass prisms of the chandelier into a titanic crystalline cobra. A quick command in Parselmouth with a locking code word had the giant reptile gliding across the floor ominously toward a preoccupied Voldemort. The cobra reared up, and enormous glistening fangs of razor-sharp glass lanced downward and ripped a gash across Voldemort's right shoulder. The Dark Lord screamed and twisted away, gibbering new commands in Parselmouth as he backed away, favoring his wounded shoulder. Too late, he realized his mistake in that the cobra would obey only one master. The snake spite venom that came as a spray of glass slivers that tore and gouged cruelly into the Dark Lord's face and shielding hands as he threw himself to the side and cast a reducto curse with power born of desperation. The curse struck and tore the giant cobra in half, but rather than fall to pieces, Wraith was a step ahead with some quick transfiguration and charm work that had Susan awed. The two halves each transformed into smaller representations of the original. Now two large cobras came slithering Voldemort's way from two opposing directions. Voldemort fired reductor after reductor, blowing the writhing terrors into smaller and smaller pieces, only serving to create smaller and smaller versions of the once whole that came relentlessly onward until he was faced with the prospect of fighting off literally dozens of common-sized snakes made of pure glass, all promising to cut him to ribbons when they arrived. At seeing his opponent's triumphant smirk, the Dark Lord growled his contempt and disappeared from view. What, but how could he apparate with all those wards in place? Ron gasped in disbelief, realizing too late what was transpiring. Hermione knew, she had seen this before, and a mournful whimper breached her lips in dread of what was coming. Her fingernails dug cruelly into Ron's arms as she shuddered in dread memory of what was coming. She couldn't believe that Wraith looked expectant, if anything triumphant, before he grunted in pain and clamped his hands to either side of his head as if trying to keep it from exploding. "Why, you are mine, this body is mine," he struggled in a voice not his own, his blue eyes turning ominous red at their cores. Voldemort had possessed his body as he'd done so many years before in the Ministry lobby when he was a hapless fifth-year teenager in his original body. The faintest of smiles curved at the edges of Wraith's mouth as it fought and failed not to groan in pain from the onslaught. Despite the agony, his feet slowly, inexorably carried him in the direction of the blown-out window. What does he know? Susan barked in alarm as her friend's intentions became clear. Not this, not again. You are mine, Wraith reiterated in Voldemort's demanding voice. Impossibly another voice answered the challenge, only it wasn't Wraith's, but another's. One not heard for several years and then only as a teenager's. Now the voice of a man long thought dead as a child, came through laced with undying vengeance. You are mine, Harry Potter's voice thundered from Wraith's throat. Our past, our future, mine. Neither can live whilst the other survives, neither can live whilst the other survives. He chanted that phrase from the prophesy like a mantra as his feet dragged his barely controlled body toward the beckoning hole where the window once was, high above the unforgiving streets below. No, no, no. Voldemort's desperate voice bled through as he tried to halt the body's progress or turn it away, managing only the slightest of pauses as the body trudged onward relentlessly towards its eventual doom. Red eyes began to flicker and dim as a hint of another grew from its depths until his eyes glowed emerald green fire. Here is the power you know not, Tom. Here is what you fear and despise above all else, the power of death. Harry growled out as his hands gripped the broken frames, preparing to jump to certain doom. Now you will know what it is to die as you should have done, and deservedly so, many times over. You will know what it is to lie broken and unable to scream as your throat fills with your life's blood. You will know the terror as the world dims before your frozen eyes and the darkness closes in, crushing you in its eternal grasp. You will know the frustration of rising up only to look down as what was once yourself, knowing that all you had been and hoped to be is forever beyond your grasp. You will know what it is to despair. Harry bellowed as his legs coiled and he leapt out into the night air, oblivious to the screams and shouts of alarm around him from his terrified comrades. No, Susan wailed in terror, throwing herself bodily against the wall, clawing desperate to get through and prevent what was to come. Her own memories clawed and tore at her heart as she realized she was now hearing what it was like for Harry when he died. And it was Harry, impossible as that was to believe. She knew finally after seeing and hearing with her own eyes and ears what her heart already knew to be so. Harry Potter was alive. That, and he had just killed himself to protect them all by taking Voldemort with him. Amelia wanted to console her niece, she wanted to gather her up in her arms, as she had done countless of times over the years, and reassure her that everything was going to be all right, but it wasn't. All that she had fleetingly dreamed had come to a fatal end and she was powerless to avert the coming tragedy. Harry Potter knew what Voldemort feared and he used it against him, death. Tom Riddle was seeing his end coming through Harry's unyielding eyes and he wouldn't face it. No. Voldemort's desperate shriek of denial tore from Wraith's throat as he released his hold and fled before the unforgiving street ended his mad dreams of immortality. Wraith transformed, not an instant too soon, into his animagus of an owl. Wings pumped madly to stall their descent, tail feathers brushing the ground as he pulled out of the fall and winged it back into the ballroom, sharp eyes searching for its fleeing prey. Green luminescent eyes scanned the ballroom from the feathered head. He transformed, in mid-flight, stepping smoothly forward as his former self, only now with still glowing green eyes that had others gasping in relief at his survival, and some pointing in abject wonder at the change. His wand shot into his hand just as an oily puddle on the floor rose up into the black-cloaked Dark Lord. Red sulfuric eyes met emerald fire and the two wands' fires simultaneously, the spells of each colliding midair and locking in a beam of eldritch power that was glowing so bright that many turned away lest they burned out their retinas. Others couldn't help but watch, mesmerized by the spectacle as each sorcerer poured more and more of their ambient magic into the beam. Each tried to force their spell through to the other's end. Back and forth the bead locking the two beams together traveled, first being pushed toward one then toward the other, neither holding sway over the other for more than a few breaths that seemed an eternity to the caster. Bolts of magical discharge ripped away from the hole and tore great gouges in the walls and floor as plaster rained down from the ceiling overhead. The two stood oblivious, locked in a death match, each trying to overpower the other by sheer force of will. Their auras began to glow visibly around their bodies. Voldemort's a dark purple with specks of black. Wraith's a dazzling silver flecked with golden sparks, only it didn't so much as seem to surround his body as it did infuse it. His whole body began to glow, pulsating with every beat of his heart up from the center of his body and spreading outward. His facial features began to slowly transform as each pulse made the slightest alteration. His hair grew dark as a raven's wing, and for those that could see, from their particular vantage point, a lightning bolt scar raised up ominously on his right forehead. Voldemort's red eyes grew wide in terror as the man before him transformed into the likeness of his once most hated adversary. With growing fear, his concentration waned and the bead of eldritch light was forced back into his wand, which erupted from the pressure. Wood splinters tore through the Dark Lord's hand, shredding the skin and ripping apart the bones like a bomb blast. Within moments, the once most feared and reviled man of the face of the planet was reduced to a mewling coward that cradled the sad remains of his wand hand, trying and failing not to cry openly in anguish. Reluctantly, Wraith's wand dropped piteously from his hand. In that moment Voldemort snarled predatorily and his left hand tore a wand from its sheath hidden beneath his tattered right sleeve. The wand came to bear at point-blank range, a green light of the death curse glowing at its tip. When Harry Potter's hands came up in defense, an emerald green fire shot out and enveloped the Dark Lord. Tom Riddle writhed and screamed as if on fire, only no skin blistered and cracked beneath the emerald flames. Instead, the red glow diminished from his eyes until it winked out of existence, and black, fear-filled, black eyes stared back. The snake-like reptilian features diminished until the semblance of a once handsome, albeit time-ravished, broken man. The Dark Lord fell to his knees as the fire surrounding him smoldered and died. His head tipped up, whether to threaten impotently or to beg mercy, the audience would never know, as a booted foot caught him beneath the chin and sent him sprawling backward. He rolled himself over onto all fours, his mouth dribbling blood and his jaw lolling brokenly. He'd barely Ket in a painful breath when a booted toe caught his flank and sent him rolling away. "Anyone got a cricket bat? I want to test a theory," Harry called out, referencing their previous briefing for this battle. The shocked audience around him began to slowly chuckle in relief until all-out guffaws filled the hall. With a scream of rage at being mocked, the Dark Lord found the strength born of rage and surged to his feet. He twisted around and hadn't taken more than a half step when the toe of Wraith's boot caught him between the legs and lifted him clean off the floor. "Unge," he groaned, landing on his ass, wide-eyed in surprise, but otherwise seemingly unharmed. "What the?" Wraith whispered in disbelief before kicking him even more forcefully between his legs from where he sat. Tom Riddle slid across the floor several feet with a grunt, before coming to a stop and again, struggling to rise. "So that's the price of immortality, huh?" Wraith quipped with a dramatic shudder before calling out, "Hey guys, this plonker doesn't have any nuts." Many shuddered in dread at that, but most erupted in side-splitting laughter that had Voldemort snarling in rage despite his many hurts. He'd barely made it into a crouch before Harry's knee slammed into the spot where the bridge of his nose, sending him over in a somersault and landing on his chest, knocking the air from his lungs. He managed to S.K. in a strangled lungful of air before it was knocked out again by a crushing blow to his ribs. He rolled side to side, lurching up onto all fours and retching out his last meal, choking on the dregs of which when another sharp kick to his flank knocked him back down. "ACKKK, GAAAA, he wheezed and groaned. "Scrunch. Urgh," he screamed as the knee of his right leg was forced in the opposite direction, tearing the ligaments and dislocating it. "Crack. Gah," he cried out as his left arm broke in two from a quick twist of the wrist and a strike to the back of the locked elbow. "Crunch. Ah." His right ankle snapped in two as Wraith twisted the foot counterclockwise until it snapped. "That was for Luna, you wretched swine. She showed 100 times more courage in death than you show in mere pain," he prompted, looking down at the thing that once sent people scurrying in fear at the mere mention of its name. Hermione cried silently into her hands. She understood now. It had seemed so ominously vague at the time, but now she understood. Luna had known. She had known, and she had wanted the world to know, having left a clue to Harry's continued existence. "Death shall have no dominion over the stout-hearted." It was so vague, so misleading, and so Luna. She had given the world all it needed to know in that one simple, enlightening phrase. She had left behind a message of hope. Harry was alive. He was alive and fighting the good fight. He was watching over and protecting them as he had always done. Even death could not stay his vengeance, and he was claiming it now. Voldemort flailed and writhed on the blood-stained marble as he gagged and whimpered in misery. When his screeching subsided to mere piteous mewling, Wraith prompted. My mother begged for her son's life, you cry for your own. Yet, you called her a mudblood, the lowest of the low to your way of thinking. If she was that, then what are you? Not a pure blood as you wrongfully claimed, not even a man as the eye can clearly see. Then what beneath contempt? He questioned, not really expecting an answer, though answering himself offhandedly. Certainly that contemptible. I suppose I should feel relief, joy even, at the victory I stand over, but all I really feel just now is disgust. That and lost. No family, no more of a future than what you now have. Yours at least will be a quick demise, should you wish it. With that, he pulled his holy wand from his waistband and shoved the tip of it between the Dark Lord's teeth, instructing him to. I offer you a quick death that you do not deserve. Redeem yourself. With that he turned away, not even deigning to show his foe the respect of witnessing his demise. Shields were dispelled and wreckage shifted aside as the unspeakables came forward to bear witness to their hard-won labor's end. Despairing black eyes nearly uttered the curse that would end the pain, but the fear of oblivion was too intense to be ignored, that and the feral need for revenge, however undeserved. The ruins of a hand flailed at and finally grasped the wand, pulling it down. The arm wavered and the blood-stained lips parted to curse their last. Avada Ked. Look out! Someone cried out from behind, though they needn't have bothered. Harry knew that Tom was too much of a coward to even end his own suffering. He clapped his hands together and his holy wand erupted like a bomb, tearing the once Dark Lord's body to so many glistening chunks of lifeless meat. Blood and gristle splattered across scarred walls and broken tiles. No screams of terror or cheers of relief heralded his end, just carnage. Another playground bully reduced to no more than a stain of remembrance. This is now. Dozer stared for long moments at his younger friend, struggling to wrap his mind around the fact that he was willing to sacrifice himself, not so much for the rest of them, but just for the simple desire for vengeance's sake. He understood the concept, the need even for revenge. All the unspeakables understood this better than most, but to actually throw your life away on it was another matter. What mattered vengeance if one didn't survive to relish it? As if reading his friend's mind, he reassured him that, I don't want to die, and certainly Voldy didn't either, but he wasn't to know that. The anguish of love's loss is what drove him out the first time he possessed me, but I'm afraid that I don't have much of that to draw on these days, so I went with Plan B. If there's one thing that terrifies Voldemort, it's death. I knew he'd run with his tail tucked between his legs, rather than risk dying, but if not that, then yeah, I would have taken him with me if it had been the only way. He knew it, he believed it, and he left. End of story. Dozer shuddered slightly at that, worrying his hand down his face in resignation before nodding his reluctant acceptance of his friend's stance. Stocked stepped up stoically and clamped a hand supportively on Dozer's shoulder, nodding his chin in Wraith's direction in silent plea to let it go. Dozer nodded with a wan smile, though his eyes remained saddened by the knowledge. Harry was shifting aside some gore with the toe of his torn boot as he continued his search. Geez, kid, let it go already. Raven said, the polyjuice having run its course and he looking comical, standing bare-chested in a strapless evening gown. When I want your opinion, lady, I'll ask for it. Harry grumbled sarcastically, getting chuckles from his fellow unspeakables, relieving a great deal of tension in the process. Once the laughter faded and Harry's blood-stained hands continued to shift through the gory remains of Voldemort, Cam added bracingly in promise, we'll get you a new medal, Harry. Hoping his young friend would stop his macabre searching that was unsettling the rest of them. I want this one, he mumbled, continue his chilling work. Why? Cam prompted. Because it's mine. Harry snapped back irately, never taking his eyes away from his searching. I earned it and I want it. The bastard took everything else away from me, even my holly and phoenix feather wands gone. He's not taking not one more damn thing. My parents are gone, my godfather, my friends all think I'm dead and have moved on. Everything's gone. Everything but the memories. Every time I close my eyes I see what they did to Luna. I don't dream, I only nightmare. I hear my mum's voice pleading for the monster not to kill her only child. I see Susan's eyes turn cold and ask me what good am I if I couldn't even save her friend. He continued to rant, not registering the mournful gasp from behind at hearing his last admonishment, though the eyes of a few of his unspeakable friends and comrades turned to painfully acknowledge Minister Bones and more pointedly, Susan Bones' arrival. Silently they pleaded her understanding. This was the meltdown they had all been expecting that hadn't come after his captivity. That, coupled with the fact that he was free now, and part of that was more terrifying than anything he had faced before. Add to that the grisly reminder of the price he'd paid. It's not much, but it's something. It's more than just a reminder of what they did to me when they. His green eyes went out of focus and he began to hyperventilate. Harry. Cho Chang gasped out, having just arrived on the scene. She couldn't hardly believe what she was seeing in a wounded, green-eyed, black-haired and now mature Harry Potter, complete with lightning bolt scar. He was kneeling in blood and gore, his hands caked with it. As he half mumbled, half shouted at the injustice of his life up until now. She took a hesitant step forward, but was caught up by Dragon, who had morphed back from the double of Amelia Bones, who shook his head in the negative, knowing that Harry needed to free himself. That, and he shifted his eyes meaningfully toward another behind Harry that was bearing anguished witness to his laments. When they. Oh, God! Harry screamed in torment before folding in on himself and breaking down in racking sobs of utter anguish. His blood-soaked hands clamped around his head, trying in futile to push the pain away. Susan Bones bolted forward from where she had fidgeted behind, silently crying herself for all he had suffered, and continued to agonize over even now on the precipice of victory. Without the slightest hesitation she kneeled down and pulled his shattered form into her arms, holding him as he sobbed inconsolably, clutching to her as if she'd fade away to nothingness if he ever let go. She shushed him, cooing gently reassurances as she rocked him in her arms. Others drifted closer, offering whispered support as his cries eventually faded and he slumped into unconsciousness. His wounds, coupled with physical and emotional exhaustion, finally taking its toll and dragging him under into sheltering darkness to heal. Other hands reached out to reassure them that he was real. First among those was Hermione's. She gentled his raven bangs aside and haltingly ran trembling fingers over his lightning bolt scar, the angry red of which was cooling and fading to pink beneath her searching fingers. Silently she said a prayer for both him and Luna as she gentled her hand lovingly over his brow. She wished she had had Luna's insight and conviction. Ron's hand clutched her other in an iron grip as he watched from over her shoulder. "It's really him, my own," he whispered in abject wonder. Hermione caught Susan's worried eyes from the other side of Harry's prone form, seeking confirmation, though Susan was as shocked and bewildered as the rest. There were so many questions to ask that neither had a clue where to begin. Ginny was sobbing into Neville's shoulder from behind Susan. Neville stared down in abject disbelief at what he was seeing, with Ginny chancing a look whenever she was able to begin to compose herself every now and again. Both looked as if seeing a ghost that they expected to disappear at any moment, as if he'd never been here in the first place. Perhaps he really was a wraith. "Please, we want to help him. And I should be pleased if you could do so, Miss Granger." The minister responded hopefully. It had been several days since the night of Voldemort's fall, and the mystery surrounding the return of Harry Potter had intensified to a fever pitch in the newspapers and Wizarding Wireless, as reported by many bewildered witnesses, though no official release was forthcoming regarding this phenomena. Harry, himself, still lay unconscious in St. Mungo's under heavy guard. He wasn't in a coma per se, but he was in a deep sleep that as yet hadn't abated, and the healers were puzzled by his present condition. They had expected magical exhaustion at the least, of which there was none to report. If anything, he was abundantly magical on a scale to which they had never encountered before. It wasn't so much that he possessed magic, but more to the point, he was magic. Every cell in the slumbering man's body was literally supercharged with magic. What wounds he had sustained in the duel with Voldemort had healed completely and expediently from within, without any outside medical assistance contributing. The journalists were speculating that his death was nothing more than a ministerial ploy designed toward training the boy in secret until he was ready to fulfill his destiny in a final confrontation with the Dark Lord. They were at best half right. The remains of the Ministry Six and Susan Bones were perched in front of Minister Bones' desk, anxiously awaiting some form of explanation from the minister, who was seconded by Wraith's commanding officer and head of the Unspeakables, code-named Dragon. Amelia Bones held up her hand to ward off the next barrage of questions that was on the tip of Hermione Granger's tongue, courtesy of her ever-inquisitive nature. Though in her defense, her friends were barely containing their own burgeoning need for some explanation, and she intended to give it once she was able to get a word in edgewise. "I know that you have many, many questions." At this she paused, giving Hermione a conciliatory look. "And unfortunately I have only been cleared by the subject in question to relay these events to Susan," she began to explain. Susan gasped and looked up hopefully. "But," Ron Weasley began to interject, but was fended off by the minister, who talked over the intrusion. "But, I see little point in doing just that if when finished she immediately relays the information to the rest of you. What I am about to tell you is a state secret, one that you must take an unbreakable vow to never divulge to anyone else other than the parties present in this room, or the subject or his fellow unspeakables." Quote. Neville was about to add his 2 cents worth, but was immediately shot down. "This is non-negotiable," Amelia clarified insistently. Though somewhat reluctant in their caution, the need to know outweighed any trepidation on their part, and they all gave their vow, Magic accepting each at their word with a flash of light. "Now then," Amelia situated herself comfortably in her chair before beginning. "Let me first clear the air on a matter of contention between myself and my niece, Susan." At this the somewhat angered young woman met her aunt's beseeching gaze, the first time she had really done so after the fallout from the night of the ball. She felt herself betrayed by her aunt. Which was and was not true depending on one's viewpoint. "You are angry with me, I know, and I can accept that. However, I have not lied to you. I may not have divulged all the details, but neither have I told any falsehoods." She affirmed her stance, which only seemed to widen the gap between them. "But you said he died, that Harry Potter died, and that his body was cremated and the ashes scattered." She snapped back irately. "And that is what happened." The dragon acknowledged from his spot to the side of the minister's desk. Gasps of denial, if not outrage, filled the room. Hermione didn't know that she could accept that, nor anyone else, in the face of what had lain before them on the ministerial ballroom floor, such that she was the first to argue the validity of his and the minister's statements. "How can you sit there and claim you're going to tell us the truth when you're clearly lying, unless of course that was some other cruel trick?" "No," she suddenly gasped in dread, her friends gulping nervously at that. They all feared they were being tricked yet again. Was it just a trick? The dragon cleared his throat, gathering the group's attention. It wasn't a ploy, but before we get into semantics let me explain. Harry Potter did jump from the Hogwarts astronomy tower, and he did in fact die. People started to cry and he quickly overrode their anguish by rushing on. However, he did not pass on. Before his soul departed, we were able to transfer his essence into another viable vessel via a ritual, to which I cannot and will not divulge the particulars to anyone outside of unspeakable command level personnel only. Sorry. He hastily amended at seeing the protest Hermione was about to make. He smiled appreciatively, thinking she would make a fine addition to their ranks as an intelligence officer, or perhaps research, both even. She certainly had what they were always looking for. "We transferred and anchored Harry's soul into the body of a Death Eater initiate that had been arrested for crimes against the magical public, was convicted of said crimes, and summarily at leaving his body a soulless husk that was only remaining alive via life support. His body was intended for medical research when even those measures could no longer sustain him. He was the perfect, albeit only candidate for what we purposed, and time was not a luxury we had, as Harry's body was rapidly failing, his injuries too severe to circumvent. The decision was made and we attempted the transference. We didn't know at the time if we were successful. Eventually he awoke and we found that we were far more successful than we'd hoped, and in more ways than one. We discovered, quite by accident, that another fragment of soul was still present in Harry's dying body, primarily residing in his scar." Hermione gasped in revelation. The dragon nodded. He was not used to being interrupted, but the woman's natural exuberance was infectious. She would make a most excellent unspeakable. "Go on," he prodded. "It was Voldemort, wasn't it?" Hermione conjectured. "Yes," the dragon acknowledged. "We already knew the contents of the prophecy. Given that, we also knew that we had a better than average chance of success, as only Voldemort was portended as having the power to destroy Harry Potter and vice versa. Voldemort, however, had hedged his bets and had anchored small pieces of his soul in inanimate objects. This ritual involves cold-blooded murder. The object itself that anchors the soul is called a Horcrux, and it is of the darkest, most foul magic to ever exist. The theory allows for a person to remain anchored to the land of the living as long as one such viable Horcrux exists. Another ritual involving such a Horcrux can reanimate the disembodied soul in a new body, as Voldemort had successfully done previously in Harry's 4th year during that farce of a Tri-Wizard tournament, he finished darkly. Then he could still come back. Ginny blurted apprehensively, voicing a concern they all had on her side of the desk. The dragon and Amelia exchanged a look of relief, though she couldn't see her subordinate's face to know it was there. No, he cannot, she reassured them. All of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes were summarily destroyed by Mr. Potter, i.e., Wraith, with the assistance of a select group of unspeakables. Griffin team. Susan guessed incorrectly by the appreciative smile her aunt favored her with. Correct, they along with Dragon. She deferred to her counterpart, to which he nodded his thanks for inclusion. Saw to the destruction of all Voldemort's outstanding Horcrux. Voldemort will not be returning, she finished assuredly. But what about Harry? Is he going to be okay? Ron ventured worriedly. Define okay. Dragon put in facetiously. He has undergone an incredible ordeal these past several years, the heart of which was being separated from you, his family. This is perhaps his most ardent regret. I wished I could have given you some sense of hope in all this, but our first and foremost priority was Harry's immediate security. If Voldemort had suspected for even a second that Harry had survived, he would have never stopped hunting for him until he was sure he was dead. Hermione finished interrupting again. Exactly, Dragon affirmed. I know it's one thing to understand what's at stake, but it's a far different matter to accept the consequences involved. Can you do so, for his sake? Dragon asked the room. Before you answer, I think there are a few things you should know. He paused cryptically before continuing. Harry was part of the rescue team dispatched to the Lovegoods. There were gasps from the others as he pressed on. He saved Luna from being BPD by Voldemort's vermin, but despite his best efforts was unable to save her life. She died in Harry's arms, comforted by him. He OAUSED briefly to further answer their questioning looks. Yes, Luna knew it was Harry, she'd known immediately despite his different body and voice. She knew. Of the entire world, Luna Lovegood knew Harry had survived. She didn't forgive him the deception because she knew there was nothing to forgive. Their parting was bittersweet and it preyed heavily on him long after, perhaps even now. Luna tried to tell the rest of you, to give you hope. Hermione nodded. The epitaph on her tombstone. She assumed as she'd already managed that puzzle. The dragon's hood nodded. I believe she wanted you all not to lose hope. She wanted you to have faith. The young woman had incredible insight and faith. She was special, Neville interjected. Yes, she was. Dragon agreed as the others nodded wistfully. I'm glad Harry was there for her, at the end. Ginny added, grasping Neville's hand supportively, next to her. He was, and it both reassured and wounded him profoundly. He loved her, as he loves all of you. The other thing I want you to know is that Harry's thoughts are never far from you. Occasionally he slips away to look in on all of you, to reassure himself that you are safe. Especially during the holiday season, he often ventures out to look in on you. I think he wants, that is he needed, to know that you were happy and were moving on, as much as that may hurt for him to accept. He saved us Christmas Eve. All of us, because he, Ron began regretfully. Because he was watching over us. If he hadn't have been, Hermione added dolefully, we would have all died in the attack. Ginny added next apprehensively, to which Neville summed up that, and we vilified him for it. He gulped dejectedly, scrubbing at his eyes. You did as most do. Most of the general public does not know, understand, nor could they begin to pay the price of war. War is a ruthless business, the only alternative to which is to win, lest all you fight for come to ruin. Unlike you, I for one believe he deserved a commendation for his work that night. Not for the killing, though the necessity of which is unquestioned, nor even for the ingenuity of such in destroying the enemy to a man without incurring casualty to the innocent. No, he deserves commendation for having made the hard choices required in war and having the courage to see it through regardless of the scrutiny heaped upon him in the aftermath. He is a credit to his corps and none would ever claim otherwise among our ranks. We are honored, truly honored, to count him among us. All nodded understanding and acceptance, snuffling softly, ashamed by the way they'd unknowingly treated him that night, all but accusing him of wholesale murder. After a long pause to gather their resolve, the dragon pressed onward. As to the present, even the healers can't begin to conjecture what exactly is happening to Harry. One compared it to a metamorphosis much like one would a caterpillar becoming a butterfly, only without the chrysalis. Though another claims that it is magic itself that has cocooned itself over Harry and is changing him both on the surface and from the inside out on a cellular level. Into what? Ron asked worriedly. Amelia and the dragon shared a look before she replied. Maybe he's just turned back into the man he was originally meant to be, or perhaps into something we've never seen before. The dragon took over at this point. One theory is that he is evolving magically and perhaps even metaphysically speaking. There were startled gasps at this, but ever the pragmatic one, Hermione asked. Ron's point still withstanding, into what is he turning? Dragon growled irritably at that. Into the man he was meant to be. Not a what or a thing. I should think that the mere fact that magic has returned or reshaped him into the semblance of who he truly is, being all the clue that one needs to understand this. I think some higher power than we know, or could ever understand, has appreciatively given Harry back that which he lost in a moment of weakness and despair. I don't know what you lot intend to call it. At this he cast his shrouded gaze meaningfully around the room. But I think he's being rewarded for a job well done. He's vanquished a terrible evil from our world, and whether nature, Merlin, fate, or perhaps the Great Father himself, has decided that Harry should be given a second chance. He was enlightened to see that his words hit the mark as their heads all nodded agreement at this. Amelia shot her counterpart an appreciative smile before taking over the conversation. There is a place in our hearts for this young man. He is much like a favored nephew, or perhaps even a surrogate son to myself and my counterpart. She paused and Dragon nodded his cowl, adding, very much so, in heartfelt agreement. He is a friend and younger brother to his teammates and is greatly respected amongst his fellows in the Unspeakables. Our point being that we would greatly appreciate his continued service to the British magical realm, though he is welcome among us whether he chooses to remain an Unspeakable or no. He has done his part and done it admirably, so much so, that we would not place any further demands upon him. He is free to live out his life as he so chooses, and not a one of us would complain should that entail sitting on a park bench and feeding pigeons the rest of his days. There were several chuckles at that, and a few tears were surreptitiously wiped away in grateful relief. I thought the Unspeakables took a lifetime vow of service. Neville prompted in clarification. They do. The dragon agreed. However, I think we can all agree that there are mitigating circumstances involving your friend. Neville smirked his understanding at that, and the tension bled out further from the room. Not a one of them knew what to expect at this point, but they were at least pleased to find that the decision would ultimately be Harry's own when he decided to make it. He was free. Perhaps for the first time in his entire life, he was free to decide for himself what he wanted to do. Now he just needed to wake up to make that decision. He could play professional Quidditch. Ron suggested automatically, his head always on Quidditch. He earned himself a roll of the eyes and a derisive snort from his fiancée and chuckles from his sister and friend for his trouble. What? I'm just saying. He defended unapologetically. He could teach. Susan suggested next. He'd make a terrific defense teacher. He's a natural in that, though he'd need to earn a newt first. Hermione added, liking the idea but doubting his qualifications. Actually, I was thinking in charms or transfiguration, but yeah, defense would definitely be one of his strong points. We could tutor him for his newts. She hastily amended her offer, blushing slightly. Amelia smiled knowingly at that, even more so at the hint of disappointment on her niece's face when she informed her that he already has taken his newts and did so admirably. He has. Hermione blurted out in surprise. The Harry known wasn't exactly the ambitious sort when it came to furthering his education, but then again, he was forever preoccupied with just trying to survive and make sure his friends survived along with him. Once she recovered and ever the curious and competitive one, educationally speaking, she asked, how many newts did he earn? Dragon snorted incredulously at that and wasted no time breaking the young woman's bubble. 16. 16. Hermione screeched, jumping out of her chair as if having sat on hot coals. Oh, boy, Ron quailed, knowing only too well what was coming. But for 16 he'd have had to earn a mastery in every major subject plus qualify for almost all offered electives. She debated skeptically at her once friend's accomplishment, Not so much because she didn't think it possible, but because he would have surpassed her own score of 14, which was supposedly a feat that hadn't been equaled for a millennia. Correct, Amelia Bones agreed, enjoying not only hers, but her niece's reaction to the news. Susan looked absolutely shocked. He didn't bother with divination. Apparently the subject was a bit of a sore spot with him. She chuckled merrily at that, to which Dragon snorted his agreement. Between the fraud Trelawney and the prophecy hanging over his head, who wouldn't be sour on the subject? Ron and company chuckled, having caught on, but Hermione still looked fit to be tied. Second place was just not something she settled for academically. But how did he? Potions was never something he excelled in by any stretch of the imagination. How could he possibly have earned a master score in that? She chuffed. Really? Amelia Bones feigned surprise. I'm reliably informed that he excelled in potions. His mother too was very gifted in the subject, earning a mastery herself, but it was charms that was her real fortitude. She was a natural, a prodigy. She nodded towards Susan meaningfully, adding pointedly. Lily used a willow wand with unicorn hair, nice and supple. Susan gasped, hurriedly pulling her wand from the sheath at her waist. You mean this is? She stared in disbelief at the wand in her hand whilst her aunt verified for her that her suspicions were correct. He gave you his mother's wand after yours was lost. Hermione gasped at the implications of that, grasping her suddenly teary friend's hand supportively. Why would he? How can I possibly accept his mother's? She mumbled, completely stunned by the thoughtfulness behind such a seemingly kind, but innocuous gift. Hermione pivoted her gaze between her aunt's knowing smile and Susan's still stunned one. He must hold a very special place for you in his heart, Sue, she suggested kindly. The Harry she knew would never part with anything belonging to his parents unless there was someone even more special in need. Even then it was beyond generous given his deep attachment to anything related to his true family. Not for the first time she felt a deep gnawing in her chest for all that he'd suffered and lost in the aftermath of the Ministry battle their 5th year. Susan wiped tears of joy and wonder at the thoughtfulness behind such a kind gesture. She was awed by the fact that he hadn't made even the remotest comment regarding the gesture. He told me right out what it was best suited for, she gasped, admiring the wand in her hand like it was a precious jewel and it was for all intents and purposes. He even seemed pleased when the wand accepted me, almost as if he was expecting it to. Hermione smiled brilliantly at that, exchanging a knowing glance with Ginny, who also seemed quite pleased by that bit of insight. The witches, including the minister, looked ready to launch into a bit of girls' talk over the ramifications inherent by such a gesture when a hurried knock followed by an unspeakable letting himself into her office interrupted the proceedings. He's awake, Chameleon announced without preamble. Many gasped and hurriedly rose from their chair, making to blot for the hospital, but Chameleon fanned them back, explaining. He's not at the hospital. What, then where? Dragon questioned in surprise. He's a bit different than what, that is to say. Losing patience, the dragon demanded. Out with it, man. Cam shook his hooded head in exasperation. I didn't see it firsthand, but his healer said he was checking his vitals when he just woke up, sat up, waved his hand over himself, transfiguring his hospital gown into jeans and a shirt, and trotted out past our posted guard without so much as a word in greeting, let alone a, by your leave. Well, where is he now? Amelia Bones blurted, becoming worried. Cam shrugged helplessly. That's what I'm trying to explain. He's different than what you'd expect. How is he different? The minister prompted worriedly. He's giving an interview in the lobby as we speak. He's what? Hermione overrode the others, shrieking her surprise in that Harry Potter, the Harry Potter, that she had known would even consider giving an interview, let alone actually do one of his own volition. Cam thumbed toward the office door. See for yourself. He's drawing quite a crowd. To say that the room emptied in a heartbeat would be an understatement in the extreme. Many gasped and even a few groaned in trepidation, perched at the rail of the loft overlooking the ministry lobby. All right, you lot, listen up, cause I'm only going to say this once. Voldemort is dead, so flush him and forget em. Harry barked from his perch atop the, again repaired, stone landing surrounding the magical races fountain in the lobby. Cam snorted along with Ron and Neville at that. We have multiple reports that you, yourself, destroyed the Dark Lord, can you verify that? One reporter shouted out before his fellows could begin jockeying for position to try and control the questioning. I did, yes, but, at this Harry glared meaningfully over the crowd, silencing their initial exclamations to his answer. That's all I did. My fellow unspeakables and the goblins are responsible for decimating his forces. They are the true heroes of the wizarding public, not me. Several gasped incredulously, Susan and her aunt among them, but Harry quelled the outburst with an emerald gaze that could bore through solid steel. One broken, horrific wreck of a monster he may have been, but all in all he was just a wizard gone bad, no more than that. My fellows and the goblins dispatched hordes of dark wizards and fiends of all make and size. My part in this pales compared to theirs. The next and, as far as they were all concerned, possibly most important question was fired off next. Are you really Harry Potter? Harry smirked in that way of his that they all knew so well from their youth, and Hermione's breath caught in her throat. Does it really matter? He asked the gathering. Many shouted in earnest that it did. He cocked his head to one side with a puzzled expression. Really, why? It's not like I'm anyone overtly important. I'm not the father of our country or the leader of the free world or what have you. He shrugged helplessly at that. I'm just a wizard with a penchant for finding trouble and being too stubborn to let it slide when I do. I suppose if I'm being totally candid, I would be remiss in not admitting that I do enjoy a good row now and again. With that in mind, and as I'm sure it's one of your lot's potential next questions, I'm intending to stay with the unspeakables and continue to do what I do best, find trouble. Of course, I'll operate under a new alias, as I can't have you lot following me around blowing my cover and all. Maybe something nondescript like, boy who lived. He drew quotations in the air, drawing chuckles from the crowd. Cam snorted at that, and the dragon and his minister both sighed in grateful relief. Harry was a rare treasure, one that they were loath to lose, but would begrudgingly relinquish should he want it so. At seeing the reporters hurriedly jockeying for the next round of questions, Harry took the initiative. Love to stay and chat, but I've got a park bench reserved and pigeons to feed. Toodles. He wriggled his fingers at the crowd in a farewell gesture and silently disapparated away through supposedly impossible to circumvent anti-apparition wards. Pigeons to feed. Cam mulled out loud. Minister Bones turned toward her surprised colleagues. Coincidence? Questioning their conversation from earlier regarding Harry's future plans. Hermione rolled her eyes as Ron snorted appreciatively. With Harry, or at least the Harry we all knew and loved, coincidence was never an issue, she established. Anyone up for a walk in the park? Should be lovely out, what with the fall colors. Neville suggested, offering a beaming Ginny Weasley his arm, which she quickly accepted. Wistful smiles and offered hands had the rest pairing up for a nice relaxing stroll through the park across from the ministry proper. They didn't have far to search before they happened upon an exasperated young man wearing a t-shirt emblazoned with the message across the back, "I'm not really Harry Potter, it's just a glamour charm to attract the birds." The dragon broke out into outright guffaws at that, enjoying the double play on words, Amelia chuckling alongside him, far too much enjoying the outraged look on her niece's face. The source of their interest was currently engaged in a heated argument with an overzealous mallard duck that apparently had chased away all of Harry's intended beneficiaries. Quack quack quack. The duck squawked in complaint when Harry stopped throwing seed and tried to shoo him away. Look, Flatfoot, this seed is for the real birds, not some feathered pond scum who's too lazy to beg popcorn off the tourists like any self-respecting duck would. Quack 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 quack. The duck flapped its wings and pecked its bill at the ground. Wade, I mean, you're really a pigeon with a glandular problem. Hermione rolled her eyes at his antics as Ron sniggered beside her. Losing patience, she planted one hand on her hip and shook the other finger at him, admonishing that, "Harry Potter, you know very well that you can't talk to animals like ducks." Without turning his back, he blurted out incredulously, "I can't. Then how is it I can speak to snakes?" Turning his attention to the feathered nuisance at his feet, he questioned. "Say, you're not really a snake by any chance, are you?" Quack quack. A prince. Oh, go on. You're just having me on. Quack quack QWA quack. A key. Huh. Well, all right. But this better not be just some screwy ploy to get another handout off me," he warned before kneeling down and pecking his lips on the duck's bill. A flash of light later and he was standing next to the duck with a disoriented expression before blurting out, "Quack," to which the duck ruffled its feathers and replied in Harry's voice, "Well, that didn't go as expected." Ron pointed and gaped stupidly whilst the dragon and Neville laughed fit to bust whilst clinging to their partners in the vain attempt to keep from falling over. Their partners were faring little better, truth to be told. Hermione just rolled her eyes and huffed out a perturbed, "Well, honestly." Harry Duck wandered off happily munching on his newly acquired bag of seeds whilst Harry flapped his wings experimentally and announced, "Well, if you can't beat M, join M." And with that he winged his way out of the park, leaving his gaping audience behind. Hermione couldn't be sure if it was even possible, but she could swear that a duck could smirk after that. After several minutes of waiting in futile, they decided to cut their losses and head back to the Ministry to await any further word on Harry's current whereabouts. They would be disappointed as he had his own agenda which didn't include them just now. There were other parties who needed him, whether they may know it or not. Knock knock knock. He stood in front of a pleasant, light blue cottage on a small parcel of land just outside of Devonshire. It was a picturesque plot with a few apple trees and a small creek curving around the perimeter of the property line. Who could that possibly be? Not expecting any visitors, she kept her wand at her side as she haltingly opened the door just a crack to take a peek. What in the world? Harry. Cho threw open the door and stared in shocked disbelief as Harry Potter desperately juggled a step ladder, several gallons of paint and assorted painting supplies from under his arms and 2 full hands. "Don't just stand there gaping, woman, grab the paint already." "What, huh, oh here, sorry," Cho stammered as she tried to relieve some of his burden. "Phew, thanks," he sighed in relief, falling into a nearby armchair and wiping a sleeve across his sweating brow. Cho hurriedly dumped aside her burden and turned back, afraid he'd disappear in that short span. She looked both relieved that he hadn't and still totally shocked that he was still here in her very home when only yesterday his healers were fearful that he might slip into a coma. When did you? Are you okay?" She fidgeted nervously, wanting to grab him up and hug the stuffing out of him for a variety of reasons, but mostly to reassure herself that he was really here and, really alright. "Just did, today and I'm fine." Harry smirked, answering her half-stammered questions in order. "And not that I'm not glad to see you, but should you even be out of bed, let alone exerting yourself?" She scrutinized him warily, mindful for any hints that he wasn't as recovered as he seemingly portrayed. "Why are women always trying to get me into bed?" he asked naively. Cho rolled her eyes and stifled a snort at that. "The fact that you even have to ask is ludicrous, but if you really must know, you're not exactly hideous, my clueless friend." "Thanks, you're quite attractive as well." He seemed oblivious to her sudden intense blushing as he continued to try and puzzle out the mystery of the female species. "But really, there must be more to it than that. It's not like I'm well versed intimately speaking." Now he was the one blushing, even more so when she added, "There's a lot more to it and I'm not sure that I'm the one who you should be discussing this particular topic with, but just for the record, the fact that you're not, as you say, well versed, is hardly a detriment." She drew quotation marks in the air. Most women would be thrilled at the prospect of being their chosen love's first time. "Really?" He seemed genuinely surprised at that. "It's not like I even know what I'm supposed to do." Well, I do know, but I don't really know, ya know." No." She turned away to hide her Arlette cheeks whilst she tried to recover herself. Cho rubbed furiously at her forehead trying to clear her mind and organize her thoughts at the same time as she pondered how they'd even got on this particularly uncomfortable subject. Deciding a diversion was in order. Out of curiosity, just what's with the painting supplies? "For the nursery, of course," he answered airily with a shrug of the shoulders as if it were the most obvious thing. "The nursery?" Cho repeated in confusion, before her eyes lit up in understanding. "You mean for the baby, my baby?" She suddenly squealed in delight. He splayed his hands. "Well, he or she has got to sleep somewhere. I thought maybe pale green, as we don't know if it's a boy or girl and that kinda covers both, doesn't it?" He shrugged helplessly. Cho smiled appreciatively. "It does, yes, and thank you." Only Harry Potter could be so thoughtful. They spent the afternoon enjoyably painting one of the spare bedrooms upstairs just off of the master bedroom, to which she surprisingly kept the door open too. It was a gesture of trust that was neither lost on him nor unappreciated. Harry, not surprisingly, was very adept with a paintbrush, and more than once Cho idly considered if there was anything that he wasn't good at. As far as their previous discussion, she was quite sure that he would prove himself more than a capable lover when the time presented itself. More than once she found herself blushing at such thoughts, trying in vain to hide the fact from her intrigued companion. After, when he was enjoying a cold beer, which she envied him for as she was now unable to indulge in such simple pleasures, they broached a few more tender subjects not unlike their first impromptu one. "Harry, is there a particular reason you're concerned about, intimacy? Are you serious about someone?" she asked tremulously, her hands brushing a stray strand of hair over her ear, more to give them something to do than actual necessity. She was fishing, she realized, and was both intrigued and wary of the fact. They had been down this road once previously, and even though they were little more than adolescents at the time, the memory of said failure was still etched in their respective memories. "A couple of someones actually," he answered vaguely, but with a hint of pointedness. Now, more intrigued, hopeful even, she pressed on. "May I ask who?" "You may." He chuckled, enjoying himself far too much at her expense. Sobering at her disappointed expression, he answered honestly. "I find myself in a quandary in that I am attracted to two such fine witches, each for a variety of reasons, some detrimental, and others decidedly not. If I'm to be perfectly candid, the witches in question are yourself and Susan Bones." Cho's mouth formed an "oh" of surprise. Once she recovered, she graciously complimented the competition. "Susan's a lovely woman. No more so than the other. Not a detriment, certainly, but that is neither here nor there as far as a reason for which that I would choose a prospective companion." Her cheeks coloring slightly at the offhand compliment, she fidgeted with her hair again. "But it doesn't hurt," she intimated coyly. With a smirk he answered the obvious. "No, it doesn't." Despite the tingling in the pit of her stomach, her instincts went on alert and she found herself suddenly on the defensive. "You're not. I mean, this sudden interest isn't because I'm pregnant," she blurted fretfully. He pulled a face at that, easing her conscience, but answered her fears honestly. "I would be lying if I didn't acknowledge the fact that you are, and on some level it does pull at my whole saving people thing, but it is not, nor would it ever be a reason for which I would date someone, let alone take things to a more permanent level. If I see someone, it's because I'm attracted to them for them, not because of some need to rescue them from some life situation at the expense of my own life's wishes for happiness." Not entirely satisfied by his candor on the subject, she still pressed. "But why me? I mean, Susan's very attractive and comes from a prominent wizarding family, has a good education and an upwardly mobile career, and you're all that as well, though you don't seem to realize it." He interrupted her, deciding to lay all his cards on the table. "You're very attractive, have substantial training and a good job, albeit a dangerous one, but that isn't necessarily a drawback, as you can readily transfer to most any position within the unspeakables, many of which are far more conducive to a family's needs. What's more, you know who I am, who I really am," he emphasized pointedly before continuing, "and what I do. Because you're an unspeakable, we have a common ground and could actually talk over work issues with one another without breaching departmental secrecy. That's a big plus, you must admit." "It is. I hadn't really thought of that until you mentioned it." She seemed to like the idea and was mulling it over. Once she had a chance to work things out for herself, he continued. "You're a kind and compassionate woman, but also a fierce fighter with no little courage. I would be lying if I didn't divulge that I find that particular combination wholly enticing." Cho blushed to the root of her hair at that. At length she stammered out, "At the risk of further fueling any self-identity issues, is there anything else that, shall we say, qualifies me as a prospective mate?" "Great figure," he acknowledged with a deadpan expression, though he couldn't wholly suppress a snort at her sudden embarrassment. Once she recovered, she ventured, "Seriously though, I'm quite serious. You've got a knockout pair of—" All right," she held up a hand to fend off further comments on her attributes. After a few more snickers at her expense, she asked impatiently, "Are you quite finished?" Surprising her, he wasn't. "Along that line, yes, however, I said I would be honest and I will. You are, or were, a seeker, and a damn fine one. I like that you not only know what it is to ride on the edge, but relished it as much as I did." His face darkened as he pressed on. "You also know what it is to have lost and to have had to sacrifice for the greater good. The real greater good, not that tripe that Dumbledore used drone on about. To sum it up, we're too much alike not to consider the possibility of an us," he finished emphatically. Cho stared at him for the longest time with the strangest expression, as if she was only really seeing him for the first time and was completely flabbergasted by what she saw. At length she shuddered and broke down in tears, only they weren't tears of sadness but of relief. I never thought, and then. You were gone and I wished that I could have had you back just for 5 lousy minutes, Jade, just 5 minutes to tell you how much you meant to me, and now, here. She buried her face in her hands, sobbing. Warm, firm hands gentled hers away from her face, and she looked down to find him kneeling in front of her, brushing tears from her cheeks with the pads of his thumbs. Here now, he cooed reassuringly. No more tears for us, whether we're together or apart. We survived this damned war and we deserve as much as anyone does to be happy. I don't know about you, but I intend to focus on what I still have, honor what I've lost, and try to be just that happy. Cho nodded her head dumbly, but her features lit up like the morning sunrise, full of hope and promise for a new day, the past one already forgotten. They shared gentle, reassuring touches that turned into a rib-creaking hug of relief and happiness. Once collected, their growling stomachs alerting them to the need for sustenance. She suggested they catch a quick meal in the village. He opted instead to cook for her. To her delight, he was a marvelous cook. Looks and cooks, she complimented, pushing away her empty plate for the second time, smacking her lips in satisfaction. Thank you, he responded gratefully, gathering up their plates, intending to clean up the remains of their meal. No, Harry, please, you've done so much already. She halted him, grasping his wrist. Let me at least wash the dishes. He would have protested, if not for the pleading look of sincerity she fixed him with, adding knowingly, I'm pregnant, Harry, not crippled. I don't need to be waited upon. Say reassured him, taking the soiled dinnerware from his hands and nudging him back toward his seat with her hip in passing. Can I help dry? He offered. No, she returned firmly in a warm tone of appreciation for the offer. She was humming softly as she scrubbed away, her voice lulling him. You can have a nice singing voice to the list, he complimented. She paused briefly before continuing on with a slight, but noticeable increase in volume. Cho was just drying the last dish when the hall clock chimed 11 p.m., surprising both by how rapidly the day had gone. I suppose I'd better. He began to rise before she cut him off hurriedly. Stay. She flamed crimson at her brazenness. Whoa, I was just aiming for securing a date, but maybe I reached a little high. He chuckled, getting a nervous chuckle from her as well, as she fidgeted nervously with the drying towel in her hands. Though every fiber of his being was regretting not jumping at the offer, he chivalrously reminded her that. I'd like to more than you can possibly imagine. So would I, she blurted, turning away crimson-cheeked right after. But there's Susan to think of. Her face plummeted at that. I'm drawn to 2 wonderful women, and until we decide otherwise, I think it best we proceed slowly. At seeing her understanding, but crestfallen expression, he hastily amended, no matter what happens or who we end up with, I'll always be your friend and hold for you a special place in my heart. You were my first crush, my first key. Cho, he reminded her, smiling fondly. She drifted forward and into his arms, thanking him for his kindness and honesty. When she pulled back to search his face, I still can't get over it's really you. I'll always be around, Cho, he reassured her, earning himself another hug. He went home after, alone, berating himself because of it, though was still somewhat mollified that he hadn't given into a moment of thoughtless desire. He found out that night that cold showers aren't what they're cracked up to be. The next day the sun rose again, full of hope and promise, and yet another early knock on another door drew the occupant's attention. I'll get it, my own, Ron offered, making his way through the foyer. The door had barely opened when a hand reached out and pumped his. Morning, Ron. Say, what's that delicious smell? Harry Potter, alive and up close and personal, brushed past his startled once best friend. Is that Myone's cooking? It smells great. Looks and cooks, you lucky sod. Harry sang out winningly as he made his way toward the smells and sounds of bacon frying on the griddle. Who is it, dear? Hermione called over her shoulder, standing at the stove wearing a pale yellow half-robe and showing slender, shapely expanse of her legs and hint of cheek. Whoa, looks for sure. Harry rasped appreciatively under his breath. There was some hungry stray at the door looking for a handout, he chirruped. Hermione turned around so fast in alarm, at an unexpected voice behind her, that the griddle dropped from her hands. Faster reflexes than she would have believed even from the Harry she remembered, he caught the griddle before it hit the floor without spilling a dollop of grease. He deftly moved past her and returned the pan to the stovetop, proceeding to continue where Hermione had left off in her preparations. Harry. She gasped in disbelief. How many times had she prayed for this moment she couldn't guess. She had often thought long and hard on what she would say, only now she lay completely stunned to speechlessness, gaping at him as if he spectre a wraith. Waste not, want not. He mumbled to himself as he turned the bacon over with a fork, cooking them thoroughly. I'll make ours chewy and yours crisp, like you prefer, if memory serves. She nodded dumbly, falling into a chair at the breakfast table, her legs no longer supporting her weight. Her eyes shifted to her gaping husband at the kitchen entry, he as shocked as she. Harry turned from the stove and doled out the contents of the pans onto 2 plates, chiding, sit down and get it while it's hot, you great ginger git. He snatched up a spare piece of bacon and munched away happily, savoring the salty flavor. Finishing the morsel with a satisfied smack of the lips, he noticed the 2 residents staring dumbly at him, still rooted to their prospective spots. What? He twisted this way and that, tugging at his shirt as if searching for a stain. Did I spill? A soft, but determined hand grabbed his wrist, halting his antics. He looked down into Hermione's soft and suspiciously moist eyes. Is it you, really you? She pleaded, not daring to believe despite the evidence before her very eyes. He smiled warmly, answering in a way that would remove all doubt. Books and cleverness, Harry. There are more important things like friendship and bravery. Tears flowed unhindered at that, her words from the trials leading to the Sorcerer's Stone. Oh, baby, she sobbed in heart-wrenching joy, pulling him into her arms and clutching at him for dear life as if he would vanish if she let go for an instant. I prayed and prayed, oh love. It's him, Ron, it's really. I know, came Ron's odd voice at her side, himself pulling Harry into a half-hug and planting a key on the side of his friend's head. Once they settled enough to give each other some breathing space, Harry quipped. It was only a bit of breakfast and really, Hermione did most of the work. Ron pulled a face and Hermione swatted at his arm playfully, admonishing, oh, you. She half-guided, half-forced him into the vacant chair next to her seat, hastily pulling hers so close that she was nearly in his lap. Are you okay, or really okay with everything? She asked worriedly, her troubled eyes searching his own for any hint of pain or trauma. I'm fine. He snickered, his friends dissolving in chuckles of relief along with him, before Hermione pressed on. Really? Though? She nearly begged, still searching his face for even the slightest nuance of anything even remotely worrisome, which for her covered a broad range. Harry reached out and patted her hand, reassuring. Her hand snaked out like a cobra and enveloped his in a death grip when he attempted to pull it away as she urged him to what? Bare his soul. With a wan smile that was half reassuring and yet still hinting at deep-seated pain, he divulged. I guess it would depend on what you would define as, okay. She whimpered slightly, her grip tightening as her other hand reached out behind, searching for Ron's in support. Talk to us, Harry, please. Ron beseeched him, grabbing up Hermione's hand and leaning into the discussion. He found that a surprising twist, supposing Hermione was rubbing off on him as Ron was always as oblivious as he previously. I killed myself. Hermione gasped and tears filled her eyes, but he continued undaunted, feeling it best to get everything out on the open so that healing could begin that much sooner. Odd that, when did he become the sensitive one? Shaking away the irony of that thought, he continued, I was stuffed into a body not my own, whilst mine was subsequently destroyed and a piece of the dark wanker along with it. I was trained day and night, an accelerated course in all things unspeakable, as it were, graduated and assigned to a field team. We fought Death Eaters whilst hunting bits of his dark arsenus. Ron snorted at that description whilst he continued, held Luna as she died. He began to choke up at that and Hermione's sobs briefly intensified as he hurried along. I became Susan and Madame's bones. Bodyguards for a stretch fell for Susan somewhere along the way. He mumbled hurriedly at that, killed a bunch of Death Eaters before they could kill you lot last Christmas, even was vilified by you lot for it. His visage darkened at that memory and was somewhat mollified to note the ashamed expressions each wore because of it. I got captured, tortured in just about every unpleasant way you could possibly imagine, and probably some that you couldn't. I escaped and managed to save a few others in my bid for freedom, Cho Chang among them. who I also have found I might have feelings for, he hurriedly mumbled again, cursing himself at the way Hermione's eyes flashed in that she caught the slip both times. We, that is, the Unspeakables and I set up a trap for his supreme dark ass. He took the bait. I killed him and the Unspeakables killed the rest. End of story. Oh, except that I managed to misplace my Order of Merlin during the battle and nobody seems too keen on replacing it, he finished off obviously disgruntled. The two sat gaping at him for the longest time before Hermione finally voiced incredulously. There's a lot more to it than that. Harry shrugged indifferently. No, actually that about sums it up unless you want to know what I ate and such along the way. Ron snorted at that. Shut up, Hermione barked at him. Impatiently, only earning more laughter from the two. Finally gaining their attention, she pressed. What about that part in the middle? Harry scrunched up his face trying to recall what she was referring to. He knew that she knew he was stalling, but... You mean when I guarded Susan and Minister Bones's bones? Ron dissolved into giggles at that, earning a roll of the eyes from his fiancée. Interesting story that. You see I was in a pitched battle at. Not that. Hermione cut him off before he could intentionally go off on a tangent. The next part, she cried. The next part? He asked sheepishly. You know, she smirked triumphantly. It was something to the effect of, and I quote, fell for Susan somewhere along the way. Ron stopped snickering and suddenly looked quite interested in the topic of discussion. Harry pulled a face. What are you, a bloody parrot? Ron broke down in laughter again. Grinning evilly, Hermione upped the ante. Wasn't there also something about, who I also found I might have feelings for, regarding Cho Chang, tucked away in that abridged and rather hurried diatribe? Harry's face went blank and he spoke in a monotone. I have the right to remain silent, counselor. Ha ha ha. Ron broke down in side-splitting guffaws at that, especially aided by the droll look pasted on Hermione's face. For someone supposedly dead you seem to have gotten around quite nicely of late. She commented rather sarcastically. Better late than never. He returned without pause, earning himself a snort from Hermione as well as Ron for that one. Somewhere during the laughter, each began to realize that despite all, very little had changed between them. They were friends then and they were friends now. Each took comfort in the fact that they always would be. At length Hermione, of course, tried to put things into perspective, or try to get him to. What are you going to do? She hastily held up a hand in warning by seeing the smirking retort form on his lips to clarify. About the two witches in question, I mean. Not a clue. He shrugged uncertainly. Not a clue. Hermione spat back aghast. What do you mean, not a clue? You can't go around playing with people's affections like that. It isn't right stringing two women along at the same time. She complained. Harry shot Ron an incredulous look that had his friend uncomfortably clearing his throat in warning to leave him out of this one. Are you sure? Harry asked in seeming surprise. I know blokes in the Unspeakables that are seeing 3 or even 4 birds at the same time. My friend Stalker has got himself one for every day of the week. He says it keeps things more organized that way. Ha ha GAAA that's wrong Harry. Ron hastily choked off his laughter and amended under an angry glare from his significant other. Which part? The seeing 3 or 4 at the same time or the one for every day of the week to keep things neat and tidy? Personally, I'm leaning toward the daily. Oh, will you shut up? Hermione scolded, having lost all respect for the current topic, knowing he was just winding her up, at least she thought he was. What are you really going to do about Cho or Susan? She pressed on, undaunted by his attempts to avoid the subject. Harry paused to rub his chin in consideration. Actually, I was thinking of trying a week-on week-off rotation for a month or so to see how things shake out. Maybe draw up a few scales and rate my date on conversation, say, sense of humor, say, common interests and of course, say, Ron added winningly. At that they both got up from the table and left a fuming Hermione to stew whilst they went for a walk to catch up. They had just ventured onto the sidewalk when Ron mentioned. He hadn't heard the last of his fiancée's ire regarding the objectivity of women and the male preoccupation with base instincts. She really has rubbed off on you, you even sound like her now, mate. Harry commented with a nudge of his elbow to his friend, knocking him off a step. You live with her and see how you talk after a spell. Ron nudged him back. Don't let her fool you. That little number she's wearing is hardly detrimental to the objectivity of women, nor does it do anything for nullifying the male preoccupation with base instincts. Ron snorted his agreement, adding, "See, you haven't been in the Ruddy house an hour and you're already sounding like her." Harry pulled a face of disgust. That was low. Ron barked a laugh, patting his friend's shoulder fondly, to which Harry did not tense in the slightest, a fact to which Ron was silently grateful. At length he glanced at Harry and prompted, "So Susan Bones or Cho Chong, huh?" Harry shrugged as they strolled along. "Don't know about the as in both, but hey, I'm game if they are." They both chuckled at that, but eventually Harry took the initiative, surprising his friend, as getting Harry to talk over personal matters had been like pulling teeth previously. "Truthfully, I'd be with Sue right now if it wasn't for our history." He left off a bit vaguely, but this Ron was more perceptive than his former self. Nodding thoughtfully, he surmised, "She was there then when you know." Neither was too keen on saying the word, so Harry clarified. Took a leap of faith that wasn't everything it was cracked up to be. "Oh, wait, yes, cracked up does about sum it up." Ron tensed initially, but then snorted at the irony. "Merlin, Harry, don't let Hermione hear you say that, she'll do her nut right proper." Harry chuckled darkly in return, but with little humor in his tone. "I never wanted to hurt her or any of you, you know that, right?" Ron nodded silently, not trusting his voice just now. "When that turd Finnegan orchestrated the coup to have me thrown out of Gryffindor, I just sort of went blank. Then to find out Malfoy and his goon squad of junior inquisitors killed my Hedwig. I don't know. I was numb, shock I guess. I went to the infirmary, but they wouldn't let me in. Your folks and my owns turned me out. I slept out on the astronomy tower that night. I didn't have anywhere else to go." Somewhere during the conversation, Ron's arm snaked supportively across Harry's shoulders, both to reassure and to coax him into letting it out. Hermione had not gotten over what happened, none of them had really, except Luna. Luna went on as if everything was status quo. In retrospect he could see why. She knew. Luna's innate instincts knew that Harry had survived. Just as she knew that the knowledge of such was extremely dangerous to all of them, especially Harry, such that she had never divulged her suspicions, at least not in any way that anyone, even Hermione, could discern. Not for the first time Ron briefly thought of Luna's headstone, appreciating the message hidden within a last bit of wisdom from Luna. She'd practically screamed that Harry was still alive. Then Susan showed up. Harry continued, "You couldn't imagine my relief. I thought that maybe somebody still cared, but then she asked about Cedric, again." Harry snapped somewhat angrily. All she wanted to know was what happened to her precious Cedric. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, how many times did she corner me in the halls or whine to me before class over the past year? I just snapped and I told her. Ron cringed at that. He knew from Harry how Cedric had died without the slightest mercy or reluctance. I told her how he died for nothing because that's what he was. At least to Voldemort. He was nothing, just a minor inconvenience, and he was swatted from existence without a second thought. Harry snorted darkly, appreciating the irony in his next statement. When she asked me on why I hadn't been able to defeat Riddle and I told her I wasn't powerful enough, she said, "Then what good are you?" I realized then, in that moment, that I wasn't good for anything, not good for anything but getting my friends and my family killed. He stifled a sob of utter grief, brushing his sleeve across his eyes shamefully. Ron pulled his shoulder into the crook of his arm and at him softly on the side of the head, his own eyes tearing up. "Why, you know that's not true, right?" he asked worriedly, but Harry didn't immediately answer. After several anxious minutes he prompted again more pointedly. "You know it's not true, Harry, right?" But Harry just shrugged forlornly. Ron spun around in front of Harry and grasped both his shoulders, holding him captive while he pressed onward. "It's not true, Harry. That's never been true. You only ever did what was the right thing to do, no matter how scary or impossible it was. You always found a way to help and managed to save a lot of us along the way to doing just that help." Ron shook his shoulders, trying to push the words in. Harry's eyes searched his friend's hopefully before they lowered as he mumbled in remembrance. "I see, couldn't help, Luna." Ron shook his head in denial. "Bullshit." He shook Harry's shoulders in frustration. "You saved her from beat and further torture. You made her comfortable and stayed with her when she needed a friend more than anything. You were there for her when it mattered most, Harry, and she loved you for it. So much so that she tried to give the rest of us hope. Ron's eyes bore into Harry's, willing him to see the truth of his words and take them to heart. At length, Harry sighed in relief as he nodded reluctant agreement, knowing exactly to what Ron was referring. I must have stared at that gravestone 100 times, lost in thought, in memory's eye. I've never thought of myself as being all that brave or anything. Ron snorted at that incredulously. You're the bravest man that's ever lived, he contradicted, to which Harry rolled his eyes. Ron grabbed his shoulder and held him firmly as he reiterated. I mean it, and if you don't believe me then ask Hermione, she'll tell you. She knows everything. Har. Ron snorted, trying and failing to keep a straight face. Both broke down into side-splitting laughter at that. The mood finally having lightened after several soul-cleansing moments of friendship and laughter, they continued on their walk. It was well into evening and Hermione was worriedly pacing the floors of her and Ron's starter home. It wasn't much, but it was comfortable with a fair-sized living room, kitchen and master bedroom. There was an extra room that doubled as an office guest room. Ron liked to refer to it as their security. By that he was referring to the Weasley genes and their tendency to procreate with or without the slightest bit of encouragement. She often blushed her feigned outrage when he mentioned it, but secretly, the idea was not undesirable in the least. Both loved each other desperately and wanted a large family, though a bit of time to finish school would be nice. Finally, she sighed in relief at hearing the sound of Ron's voice outside, mumbling as he fumbled with the door lock. Her relief turned to surprise and a tad irritation when she also recognized Harry's, now mature, voice along with Ron's and the sound of their rather boisterous laughter outside that was so loud it set the neighbor's dog barking. The door finally creaked open. Shish shish shish, I think she's sleeping, Ron slurred. Hermione huffed under her breath in growing irritation at that, recognizing that the two were drunk. Here she was worrying and waiting and the pair of gits were out getting soused. Who? Harry asked in confusion. Hermione, Ron slurred, pausing in mid-step with the doorknob in hand. She stays here, Harry asked in surprise. See, course she does, Ron answered proudly, to which the object of conversation smiled wanly in spite of herself. You dog, Harry snorted. I'm gonna tell your mum, he threatened, to which Hermione rolled her eyes. That bridge had been crossed though not quickly or easily. Molly was a very stubborn and proper witch, or so she claimed up until the point that Arthur had reminded offhandedly, during one such heated argument during a family meal, that Bill was a tad earlier than expected. To which the room gaped stupidly and Molly fled the room red-faced and stuttering in mortification. After that Molly was as sweet as sugar to the happily cohabitating couple. She knows. Ron snorted appreciatively at how easily that threat was nullified. Does Hermione's mum? He suggested wickedly. Ha ha ha. Harry guffawed on the porch, whilst Hermione's eyes closed to slits and she fingered her wand considering a quick obliviate spell was in order. You're a one to talk with, Cho being preggers and all. Ron rasped out in defense. No threat that what with my parents dead and all, besides, it's not even mine. It's not. Ron balked in surprise. But you said that we were tied up at the time. Harry reiterated in question, to which Ron nodded. We were, literally so, and not together. Oh, Ron sighed apologetically, catching on to what his friend was trying not to say. Sorry. Hermione's face fell at that. Partly in sympathy for Cho's plight and partly in worry that Harry was just being noble, what with his sudden interest in Cho. She hoped he wasn't doing something for all the kind reasons and not the most important one, love. Sake. Harry accepted. Nothing's settled there, and besides I don't want to make the mistake of getting close until I know just why I am, otherwise it's not fair to her or the baby. Harry explained. Hermione smiled in relief at that. Harry had grown up to be the kind of man she always knew he'd be one day. Susan's butt giving you second thoughts? Ron chirruped suggestively. Hey, Harry protested. You said it, not me. Oh, what was it exactly? I know. You said Susan has an ass you could see the future in, ha ha ha. Hermione's opinion of previous was waning as she again fingered her wand. From that little number, my own was falling out of. I'd guess that I'm not the only one who's got a lock on clairvoyance. Hey, Ron protested, to which they broke down in laughter again. Hermione's eyes went wide in outrage as she huffed and sputtered whilst fighting a blush at the veiled compliment. What are you gonna do about Sue? Ron asked, suppressing a belch as he pushed open the door and fumbled for the light switch a moment before giving it up as a lost cause in his present state. The bulb must be burned out. He mumbled feebly. You mean after she gets out of therapy? Harry asked incredulously. Therapy for what? Psychotic break I'd venture. Last time I saw her she was the shore of their property's pond, pleading with some duck to talk to her har. Ha ha ha. Ah. Ron chortled, slumping into a chair, almost missing in the attempt. Even Hermione snorted out loud at that one, announcing her presence. My own. Ron gasped worriedly as his fiancée was not one such antics outside the weekends or holidays, well he knew. My own. Harry acknowledged, rummaging around in a nearby cabinet. Where do ya keep it? He mumbled. What? Hermione asked curiously. The booze woman. He groused as if stating the obvious. The booze. She barked scandalously, Ron cringing into his chair trying to avoid attention. Joining us for a nightcap aren't ya? Harry assumed, still sifting through a china cabinet that had been her grandmother's. Have you lost your mind? She barked in outrage at Harry. Ron, we have classes in the morning. She turned her ire on Ron, reminding him of his responsibilities. Susan's the crazy one. I'm the thirsty one. Harry grumbled as he continued his search. Ah, my own. Don't you, my own, me, Ronald Weasley. If you think. Harry interrupted her obliviously, before she could get up a head of steam. There's nothing for it. The joint's dry as Pomfrey's knickers, poor maid. Hee. Ron dissolved giggles of appreciation at that, turning to harsh coughing as if choking when Hermione glared down at him, her own grimace threatening to dissolve into laughter. It was funny, she had to admit. Harry clapped his hands together, rubbing them in anticipation. We'll have to go to my place then. You won't find any soda or iced tea round there. Why, I've got a bottle of 200-year-old cognac that's to die for. Let's go see. Ron chirruped winningly. There's the ticket. Harry accepted. Latch on and I'll apparate us there. He offered, extending an arm. If you think you're going to apparate in your condition, and with Ron, then you've got another. Hermione began to complain in warning before Harry cut her off. How thoughtless of me, course you can come, my own. With that, Harry grabbed up Hermione with the other arm, latched onto Ron and proceeded to apparate the lot of them. The next day. That's the last of it, we've got the lads sorted, Healer Jennings. Fine, Jennings agreed, casting a few more diagnostic spells over his grumbling female patient. I don't know what you people were thinking, apparating while intoxicated. It's the first thing they warn you about when you learn to apparate. You'll splinch yourself every time. I don't care how powerful the wizard or witch. That usually only increases the risk of worsening the incident. He chastised the 3 patients under his care. I tried to tell her doc, but she wouldn't listen. Ron complained from the next bed over. Hermione growled from beneath her covers that she was peering evilly out from under. Yeah, she thinks she knows everything. Harry added his own admonition from the next bed over. The two broke down into laughter again, much as they did most of the night whilst a team of healers labored to put their parts back together. They still had yet to locate Hermione's missing hair. The two jiggled around each other illy, so much so that the rest of the dance floor cleared to give them room as they and the rest of the club were transfixed on the pair. The dancing pair were oblivious to the rest of the club watching them in various states of distraction. For them only the other existed, the need to one-up each other paramount, both taunting and enticing the other shamelessly. Though the need to vex Susan Bones was wholly secondary, he would be lying if he didn't admit to himself that it held a place of distinct necessity within his mind's eye when the occasion presented itself. For her, the need to rub it in Susan's face was a close second to her need to hold her partner's undivided attention. However, neither was even remotely aware that Susan Bones was even in the present vicinity. Cho's mother had laboriously instructed her daughters on the art of seduction, and though she hadn't appreciated it at the time, having indoctrinated herself to Western beliefs of equality and liberality, she could now say a silent thanks to her mother as she understood now that there was no such thing as fair play where the heart was concerned. She didn't know, per se, that Harry Potter was who and what she wanted to spend her life with, but until she did she was gonna be damned if she'd just let Susan Bones have free and unfettered access to arguably the finest specimen of man or wizard to be had on the entire continent. She respected him as a valued comrade. She adored him as a person. She appreciated him as a friend. She was definitely attracted to him as a potential lover, but as far as being in love with him, she couldn't honestly say that she was, or if she was just in love with the idea of being in love with him. Until she knew for sure, she was leaving nothing to chance. All she truly knew for certain was that she had been lost to despair. Battered, BPD, defiled and left longing for a death that would not come as she endlessly prayed for it to do so. Eventually her prayers turned desperate, begging for hope, and finally, hope came. It didn't come in the form of an angel releasing her from her earthly torment, but in the form of a man doing just that and so much more. He did not see broken and worthless when she begged him to leave her to die. He saw only what could yet be. He looked into the soul and had told her he liked what he saw. He renewed her faith, and with it she dared to hope once more. Her life was hers again, and now she could see a future wherein once she only saw pain and emptiness. No matter what, she would do all in her power to love and appreciate this man as he deserved to be loved and appreciated. Even despite having known that she didn't currently love him, she hoped that she could if given the time to do so. Blue eyes that were usually soft and gentle watched with a mixture of feral attraction and jealous ire. Her friends, deciding she needed a break from the hairy tug-o-war, had taken her out for a night of girl time. She might have known this occasion, like most of the rest of the last 2 months, would end up being another late-round decision on the judges' cards in what was shaping up to be the battle of the ages. The prize, Harry James Potter, i.e. the former boy of her dreams, now the man who held her every waking fantasy and all of her perceived hopes for future happiness. He was the proverbial, storybook hero, in the flesh. Harry Potter was every girl's dream of the handsome prince. At least he was for her. As a boy his eyes had held her heart captive. The stories, gossip really, that she'd heard regarding his exploits had seemed too far-fetched to be believed, but she, like the rest, had overlooked the obvious: a champion had stood among them. Their reconnecting could have been so perfect, that is, if she hadn't have lost her temper and ruined things from the get-go. She didn't know what infuriated her more, his having played her, albeit unintentionally, or the fact that she had made a complete and utter fool of herself because of it. There she was, not 2 months ago, talking, pleading with that stupid duck in their pond. She was trying to get the confused bird to talk to her when the real object of her interest happened to pop out of nowhere and ask, albeit with real worry etched in his eyes, if she was feeling alright. URGGG. It still raised her hackles to think about it. There she was gapping stupidly at him like a complete and utter fool with said duck, quacking in both irritation and, if she didn't know better, amusement at her shocked embarrassment. She had screeched to the heavens once she'd collected herself. That, and she'd thrown every curse and hex his way that she could think of. In retrospect, it wasn't perhaps the most viable method of garnering his interest, let alone his forgiveness for her past indiscretions. What was it about Harry Potter that made her do all the wrong things when all she wanted to do was all the right things? She wanted him. She knew that, and it made her crazy knowing that he knew it too. That knowledge only gave him more power over her to make her even crazier, and he was taking advantage of that knowledge to the fullest. Just like now, he couldn't know that she would be here tonight, but by the same token, she was wholly sure that he could have found out and was now taking the mickey out on her like he'd done most of the last 2 months. It started off so sweet, at least she'd thought so. He'd shown up the next day, once she'd had a chance to cool down after the duck incident. Anyway, he'd shown up at the Bones mansion with flowers in hand, apologizing for the unintentional misunderstanding of previous. And she'd bought it. Misunderstanding her ass. If he had his way she'd still been out there talking to that stupid duck. He seemed so sincere and genuinely apologetic that she'd bought into it hook, line and stinker. Yes, she meant stinker, because that was exactly what he was. The flowers, as she'd learned to her dismay, were some new crossbreed of Neville's creation that was designed for home defense. An activation word, which he'd purposely enclosed in the card having guessed she'd read it out loud, had activated said botanical terror. It seems that Devil's Snare and Snapdragons produced a virulent breed of plant that not only ensnared its prey, but then proceeded to bite them mercilessly. There she was reading the enclosed card when she came to the closing, "Love, Harry." She'd been so thrilled by those 2 words that she'd gasped them aloud. At her pronunciation of those 2 words chaos ensued. The damn thing sprouted tentacles that wrapped around her neck, pulling her in so that the snapdragons could give her a love bite that would make a cobra flinch in envy. Having no teeth, as such, only soft petals for mouths, the snapdragon's bite was more of an annoying tickle. Thousands of annoying tickles that eventually felt as if she was being peeled like an overripe orange. Her shrieks of despair had amused the villain no end as he laughed uproariously, snapping off pictures from a magical camera that she saw the evidence of which in the newspapers the next day advertising the plants for home defense, available through Weasley Wizarding Wheezes, of course. To say the pictures were less than flattering would be an understatement. He had pointed out that on the bright side, they'd sold out their entire stock of product that first day the advertisement was published. Then the Claude actually had the audacity to ask if she considered modeling for the next advertisements. And the hexes started flying again. She didn't know why she bothered as this was the wizard who'd utterly destroyed Voldemort, but still, it made her feel better to at least try to curse the prat. So what does he do for an encore? Chocolates, of course. Not just any chocolates, but a special handmade confectionery from Belgium with her in mind. Right, sure. He must have thought she was a total idiot. Hello. This is the man that used to slip tracking devices into her pancakes. Merlin only knew what devious bits of humiliation were inside those chocolates. So what did she do? She gave them to Mad-Eye Moody, thinking he'd ferret out whatever poison Potter had laced the chocolates with and take retribution. Then, she planned to take the results and fix his wagon, but good, in the form of a warrant for his arrest for malicious conduct. Not only did it turn out that the chocolates were legitimate, but Mad-Eye was now desperate to know the name and location of the confectioner as apparently he was rather addicted to the exquisite treats. Not only had she given away what was probably 100 galleons worth of the world's finest chocolates, but then she'd had to suffer Harry's tear-filled accusing eyes at her having ungraciously re-gifted his heartfelt apology. If he wasn't driving her insane, he was making her feel utterly mortified. Despite his endless torment, which she knew that she deserved all of it and more, she still wanted him. She wanted him desperately. She didn't deserve him, no one truly did, though if she were honest with herself, Cho probably was as close as someone could get to truly deserving him. She wanted to step aside and let Cho have her chance. She wanted to purely for his sake, but she couldn't. She just couldn't. Susan had begun to fall for him as a teenager before she'd done the unthinkable and made a typical teenage thoughtless remark that had produced devastating consequence. She had been hurt and angry and had ruined everything. She hadn't thought she couldn't care anymore, or at least didn't deserve to. Then Wraith had come into the picture, however unwillingly so. She hadn't realized it until late, but she had begun to care very deeply. Then to have it turn out to be Harry Potter was like an answer to a prayer, one that she had thought fruitlessly made thousands of times only to have been unknowingly answered. She had begun to fall for him as a foolish teenager and had unwittingly fallen for him altogether as an even more foolish adult. Now she was totally in love with him and she didn't have the faintest clue what, if anything, she could possibly do about it. Should she do anything? She knew she shouldn't as she'd made her mistakes and burned her bridges, but good. All she knew was that she loved him and despite her many mistakes she would spend a lifetime trying to be worthy of him in any and every way possible given the chance. Susan eyed her friends, particularly Hermione Granger, with a look that clearly stated this was a bad idea. Hermione could only shrug helplessly, defending logically as always, how was I to know he'd be out tonight and with Cho for that matter? Susan rolled her eyes at that. She wanted to take her friend at her word, but she was his friend too. And with Harry Potter there was no end to the man's desire to take the mickey. She wanted to believe Hermione was completely innocent, but it was even more hard to do so when she commented suggestively, "Oh, my," she fanned herself blushing as she took in her friend's current activities, "you've got to admit they're really something together, aren't they?" Susan's eyes narrowed to slits at that. Turning toward the dance floor her eyes went wide in spite of her current irritation. What Harry and Cho were currently doing could almost be described as obscene. If there was ever a case of passionate foreplay on the dance floor then this was it. In spite of herself, she too was blushing at their antics. The whole thing was perhaps the wildest, most stimulating display she'd ever beheld. Harry was circling Cho almost predatorily. His eyes were emerald fire, his chest glistening with perspiration. Cho's hips were undulating, her ample bosom heaving as she shimmed in place, luring him in. Mouth hanging agape, Susan turned to her friends in both desperate need for distraction, as well as reassurance, though the way the rest of them were staring mesmerized by the couple owning the floor, reassurance wouldn't be coming anytime soon. Hannah was licking her lips wantonly, Hermione fanning herself, and Tracy Davis looked ready to book a room for the night. Blessedly, the music ended and the club roared in applause laced with catcalls and whistles of utter appreciation. The entire joint was turned on, and how? Eventually the lights dimmed and the music softened and couples nearly sprinted for the floor, suddenly eager to hold someone, anyone, close. How could anyone? I can't compete with that. Susan blurted out aghast, blushing furiously at even considering the prospect. Be yourself. Hermione pressed. That's all Harry wants, is for people to be themselves, not that it wouldn't hurt to let go now and again. She amended sheepishly. Hannah snorted at that. Tracy rolled her eyes this time, adding, there's letting yourself go and then there's reckless abandon. I think what we just witnessed qualifies as more of the latter. What we just witnessed doesn't even have a category. Hannah added, grabbing Hermione's menu card and now fanning herself with it, trying and failing to cool down her own rampant hormones. Hermione smirked and proceeded to hit the group with several high-powered cheering charms before they had a chance to offer a word of protest. The ladies' eyes glazed over in bliss. A few more strategically dress-altering seamstress charms to give more of an ample view of one's finer attributes, and Hermione led the group to the dance floor when the next upbeat song began. They may not have reached the same level of abandon that Harry and Cho had, but they certainly had every male in the club's undivided attention, and many of the females too. Harry tried to remain focused on Cho, despite the fact that she was acutely aware of who was currently holding court and was finding herself more distracted than she would like to admit, as well. He even went so far as to turn up his oculomancy screens to a new high, but Susan's swaying hips and jiggling beasts were breaking through his shields as no Legil men's could ever have done. The mere fact that soft, gentle Susan Bones could even move like that, was hard to even conceive of even in his most stringent of teenage fantasies. This was one night he was going to relive in a pensieve many times over in years to come. Neither which was making his decision an easy one, a fact that he was both grateful for and utterly perplexed by. Deciding, once the dance finished and the crowd again roared its approval, that discretion was the better part of valor, he really must find out who said that. He and Cho decided it was time to leave. That is, they strategically retreated. Watching the couple's hurried departure, Hermione pulled Susan close and whispered conspiratorially in her friend's ear, the round goes to Susan Bones by a unanimous decision. That took a lot of courage. Cho commented after a lengthy pause as they walked along the lighted Times. Harry glanced her way with a puzzled expression. Smiling wanly, she clarified. For Susan to work outside off the box like that. I could be wrong, but that was wholly unknown territory our sheltered Hufflepuff was exploring. She was way out of her comfort zone and it didn't show a whit, obviously so. She chuckled lightly at her own and Harry's reaction to the display. You were utterly mesmerizing, Harry complimented honestly, choosing wisely to ignore his date's observation, however accurate said observation may be. She smiled knowingly at that. As were you, and may I say that was very well played, kind sir. Harry smirked at that. My comrades have given me a great deal of inadvertent examples of what not to do in their vast experience, he surmised sarcastically, referring to the bragging of his fellow unspeakable teammates over their many supposed conquests. She snuggled up next to him in both appreciation and affection. What am I to do with you? You seemed to know exactly what to do when we were dancing. He teased. She ducked her head into his shoulder to hide her blush. You make it easy for a girl to forget herself, she scolded, intending anything but. I like the way you forget yourself, he added, nudging her with a hip to press home his point. You're a regular obliviation spell, you are, she flirted back. Not to be outdone, he turned her toward himself, grasping her by the shoulders and holding her eyes captive, care for a bit of amnesia. She barely let a gasp escape as his lips found their way to hers. Initially startled, she soon surrendered and even opened her mouth to deepen the key. A low moan traitorously escaped her throat as her mind reeled in utter bliss. This was nothing like the uncertain, hesitant boy she once keyed. This was wow. Her mind exploded like fireworks as her hands snaked around his neck and pulled him in close, their bodies melding together, each acutely aware of how much the other was aroused. their bodies giving themselves away whether they were ready to admit their own desire to themselves, let alone the other. Finally he pulled gently back and her swollen lips trembled and she whimpered slightly at the loss of contact. She both hated and was proud of the way she let her passion for him be known. Her mother would be cross with her for ignoring her careful tutelage, but she couldn't let herself care. Merlin, what a man. Eventually they walked on off into the night holding hands, eventually stopping beneath a tree or in a darkened alcove to exchange tender, gentle kisses, but neither letting themselves go as far as previously, lest they find themselves forgetting all sense of decency and resort to rolling amongst the gathering fall leaves, tearing at each other's clothes. They talked over little things, flirted a bit, even stopped for a cup of cocoa before he saw her home. It was at this point that he should have expected it. The curse of being him reared its ugly head in the form of a gang of young thugs overwhelmed the cafe, pushing over chairs, flipping tables, brushing dinnerware onto the floor, in general, establishing their dominance in an attempt to intimidate the cafe owners and their clientele into fearfully and expediently handing over their every valuable. Cho's smoldering gaze cooled slightly as Harry's arm wrapped protectively around her shoulders only to widen in surprise when he surreptitiously revealed his true intent in that he activated her emergency port key, transporting her instantly to Unspeakable's command center in the Hall of Mysteries. What the F? Cho gasped in surprise before the light of sudden understanding hit in that Harry had removed her, or more pointedly, her unborn child, to a place of safety whilst he dealt with the impending threat alone. Oh, for the love of Merlin! She raged indignantly, brushing aside an equally surprised dispatcher and manned the command's comm link. Emergency Priority 1, to all available field personnel within the vicinity of London. Wraith, I repeat, Wraith engaged on site. Snatch and grab of approximately 8 to 10 hostiles, cafe corner of Reason. Cho had barely disappeared from sight when Harry surged to his feet and confronted the room full of miscreants with calm resolve. Gentlemen, I suggest you cease and desist immediately. Withdraw from the premises in an orderly fashion and line up to the left of the building along the curb outside, where some associates of mine will be along to collect your sorry selves forthwith, he suggested, though the tone of his voice was one of command rather than any hint of choice on their part. Har har har, a gruff voice barked incredulously. Ya hear that, Georgie? This bloke here suggests we turn ourselves into the bobbies. What was it? Fort Whiff. He attempted to mimic Harry's voice, chortling at his own joke in his guttural pronunciation. Does he now? The leader of said riff-raff sauntered up in challenge. He was an over-muscular thug with several nasty facial scars that were indicative of having tried and failed to impose his will upon others. He was about to get himself a fresh set of scars to add to the collection, though he mistakenly thought otherwise. With a blur of motion, a knife appeared in the youth's hand and shot toward Harry's unprotected chest. If either assailant had been paying attention, they would have seen the expectant, almost eagerly anticipated gleam in the eye of their would-be victim. Harry's palm shot forward, hitting the thug's forearm as it passed and deflected the knife into the ribs of Georgie's second, who screamed in sudden alarm and pain. Arg! What the Georgie's surprise would go unanswered, as he was shortly to be dealing with his own mortality. Harry's fingers bent slightly and stiffened as he shot them straight into Georgie's exposed throat, right up to the third knuckle. Ah hack gah! The man grabbed his crushed throat and fell to his knees, frothing and gagging as he began to asphyxiate on his own blood from a now ruptured larynx. Had the blue plate special Harry chuckled darkly at the man's predicament. Eventually the man slumped to the floor next to his bleeding and mewling comrade, who was currently pawing pathetically at the knife protruding hilt deep in his rib cage. Each half-hearted attempt his tentative hand made to dislodge the blade sent paroxysms of pain shooting through his torso, forcing him to immediately give up the attempt and flail uselessly in his misery. Harry flowed forward into the three thugs, heading hurriedly his way to both avenge and attempt to save their already doomed fellows. A twist of the hips and a split second later, the edge of Harry's foot and heel connected with the side of the nearest thug's head, sending him rocketing head first through the cafe's front window, where he landed in a groaning heap of blood and glass, whimpering in pain over his many cuts and broken collarbone, before unconsciousness from the original kick took hold and dragged him under into welcome oblivion. Harry completed the twist of his torso from the kick, letting his elbow slam into the right ear of the next unlucky antagonist. The man's head pitched to the side, where it met with the unwelcome company of another spin kick, this a hook kick. Harry's heel shot past the man's jaw and snapped back, connecting his heel with the under left side of the man's jaw, pitching him back. He crashed into a table and went down in a sprawl of broken dinnerware, half-eaten food and even a few coins left in tip. Hopefully he'd think to grab up the change as he was going to need the money to help pay his hospital bill for repair of a broken jaw and ruptured eardrum. The remaining 6 stood transfixed as the most violently dominant of their troop went down in scant seconds without incurring the slightest injury on a single supposed victim. Their eyes betrayed their half-considered intention to make a run for it whilst they were still able. The rash movement of 2 younger members committed them, however. Emboldened by their younger, more foolhardy members' charge, the rest came forward, albeit warily. Harry waited for them with a grim smile of appreciation for that which he was about to receive. 1 minute and 43 seconds later. Pop 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 pop. This Griffin team reporting in on site to Holy Mother of Shite. There sat Harry atop a mound of broken bodies, furniture and dinnerware. He was enjoying a nice cup of tea whilst the objects of his previous interest mo.net and groaned piteously. Evening, boys. What say we get the Aurors to sort what's what and we go out for something a bit stronger? I'm buying, he offered in greeting. Well, if you're buying then I know of a nice spot not 2 blocks up Reese Street. Stalker clapped his hands together, rubbing them bracingly in anticipation. I'm for that. Let's go see. The night's still young, and so are we. Laughing at their own juvenile antics, they made off for the indicated watering hole, calling back to their team leader to do catch up once you get this all sorted, won't ya, Griff? With a growl of disgust, Griffin tapped the comm link at his lapel. This is Griffin, command. Area secured, send Aurors and Obliviators to my location ASAP. That done, he tagged the wounded with port keys and left those beyond caring for the Aurors to process before jogging off lest his team wander away and leave him stuck with the tab for tonight's coming festivities. Pop, where is he? Cho seethed, her eyes nearly sparking in her anger. Who? Griffin asked facetiously, daring the wrath of the pregnant woman. Cho rolled her eyes irritably before snapping out, Potter, not deigning to afford him the luxury of any informality on her part. Oh, say, look at the time. Griffin glanced at his watch and disapparated like the street was on fire beneath his feet. Erg. Cho allowed herself a growl of frustration that became a tirade laced with expletives when the summoned Auror detail arrived and stuck her with debriefing and reporting on tonight's altercation. The next morning. Oh, my freaking head. One groaned out painfully. How the hell can Potter sleep after a night like that? Another grumbled incredulously. The man's not human. No single man can consume that much booze and live, let alone sleep so peacefully after a night like that. It's just not possible. Shut up. Oh, my freaking head. This is inhuman, I know my rights. Chameleon barked out challengingly, just loud enough to be heard by the guard down the hall. We're entitled to medical care, i.e. an anti-hangover potion. Either that, or a swift execution. Shut up down there or you'll wish for an execution. The guard yelled down the hall threateningly. You're just taking the piss because you washed out of Auror training, Simmons, isn't it? Chameleon groused, trying to annoy said guard. What's next, a promotion to crossing guard at the local preschool? Har har har. Cam chortled at the guard's expense. Clang. A tin water cup clanged off his bars, spraying him with its contents. Hey, oh you'll pay for that, you will, he threatened impotently. Sure I will. The guard sarcastically taunted. Stalker walked up next to his friend and teammate. Doesn't he have a sister, B? Owned, pretty, nice legs? He asked with more than an unsavory interest, thumbing in Simmons' direction. Yeah, nice bum and. Cam took up the thread of the conversation, but was interrupted. You wouldn't dare. Simmons growled defensively. Wouldn't I? Stalker challenged, enjoying the way the man visibly gulped in worry. A round of hangover remedies coming right up. He offered, hopping off to get the potions. Oh my freaking head. Dozer whined again. It's coming. Cam smirked in triumph. 6 members of the infamous, depending on one's viewpoint, Griffin team littered Cell 12 of the MLES detention facilities some 3 floors beneath the ministry proper. Griffin was sulking in the corner of the cell, refusing to lower himself to his teammates' antics, which was his attempt to project an air of authority that was mostly wasted on this lot. They'd been to hell and back, and his ignoring them was a sad attempt to rein them in, and well he knew it, but it was the thought that counted. Once the potions were to hand, Cam handed them around the cell, pocketing Harry's for after when he finally woke up. He proffered one to his team leader and oldest friend, good-naturedly. Griff just turned his nose up at the offer. It's like that is it. Cam snorted in half humor half disgust. I'll take his, if he's too proud. Dozer hurriedly offered and snapped up the extra dose and downed it in a single desperate go, followed by a sigh of immediate relief that the first dose had been unable to wholly procure. Hey, Griff protested. Oh, our fearless leader finally deigns to talk to his lowly subordinates. Cam chastised. He wasn't so high and mighty last night after propositioning that nun. Raven chortled, getting snickers from the lot. Man, as long as I live I'll never forget Father Damien laying into you. What was it he called you again? Dozer pretended to not remember. An agnostic swine. Ha ha ha. The group broke down into side-splitting laughter at that and the way that Griffin's face went beet red. I thought she was a professional girl, role-playing, ya know. He whined in his defense. So then what? Father Damien was her pimp. Ha ha ha. This time they laughed so loud that they woke Harry up. Snort. Wah-oh, my freaking head. Harry snorted awake, immediately complaining over his pounding head. Here kid, Cam promptly pressed the hangover remedy into his trembling hand. He downed it and immediately sighed in relief, slumping back against the wall of his bunk. Once oriented, his gaze fell on a sulking Griffin who he immediately teased. How many holy cards did you lose last night, boss? Har har har. Their pleasure was interrupted by not one, but 3 irate females making their presence known. Harry Potter. Harry shot to his feet and came to attention. Here, sir, he snapped out. Cho's eyes narrowed to slits. Here, ma'am, she corrected in a low hiss of warning. Hey, Potter, who's the leggy brunette with her ministerness? Raven called out suggestively, eyes a now fuming Hermione Granger. Harry twisted around his friend to get a look. Sorry mate, she's taken by some ginger git whose name escapes me, but that's the infamous Hermione Granger. Oh, and up until recently she didn't have brown hair. He amended with a snort that raised Hermione's ire and got a snort from the minister. Well, really? She groused. She the one who's supposed to know everything? Dozer asked in speculation, eyeing Hermione. That's her, Harry chirruped. See if she knows the size of stalkers. Here now. Griffin barked in protest. Wand, Raven finished with a smirk, throwing a wink his friend's way. Hermione was blushing a proper Weasley red, quite a feat for not yet a legal Weasley and all. You picked a fine time to take a holier-than-thou attitude. Harry reminded his team leader, to which his friends all broke down in guffaws at his expense, leaving Griffin sputtering in embarrassment. Minister Bones chuckled in understanding, given that she had personally perused the complaints against her most reliable unspeakable team and dismissed or settled most of the disputes herself personally. They were merely blowing off some steam and decompressing whilst bonding over some much-needed downtime. She would cover 100 such occurrences, knowing that they wouldn't ever exploit such an advantage, nor would they ever cross the line and do anything even remotely harmful in their antics, no matter how intoxicated they got. Besides, there were far easier ways to rein them in, and one such was female influence. Surprisingly, she had several such witches at her immediate disposal to deal with the most unpredictable of the lot. As the Griffin team filed out, each thanking the minister, as one would expect doing so to a disappointed parent, she left the last, and most hesitant of the lot, face his comeuppance. He's all yours, ladies, she prompted, waving her hand toward a sheepishly cowering Harry Potter. Before they could start in on him, he called to his fellows. Same time, same place, and we'll wipe last night off the books, right guys? Hell yes. You bet. I'm in. Amelia Bones threw up her hands, walking away muttering in exasperation at that. Cho took the initiative, which is to say she was champing at the bit for said opportunity to cut in. You're not going anywhere, mister, and about last night, just where do you get off playing the valiant knight and sending off the damsel in distress? She drew quotation marks in the air as she continued to berate the subject of her ire. You could have gotten yourself killed taking on a group of thugs like that without backup. He what? Hermione gasped in shock. The clod took on 8 armed delinquents after sending me off like some frightened schoolgirl. Cho explained. Harry, you didn't. Hermione groused disappointedly. I did, he returned indignantly, adding smugly that. And for your information, the Queen plans to knight me in a ceremony at the end of the month, so I'm well within my purview to play the valiant knight anytime I like. Both women's faces darkened like storm clouds at that, and he realized too late that his answer was perhaps not what was expected of him just now. If you think you're going out carousing with that bunch of reprobates, then you've got another think. Cho began to lay down the law, but was cut off. Oh, did you want to go too? We're going to a club called Merlin's Madhouse. They're putting on a show tonight and everything. It's supposed to be a smasher. With a jaunty wave he excused himself under the pretense. Well, I better get some rest and clean up before tonight. Meet you lot there, bring dates if you like, you won't be disappointed. They put on a great show. He chortled and apparated away right through the ministry's wards. What? Of all the nerve. Hermione complained. Meet him tonight. You better believe I'll meet him tonight, and much as it behooves me I'll bring Susan along for backup. Cho promised dangerously. That night. There sure are a lot of people in here, it must be a really good show. Susan commented offhandedly to her group. Cho nodded, but Hermione remained skeptical. There are, but doesn't it seem a bit odd that most of the patrons are wizards? Each glanced about, but seemed somewhat mollified when Cho pointed out that, yeah, but there are a few other groups of witches, they're just closer to the stage. They must be trying to get the waitress attention, waving money like that. Susan agreed somewhat naively. Waving money, hey, you don't think? Hermione was about to hurriedly warn the others when the lights lowered and the announcer's voice filled the jeering crowd. Merlin's Madhouse is proud to present for you lucky wizrads and, witches. In the audience, Magical Melinda and her Wanton Witch Review. The sound of cheap body jazz came over the speakers and the stage lit up to a bevy of scantily clad witches that were undulating proactively as the witches in the audience clambered forward to stuff currency in the entertainers' garments. No easy feat, as they were already being discarded for the erotic pleasure of the jeering audience. Oh my God! A wide-eyed Cho spat aghast as Susan ducked her blushing head down beneath her sheltering hands and Hermione paled dramatically. Later that night, trembling hands tried and failed to keep her teacup from clacking against her saucer as she took another tentative sip to try and soothe her jangled nerves. Well, it's not like that was embarrassing or anything. Hermione scathed sarcastically as Cho tired and failed to reassure Susan by rubbing her forearm supportively. All she succeeded in doing was putting the girl more on edge as she finally spilled the tea altogether. Sorry, Cho mumbled, pulling her hands up and away in a slow, non-threatening gesture. He set us up. Cho grumbled, putting the blame where it was due for their current varying states of discomfort. No, you think? Susan scoffed, regaining some sense of composure in her irritation. He couldn't have known you were going to be there, Susan, she lamely tried to defend. Couldn't he? Susan disagreed, shaking her head uncertainly. He's not like what you remember from school, Hermione. Granted, I only know him as his alias, Wraith, but I can tell you that he's as cunning as they come and loves to take the mickey. Combine those traits with extensive training and, shall we say, a rather heightened magical prowess in Viola. We've got a real problem on our hands now that Voldemort is no longer tops on his to-do list. Susan drew quotations in the air to emphasize her point. What's next, or should I say whom? Cho guessed. It's who. Hermione automatically corrected. Whatever. Both Susan and Cho snarled back at the same time, each sharing an approving smirk with the other for it. The next day, the object of previous inquiry was set up as a carnival, Barker, drawing in the roofs. He sported a handlebar mustache below twinkling emerald eyes that were filled with mischief. He was wearing a straw hat and a red and white striped shirt with garters holding up his sleeves as he tapped a bamboo cane to a sideboard in front of a white and red striped tent that was blocking out the WWW shop behind. He barked out enticingly, "Hurry, hurry, hurry and step right up, folks, for the wonder of the ages. Back by popular demand here, live, now, the Dodos. That's right, you heard me folks, not one, but two. Long thought extinct, but here live and for the first time available for your viewing pleasure, a pair of fresh-caught dodos." He emphasized the fresh caught with a mad gleam in his eyes. "I'm not talking just any dodos either. I'm talking the rarest of the rare, the double orange-crested dodos." The crowd gasped excitedly, though Ron and Ginny shared a look of trepidation. "Uh-oh," Ron began worriedly. "You don't think?" Ginny added suspiciously. "Just a sickle apiece, folks. Step right up, step right up. Popcorn, peanuts, souvenir Kewpie dolls for the kiddies, come one come all." People were pushing and shoving their way forward whilst trying to pull sickles from their money pouches. Easy there, easy Barker, Harry admonished, there's plenty of room for everyone inside, no pushing mind. The show won't start until everyone's seated. There's a special firework display after, courtesy of Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. Finally making it to the front of the queue, Hermione smacked her lips distastefully, asking, just what are you playing at, mister? Ignoring her, he asked the dragon in a guttural Cockney accent, it's usually a sickle apiece, but what say we make it an even 2 galleons for this lot and I'll throw in popcorn and some souvenir Cupid dolls for the boys. To which he threw a wink in Hermione's direction. She caught the inflection and huffed indignantly whilst Ginny, Susan and Madame Bones just chuckled both at his antics and the ease with which he could wind the usually unflappable Hermione up with. Sounds like a bargain. The dragon chortled, handing over the gold coins without further thought. The Barker bit the coins suspiciously. Satisfied, he pocketed the coins and fished beneath his podium, eventually coming up with 3 dollies. The one he gave Amelia Bones had strawberry yarn for hair, a little pink button for a nose, and wore a silver blue dress that immediately caught Susan's attention. Hey, that looks like. She began to squawk out indignantly before her aunt interrupted by squeezing the doll and chuckling merrily when it squeaked in a high-pitched semblance of Susan's voice, Harry Potter, oh wherefore art thou Harry Potter? Followed by the doll sighing wistfully. Of all the Susan began to grouse before the Barker hastily shoved a dolly into her hands. Hey, what the? Susan stared down at the doll in her hands. It had black yarn for hair and a green sequin eyes and a lightning bolt scar on the right side of its forehead. Curious, she squeezed it and Harry's youthful voice squeaked out, Moldywort's grandmother rides a vacuum cleaner. Ginny sniggered at that, well, that and the doll she held with bushy brown yarn hair and a pinched face of displeasure. It had a string pull cord at its neck, and when she pulled it, Hermione's recorded voice admonished knowingly that, well, honestly, everyone knows you can't apparate from inside Hogwarts, Ronald. It says so in Hogwarts: A History. Ginny and Neville laughed like a pair of lunatics as they pulled the string and chortled as each new phrase it spurted out was Hermione to a T. There's no such thing as crumple-horned Snorkix, you're getting to get us all killed, or worse, expelled. Professor McGonagall, could I ask just one more question? Hermione's mouth hung agape in outrage, only distracted when another doll was pressed into her hand. This one had a pale face and golden yarn hair, wearing radish earrings and a butter-beer cork necklace. Hermione began to tear up, but in her curiosity she squeezed the doll and Luna's dreamy voice reassured her that death shall have no dominion over the stout-hearted. She gasped and looked up expectantly, only now the Barker was gone and in his place a cue card that stated, next show in 5 minutes. She pulled Ron in her wake with the prized doll cradled lovingly in the crook of her other arm. The inside of the tent had a sawdust floor, rows of fold-up wooden chairs and a plank stage with a patchwork curtain hiding the background. The anxiously whispering crowd hushed when the Barker returned, only now dressed in a tuxedo complete with top hat and tails. He sat down with a flourish on the bench of an upright piano perched off to the side of the stage and played a quick intro to gather the crowd's attention before announcing in a formal tone. For your viewing and listening pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, I present the Dodos. The curtain went up and the Barker started plunking away a jaunty tune on the piano, and out tap danced a pair of, indeed, red-headed dodos. They looked like a pair of egg-shaped penguins with great bulbous beaks, sprinkled with red freckles, and were all white except for a tuft of red feathers on the crowns of their head. They tap danced across the stage in perfect unison with both one another and the music. When the pair twirled in place, the crowd was rewarded with the view of a little sign across the back of each bird that proudly proclaimed their names, Bread and Forge. The up until now stunned crowd roared in both approval and laughter at that. The Barker played faster and faster with a mad gleam in his eye as the birds' webbed feet splat across the floor trying to keep pace. They finished, collapsing in a cloud of feathers. The crowd applauded wildly, and even more so, mixed with jeers, catcalls and barks of hysterical laughter. For when the feathers drifted away, a pair of, now human, Weasley twins were left starkers for all to see. They shamefacedly tried to back away from view, covering their modesty with handfuls of feathers. The Barker started up the same tune, however, this time the pair of dodos beat a hasty retreat, but not before shooting a filthy glare Harry's way. A sign dropped down after they bolted from the stage, proclaiming a big dodo sale at Weasley Wizarding Wheezes, a double orange double offer sale. Are you sure you wouldn't rather ask someone else? He asked uncertainly. You're my friend and I want you there. Neville returned firmly. I haven't been much of a friend, though Nev. You're more of a friend than I think you will ever know, let alone give yourself credit for, Harry. Neville reassured bracingly, clapping a firm hand on his uncertain friend's shoulder. Friends don't let their friends think they're dead. You only did that to protect yourself and the rest of us, probably more of the latter I'd wager. Neville cocked a speculative eyebrow at that, eyeing his friend pointedly. Harry just shrugged by way of acknowledgement. Neville didn't press it further, he just surmised in a tone that would brook no further debate. I want you and Ron to stand for me at my wedding. I want you there. Ginny wants you there. It's where you belong, it always has been. Thanks, Nev. Harry snuffled in agreement, surreptitiously brushing a sleeve across his suspiciously moist eyes. No, thank you, Harry. A grateful Neville patted his friend's back before adding. Now, the only question is, who's to be your date for the wedding? Neville chuckled at that, leaving his friend to ponder the answer, knowing full well the dilemma that presented as neither of the two witches that Harry was interested in were actually talking to him just now. Obviously they were being unfair, as Harry couldn't possibly have done anything that could in any way be construed as offensive. Right, the week before. Just what do you think you're doing? Susan admonished, hugging her arms around her waist to ward off the early December chill. Ice fishing. Harry answered calmly, flicking his line back down the hole in the ice he was seated next to. Ice fishing? What are you playing at? There's no fish in our pond, just a turtle or two and a few frogs. Shows how much you know. He griped challengingly. He held up the wicker basket on the ice next to him pointedly. I caught a half-dozen nice-sized perch already. He smacked his lips hungrily in anticipation of the fish fry he was planning. Before Susan could argue further, Harry's line pulled tight and he jumped up exclaiming excitedly. Oh, yeah, I've got you this time, you great beast. He was shuffling around the hole fighting the pull on his line that had his pole nearly bent in half from the strain. Goggling in surprise initially, Susan recovered enough to offer, what can I do? Take the pole, woman, and don't let go, no matter what. Harry barked, passing her his fishing reel whilst he scrambled to grab up the net at his feet. Oh, I've got it. Susan squealed in delight as she struggled to reel in the struggling fish. What the ie? Sploosh. Susan barely managed to scream in terror before a tentacle emerged from the hole, snaked around her leg and pulled her down beneath the ice. Oh. Harry gasped worriedly. He supposed he should have warned her that he'd initially stocked the pond with perch and trout as a source of food for the baby giant squid he'd managed to procure. Whilst nowhere near the size of the adults of the species, it still had a ferocious appetite and tended to play with its food. He and Nemo had been playing this game of tug-o-war since early this morning. Crack! The ice erupted from beneath the far side of the pond. Splut! The gaping maw spit out a gooey Susan bones, sending her flying through the air. Ie! Susan screamed in terror, windmilling through the air. Whoomph! She plowed bodily into a mound of snow that he'd cleared away from the ice earlier so that they could skate and such on the frozen pond. Harry raced across the pond, sliding to a stop in front of Susan, who was gasping and trembling, blank-faced and wide-eyed, appearing to be fighting going into shock from both terror and hypothermia. Phew, I'm glad you're okay. Harry sighed in relief, grateful that she was still breathing after her ordeal. He hastily cast a warming charm over her to ward off the intense chill from the icy waters. It's a good thing the squid doesn't like warm-blooded food, but he is a playful tyke, he commented, chuckling in relief at the disaster that was logically averted. Why you dirty bot-ter-b bastard. Susan was stuttering as her teeth chattered from the effects of the cold, but the charm at least provided enough feeling to enable her to try and hex the villain where he stood. Here now. Harry barked in alarm, backpedaling as she tried to free her wand from her sodden garments. Ie! Harry screeched, grabbing his bum, the victim of a high-powered stinging hex. Sploosh! A tentacle erupted out of the water, grabbing up Susan before she could get off another hex. Oh no! Susan managed to scream out before the tentacle dunked her down in the water several times and planted her back in the snow, obviously protecting its surrogate parent. It serves you right. Harry snickered from the other bank of the pond. He held up his basket of fish, offering. How about I fry us up some lunch? Let bygones be bygones and all of that. he offered sportingly, just before another bright pink curse shot past his right ear. Narrowing his eyes in irritation, he put his fingers to his lips and blew a shrill whistle across the pond. A tentacle erupted again and snaked toward Susan Bones' shivering form. I.e., Susan screamed and ran for the distant shelter of their manse. That next day, "This is stupid," Cho complained. "Don't jinx it," Harry cautioned, watching the ring closely where it hovered over his friend's pregnant belly. "It's just some old wives' tale," Cho griped. "You can't tell the say of the baby from a ring on a string, that's ludicrous." "Shows what you know," Harry complained right back. "Madame Pomfrey swears by this. She said you hang a ring on a string over the tummy of a pregnant woman, and if the ring swings back and forth it's a girl, but if it swings in a circle then it's a boy." Cho rolled her eyes at that. "Madame Pomfrey, my ass. You just made this up to take the mickey. Hey, what's it doing?" Cho suddenly halted her tirade, noticing the ring starting to sway of its own volition. "It's starting to go back and forth," Harry acknowledged, somewhat disappointedly. "Oh, a girl. I'd just love a little girl. Hey, stop making it do that." Cho bit off in irritation as the ring started to spin in a circle. "A boy, oh that's so cool," Harry chirruped excitedly. "You're doing that," Cho accused irately. "I'm not. R2. Wait, yes, it's swaying back and forth again. It's a girl." She cheered excitedly at the ring's abrupt change again. "Ha ha ha," Harry laughed. Cho narrowed her eyes. "What's so funny?" "See, congrats, it's triplets." Harry managed to splutter before breaking down in guffaws at her panicked expression. "Triplets," she shrieked in mortification, instantly sobering her companion. "I can't possibly, triplets. How am I going to manage and feeding?" "That's the least of your worries." Harry waved off her concern as if inconsequential, explaining, "You've got more than enough there for 3. Cho's face flamed at that as she self-consciously crossed her arms over her swelling breasts. "Pity that." Harry sighed in disappointment at the loss of the view he had been enjoying. "Ah well, there's always the backside at least," he commented appreciatively, salvaging the situation. "Wop. Hey," Harry barked in irritation after Cho's hand cuffed the back of his head. "You just wait, you. I'm gonna flow Pomfrey, and if she doesn't vouch for you and you're just pranking me again, then mister, you're gonna be sorry." Cho threatened as she waddled toward the fireplace and made a grab for the flow pot on the mantel. "That's a fine attitude, me just trying to help, and what with Christmas around the corner and all," he complained, rubbing his aching head. "I'm gonna take your present back. I thought you said you'd only got something for the baby." Cho paused, the flow powder still in her hand. "Well, I have to get some more, don't I? I wasn't figuring on the 3 of them." "Ha ha ha," he guffawed at the stricken look on her face. It took her a moment to recover from her shocked outrage before she proceeded to throw the flow powder in the fireplace and call out irately for Madame Pomfrey. "Yes, what is it?" Pomfrey's flaming countenance appeared in the fireplace. "Oh, Cho dear, how's the pregnancy coming, feeling all right?" she asked brightly, obviously thrilled to have something other than the usual school-time injuries and ailment to treat. "Fine, thanks. Say, Poppy, did you by any chance tell that git Potter to hang a ring on a string over my belly?" she questioned dubiously, one eye on the flow waiting expectantly, the other glaring at Harry's smirking mug as she fingered her wand meaningfully. "Oh, good, you gave it a try. How'd it come out then?" Pomfrey blurted excitedly in anticipation. Cho's eyes went wide in surprise. "Well, it swung back and forth and then a circle and then back and forth again," she answered worriedly. Poppy Pomfrey clapped her hands excitedly. "Triplets. Oh my stars, how wonderful. You're going to need lots of rest. It's a good thing you've got Harry keeping an eye on you, dear fellow that he is. You just listen to Harry as I've given him a bit of instruction to help prepare you for the blessed event. I'll see you this Friday for a thorough checkup. Bye now." Before the healer ended her flow call completely, she was already muttering, "Can't wait to tell Minnie, she's going to have kittens." Cho slumped into the nearby loveseat staring blankly at the wall as she muttered despairingly to herself, 3. How am I possibly going to manage 3 on my own? Diapers and nap times and night-time feeding Merlin the feedings. Cho inadvertently had a reaction to her traumatized epiphany of the many arduous feedings that 3 hungry mouths would require. Her breasts started leaking. Cho's hands shot to her breasts as she tried and failed to stop the flow, grumbling and whimpering despairingly in complete confusion over what she should do. "Don't waste it," Harry barked out in alarm as he conjured a bucket. "We got to start stockpiling every last drop." Grr. Her East's forgotten as her wand came up and the hexes started flying his way. After he beat a hasty retreat, well that and to go pay Pomfrey the bribe money of 12 galleons for her having played along with his prank, he decided to let bygones be bygones. After all, pregnant women tended to be so moody and emotional from all the hormonal changes. Present. Flip a coin. Is that what you two idiots decided? Flip a coin. Hermione's volume rose with her sense of outrage. All things being equal, it seemed like the fairest way to decide. Harry shrugged indifferently, adding conspiratorially with an evil grin. "Don't you do it," Ron gasped warily, edging toward the porch door. Besides, it was Ron's idea and he said there's legal precedent for it, much like a handshake as being a form of binding agreement that flipping a coin was a fair way to determine division of property, all things considered being equal. Hermione's eyes narrowed to slits and her wand snapped into her hand like lightning. "Mucosa," she began before Ron bolted screaming in panic. "No, not the bee-bat bogey. Chiroptera. ARGG. Ron screamed as his hands went to his nose trying to fight off the flailing mucus bat wings that erupted from his nose. "No. Merlin. Make it stop." He rolled around on the floor screaming and jabbering as snot flew in all directions whilst he tried to subdue yet another of the disgusting bogies he was producing at an alarming rate. "Whoa, so that's what it looks like," Harry commented appreciatively as he stared transfixed at the spectacle. "That guinea's a genius. That ought to be a mandatory offensive spell to learn in unspeakable training. Does she have it patented?" he asked with such seemingly earnest curiosity that Hermione couldn't tell if he was truly serious or if he was just taking the mickey. "Well, I don't know." Hermione hesitated as she considered his question from a legal standpoint. Make it stop, Ron screamed as he thrashed about the floor. Taking pity on her fiancée, Hermione flicked her wand, canceling the spell. Ron sagged in relief, still whimpering and rubbing at his ruddy complexion gingerly. "And you almost a lawyer," Harry admonished. "You better get on it and protect her interest before someone less scrupulous like Raven or Stalker finds out about this. Those two are always looking for an easy way to turn a galleon." Brushing at her skirt with fidgeting hands, Hermione paused, then hustled from the room to retrieve a pad and pen, muttering as she went, "We'll need a new spell form affidavit and a release of." With a snicker, Harry turned his attention toward his still reeling friend. "You owe me one for saving your hide, you know." Ron harumphed at that, shooting him a filthy glare. "Like you didn't set me up in the first place, you great prat." "I ought to." Ron angrily reached toward his wand in threat. Harry warned, waving his finger at his friend. "Man who killed Wenkermort, remember." Ron's fingers faltered a heartbeat away from his wand handle as he weighed the consequences, still wanting to curse his villainous friend in the worst way. With a disgruntled snort of frustration, Ron wisely let his hand drop, commenting derisively, "Gee, it's great to have you back, Harry." Smiling beatifically, Harry returned with feigned innocence. "Why, thank you, Ron. It is good to be back among people who truly appreciate me." "Yeah, the Unspeakable's loss is definitely our gain," Ron shot back sarcastically. Both snickered derisively at that. Once Ron had reseated himself and had a chance to fully recover, Harry flipped a galleon his way, urging, "You do the honors." "Why me?" Though suspicious, Ron easily caught the coin. "Don't trust myself, and anyway I don't want to be accused of hedging my bets one way or the other." With a shrug, Ron flipped the coin in the air and followed its trajectory with his eyes. "Ronald Bilious Weasley," Hermione screeched angrily as she'd re-entered the room. "Gah!" Ron gasped, and threw himself over the back of the coach to block any hexes coming his way. The coin hit the tile and rolled ominously into the kitchen and spun to a rest. "Tell me you're not flipping a coin to choose which Harry takes to Neville's wedding." She tapped her foot impatiently. "Was it heads or tails?" Harry inquired curiously before he broke out into side-splitting laughter at the contemptuous glare she shot his way. Just as she was bringing her wand to bear, he snorted a last guffaw at her expense and apparated away, leaving Ron holding the bag. Preying on Hermione's sense of virtuous morality never got old. "Something's got to be done." "I agree. Same here. But what?" Ginny finished the question in acknowledgement by asking the next question. What can you do against a national hero who's got the entire country squarely behind him no matter how outrageously he acts within the public sector? Don't forget we're talking about an arguably Merlin-class wizard here, who's a highly skilled unspeakable field operative, not to mention a second-generation marauder. Susan added warily. The women in question had had enough of Harry Potter's incessant pranking, and were more than willing, and ready, to turn the tables to their advantage. That's it. Hermione cheered in triumph. Susan, you're a genius. Of course I am, but why, particularly? She asked, puzzled by Hermione's acknowledgement. What do we have at our disposal? Hermione asked the group. All appeared confused until Ginny snapped her fingers in epiphany. A marauder. Exactly, Hermione nodded smugly in agreement. Remus Lupin would help us, I know he would, especially in light of the fact that Harry hasn't gotten around to squaring things with Moony as yet. Dora said he's getting downright put out at the way Harry's avoiding him. The next day, after a bit of tea and a chance to explain or plead their case. No. Oh, hell no. Remus abruptly cut off Hermione's plea before it had a chance to come to fruition. But Remus. Nymphadora began to protest in the beleaguered witch's behalves. Don't, but Remus, me, Dora. It's a suicide mission and I don't have a death wish, thank you very much. He growled out in alarm, indignantly crossing his arms over his chest in a standoffish pose that clearly stated the matter was dropped. But you haven't even given us a chance to fully explain, let alone come up with a reasonably equal prank to help take Harry down a peg or two. Level the playing field, so to speak. Susan Bones offered. Remus rolled his eyes at the younger witch. You'll level the playing field all right. I believe the priests call it, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, before they drop the dirt over your coffin. That's how you'll end up leveling the playing field, he scoffed. Oh, don't be so dramatic. Dora fanned her hands at her husband. I'm not being dramatic. Sirius and James started a prank war once after they had a bit of a tiff and the entire school was victimized shamelessly. Even Dumbledore couldn't put an end to it, and mind neither James nor Sirius, strong wizards that they were, couldn't channel the type of power that Harry can, and if Dumbledore couldn't effectively stop them. He left off worriedly, his intimation registering in the, now concerned, if not outright frightened eyes of his petitioners. But there must be something we can do. Cho pleaded next. He keeps stringing me and Susan along, dating the both of us, well, or not really dating so much as pranking or pitting us against each other. One minute he treats me like I'm the only woman in the world and the next I'm somebody he's taking the mickey out on. At least he's dated you. Susan butted in, sarcastically adding. Me, he treats like I'm some baby sister who only exists to provide his endless amusement or torment as the case may be. She sounded both put off and put out at that admission. Remus paused and eyed the two women calculatingly. Finally he spoke in a calm, analytical fashion that Hermione both appreciated and was puzzled by. Has he at either of you? Remus. Dora admonished, though she too was a tad intrigued by the answer to the question and where he was going with this. And no. Susan answered hesitantly, if not disappointedly. Yes, Cho answered somewhat proudly, though she blushed all the same. How does he treat you, Cho? Very gently, even when he's pranking me he tends to still be careful. He's a perfect gentleman, perhaps too much so. She threw in, flaming at that last. Remus nodded at that before shifting his gaze to Susan, silently asking the same question. It's difficult to put into words. She stalled, trying to sort out her confusion over everything Harry related. Try, Remus prompted, adding. It's important. Hermione could tell by the look in his eyes that he was assembling an emotional puzzle and that he was onto something. We've never or anything, but he has held my hand and looked into my eyes as if he was seeing something he had searching for, but then I don't know, he seems to get scared. I know that sounds ludicrous given that this is Harry Potter we're talking about, but sometimes I think he's frightened of me, terrified even. I want to hold him so bad and take away whatever that is, but he just pulls back, and before I know it the pranks start coming fast and furious. Remus fell back in his chair, sighing in resignation. He loves you, Susan. He sighed in resignation before hastily adding, he loves you both. What? Cho began to argue, but he held up a hand to ward her off and let him finish. He loves you, Cho, like a sister, or perhaps best friend. Cho's mouth worked silently at that, but Susan was in for the shock of the day. But Susan is the one I think he's in love with. He's most probably hopelessly, desperately in love. Merlin bless the poor fool," he added wistfully, saluting the two women with his teacup before taking a sip of his cooling tea. "How in the world could you have possibly arrived at those conclusions?" Hermione scoffed incredulously. "Easily," Remus ventured. Though he wasn't wholly raised by either, both Sirius and James's influences are there and have taken root. Both Sirius and I recognized it long ago. He's their son through and like them, Harry is only truly afraid of one thing, love. He paused and turned his attention to a suddenly worried appearing Cho Chang who appeared to be following his train of thought more quickly than the other witches. "I'm sorry, Cho, but I feel I must be honest. I think he cares deeply for you, so much so, that he almost seems to be working toward or hoping even that he'll fall in love with you rather than face the fear of who he really has already fallen in love with. He's not a fool and he knows as well as any bloke with a pair of eyes and a halfway intelligent head on his shoulders that there is no downside to falling for a girl like yourself. But for all of that, I think his heart has already made its decision and like all Potter men, once they fall it's forever. People claim that Potter men are cursed to fall for redheads but it's more really to the point that when they fall it's just that once. I think he may have done so back in school already and is either unaware of it or has been fighting it ever since." Cho snuffled despondently as she wiped away tears from her eyes with the pads of her thumbs, nodding her head dolefully in agreement. "I know, or at least I guess that I suspected as much and really, if I was being honest with myself I too was hoping to fall in love with Harry. As much as I may have wanted to and fantasized about it even, I can't really say with all honesty that I have. He's just so. She was at a loss to describe the sum total of the man. "Everything," Susan sighed, finishing that thought. "He is." Hermione agreed, patting her friend's shoulder reassuringly. Cho nodded her head and forcing a smile grasped Susan's hand in a show of support. Clearly letting the other woman know that there were no hard feelings on her part. Cho rubbed her tummy affectionately as she breathed out, "I owe him so much." Remus startled at that. "Do I even want to know?" The ladies shared an cleansing chuckle at that. "It's a long story," Cho hastily added, letting the poor man off the hook. "He gave me the will to survive to go on after we were." She stifled a sob, unable to finish. "I'm sorry." Remus apologized in understanding. "No, it's all right," Cho reassured him. "It's behind me now and my child is the future. Harry would have made a great father." She sighed disappointedly in afterthought. "He still could," Hermione suggested pointedly. Cho nodded her understanding in that she was proposing to make him the child's godfather, but tentatively turned her attention to Susan in seeking her input. Would you mind, Sue?" "Not in the least," her friend reassured her. "He'd make an exceptional godfather. He's protective, kind, patient and thoughtful. Mischievous, insufferable, unpredictable," Hermione added sarcastically, though they all laughed. "I'm guessing we all have pretty much come to the conclusion on just who that Harry has, at least subconsciously chosen, as his romantic interest." Remus asked knowingly, though the ladies all shared knowing looks and Susan found herself blushing on one hand and worried on the other. "It's more than I could have ever hoped or dreamed, but it's still frightening too," she admitted worriedly. "It always is, but there's a history there that you two need to resolve," Hermione pointed out. Susan nodded dolefully. "I wish we could, but he won't even give me a real chance to talk to him. I barely get 2 words out of my mouth before the prank of the day starts unfolding around me." "Cry," Remus suggested blandly, grimacing slightly at the suggestion. "Huh," Susan balked, not following the intimation. "Cry," Remus reiterated, explaining his suggestion. "If it's one thing that James, Sirius and Harry have in common it's that they're hopeless when it comes to women, especially crying women," he explained, nearly scoffing at the show of weakness. Dora cuffed him up the backside of the head, adding, "So are you." The women all laughed at that as Remus colored in embarrassment. Once settled, he went on to explain, "I'm serious though. If you want to get his undivided attention and take control of the situation at the same time, then let it out and with it let the tears flow. You'll definitely have him at a disadvantage." Hermione shot him a suspicious look. "Why would a true marauder betray one of his own?" Remus smirked. "Technically he's not a marauder, though one could argue he is by blood and association, but that's neither here nor there." He waved off the notion as inconsequential. "I'm not pranking him, just exposing a weakness that could be used to your advantage. As far as a betrayal, I have to disagree in that I believe his mother, Lily, would have given the same advice were she here to do so. I can think of nothing more important than helping Harry to help himself, and by that I mean learn how to love. I think he already knows how, and knows how better than most of us. He just needs a bit of a push to get the ball rolling. Amen to that. Hermione threw in. Remus smirked, adding a warning. I caution that it will never be easy to love a man like Harry, but I guarantee that if you stay the course it'll be a lifetime adventure. Susan rolled her eyes in a show that she felt he was understating the obvious as Hermione added again. Amen to that too. The room all shared a laugh at that. The ladies were about to excuse themselves when Remus cautioned in parting. A last word of caution in an already long list: be sincere. If he even suspects for a moment that he's being played in any fashion, his wrath will be as terrible as it is unending. The women all shuddered at the possibilities of what a pissed-off marauder with Harry's kind of power could unleash at their expense. So far his pranks had been relatively harmless, well, except maybe of the squid. Remus smiled in grim satisfaction at their collective reaction to his warning. Either way, his work here was finished, and now he would wait patiently for the show to get started. Whether romance or prank war, either way it was going to be a hell of a show, one that if he played his cards right he would be afforded a front row seat. James and Sirius would be so proud. The ladies gone for the afternoon to plot their supposed strategy, Remus poured 2 glasses of fire whiskey as a side table reanimated into one. Harry Potter. He stretched, cracking his joints and working the kinks out of his stiff neck. Sorry about the length of time, it seems they had a lot of ground to cover. Harry waved off the apology, adding with a smirk. Probably Hermione's fault, she always overanalyzed everything. He fished a small purse from his pocket and proffered Remus, pay forward for having played his part to perfection. Remus shooed away the gesture, asking only, just keep me in the loop is all I ask. Naturally, Moony. You're the great uncle to my future children after all. All ready to marry and settle down then, are you? Dora smirked condescendingly from the other side of the room, where she was perched at the window as a lookout. Hardly, Harry scoffed. I feel I'm going to need a considerable amount of practice before I father a child. Dora colored at that, whilst Remus chuckled, saluting him with his own and extending a glass of whiskey, which Harry accepted with an appreciative nod, both for the laughing agreement and the whiskey. Not joining us for a glass, Dora? He inquired with a suspicious gleam in his eye. No. I can't. Dora colored slightly and appeared desperate to avoid answering the question as she busied herself with straightening a throw-on loveseat. Apparently I was right about the practice thing, you old hound. He lifted his glass in toast to Remus. Remus smirked and took a sip of his drink, smacking his lips appreciatively after. What can I say? James and Sirius were a bad influence depending on one's point of view, that is. They both laughed at that as Dora fled the room sputtering. What have you got in mind for Ms. Bones this time? Remus asked curiously. Cry, Harry deadpanned. Sirius. I'm Harry. You certainly are. Remus agreed and they both laughed. No, seriously. Remus reiterated, getting back on track once collected. Harry shrugged. Why not? If it's kryptonite to Potters, maybe it's even more so for Bones. How's your acting? Remus smirked cunningly, to which Harry only smiled smugly by way of an answer as he reached forward to pour them both another round. They spent the rest of the afternoon plotting his revenge on Susan Bones. In the end they decided on a wait-and-see approach to see what Susan would do, if anything, and then work from that. Hermione, on the other hand, as far as their plotting against him, well, he just couldn't let that slide. It was the principle of thing. You let people get away with anything and it just encouraged more of the same and to increasing degrees. It's the principle of the thing. Ding dong. Who could that be? Hermione pondered as she had no sooner arrived back home from the grocery and the doorbell rang. She opened the door, surprised to find a postman waiting patiently. Telegram for a Miss Hermione Granger and a Mr. Ronald Weasley. He informed her. I'm Hermione Granger. She responded, though she was already suspicious as her family would just call and Wizards would send all post. Sign her please. The postman proffered a clipboard for her signature acceptance. Her guard lowered at seeing the list of others who had signed for similar notification over the past several days. The postman handed her a gold embossed envelope that looked for all the world like an engagement announcement. She blurted in surprise. She was about to scan the envelope with her wand, but her hand halted at her waist, remembering the Muggle postman in front of her. Can you tell me who sent the telegram, please?" she asked curiously, itching to scan the card, but settling for a more mundane approach of investigation. "A Mr. H. Potter and a Ms. Susan Bones. They've had us quite busy today, sending out several announcements to friends and family, I gather." Hermione goggled at that. It had only been a few days since they had hatched their plan to rein Harry in, but could Susan have possibly? Suddenly curious to the point of distraction, she thanked the postman and closed the door, immediately tearing into the beautifully engraved post in eager anticipation. "Oh, no." She barely had time to squeal as she felt the familiar tug behind her navel as the portkey activated. She awoke some time later to find herself handcuffed to a table with a bright light shining in her face and a shadowy figure looming in the background. "What the? Where am I? What's going on here?" she gasped, tugging at her restraints irritably. She knew immediately that this was another one of Harry's pranks, as she could think of no other explanation given the circumstances. What she couldn't believe is that she had made the foolish mistake of opening an unknown letter without scanning it for jinxes. A match ignited, lighting up a heavily scarred face as it lit a cigarette. She was about to complain and demand further when the screaming began. A man was threatening impotently before his threats were cut off by gut-wrenching screams. A woman, next door by the sound of it, was begging desperately as, what sounded like, her clothes being torn off. Incensed, her pleas rose to a heightened level of desperation and fear. Though frightened, Hermione summoned her Gryffindor courage enough to assume, "All right, Potter, you've had your fun, now let me go before you dig yourself in any further." A World War II German SS agent stepped into view. He wore the trademark monocle on his left eye with a heavy scar running down his right cheek that pulled his lips into a sneer on that side. He dramatically puffed on a long-handled extension for his cigarette as he leered down expectantly at her. "There is no Potter here, Fräulein, only Payne." "Oh, go on." Hermione rolled her eyes sarcastically in impatience. "Go, Fräulein, there is nowhere to go." He returned with a puzzled expression, shortly adding with a cruel leer, "At least not until you answer a few simple questions. Then you may leave and these will have been as nothing more than a forgotten dream." Hermione rolled her eyes again, prompting, "All right, Colonel Clink, ask away so we can both get on with our day." The interrogator paused dramatically, pulling a long drag from his cigarette holder and proceeding to blow the smoke in Hermione's face, showing amusement in his beady black eyes as she coughed and sputtered. "Tell me the present location of one, Harold J. Potter." Hermione smirked at that. "I'd say he's about a foot away from me pretending to be a bad imitations of a Nazi stooge." She sniggered at her own joke. The interrogator chuckled darkly, equally amused only for a different reason. "You wish to test my patience, Goot, Goot." He snapped his fingers and a black-cloaked figure poked his hooded head into the room. "Sir." The interrogator's beady eyes held Hermione's as he sneered, suggesting cruelly, "The Fräulein is lonely, bring in the other fool so that she may be reassured of her circumstances." The hooded head nodded and left the room to follow his master's command in all expedience. The defiant man from nearby began yelling again, "Get your filthy hands off me, you bastards. I won't tell you where Harry is, so go foo yourselves." His outburst was followed by several harsh thumps and a low groan of pain. Hermione's waning amusement fled when two dark-robed figures with hoods dragged in Harry's teammate, Dozer, who was groaning beneath a battered face that trickled blood from the corner of his mouth. "These one wishes to test his autonomy, but we are slowly amputating his enthusiasm. Soon he will talk. He will beg us to talk and then he will beg us to let him die. Such a waste, but, ah well, there are more fools in the world, too many even." Both the interrogator and his lackeys chuckled darkly at that. The two hooded figures tossed Dozer aside like a piece of garbage and then the three left without further comment. As soon as the door closed, Hermione whispered urgently, "D. Dozer. Dozer." Her voice increasing slightly in volume with each prompt as she was desperate to get the beaten man's attention, knowing instinctively that she was in a far darker predicament than what she previously surmised. This wasn't one of Harry's prank, though she was fervently wishing just now that it was. Her courage was fading with each moment, all but fleeing at seeing the broken heap on the floor. This was the man who taunted Voldemort. She remembered from the Ministry how Dozer had goaded the Dark Lord without the slightest apprehension. It was shattering to see him like this. No more, the man begged piteously. He groaned and tried to roll over, finally making it onto all fours, his arms shaking with the effort to support his torso. He spit out a glob of blood, before breaking into hacking coughs that looked like each was causing him spasms of intense pain. Dozer, it's me, Hermione Granger. Hermione struggled with her restraints, trying to get closer to make eye contact with the injured man. Granger? Dozer asked, his bruised eyes squinting at her, trying to make out her features. It's me, she reassured him. What's happening? Why are we here? She asked desperately, looking for any possible leverage she might use to win their freedom. Dozer's vacant eyes abruptly cleared as he barked out in warning. Don't tell them anything. They're after Harry. They're trying to herb. The man pitched forward with a last mow, and before passing out in a heap. Her desperate thoughts of escape faded with his closing eyes. It was some few minutes later that the two hooded figures and their leader returned. The interrogator waved his hand at Dozer's unconscious form and merely ordered, "Dispose of the wretch, he is of no further use to us." What? Hermione gasped in sudden dread. No, you can't. Get away from him. She kicked out at one of the figures, but her leg pulled up far too short from her intended target. The others chuckled in amusement at her helplessness. Send him back to his comrades as a warning, yes? The interrogator suggested darkly. The other two snickered at that, dragging Dozer from the room. Hermione's mouth opened and closed several times, words failing her in face of her own current predicament, as she had no defiant epitaph of her own to hurl that would give these cruel men any pause. You are wishing to say something, ya? He goaded. Perhaps you would like to tell us about your Mr. Potter. His likes, his dislikes. Does he have any vices or weaknesses perhaps? The man suggested intently, stressing the word weaknesses as if he were trying to find the chink in Harry's armor. Hermione caught the inference and her eyes narrowed to mere slits as she scathed. Oh. You dirty bastard. The interrogator loomed over her, laughing evilly before falling back into a chair, holding his ribs and wheezing through his guffaws. His glamours melted away until only Harry Potter was left giggling in a Nazi uniform, whilst Hermione growled and groused as she struggled with her restraints, wishing fervently for a wand to hex him into oblivion with. Oh, Merlin. This hurts. He continued to giggle, hold through another spasm. You absolute Burke. Hermione raged from the other side of the table. I can't believe I fell for your cheap act. I was so scared I almost peed myself. She scathed, hissing angrily in outrage. Harry instantly sobered at that last admonition. You have to pee? He asked in sudden concern. Let me out of this so I can use the loo. You do have one somewhere around here, don't you? She growled as she twisted and pulled at her restraints. Just outside, actually, he directed. Well, she spat impatiently, shifting her eyes toward her restraints. Oh, yeah, right, sorry, he hastily apologized as he set about removing her handcuffs. It never occurred to her that he was relenting far too easily compared to the lengths he usually went to mete out in instituting his pranks to the fullest. No sooner free than she swatted his helping hands away and rubbed some feeling back into her aching wrists. You just wait till I get my hands on a wand, Potter, she threatened. Now where's that loo? Harry fanned his hands toward the door, reiterating, like I said, it's just outside. Hermione growled at his again, shoving him impatiently out of the way, and wrenched open the door. What the? She stood gaping at the sprawling forest before her. There's plenty of trees, just take your pick. Harry offered cordially, pushing her out the door and shutting it behind her. She turned back quickly to vent her ire, but the door she had gone through was gone. Thinking it concealed by some visibility charm, she splayed her hands outward searchingly, finding only empty air. She huffed angrily, stomping her foot at her predicament, vowing undying vengeance against Harry Potter, for yet another outrageous prank spared at her expense. Later that evening, Hermione stomped into the home she shared with Ron, whimpering and scratching at her reddened, rash-covered arms. Twigs and bits of leaf were sticking out of her disheveled hair. Her robes were torn and soiled, her face smudged with dirt, cleaned off in streaks by fallen tears. Mion. Ron shot out of his chair in sudden concern. What happened to you? Oh, Ron. Hermione reached out for her fiancé, but he pulled back at the last second, eyeing her forearms suspiciously. I think that's poison ivy, love, he cautioned, maintaining his distance. What? Oh, that bastard. That dirty bastard. She wailed, scratching at her raw arms in abject misery. Who? Ron asked curiously, pulling his wand and casting a healing charm at each forearm, followed by a cooling charm to ease the irritation. Hermione sighed in relief, just before catching herself and spitting out the answer to her fiancé's question. Potter, who else? That swine pranked me and left me wandless in the middle of Sherwood Forest. Why? Because, Susan, Cho and I went to Remus for help to get back at the son of a Mayone. Ron interrupted her unfinished swearing. Son of a marauder. She amended, disappointedly, still wanting to go with her original thought. Ron goggled at that, trying and failing not to snigger at his fiancé's expense. That explains the alarmed Flo call from Susan Bones earlier. What did she say? Hermione inquired worriedly. Don't know really. Ron scratched the back of his head in confusion. Her teeth were chattering so bad I couldn't understand a word except for something about Harry and snowman. Hermione gasped at that, puzzled herself except for the one obvious common denominator. That bastard, she scathed, heading for her Flo to call and check on Susan. Susan Bones answered the Flo call flustered and teary-eyed. What did he do? Hermione asked without preamble. Initially goggling at her friend's appearance, Susan went on to explain. I had been trying all morning to reach him but he didn't return my owl or answer the Flo. I went to drown my disappointment in a cup of cocoa and there he was. He was outside the manor building a snowman. It was the most wonderful snowman I'd ever saw. He said he named it Frosty. It had a corncob pipe and a button nose and 2 eyes made out of coal. Hermione interrupted facetiously. How did you know that? Hermione rubbed the bridge of her nose sighing in exasperation as she tried to ward off the coming headache. Then what happened? Hermione asked in a withering tone. Well, Susan drawled hesitantly. He said there was some magic in an old top hat he found because when he put it on his head, he began to dance around. Hermione completed for her, shaking her head in disbelief on how naive wizarding folk could be to the ways, silly or otherwise, of the Muggle world. He borrowed, what I'm sure ended being another prank at your expense, from a Muggle children's Christmas tale about a magical snowman. It's a classic and I'm sure he took advantage of your ignorance to the story to beep it in some fashion to humiliate you. How did you know? Susan asked tremulously, still out of sorts from the ordeal. Hermione just shook her head knowingly. What happened already? She wasn't even sure if she wanted to know at this point, but was too curious for her own good. Well, it had hit on me and it wouldn't take no for an answer. Susan blurted out, wrapping her arms protectively around herself. It what? Hermione asked in stunned disbelief. It asked if I'd like to hold its broomstick and it took me a second to realize that it wasn't referring to the one it held in its mittened hands. Then it asked if I knew what the differences between snowmen and snowwomen were. Puzzled and more gullible than Hermione had ever thought herself, she asked without thinking. What is the difference between snowmen and snowwomen? Snowballs. Susan gasped in mortification, instantly covering her reddened cheeks in embarrassment. Despite herself, Hermione started giggling at that. She had to admit that Harry always went that extra mile and paid attention to the details. It's not funny. Susan huffed indignantly. Sorry, Sue, but it is. Anyway, recovering herself, Hermione went on to ask what happened then. Well, it had asked me if maybe we could go for a nice cup of cocoa, maybe share a nice big marshmallow or two. Susan's tone mimicked the lecherous one of the snowman. Hermione goggled at the implication. Before she could ask, Susan smiled wickedly and offered. Initially I was outraged, but then I thought I'd turn the tables, so I asked the frozen freak if he wouldn't mind coming into the kitchen and I'd make him a nice cuppa and we could get acquainted. Susan batted her eyes pretentiously at that and Hermione started to giggle. He bought it then. Yeah, Harry didn't put much common sense into the thing and it glided right into the kitchen and up to the counter expectantly. Anyway, between the heat of the kitchen and the scolding hit cocoa, the git ended up a puddle of coal-stained water with a pair of button eyes floating around a carrot. Good for you. Hermione cheered supportively, until Susan started to cry. What? Hermione asked in trepidation. Harry well, he came in and found what I did to Frosty and he started to cry. Oh, Hermione, she bawled. It was horrible. He was sobbing on his knees, clutching Frosty's carrot to his chest and hiccuping that I'd killed his best friend. Hermione rubbed at her temples. The headache she'd been fighting had finally arrived and with it the knowledge that once a marauder always a marauder, Remus had sided with his own. I felt so horrible. I tried to apologize and comfort him, but he just sobbed harder and pushed me away. It was awful. Susan sobbed herself, having broken down completely at the memory. I'm sure. Hermione returned sarcastically before going on to explain that they'd been had again with the obvious assistance of inside information provided from one, Remus Lupin. In retrospect, she had to begrudgingly admire the thought and effort that Harry pointedly put into his work, however despicable. He stood there drying the dishes, staring out absently into the darkening night outside the kitchen window. Moonlight glistened off a blanket of fresh fallen snow. It would have been a lovely evening for curling up in front of the fire, snuggling with someone you cared about. He'd managed that at least, although the ones he'd snuggled with had been 8 and 6 respectively and they had been more in need of comfort than actually comfortable. He ran a list of responsibilities through his head, hoping he'd covered as many bases as possible so that Jenny wouldn't have anything more to worry over than she already had. He'd helped the children with their homework, Jenny deciding that they should get it out of the way before the Christmas break. As soon as she'd mentioned Christmas, fresh tears poured from already too swollen, red eyes. This would be the family's first Christmas without, the children without their father and Jenny without her husband. Griffin, Christopher, was dead. Griffin team had lost its leader. The day had started routine enough, training in the morning followed by an hour's briefing on the state of affairs in the British Isles. Then the call came in. Michigan 6 had placed a call for magical support in dealing with a terrorist threat wherein the use of magic was suspected. It hadn't been, at least not in that the terrorist had used magical means to effect their ends. They had used a plain old-fashioned explosive device. A simple vanishing spell had made short work of the device. It was the armed standoff that ensued that had claimed the lives of 2 Michigan 6 agents and one of their own. They'd either captured or eliminated some 18 terrorists, but the price for their success had been high, too damned high. That's how Dragon and the rest of the Unspeakables saw it. Imagine coming through the war against Voldemort and his Death Eaters unscathed, only to fall victim to an everyday Muggle firearm in the hands of some zealot fool. They'd had the drop on the vermin from the get-go. Within moments the terror cell, in its entirety, was dead, disabled, or captured. Magic trumps Muggle almost every time in a straight-up fight. Almost. Griffin was issuing final orders as his team in Michigan 6 were mopping up any evidence of magical assistance when a suspect wrestled away a pistol from one of the British agents, intent only upon dying a fanatic and taking as many government agents with him as inhumanely possible. The number was 3 before he fell beneath a hail of both wand and gunfire. The bastard's soul was probably in hell before his body hit the floor. They'd worked feverishly on the 2 agents, but both had chest and or head wounds and there was little magic could do to prevent the finality of such horrific circumstances. They had died without pain, however, surrounded by friends and comrades who honored their courage and sacrifice. Griffin had been another matter. He had been shot in the head and was likely killed instantly. Despite that, and the fact that the rest of his team knew without doubt the finality of this, Harry was not so easily convinced. No magic can bring back the dead. Everyone knows this from the time they first walk through Hogwarts until the day they, themselves, die. He heard that. Lord knows Dumbledore had ingrained it within him enough times, but like all powerful mages, sometimes what is and what isn't possible seems to blur. That, for want of a better word, is exactly what seemed to happen. Things became blurred. In Harry's shocked and horrific grief, he brought his power to bear. Previously. Griffin. Harry screamed in horror as his friend and commanding officer pitched to the side and fell, blood oozing from a wound near his left temple, his eyes rolling up in his head and his mouth locked in a silent gasp of surprise. Harry's hands were a blur as they set about cauterizing the wound with a wave of his wand whilst the other searched for a pulse that wasn't there. His team, though mostly in shock, were beginning to nod dolefully to each other, knowing instinctively that their leader was past caring and had already moved on. Undaunted despite the cold reality of the situation that was as evident as the corpse cooling beneath his fingers, Harry began administering Muggle CPR. Feverishly he pumped Griffin's chest and paused to administer rescue breaths. Seconds seemed to stretch into hours as the rest of Griffin team watched in varying degrees of remorse, sympathy and despondency as Harry willed life to return to his friend. Magic crackled in the air as Harry poured more and more of himself into the dread task until eldritch fire erupted from his eyes and traveled down his arms and into his dead friend. Each compression sent a pulse of magical energy into Griffin's chest as Harry called out into the ether, demanding he return to the plane of the living. "Come on, Griff, come on." Harry gasped out each word in unison with each compression. "Come on, Griff, don't let the bastard take you." Doleful eyes of his teammates turned to reverent, near terror-stricken as reaching hands intent upon stopping him suddenly pulled back in both shock and awe. The ground trembled beneath their feet as if the very building was collapsing from an earthquake. The air became thick with magic that swirled and eddied until a shape began to form at the center, hovering just above Harry's administrations. Dozer and Cam stared in abject wonder, their eyes shifting back and forth between Harry and the image that was forming just above him. Merlin above. Raven gasped as he dropped to a knee in supplication, Stalker's hand supportively at his shoulder. He needed the reassuring contact for himself as much as his friend. The image solidified into a distinct form, though not a tangible one, but not a ghost either. Ethereal hands reached out to stay Harry's working arms. A sweat-soaked brow lifted tremulously to look into the kind eyes of his his current friend. "It's all right, Harry. Let it go, let me go," Griffin's spirit beseeched his younger friend. Tear-filled eyes closed as his head shook back and forth defiantly. "No, I've got to save you," he gasped. "You already have in more times than I can count, Harry." His dead friend returned kindly with complete conviction. His eyes only held kindness and profound gratitude for his young friend. "Let it go. My body is done and it's time for me to pass," Griffin reassured. Harry's hands began to falter in their administrations. "We could get you another body like me, maybe," he ventured, his voice already cracking, sensing the impending finality. Griffin shook his head in wan appreciation. "Yours was a special circumstance, Harry. You needed a second chance, deserved one even. I've had my time and am content with what I have to show for it." Quote. "But, Jenny, Neil and Mary," Cam reminded his friend's spirit of his wife and children's needs. "Will be fine, won't they?" he asked knowingly, his otherworldly eyes scanning his fellows who nodded their reassurances that his family would always be taken care of. With a last kind smile and instructions to take care of each other. Griffin faded into the ether and was gone. Unlike with Luna Lovegood, Harry did not cry after that as the rest of his fellows did. He had remained strangely strong and composed throughout, even when he and the rest of the team had gone to break the dire news to Griffin's wife. He realized that what he'd done had not been for Chris but for himself. Chris was okay, he and all his companions were the ones that needed to heal. Present. It had been terrible. There was no other way to describe it. The look on Jenny Clemens' face as one after another of Griffin team tried and failed to say the words that bring her way of life to a screeching halt. Harry had been the only one to find the words. In fact, he had been rather eloquent, praising his commander's actions, reassuring the grieving widow, making real overtures that she and her children would want for nothing ever. The unspeakables took care of their own. They always had and always would. It was a matter of intense pride and diligence between them. An unwritten law, that wasn't in their eyes a law, but a privilege. Jenny was currently getting some much-needed rest with the aid of a dreamless sleep potion. The children were tucked in for the night, though Harry had no illusions that their night would be restful, thus he would nap on the couch in the lounge near their rooms to be available when they needed him. He stopped his drying of the plate in his hands, noticing his reflection, in the window, for the first time. He was surprised by how calm he appeared. He was even more surprised to realize that he did in fact feel calm. Despite his and so many others' intense grief, he felt the strangest sense of closure, and abruptly he noticed his reflection's look of consternation when he realized why he felt that way. He was a fool and had been playing the fool. Pitting one witch against the other in some childish battle to win his affections was a meaningless diversion that he'd used to hide from his feelings. He'd stalled for time rather than king it up and calling on his much vaunted, but strategically absent courage to do what he knew his heart demanded he do. It had been fun, sure, but it was time to grow up and face the music. With that in mind he made a flow call. A pinch of flow powder and a quick calming breath later, he called into the green flames that showed a hazy view of Cho Chang's living room. "Cho," he called out, hoping that it wasn't too late and that he was waking her from much-needed sleep. "Harry," a rotund Cho asked, waddling into view with a surprised look on her face. "Hey," he returned with a half-smile of appreciation. "I know it's late but I wanted to give you a call and apologize." Harry, it's all right, we know you were hurting and trying to do what you thought was right, but Chris is at peace now and we all have to stick together and help each other as best we can. No, not that, he corrected. But I do agree that we need each other more than ever, but what I'm talking about is you and me and. Cho's face took on a wan smile of disappointment as she finished his thought for him. And we're not working, at least not as a couple, I know. We're friends, Harry, we haven't always been, but we are now. We're very close, but despite that I have to admit that there just isn't the spark there that I was hoping for. Harry sighed in his own disappointment at that. I know, he murmured apologetically. I like you, you're a terrific and extremely attractive witch, but my heart just isn't cooperating like I'd hoped it would. So you were stalling, she surmised, flashing him a knowing smile. Yeah, I guess. I'd hoped that somewhere along the way I'd feel that pull that everyone keeps talking about, but it's not there, at least not with you if I'm honest. It's more like we're brother and sister. Cho finished his thought, obviously agreeing with him. I feel that way too though I really wish I didn't, she threw in pointedly. Harry was a terrific man and she really wished she could have felt that special way about him, but she just never felt that pull. Susan, she surmised, fixing him with a knowing grin. I guess, he confided, nervously running a hand through his raven locks. She wasn't making this easy for him. You better do more than guess, Harry, she reprimanded. I know, I've got a lot to make up for and from you too. He promised. What about Hermione? Hell no. He barked a laugh. She needs to loosen up and I'm just the man to do it. He snapped his fingers in revelation, adding, say that gives me an idea, loosen up. Do you know where I can lay my hands on a drum of axle grease? Cho pulled a face of disgusted outrage. Just what are you thinking in that fevered little mind of yours, axle grease? Cho scoffed, crossing her arms and shaking a finger at her friend. Harry toed the carpet nervously. Nothing really. Say, look at the time. I better check on Chris kids. Cho's face immediately softened. You're a good man, Harry Potter. Even though things didn't work out that way between us, I'm still expecting you to be my baby's godfather, yeah? She asked sheepishly. Harry googled at that but managed to stammer out. I'd be honored, thank you. No, thank you, Harry. We still on for lunch Thursday. You bet. Give Neil and Mary a key. From me, she ventured. Harry nodded he would. And don't be too hard on Hermione. She loves you, ya know very much, she reminded him pointedly. Harry nodded again. I'm damned lucky and I know it. I've got two of the smartest and prettiest witches around for sisters. He readily included her in that compliment. And don't you forget it. Night, Harry, and thank you. For what? He asked puzzled. Just for calling and being you. Your noble soul, Harry Potter, and though it behooves me to say it, Susan's a lucky girl, not that you won't make her crazy just because you can. Thanks, I think. Hey, when we get around to the whole intimacy thing, do you think we could have another one of your talks, just to go over the logistics? He asked, seeming sincere. Cho shot him a withering glare. Good night, Harry. She finished tersely, abruptly ending the flow call before he could take the mickey further. Harry snickered and decided to go for broke as he was on a roll. That and he was afraid he'd be all week getting up the courage otherwise. He threw another pinch of flow powder in the fireplace and called out. Susan. He was just about to call out again when a puffy-eyed Susan Bones stepped into view. Seeing that she'd been crying, he balked. Sorry, I guess this is a bad time, I'll call back some other tea. No, it's all right, really. Susan half begged, reaching out toward the flow to warn him off from terminating the call. I'm sorry to hear about your team leader. He seemed like a very nice man. She offered sympathetically. He was. Harry confirmed. I'm staying here tonight to help his wife with the kids and the arrangements and such, but that is. Yes, Susan asked hopefully, her hands plastered to their sides to try and keep them from fidgeting. Stalling though no less concerned, he asked carefully. Have you been crying? Yeah. Aunt Amy told me what happened and I just felt really bad, for you, she clarified. You just never seem to get a break, I mean. It's just one bad thing after another. She crossed her arms under her easts, trying to keep them from shaking as she tried not to break down again, or worse, reach through the flow and hug the daylights out of him. More proof to the pudding, Harry. He chastised himself. This didn't have anything to do with me or my fate or anything. Tragic though it is, it's about Chris's family and their fate. I guess I'm finally starting to get it and maybe grow up a little at the same time, maybe. He chuckled nervously, trying to ease her conscience as he prepared himself to say what he'd called to say. Though, he had no idea what exactly to say or how to say it. Susan had her head cocked to the side and seemed half amused and half waiting expectantly. If he didn't know any better, he'd almost have thought she was enjoying his discomfort. Susan, that as well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for endlessly pranking you. Not that I don't appreciate the apology, but why have you been pranking me, honestly? She demanded, her icy blue eyes seemed to be brightening as her nose crinkled in amusement. Harry tugged at his collar thinking the flow was exceedingly warm, despite the emerald flames giving off no heat to speak of. Honestly, he balked, pulling an uncertain face. Honestly, she insisted. I've been stalling, maybe trying to feel something for Cho that wasn't there, so that I wouldn't have to face my feelings for you. Yes, Susan had to fight the urge not to jump through the flow and not only hug, but key the daylights out of him. Hermione would be proud of her as she pressed her advantage. Just what are your feelings for me, Harry? She asked doe-eyed and pretentiously. That is. Harry's hands worried through his hair in frustration almost as fast as he twirled his wands when he was bored. Yes, I care a great deal for you and do we have to do this over the flow? He pleaded nervously at the same time cursing himself for losing his nerve and only copping to caring for her. Knowing what there was between them and knowing what she wanted there to be in the future, Susan found more courage than she'd thought she'd had. I'm sorry, Harry. Oh, I see, he said dejectedly, misunderstanding her reference, thinking she did not return his affections. His hand went to deactivate the flow. No, wait, Susan barked in alarm, just barely stopping him before he disconnected the call. You don't understand, she pressed emphatically. I'm sorry for hurting you. All I could think about was my own pain and my own loss, back on the tower. I had no idea what you'd lost and I should have. I should have known, especially given how very much I'd cared about you then and how much more so I do now. It was like the answer to a prayer, when I'd finally learned you were alive, but at the same time it was so confusing. We just always seemed to be at odds with one another and now, in retrospect. I get it. You weren't just stalling me and you weren't just having a bit of fun, though that's part of it. Part of it was vindictive though, wasn't it, Harry? He nodded dolefully. Ashamedly. Susan's face fell slightly, but she pressed on, wanting to make sure she really understood what she thought she did. I'd hurt you terribly, I know that, and that's not to say that I didn't deserve it, but Harry, none of the things you did really hurt me. Aggravated, annoyed, even infuriated, but didn't hurt per se. And while I admit that they were undoubtedly funny, at least from your point of view, why did you do it all if you weren't really hurting me, and I think you know that you weren't. I didn't want to hurt you, but that isn't to say I wasn't still mad at you and wanted subconsciously to pay you back a bit, he admitted, with a wounded expression. But why, Harry? Why didn't you just slap me, or at least yell at me? I deserved that much and a lot more for what I did. Why, Harry, please be honest. Susan begged, leaning toward the flow. I guess because despite everything, I have feelings for you. Harry confessed, almost vibrating in his nervousness. What kind of feelings, exactly? She pressed for clarification though her eyes were already shining in fevered expectation. I don't know. His much vaunted courage failed him at last. You don't know? Susan railed in disbelief. How should I know? I don't have any experience with this sort of thing. I've only ever gone out on a single date and everyone and their grandma knows what a train wreck that was. I always thought I'd meet someone once everything was all over, if I lived, that is. I thought I'd fall in love, but how do I even really know what love is? I mean, I love my friends and all, but that's not in a romantic sense. Harry's arms flailed about as he tried to make himself understood. He was completely oblivious to the way Susan hung on his every word expectantly, waiting for an opportunity to present itself. How do I know what I feel is love when I look at someone and I can't get their smile out of my head, or the way their nose crinkles up in amusement, kinda like the way yours is right now? He flattered, chancing a look in her direction. Or the way your hair bounces when you move and when the sunset catches it just right and it lights up like it's on fire. How about the way you look when you danced in that shimmering blue dress that brought out your eyes, mesmerizing that? How can I possibly describe how I long to hear your soft voice say my name or see the shy looks that we used to cast each other's way back in school before this whole mess started? How do I know that when you cry and all I want to do is hold you and try to make it better? How do I know what that is? I'm lost here, Sue. I don't even know how to talk to a girl, not really. How do you tell someone that they're all you think about from the time you wake until the time you fall back asleep, and even then you still dream about them? I don't know anything. I wish I did though. He finished dolefully before apologizing and abruptly ending the call to avoid further embarrassment. Susan gasped at the loss of contact, falling back into the sofa behind her and staring wide-eyed at the flow, her face filled with hope and wonder. If anything, she realized one thing: that Harry Potter knew better than most to say how he loved someone. He may not know the words, but he certainly knows the meaning. Susan began crying again, only now it wasn't its sadness, but for the first time in a long time she shed tears of abject joy and renewed faith. Once collected, she made a hurried call of her own before it got any later. "Hello, Hermione, I've got to talk to you before I explode." Susan gasped excitedly, not noticing the way her friend was hurriedly tying her dressing gown closed and shushing someone to her side as she slapped reaching hands back. Finally catching on and flushing, Susan asked knowingly, "Am I interrupting something?" "No, it's all right, it's..." "Stop that, Ron," she snapped, slapping a pair of amorous hands back out of sight. Sorry," Susan stammered apologetically, her blush deepening. "Well, I'm for a shower, then," Ron's voice called out indignantly, fading in the background. Hermione's own face looking abruptly disappointed at that. What's going on?" Hermione asked, trying to fight down a blush of her own as the cat was definitely out of the proverbial bag. "Sorry," Susan apologized again, but Hermione waved her off impatiently, urging her to continue with the reason for her call. "I just talked to Harry." "Really talked?" She stressed the really, nearly bouncing in her excitement. "And..." Hermione found herself leaning toward the flow in anticipation. I think he was trying to tell me that he loved me." "Trying?" Hermione asked, puzzled, given how excited her friend was. "He said he didn't know what love is or how to say it, but Hermione, he just, well, he said it in every way you possibly can without actually saying the words." "Tell me what he said exactly, tell me everything." Hermione demanded, herself growing more excited by the minute. A few minutes later, Hermione leaned back away from the flow with a shocked expression. "Whoa," she blinked in surprise, stunned by Harry's actions. "Whoa good or whoa bad?" Susan asked skeptically. "Whoa good as in whoa, this is Harry Potter we're talking about here." Hermione all but cheered. "Are you still on the flow? What's going on?" Ron huffed from Hermione's side. He asked, so Hermione told him. "Whoa," Ron gasped. "Who could sleep after a bombshell like that?" He returned incredulously. "Who could?" Hermione echoed, giggly meaningfully. "Good night, Sue," Hermione sing-songed, reaching for her wand to end the call. "But, what about me and Harry?" Susan whined desperately. "You're doing just fine, Susan. Just fine." With that, the call ended as Hermione growled and reached for her fiancé. Susan shook her head in exasperation, realizing herself that she wouldn't be able to sleep either. She wasn't the only one, as Harry Potter was pacing the floor grumbling to himself just now. The snow fell gently down around a sea of mourners. Harry's arm clutched supportively around Jenny Clemens' waist as she cried into his already damp shoulder, his other arm rubbing circles on her daughter's back, whilst every once in a while his fingers ghosted over and patted Neil's shoulder supportively. Night-dark uniforms littered the landscape as grim-faced unspeakables watched the proceedings in varying degrees of grief and regret. The rest Griffin team stood at attention to the other side of Chris Clemens' coffin, directly across from Harry and their deceased team leader's distraught family. Dozer was the first to break, wiping at his eyes surreptitiously until finally full-out sobs took him as he vented his immense grief. Harry was reminded of how his friend Hagrid mourned his lost pet spider and absently thought that this was probably the norm for such gentle giants of men. Raven and Stalker were rubbing Dozer's back supportively, themselves wiping at their own eyes, whilst Chameleon stood rigidly at attention, Teartrax marring his quivering cheeks as he struggled to suppress sobs of his own. Harry appeared calm, serene even. He didn't know why, but he felt as if a great weight had been removed from his shoulders as it had never done before. Even when Voldemort had died and the weight of the world's freedom was removed from his two young shoulders, he never felt this at peace with himself. Part of him realized at one point that he had even let Luna finally go as he hadn't before. He thought maybe he should feel guilty at that, but he just couldn't. Perhaps this is what's called acceptance. Some part of him seemed to be finally able to come to terms with the fact that he couldn't save everyone. He realized that no matter how powerful a wizard, that all one could do was the best they could do. He'd done that. He'd done that for Luna, and he'd done that for Chris. Sometimes you got lucky and were able to save people, other times you couldn't no matter how hard you tried. And yes, those times would hurt and you would feel grief, but guilt. No, if you did the best you could, then there was no reason to beat yourself up over how things turned out. He'd spent the better part of his life second-guessing his mistakes, but had never given much thought to his successes, and there were successes, many successes. For the first time in like forever, Harry Potter was proud of his accomplishments. He was proud to serve with his friends on Griffin team. He was proud just to be standing here and doing what he could for his dead friend's family. It wasn't enough, by any stretch of the imagination, as nothing could replace a husband and father, but it was what he could do and he was proud to do it. His children's education was already guaranteed by the Unspeakables, his life insurance and full retirement benefits were already paid to his widow, anything else she or her children would ever need would be provided for without question. And they would all be proud to do it. Susan watched Harry Potter with a puzzled expression on her face. She would have never expected to see this sort of reaction from him, not in a million years. Whilst he looked sad, he did not appear despondent as the rest of his friends did. If anything, he seemed at peace. He was being extraordinarily compassionate toward his dead friend's family, carefully administering to and supporting them during their time of abject grief, but there was something else. There was something in the way he carried himself. The way his chin held up and his chest stuck out, the way his eyes gleamed in calm resolve, he almost seemed proud. The Unspeakables stood in their dress uniforms with many a chest gleaming with their nation's highest citations for gallantry and valor. Harry too wore his dress uniform and Susan couldn't believe how sparse his was by comparison to the rest. Sure, he was one of their youngest members, but hadn't he too distinguished himself many times in battle? There was one noted exception, however. Harry wore Britain's highest honor around his neck, the Order of Merlin First Class. He was the youngest to have ever received such an honor in their ancient history. Somehow Susan was of the suspicion that this would not be the last such Order of Merlin he would ever receive. He was a hero. Some men are born artists, scholars, and the like. But Harry Potter was the rarest of the rare, a born hero. He saves people, that's just what he does. It's why he was born. Many women would be scared to death to even consider a relationship with a man like Harry Potter. They would be scared for themselves in that such men often attracted violence, or they might fret and worry that one day he would not come home. These were real concerns to be sure, but for all of that, Susan Bones was not frightened. If anything, she was excited to the roots of her soul at the possibilities. There was no downside in loving someone like Harry as she saw it. Harry was the sort of man that would give all his heart and soul to someone he cared for. How could anyone ever see a downside in that? They could be together no more than 5 minutes, a handful of days, a few precious years, but no matter the length of time, she would know what it is to love and be loved as no other woman could more proudly boast. Any children, whether they grew up knowing their father or no, would be a blessing both to her and to the countless lives his children would undoubtedly touch. As far as the element of danger, the safest place in the world was by Harry Potter's side. Susan shook her head to clear away the cobwebs of romantically philosophical musings to try and concentrate on the proceedings that were being held to lay a brave man to rest. She almost snorted at that passing thought that Hermione was rubbing off on her more and more every day. As terribly tragic as this whole scene was, there was still an overwhelming sense of both pride and respect throughout the proceedings. She couldn't help but marvel at how strong Harry was being for the deceased family. He'd truly grown into the man so many always thought he would be. Now the only question she needed to prove both to him and herself was whether or not she'd grown up to be the sort of woman that was worthy of someone like Harry deserved to have. She wanted to be, of that she had no doubt. The funeral ending with Harry all but carrying a distraught Jenny Clemo, forward so that she could lay a single rose on her husband's casket before it was lowered into the ground. His teammates raised their wands to the sky and set off 21 total bursts of sparks, in salute, that filled the overcast sky with green starbursts. Susan's aunt stepped forward and placed a medal of meritorious service around the neck of Christopher's son and shook each member of his family's hand, pledging that her office would do all in its power to see that any needs they may have were met with all experiences, to which Jenny nodded her appreciation despite her sobs of despair. The dragon followed in the minister's wake, pledging the same. He was followed by scores of unspeakables who all lined up and paid their individual respects to their fallen comrade's grieving family. Susan watched in utter awe, not that they showed such deference, but because they truly meant their individual pledges. Once the procession concluded, Harry guided the Clemens to a waiting car that would see them home. Just before he stepped into the back of the limousine, his eyes scanned the graveyard until finding Susan's own eyes that were watching him in return. Held her gaze for mere moments, but even then she could feel her breath hitch in her chest. There was such a profound look of both longing for her and gratitude that she had made the effort to come and honor one of their own. Harry nodded his head ever so slightly before entering the car and driving off. She took that nod many ways, but mostly she took it as a good sign in that he was acknowledging he'd see her again soon. Knock knock knock. Susan went to the manse's door. Wonder who could possibly be knocking, as most everyone they knew either Flo called first or just apparated into the mansion's apparition point. It had been 2 days since the funeral of Christopher Clemens, and while Susan still kept out hope that she would hear from Harry in some fashion, she knew it would most likely not occur for several days yet. She opened the door and gasped in surprise when the object of her constant daydreaming was standing on the stoop with a bouquet of white roses and greens in his hands. "F for me," Susan stammered, reaching forward to accept the beautiful bouquet, but her hands faltered in disappointment when Harry immediately inquired if her aunt was in, pulling the flowers back from her reaching hands as he did so. Susan's cheeks pinked in embarrassment as she struggled to recover herself and led their guest to her aunt's private study, where her aunt gushed and glowed over the sentiment, directing Susan to be a dear and put these in water. That said, her aunt closed her study's door in Susan's face, leaving the poor girl near tears that would soon turn to irritation. Despite her sound rebuff and growing irritation, Susan waited near the study both in curiosity and concern over what the two could possibly be discussing. She was further surprised, and not a little worried, when the door opened and Harry took her aunt's hand, keying the back of it whilst her aunt fawned appreciatively. "Of all the dirty, he's not really going to." Susan seethed, thinking Harry was making a play for her aunt now and rubbing her face in it. "Susan," Harry acknowledged in passing as he left without further word as her aunt beamed in his wake whilst Susan glowered at his retreating back. "Susan, join me won't you?" her aunt directed in a tone that stated she wasn't really asking, just being polite. Susan fidgeted in her chair while her aunt sipped at a tumbler of brandy, seeming to enjoy her niece's discomfort as she kept her waiting on pins and needles. "Just say it and get it over with," Susan grumbled dejectedly, assuming the worst. "All right, I will." Her aunt accepted, putting her drink aside and smiling indulgently at her daughter in all but blood. She picked up a small scroll from the top of her desk which she unfurled and read to her waiting niece. "To the matron of House Bones from the last scion of House Potter. I hereby request formally and respectfully the right to court Susan Bones in accordance with the party of first part's blessing to proceed in the party of the second part's positive wishes in the matter. Respectfully and hopefully yours, Harold James Potter, Scion House Potter." "Huh?" Susan gaped, stupidly asking her aunt to read the proposal again, which did with no little amusement of her part. "What does that, Susan gasped and stammered wide-eyed as her aunt chuckled indulgently. "It means that Harry Potter has asked my formal permission and blessing to date you," her aunt explained, doing her best not to laugh at the gobsmacked appearance on her niece's face. "He did?" Susan asked again hopefully. Her aunt nodded, smiling brilliantly. "But then why didn't he ask me out or anything? Wait a minute, you didn't say no, did you, Aunt Amy?" Susan began to despair, taking pity despite how much she'd like to toy with her niece just for posterity's sake, as it would make a fond remembrance or an amusing toast to pass around at their future nuptials. Her aunt reassured the girl. "Well, of course I said yes," her aunt chided, taking pleasure in the way her niece immediately brightened up. "Then why didn't he ask me out?" she blurted almost immediately, becoming self-conscious again despite the terrific news. Because I asked him to wait a day to give us a chance to talk things through and send official word of your acceptance or no, he aunt confided. Yes, I want to go out with him, that is. He can court me and Quite, her aunt chuckled at Susan's blushing remarks as her mind drifted over the possibilities. Before we send your, tentative acceptance, she chuckled again at the irony. We need to make a few things clear. Susan gulped expectantly at that. Harry Potter is an unspeakable and he has decided to remain so for the foreseeable future. If that particular decision's ramifications is in any way unclear to you, then let me spell things out so that there are no misunderstandings. The funeral you attended could very well be Harry's the next time around. Griffin was an exceptional unspeakable by all accounts, and I would certainly place Harry in that same category, but for all that, even the best of men can fall by accident or devise. Her aunt pointed out what she herself had considered many times, most recently at the same funeral in question. I know, she acknowledged haltingly. I was thinking the same thing, and I realized that I would rather be sitting at his funeral than to never have taken the chance to follow my heart. I'm proud of you. Her aunt smiled in admiration for her niece. The best things in life often come at a risk, though all life is a risk to a certain extent. You have learned what some of us never do, in that without risk there is no reward. Very wise, Susan. There was a brief silence between them as both considered the other. Finally, Amelia was the first to bridge the gap. There are other considerations you need to take into account if you are going to date Harry Potter. Though date isn't quite the right definition of courtship, as with courtship is more in keeping with marriage being the final stage in the process. One such consideration is that Harry Potter is an exasperating, stubborn young man who will ultimately do what he wants to do. Don't I know it? Susan agreed, rolling her eyes. That being said, he is selflessly gallant, generous and forgiving to a fault, except here she paused to hold her niece's gaze meaningfully, where you are concerned. Susan's face fell despondently at that, her joy from moments ago all but forgotten. Her aunt pointedly continued, I believe, though he hasn't said anything regarding the incident that I can recall, that he still harbors some animosity regarding your words atop the astronomy tower prior to his tragic reaction to so many hardships, rejections and losses. Amelia Bones came around her desk and grabbed up her niece's trembling hands supportively. You've yet to broach the subject, and I believe it is or has become a matter of some contention between you. I believe he has already forgiven you, but for all of that, there is a part of him that still bears some resentment, and it is this part that has been taking the mickey and playing so many pranks at your expense. That and, Merlin help us, he enjoys it. Susan chuckled despite her tear-wrought eyes as they shared a cleaning laugh at that. You think that's why he's been taking the mickey, then? She tried to reconfirm what she herself had considered. Amelia nodded, as she brushed her niece's hair to one side lovingly. I believe so, though whether he is consciously aware of it I really can't say. I believe he's still hurting, and despite however much he may want to move on, and as much as I believe he truly cares for you, I don't think he can until this matter is resolved between you. Now, while granted he has given you little opportunity to do so, you need to broach the subject and make amends, and you need to do it sooner rather than later. You've avoided this, and while I can understand your trepidation, the issue has festered and is in danger of becoming malignant. Should that happen, I believe you will lose the opportunity you now have, and if that happens, woe unto you, Susan. Though she chuckled at her own dramatics, Amelia Bones was quite serious in that Susan would suffer the continued wrath of a true marauder. Susan nodded her head worriedly in understanding. Find you courage, Susan, and talk to him, help him to finally, fully heal from his past ills that still haunt his present peace of mind. For all his good humor and bravado, he's still unsettled. Amelia lectured with no little concern etched in her facial features. At this, Susan did finally release the floodgates and begin to cry. Her aunt, while gentle, pulled away and left her to sort through her own faults and feelings on the matter, as she felt it was past time that Susan own up to her responsibilities and make amends if possible. If not, then any relationship between the two was doomed before it even started. It was nearing 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Susan Bones was a nervous wreck. She kept checking and rechecking her appearance in the hall mirror, each time debating if she should have worn makeup or have gone with a different colored jumper, maybe curled her hair, etc. The makeup was the easiest choice, as she was afraid she'd cry at some point. Who was she kidding? She would cry. Anyway, Once that happened, her tears would have made her makeup run and made a bad situation worse. The blue jumper was probably the way to go as it matched the color of her eyes and she had it on good authority, Hermione Granger, that her eye color was something that Harry found quite attractive, though how her friend knew that she wouldn't say, as apparently Harry's confidence was more important to her than Susan's, as she'd even played the witch's solidarity card and had been soundly rebuffed for her trouble. Harry had said for her to keep it simple in his note. So that's what she had done, simple. Jeans, blue jumper, no makeup, hair short and parted with just a little bounce to let the sunlight catch the highlights. A girl needs some advantage, and a pair of tan boots that gave her just a bit more height so that he wouldn't have to reach so far down to try and key her. Any obstacle removed that allowed for easier accessibility to lips she was all for. And yes, she wanted to be key. Ed very much. The clock struck 4 simultaneously with the front door knocker clacking 4 times in unison. He would be perfectly on time. Susan nervously lamented, wondering if there wasn't anything he didn't do good and proper. She knew for a fact that his pranking skills were top-notch, now she only hoped his romantic skills were on the same par. Somehow she suspected that wouldn't suffer by comparison, as she was more worried about her own end. Hermione had reassured her that Harry had been and remained wholly inexperienced. While she, herself had dated, she was by no means experienced, but at least she had some advantage. Boy, was Hermione wrong. There he stood with flowers in hand and grin on his face, looking, for all the world, absolutely gorgeous. Like her, he was dressed in jeans and jumper, but his hair was styled in a modern cut that highlighted his strong jaw and piercing emerald eyes. "You look nice." The first thing he did was compliment her own appearance without the slightest hint of nervousness, damn his soul. The second thing he did was hand her the bouquet of flowers casually, seemingly, by brushing his warm hands over her trembling ones, and proceed to walk around her, casting an appraising eye over her from all angles. When he paused behind her to murmur, "Very nice," she thought she might run squealing from the room, but managed to remain in one spot, blushing like a first year that just discovered boys were fancy-able. In a show of concern for her state of anxiety, he offered, "Here, let me get those for you," taking her flowers and whisking them off to the kitchen to place in a vase with water. He returned, and without the slightest pause he wandlessly summoned her coat and held it for her like the gentleman he was. Then without further preamble he wrapped her hand over his arm and escorted her out the door. The chill December weather had her shivering, though if she were honest with herself it was all Harry. Either way he cast a wandless warming charm over her, bathing Susan in a gentle warmth that to his disappointment, took away the charming pink of her cheeks. She, of course, started blushing again, to which he chuckled appreciatively, even having the audacity of thanking her for affording him such a marvelous view. This is how the entire date went. Harry had her head turned to the breaking point. He took her to elegant French restaurant in France. They walked along the streets window shopping, with his commenting every now and again that she would look incredible in some gorgeous dress or another. He even managed to apparate them to the observation deck of the Eiffel Tower just as the lights were lit, where he boldly cupped her cheeks and softly key at her, pouring out a depth of longing and passion into the key that had her swooning like a prom date with her first crush. The next thing Susan knew, he was walking her to her door and key, dotting her reverently in parting, promising to owl her first thing to beg an encore. Susan stumbled into the Bones mansion, wide-eyed and gapping where she passed her anxiously waiting aunt, who inquired, "Did you have a nice time, dear?" To which she dumbly nodded as she dropped her coat on the floor and drifted off to her bedroom, staring vacantly. "Oh, well done, Mr. Potter. Well done indeed," Amelia complimented, clapping her hands together and rubbing them in expectation as she hurried off to owl a few curiously concerned parties. It was during one such call to her counterpart and own love interest that she heard the first shriek of frustration. "What was that?" Lewis Croker asked in concern. Amelia pursed her lips, fighting down a laugh as she tapped a finger to her chin in contemplation. "I'd wager that she just came to her senses and realized that our Mr. Potter has her completely off her game." At that they both erupted in snickers as Susan raged upstairs. The next day, Susan Bones was hurriedly calling for emergency advice. "Hermione! Hermione!" Susan yelled into the flow. "Susan what?" Hermione came into view, hurriedly pulling a housecoat on over a rather revealing nightgown, her face pink and hair mussed. "How was your date?" Hermione instantly catching up as always. My date. Susanna nearly screamed in exasperation. Do you know what he did? She scathed. No. Hermione answered uncertainly, fearing the answer. Susan reiterated the entire evening verbatim, to which Hermione clapped her hands and squealed. That sounds wonderful. It was wonderful. It was beyond wonderful. It was amazing. Susan gasped, falling back into an armchair as she cupped her face and tried valiantly not to cry. What on earth are you so glum about? Hermione asked, clearly puzzled by her friend's reaction to the sort of fantasy date that most women dreamed of but seldom experienced. Oh, Hermione, I must have looked like an absolute idiot. I was so overwhelmed that I never even realized until after that I hadn't uttered a single intelligible word the whole evening, not one sensible word. Susan grumbled disappointedly. I had this whole apology all planned out, after which I was going to throw myself at his mercy and beg for a chance to show him how much I cared. So are you lamenting not getting the chance, or the fact that he beat you to it? Both. Neither. I don't kn. What's going on? Ron asked from the background, to which Hermione smiled evilly and answered. Harry Key. Ed, Susan. Oh, is that all? Wait. What? Ron barked in surprised disbelief. Hermione turned the knife. Harry Key. Ed, Susan atop the Eiffel Tower just as they turned the lights on. Ouch. Ron visibly winced at that, cursing the name Potter silently in behalf of all men everywhere. Susan clapped a hand to her forehead as if trying to ward off a headache. Did she key him back? Ron asked curiously. Well, I'm sure she did. Hermione vouched, but Susan cut her off. Actually, I'm not sure. I was so stunned by all the emotions I was feeling and drowning in the passion of the key, that I don't think I even registered returning it. Susan's face paled as she shook her head and rubbed worryingly at her forehead. Ouch, Ron reiterated, although this time he was the one smiling evilly as Hermione looked pained. What am I gonna do? Susan lamented. Well, the first thing that comes to mind is give him a Ronald. Hermione barked in warning. Key. In return, Ron finished cocking an eyebrow at his fiancée, who blushed in embarrassment, cinching up the color of her robe with a trembling hand. Always misunderstood. Ron walked away complaining over his lot. It's not like I was going to tell her to get down on her knees and Ronald Bilious Weasley. Hermione scathed in warning. Beg his forgiveness, he. Ron snickered as he walked off, leaving his fiancée fuming in exasperation. Once collected, Hermione asked supportively. While I don't necessarily share Ronald's opinion, he does make a point, veiled though it is. At this she paused and narrowed her eyes in Ron's direction. That maybe you need to take matters, in hand and take control of the situation. When are you seeing him again? Susan perked up at that, but it was more so in heightened anxiety. Today he's coming at noon to pick me up. Well, our Mr. Potter seems quite eager, so obviously you made a good impression even if not intentionally so. Have you any idea where he's taking you? Susan shook her head, but held up the note she had clutched in death grip within her shaking hand. He just said to dress. Warm. Hermione smiled predatorily and instructed, all right, then here's what we'll do. As usual, the clock struck 12 and the knocker clacked sharply, announcing Harry's arrival. Susan met him in a curve-hugging light blue snowsuit that brought out her eyes beneath a soft white cotton cap, her hair curling out of at the edges. Harry was stunned, speechless. Do you like it? Susan twirled in place, giving him an ample view of the snug fit over her posterior. It's, very nice, but I think there's been a misunderstanding. Huh? Susan paused, puzzled by his look of concern. I said to dress for warm, you know, like the beach. The beach? Susan gasped, gapping stupidly. Well, at least the color works. Harry offered supportively. He snapped his fingers, instantly transfiguring her snowsuit into a blue bikini and the hat morphed into a white cotton wrap. Woo. Harry Wolf whistled as Susan tired and failed to cover her modesty, as there was just too much flesh falling out of too many places. Now that's what I'm talking about. He cheered gleefully as he shrugged out of his coat, revealing a magnificently toned physique in swim shorts, in emerald green of course, and white cotton shirt, strategically left open to afford her the vision of his well-muscled stomach. He shoved a portkey into her hand and she instantly felt the pull behind her navel as they transported away, arriving several minutes later on a sandy beach beneath a blazing sun overhead. Welcome to Bermuda, Harry sang out, grabbing her up in a searing key, the warm flesh of his chest tantalizingly brushing against her own. The need for air was just starting to register when he pulled away and ran off into the surf, laughing manically whilst she stammered and stumbled about trying to orient herself. Once she finally had regained her bearings, she growled low in her throat, wanting a repeat of that key. Now that she was prepared and especially wanting it. Either Harry was reading her thoughts or he was just that good at juggling an itinerary, as she never did get the chance for more intimate contact the rest of the date. Oh, it had been fun, sure, the sunset cruise had been especially romantic, but for all of that she would have much rather been snogging his brains out in the warm surf than sharing a meal by candlelight as the stars reflected off the sea around their boat. Then, when the man had walked her to her door and she readied herself to give him the key of his life, he deftly circumvented her aspirations by dotting her hand softly, reverently, as he thanked her for a wonderful day and pledged to contact her soon, just before abruptly apparating away before she could even think to take the initiative to pounce on the poor sod and key the daylights out of him. On it went, one mind-blowing date after another, and then when she was beyond smitten, things took a turn for the serious, heart-wrenchingly so. W.H. Hogwarts. Susan gulped in surprise, finding herself not only somewhere she hadn't expected for the life of her, but also in the one place she had never wanted to revisit, the astronomy tower. Susan fidgeted nervously as Harry took her trembling hand and guided her to the edge of the parapet. "This is a place of beginnings and endings for us. I'd always known I'd have to bring you here eventually, even though it was perhaps the last place that either of us would care to revisit." Harry began to explain. Susan, hand covering his lips, stifled what he was about to say as she found more courage than she knew she had. "I'm sorry," she murmured before finding the words which began to pour from her like a torrent. "You'll never believe how sorry I am. I was young and stupid and callous to anyone's needs, but my own, and I hurt you. I hurt you terribly, and there'll never be enough apologies to make it right between us, but I swear I'll spend a lifetime trying to make it up to you, if you'll let me." Her voice caught at that last, and uncertainty filled her soft blue eyes that were rapidly filling with tears. It was a long while before he answered, spending it looking out across the grounds, lost in his own thoughts. When he finally did answer, it wasn't what she'd expected to hear. She'd expected anger, rage even, either that or intense anguish and regret for which she was the sole author. "You were but one anguished voice among many, and I can no more blame you than I can the rest of the world. Bottom line is that it was my decision. I chose what happened. My actions dictated my future or lack thereof, which was a very real certainty at the time. There was a time when I blamed you, hated you even." Susan sobbed at this, but Harry quickly talked over it to distract her long enough to dispel her unnecessary anguish. "It was wrong for me to do so. We are all, each of us, responsible for our own actions or inactions. While yes, what you said was devastatingly hurtful at the time, I could have just as easily had let my temper get the better of me and punched you in the nose, rather than do what I did. Jumping was a very selfish and cowardly thing to do. It is something I'm now deeply ashamed, both for myself, but also for the pain my actions caused you as well." He turned to her at that last, and she could see the truth of his words reflected in his eyes. There was so much shame and uncertainty that her heart broke for it, and she did the only thing she could think of. She grabbed him and pulled his trembling form into a rib-cracking hug as she cried and pleaded with him to forgive her and give her the chance to make him happy. "You already do," he answered softly, startling her. Susan pulled back, searching his beautiful eyes, and found only honesty shining within them. "Then why have you?" Her words trailed off as she blushed embarrassedly and turned her eyes downward, afraid to meet his gaze. "Not let you take things to the next level?" he suggested diplomatically, to which she nodded agreement, still not meeting his eyes. Harry gently raised her chin until her moist eyes met his. "Because I wanted this, whatever this is, settled between us. That, and I wanted to show you what life with me is going to be like. It's going to be chaotic and adventurous. I want to see everything and do everything." "Everything?" she asked coyly, looking up at him from beneath her eyelashes, her cheeks coloring again. Harry nodded, adding, "Everything and some things more than once, a lot more." Susan blushed prettily at that. She might have tried to flirt a bit more, but her lips were otherwise occupied after that. The next day, Harry, Hermione called out over the flow. Finally, a disheveled Harry Potter strolled into view, trying to wake himself up over a cup of steaming coffee. Despite his bedraggled appearance, he looked for all the world rather smug and self-satisfied. Hermione picked up on this and snarked pointedly. Well, someone looks goutte pleased with himself this morning. I take it your date with Susan went well then. Ask her yourself, Harry suggested with a knowing smirk. I tried to, but she didn't answer her flow. She must be having a bit of a lie-in. Must be, Harry agreed, covering his grin with taking a sip of his coffee. I had her up a bit late last night, or early this morning more accurately. Hermione quirked an amused eyebrow at that. And just what were you doing out so late? She asked, intrigued by the noticeable change in his demeanor. Who said we were out? He returned without missing a beat. He laughed smugly and ended the flow call, leaving Hermione wide-eyed and stammering. Honestly, this is getting to be a rather disturbing habit. Hermione groused as she hastily pulled on her robe and made for her front door to entertain what she was sure was anything other than what she most wanted to know regarding yet another salvo in the dating war declared by Harry effing Potter. Susan had been inundating her with reliving one mind-blowing romantic date after another that had her green with envy, and Ron cursing Harry's name under his breath as she'd readily brought to his attention that he could learn quite a bit from his friend in the area of romance. If she was honest with herself, Ron was no slouch and she had little if anything to complain about. Ron was attentive and caring and always placed her needs ahead of his own, almost always, though not that she was complaining thank you very much. Susan had been calling 2 and 3 times or more a day. She was glowingly smitten one moment and lamenting the next that Harry had yet to take things to a more intimate level. It was clear from Susan's distressed conversation that she, at least, was ready to take things to a more physical level. Then nothing. No calls, no owls, nothing. She hadn't heard from either of them in a week. Knock knock knock. The rapping at her front door grew in intensity, almost as if the party calling were desperate at this point. I'm coming, Hermione called out impatiently as she threw the lock and wrenched open her door. A disheveled and wild-eyed Susan Bones grabbed her hands and pleaded desperately, hide me. For the love of all that's holy, hide me. Wah! Hermione goggled wide-eyed as Susan pleaded, all the while pushing herself into her foyer and kicked the door closed behind her. Her hair was mussed and her eyes both tired and wild appearing at the same time, blouse misbuttoned and wearing 2 non-matching shoes. But for all of that she looked terrific. She nearly glowed with vitality. Susan, what in the W world? Hermione gasped, startled by the entire spectacle. Please. Just for a day or 2 until I can rest up, please Hermione. Susan begged, clawing at her friend desperately. Rest up. Susan, is someone after you? Maybe we should give Harry a quick flow. No. Susan screeched abruptly, her eyes searching wildly for some avenue of escape. Calm down. Hermione appeased, trying to settle her frantic friend. Just calm down and tell me what's happened. Susan's eyes went wide and her mouth lolled as she tried to begin to say something before she blushed fiercely. Finally she fell into a chair and began to commiserate all that she'd supposedly suffered. It's Harry, she began haltingly. Oh my god, no. Hermione gasped, assuming the worst, but Susan waved her off, hurriedly explaining. No, he's fine. He's terrific, he's. Susan's words trailed off and her eyes went out of focus. He's what? Hermione asked, dumbfounded, completely perplexed over what was going on, what Susan was running from. He's insatiable. Susan blurted out, her face flaming. A snort from the hall announced that Ron was up and caught that last dire admonishment. He the whole week. It's my own fault. I pressed him to take things to another level, but I never dreamed. Susan goggled wide-eyed at that. She looked like she survived a vampire attack, pale as she was from lack of sunlight. Hermione too was blushing and fanning herself with a hastily conjured hand fan as Susan continued to reiterate her activities of the past week in a vacant, glazed sort of way. Is there nothing the man isn't good at? I mean really. He's a natural, not that I have any real experience to gauge by, but wow. It's a damn good thing that his mother's wand is good for charms because it's cast nothing but prophylactic charms 24/7. Susan wailed that last, to which Ron broke down in side-splitting laughter, bracing himself against the door frame of the loo. What? That is. How I take it things are, going well, then. Hermione halting asked as she struggled not to laugh herself whilst trying to deflect a bit of the intensity, though she was secretly dying to know all the details. Shy, oblivious, unassuming, Harry Potter, Ron had called that one right. Well, Susan barked in disbelief. Things have been bloody, utterly fantastic, but this. I've awakened a bloody dragon and I don't have a clue how to quench its fire. She lamented. It's only a few days until Christmas and I haven't been able to get away to get a single present this entire week. She complained half disheartened, blushing all the while. At least you know what to get Harry. Ron threw in sportingly. Susan gasped and Hermione gasped scandalized, to which, ha 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 wumph. Ron hit the floor, laughing at their reactions. He was rolling around gasping for air between guffaws. It's not bloody funny. Susan wailed in lament. Day and night and day, not a moment's sleep, and when the git affords me enough time to actually drift off, I wake up to breakfast in bed me. In spite of herself, Hermione joined Ron on the floor at that one. Oh, sure funny. Susan scathed, watching contemptuously as her friend and his friend laughed upriotously at her expense. Oh, I'm sorry Susan, but really, just tell him no, for Merlin's sake. Hermione suggested, having finally composed herself enough to pull herself back up onto the sofa she'd fallen out of. Ron would not be righting himself soon. By the way, he was wheezing red-faced, crawling towards the loo. I have told him no. Susan returned drolly. What? But Harry's always been a perfect gentleman, surely he isn't forcing himself on you. Hermione returned aghast that Harry would behave in such a manner. He is and he doesn't, but he. Susan both defended and tried to explain her dilemma. He what? Hermione pressed, growing somewhat worried. Well, he makes me dinner and massages my shoulders and one thing leads to another and then the next thing I know his hands are stroking my hair. Susan's hand went to her mussed hair and stroked one side absently as she wistfully rasped out. He starts nuzzling my neck and his hands start to wander and, the next thing I know I'm tearing off his clothes and begging him to. Wow, whoa. Hermione fanned her hands at her friend, begging her forbearance, herself blushing furiously at the picture stuck in her head. Ah, my own, it was just getting good. Ron complained, slumping down in the sofa next to his fiancée. His own eyes were sparkling with both mirth and something else that Hermione recognized all too well and was eager herself to indulge in, just now, which elicited another furious blush that it was obvious that Ron understood and enjoyed. Don't interrupt, Ronald. She deflected with acrobatic grace. It was obvious by the smug look on Ron's face that he wasn't fooled by the ploy. To Susan she determined, it sounds to me as if you're just as bad as Harry. You said it yourself, you've woken a sleeping dragon, Sue. But, doesn't the man sleep? Ha ha ha, Ron broke down in peals of laughter again. Shut up Ron, Susan groused. Don't blame him. Hermione chuckled in her love's defense. I think the whole thing's hysterical. Hermione herself began laughing again at Susan's expense. Hermione. Ron. Harry disembodied head called out from within the flow. No, please. Don't tell him I'm here. Susan begged, steeping her hands in prayer. What is it, Harry? Hermione called out, not daring to venture over to the flow herself lest she lose her waning composure. Have you seen Susan? I can't find her anywhere, he lamented. No Harry, Hermione reluctantly lied to her curious friend. Oh, well if you see her, tell her I've got something of hers that she left over here that I'm most eager to return. Susan's eyes turned puzzled and she fidgeted slightly before her eyes went wide and she slapped a hand over her face to cover her intense blushing. I'll tell her. Hermione called back and Harry blessedly ended the call before Hermione started to giggle at Susan's expression. Ron had sobered enough to ask the obvious. What did you leave at his place that he's so eager to return? My knickers, Susan ashamedly answered. She ended up booking a room at a Muggle hotel as her two friends had been laughing so hard when she left that she doubted she'd have been able to fall asleep had she stayed there. The next day Susan hurriedly went about her Christmas shopping at a furious pace, all the while, keeping an eye out for Harry, with wand in hand so that she could apparate to safety at a split second's notice. She felt herself an utter hypocrite as despite the 14 hours she slept last night, she was just as eager for him to find her as not. Ron was right about one thing, if only half so, she knew what to get Harry for Christmas. He was only half right in that she wanted it as much for herself as for Harry. The man was unbelievable. For the life of her she couldn't see how anyone could have so much stamina though. Are you all right, dear? The clerk asked in concern at seeing Susan's flushed face. Susan's blushing darkened and she furiously gathered up her packages and nearly bolted the shop with a hurried, "I'm fine," in passing. It took her the entire day and thankfully the shops were all too accommodating in that they wrapped her packages, otherwise she'd have had to spend the whole of Christmas Eve wrapping her many gifts for friends and family. Despite Ron's advice, oh, Merlin, she knew she was blushing again. She knew she needed to get Harry something tangible, a small token as such, but for the life of her she hadn't a clue what. "You're sure about this?" Dozer asked his younger friend. "Very sure. But she's the first girl you've even remotely dated in a serious fashion," Stalker said in a complaining, doubtful voice. "So," Harry responded, not understanding his friend's resistance to the idea. "But spending your life with just one girl, the same girl." "Ugly, oh ugliness," he gasped, clutching his stomach, his eyes were glassy and vacant as if in the grips of a nightmare. "I can't take it. I think I'm gonna throw up." With that, Stalker bolted from the shop as if he about to hurl. Apparently some blokes were terrified of commitment. "Ha ha ha," Dozer guffawed at his friend's display. Once settled, he offered bracingly. "You do what you think is best, kid. I think she's a hell of a catch, for what it's worth. Me and the boys will stand up for you and proudly so. We'll even pump Stalker full of antiemetic potion to keep him from tossing up during the service, course the stuff is terribly constipating." At that they both laughed uproariously. Once the two pulled themselves together under the disapproving eye of the jeweler's wife, Harry indicated his selection and proceeded to order every safety and convenience charm available. "Jeez, kid, you don't do anything by halves, do ya?" Dozer commented half in appreciation and half uncomfortably as seeing the amount of gold his young friend was passing over without a second thought. "She's worth it," he offered by way of an explanation. Dozer nodded and clapped a supportive hand on his smaller friend's shoulder. "Griff would be proud of you, kid." Not trusting his voice at that, Harry just nodded his gratitude. Griffin's approval was something anyone would have aspired to. "When you gonna give it to her?" Dozer asked, then paused for a second considering his choice of words before he broke down in a fresh wave of racking laughter. Harry merely rolled his eyes and shot his friend a long-suffering look before intimating, "Already haven't many, many times, not that it's any of your business." That stopped his friend's joviality in a heartbeat as Dozer immediately sobered. He whistled appreciatively between his teeth, commenting offhandedly, "She must be something else." "And how?" Harry offered vaguely in return, though his eyes told a different story as they went out of focus and his face colored slightly. "Sounds like you're made for each other." Dozer chuckled dryly. "When you gonna pop the question though?" Harry shrugged. "Sooner rather than later. I think Sue's hiding from me at the moment, but I reckon I'll catch up to her tomorrow or on Christmas for sure," he assumed. "Why's she hiding from you?" Dozer asked worriedly. Harry shot him a, "Don't be stupid," chastising look. Oh, his friend gasped, cottoning on. "You didn't, that is you're not just making the ring her Christmas present, are you?" he asked in concern. "Why not?" Harry returned somewhat puzzled. "Merlin, kid, don't you know that's considered cheap and presumptuous?" His friend lectured. "It is." "Uh-huh," Dozer nodded. "What do you think, then?" Harry appeared concerned over what he should get for Susan as an actual gift. "Jewelry." Dozer shook his head. "No way, that'll either downplay or pale beside the engagement ring. Bad choice all the way around except maybe matching earrings, but that's more of a wedding type thing." "You mean I'm supposed to get her a wedding gift too?" he asked his friend incredulously. "Merlin, kid, don't you know anything about women and marriage and stuff?" Dozer fanned his hands in exasperation. Harry shook his head, clearly stmied. Dozer grabbed up his younger friend's arm. "Come on, we've got to go see an expert before you make a bloody fool of yourself." Harry hurriedly grabbed up his barely wrapped purchase and allowed Dozer to drag him from the store. They met Stalker outside, who had actually really sicked up and still wasn't looking too keen. "Where you going?" Stalker asked, seeing the worried, near-panicked expression on Dozer's face. "To see a marriage expert." At that, Dozer grabbed Stalker's arm and dragged him along too. "You're coming too, not that the lesson will probably sink in, but at least I'll have done my bit for the country's women," he growled. A quick sight-along apparition later and a hurried knock at the door of Griffin's widow. "Yes, wha? Harry. James. Boyce, what's Jennifer Clemens asked anxiously at seeing the troubled expression on Dozer's face. Sorry for barging in, Jenny, but young Harry here needs an abridged lesson in the do's and don'ts of married life, starting with the engagement, and this one. He paused, giving Stalker's arm an irritable shake. Needs to learn that women do not exist solely for his personal and worrisome amusement, and that there are other, better things that women have to offer besides. Stalker was quailing under his friend's admonishment when Jenny Clemens saved him from further admonishment, not that he deserved it, from what her late husband had intimated. All right, Jenny held up a hand, halting Dozer's tirade, much as it was probably deserved. She opened the door, beckoning her guests inside. I'll start with Mr. Good and then see what I can do for Mr. Bad. She fixed a cowering Stalker with a look that clearly stated she would suffer none of his usual nonsense. Several hours later. So what's the verdict, Jenny? Dozer asked hopefully, though he wasn't fooling himself that much could be done about Boyce. He knew that Harry would make the rest of them look good at least, and maybe take the edge off of Stalker's activities. Jenny just stared at him with the most vacant expression that he wasn't sure for a moment that she'd gone catatonic. Worriedly, Dozer snapped his fingers in front of Jenny's eyes, trying to reorient her. Snap snap, wah oh, James, sorry I sort of wonked out for a minute there. It was that bad then, I take it Boyce not only explained, which is to say bragged about his philosophy and its reflect on the female population. Wah. No, it's not that. It's Jenny's voice trailed off and she relapsed back into her catatonic-like state, only this time she was blushing profusely. Snap snap, wah. Oh, sorry, James. Jenny apologized, realizing she'd drifted off again. So what's up? He asked curiously. Jenny's face flamed, but after a few moments she was able to pull herself together and relay an abridged version of the afternoon. After she was finished, James looked at her incredulously, asking, "You're kidding?" Jenny just shook her head, not trusting her voice as she was blushing again. "You're blushing," he pointed out. "So would you if you'd heard what I'd heard." She snapped back sarcastically, though she was more embarrassed than anything. She was a mother of two for Cersei's sake. While not exactly the world's authority, she and Christopher had enjoyed a healthy, even a tad adventurous life, but this. He was just having you on. Dozer refuted. Boyce must have put the bug in his ear and he fell into the role to take the heat off Stalker, that's what it is. Dozer suggested. That's not it, trust me, I know and I can tell when a man's hiding something. These two, well, the one's bad, but the other's worse, well, maybe not worse, but different. Well, he's not human. Jenny gasped in disbelief as her eyes went out of focus. Which one? Dozer asked, now becoming a bit worried in that they weren't talking about Stalker. Jenny rolled her eyes and proclaimed, Mr. Bad is bad, but he's not a lost cause. Mr. Good. However, she was beginning to drift again, but pulled herself out of it and abruptly asked, do you know what he's been doing all week? It was half question and half accusation the way she'd framed that question. Dozer merely shrugged and offered, spending time with Susan and quality time too, given that he bought her an engagement ring today. Jenny Clemens rolled her eyes at that. He'd better have, considering she left off pointedly. Considering what? Considering the fact that Mr. Good had Miss Good in bed all week and now the poor girl's gone into hiding. Jenny scathed, only there was the slightest hint of envy in her voice and she was blushing again. What him? Dozer returned incredulously. No way. The kid's a straight arrow. The boys and I couldn't even convince him to have a go when we visited. Never mind. He caught himself too late as Jenny's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Oh, and was dear Christopher with you, perchance? She assumed venomously. Of course not. Dozer shot right back, appalled that she would even ask. Jenny's face softened and she offered an apology, both to him and silently to her deceased husband. After a pregnant pause, Dozer reiterated. So what's with the kid, then? Well, first off, kid no longer applies, at least not in the biblical sense, though I'm not so sure about in the mature sense, but that's neither here nor there. Here I was ripping Stalker up one side and down the other when Harry comes to his erstwhile friend's defense, claiming that while Boyce may not be Mother Teresa, so to speak, but he has his redeeming qualities in that he at least knows how to show a young lady a good time. So there I am gaping incredulously at the young fool and am stupid enough to ask how he arrived at that conclusion. Jenny's face contorted slightly at that, and she began to blush again. What did he say? Dozer asks in growing anticipation, judging by the look on Jenny's face. He said that Boyce told him all about how to make a woman happy and that he tried it and everything that Boyce said was spot on. So like a dummy I had to ask. And Dozer prodded on tether hooks. And the idiot told me in lurid detail. Told you what? Dozer asked impatiently as Jenny had yet to really divulge anything. At this point and despite her embarrassment, Jenny lost it and told him exactly what Harry said and what he'd been up to with Miss Susan Bones all week. Despite considering herself somewhat well versed in the flowery arts, she blushed like a schoolgirl during the whole explanation. You're kidding me. Dozer scoffed, though his own face was red now. No, apparently we've found yet another thing our young Mr. Potter is good at. I'm not entirely sure it isn't the power he knows not that the prophesy was referring to. She made quotation marks in the air at that to stress her point. Dozer stared at her for the longest time before the side of his mouth started to twitch. Go on and laugh, you know you want to. Jenny offered incredulously. Dozer broke down in side-splitting laughter and not long after Jenny joined him. After a long cleansing laugh followed by Dozer asking if he needed to straighten his young charge out in a more hands-on approach, Jenny warned him off. First off, while our young Mr. Potter is, shall we say, overly enthusiastic, he is nevertheless a gentleman and from what I can tell the young lady in question was receptive to his overtures and by all accounts she is responsible for waking a sleeping dragon. Secondly, do you really want to go at fisticuffs, let alone wands at 10 paces with the Slayer of Dark Lords, as the newspapers have coined? Dozer shook his head warily at the mental picture, but reiterated. There must be something we can do though, I mean before things get out of hand. There is. Jenny confirmed, smiling fondly. What? Dozer asked immediately hopeful. Marry them, and quick. The two chuckled again at that. My guess is things will settle once they're married and settle into a routine. Yeah, but what if this becomes their routine? Dozer asked with a smirk. There are worse things in anyway, the young man's quite wealthy so that providing for a large family shouldn't be a hardship. The two laughed again at that. They'll be all right, poor dears, but the other Boyce is gonna need some work, mind. She waggled a finger back in the direction she'd come, adding disgustedly. The bloke's a world-class lecher and that's being too kind. What should we do? Castrate him, Jenny suggested without batting an eye. Dozer winced and shuffled from foot to foot suddenly very uncomfortable. Anything less invasive. Jenny tapped a finger to her chin thoughtfully before she snapped her fingers in revelation. Send him back to school. What good will that do, except expose the swine to a young generation of innocent and impressionable young witches? If prim and proper Madame Pomfrey and McGonagall can't straighten him out then who can? Dozer stared blankly at her for a long pause before the edge of his mouth started to twitch again. Go on, laugh, you know you want to. Christmas Eve, shouldn't you be getting ready? Cam asked his younger friend who was fidgeting and casting worried glances at the clock every few minutes. He had been off duty since noon and both he and all of Griffin team were scheduled off through the holidays. The only reason that Chameleon was still here was to finish up some paperwork before leaving for the vacation. He was taking his transition to team leader very responsibly, not that he needed to overdo as his team's effectiveness spoke for itself. I don't think I'm gonna go. Harry lamented, his face downcast. Why on earth not? I was supposed to go with Susan and she hasn't. He left off dejectedly, not able to finish the thought as his eyes shifted to the clock on the wall again. You two didn't break up, did you? Cam asked in surprise. He hated putting the kid through this, but he was sworn to secrecy regarding tonight's festivities. Harry's face took on a stricken look as he mumbled gloomily. I don't think so. I don't know. I screwed up and now she won't talk to me or anything. Cam had to bite his cheek to keep from laughing at just what the anything could entail. You better go. Hermione and Ron are expecting you and it's high time you went inside where you belong rather than watching over everyone from out in the cold. Come on Harry, it's Christmas. You more than anyone deserve to spend it with your friends and family. His face was struggling not to give into his misery and fighting a losing battle. But without Susan, it just doesn't seem worth it. Cam sighed at that. He wanted so badly to reassure his young friend, but he'd swore he'd keep his silence, that and get Harry to the Christmas party tonight. Both were proving much harder than he'd thought. Have you go it bad? Cam quipped, to which Harry merely shrugged and nodded, not even making a boyish attempt at denial. "It'll all work out, Harry, you'll see. Just give Susan a little space. I'm sure she's going through the same gambit of emotions you are right now." "I shouldn't say anything, he really shouldn't, but I have it on good authority, from her aunt, that Susan was planning to attend the party this evening." He pretended to mention airily. "Really?" Harry's head shot up at that, a smile threatening at the corners of his mouth. "Really?" Cam reiterated. "See ya, Cam." Harry bolted from his chair, mumbling about needing to get ready as he made for the door. His friend watched him leave while fighting to control the snicker that was threatening to overwhelm him. Harry had finally left, without a backward glance or so much as a "Merry Christmas," when Cam broke and snorted a laugh. The kid had it worse than his dad did. Chuckling, he made a quick flow call as directed. "He's on his way," Cam announced into the flow once it connected without bothering with pleasantries. "It's about time," Hermione Granger huffed on the other end. "He wasn't about to go until I played the 'Susan will be there' card." He shot back in half exasperation, half apology. "Oh really?" Hermione returned smugly, her face turning away to look pointedly towards someone out of view from Cam's end. "Sorry, but I don't think he would have gone if not for that." "She is gonna be there, isn't she?" he asked worriedly. "He's been moping around here all day, pining over the girl. He'll just have to make do," Hermione answered facetiously. Cam's face fell at that. "Damn, and here I was telling him things would all work out. I was hoping now he's gonna be devastated. She broke up with him, then?" Cam assumed, feeling very sorry for his young friend. Hermione shrugged, not answering as she replied airily. "There are other girls in the world. Not for him, I'm afraid." Cam grumbled dejectedly, not registering the gasp from behind Hermione. "He seems like one of the type that once he falls it's forever. All I can say is I hope you've got a lot of liquor available," he suggested pointedly. "Harry will be fine," Hermione assured him, casting a glance over her shoulder. "No he won't, you haven't seen him, he's got it something awful." He defended his young friend, adding uncertainly that, he's in love with the girl." Cam splayed his fingers in commiseration over his younger friend's plight. "He is?" someone gasped excitedly. Hermione tried to shush whoever it was, but Susan Bones bodily pushed her friend out of the way, signaling the ruse was over. "Did he say that?" Susan gasped, looking as if she was going to lunge into the flow. "Susan, oh for crying out loud. What are you women playing at? The poor fool's being moping around her all day and, for the love of Merlin, it's Christmas. What a crummy trick to play after all these years of him spending it alone watching over all of you lot from out in the cold." From his vantage point it appeared that the gathering was shamefully regretting their pointed duplicity regarding the night's festivities, but it wasn't enough as far as Cam was concerned as he went for the throat. "Why, I've a good mind to round up the boys and come over there and Grinch up the works, but good." He waggled an angry finger and the conniving bunch on the other end of the flow. "We only wanted to surprise him," Susan whined. "The surprise is nice and all," he conceded, "but not the lead-in. He thinks you broke things off with him. The only reason he's even going to come is because he hopes you're going to be there. He's suffered every Christmas since, well, since you know when, and here he is suffering again. Shame on the lot of you. More's the pity that the young fool was out all yesterday finding a ring for an ungrateful." Quote. Susan gasped at that, her eyes going wide in hope-filled excitement. That is. Oh boy." Cam slapped a hand over his face in mortification and abruptly ended the flow call. He saved himself the high-pitched squealing from the witches in the room on the other end of the flow. His advantage was lost at that point and no further recrimination on his part would make a difference. Young witches heard engagement and all rational thought went out the window. Now the poor sod had only to go home and try to explain to his own wife how he'd managed to muck up the surprise Christmas Eve party being held in Harry's honor. "This is it, now hush everybody and get ready," Hermione lectured the crowd hidden throughout the magically enlarged living room that had been quadrupled in size and was still bursting at the seams, try to house a host of friends and family eager to honor and celebrate with their nation's greatest and most unsung hero. Ding dong, the doorbell chimed announcing his arrival. Knock knock knock, that same someone rapped at the door, for good measure, immediately after. My someone's eager. Hermione paused on the way to the door to shoot Susan a pointed look. The poor girl was practically bouncing on the balls of her feet in anxious anticipation. Tinkling laughter and chuckles of appreciation sounded from around the room. Susan was blushing, but for all that she looked almost predatory, like Harry was a fresh game and she was ready to pounce. Before Hermione grabbed the doorknob, she checked the peephole to make sure it was Harry outside. Once satisfied, she signaled the room and everyone cast disillusioned charms over themselves. With a barely suppressed smirk, Hermione opened the door. "Harry." Hermione looked puzzled. "I wasn't expecting you until Boxing Day, but oh, sorry, where are my manners?" Come in, come in." Hermione, at first appearing surprised, righted herself and ushered her friend in. Boxing Day?" Harry asked sheepishly, suddenly looking very uncomfortable. "For the holiday party, of course," Hermione pointed out, explaining further. "We usually have our party for the family on Christmas Eve, but with so many in a party mood, what with Voldemort's demise, thanks to you, we decided to move the party to Boxing Day so that everyone could spend the holiday with their immediate families and then come over to continue the fun. It should be nice, don't you think?" Hermione could almost kick herself, seeing the crestfallen expression on her best friend's face. If it wasn't for the multitude, waiting in the next room, eager to brighten his holiday, she would have crawled away into a hole somewhere to hide her shame. Chameleon was right, they should have rethought their strategy rather than put him through all this angst. "Yeah, it sounds very nice, I just wanted to stop in and wish you and Ron a Merry Christmas." "And Merry Christmas to you too. Ron will be disappointed he missed you as he's finishing up some paperwork. He should be home just about any minute if you'd like to wait." She was about to usher him into the magically expanded living room to spring the surprise, but Harry unknowingly ruined their plans. She would commiserate long after that on how they had ruined things despite their best intentions. "No, I'm sure you two want to be alone, so just say Merry Christmas for me and I guess I'll maybe see you on Boxing Day." Her initial shock at the implied maybe in his comment gave her worried pause just long enough to hesitate in signaling everyone to announce themselves, so much so, that Harry apparated away before she could drop the pretense and launch their ill-planned surprise. "No, wait a minute, Harry." Popped the air displaced as he'd abruptly apparated away. "Surprise? What? Where? Oh, and no." Questioning murmurs soon became gasps of disbelief and choked sobs of regret. "Damn it all. I told you not to mess with him like this. Damnable scheming witches." Chameleon lectured the room, his arms flailing to accentuate his disgust. "Language, dear," his wife chastised half-heartedly, feeling the hollowness of it in lieu of what she had helped ruin along with the rest who's hatched this ill-conceived plot. Cam shook off his wife's restraining hand on his arm as he continued to rail. "I'll say whatever I damn well like. You can't jerk him around like this. For all he's accomplished, he still has trouble seeing the shades of gray in an otherwise black and white world. Here it is Christmas, and again he's out in the cold looking in." His fellow team members were murmuring their agreement with that as even the, normally gentle, Dozer growled at Hermione in passing, causing her to cringe back in trepidation. None of the Griffin team had thought this a particularly good idea and had been quite vocal about it until the female contingent had shouted them down. "Can you find him, please?" Minister Bones stepped forward, asking worriedly. Dragon was already way ahead of her. "Bring him back now," he ordered in hard voice. Cam nodded, but his eyes looked uncertain that he could fulfill said request, as when Harry didn't want to be found he wouldn't be. They just fervently hoped that this wasn't one of those times. "Dozer and Raven take the cemetery," he ordered, and Dozer and Raven disappeared in heartbeat to look for their friend. "Stalker, you're with me," he indicated as the two left to search Harry's usual stomping grounds. They left a worriedly whispering group that had only minutes previously had been filled with joy and anxious anticipation for a night to truly show their fond appreciation for Harry's efforts, but especially, his friendship. Christmas and Boxing Day came and went without any word or sign of Harry. To say that the holidays had been anything but festive would be an understatement. It wasn't until after the holidays had passed in their entirety that a select few received missives from their missing person of interest. With trembling hands, Amelia Bones opened the envelope waiting on her desk blotter. "Minister Bones, it is with deepest regrets that I hereby tender my resignation as a field operative within the Unspeakable Corps. I have found within them a home and family that I had never experienced before and I shall ever be grateful of. I owe both you and Dragon more than I could ever repay in several lifetimes, and a simple thank you seems hardly enough, but, thank you so much for all that you both have done in my behalf. On a more personal note, I wish to convey to you my deepest regrets in my treatment of your niece. I have apparently and quite inadvertently misused the amazing opportunity you afforded me and took Eunice for granted. I am deeply ashamed by my actions and officially withdraw my courtship petition, as I am unworthy of the honor of her hand. With both deepest regrets and sincere appreciation. Harold James Potter. P.S. I have kept my Order of Merlin citation purely for instructional purposes. I shall never again wear it, as I am unworthy of the honor that was prematurely awarded me. I only intend to keep it in as a reminder of the sort of person I wish to be, not the sort of person I've become. Maybe someday I will be worthy once again. Amelia Bones sighed dejectedly, lowering the letter to her desk with trembling hands that mimicked her extreme regret over hers and the foolishness of so many others. To say they had made a terrible decision, albeit for all the right reasons, was an understatement. Didn't someone quote that, "The road to hell was paved with good intentions"? Never had she appreciated the wisdom of that sentiment more than at this very moment. They were all fools, fools that had squandered their most precious resource like one did common water. Unlike water, Harry Potter was not in never-ending supply, but quite the contrary. He was a rare diamond, the color and clarity of which was beyond peer. They had tossed him aside like a common piece of gravel. With their foolish manipulations, all they had wanted was to honor and show their extreme appreciation and affection for him, and instead, all they'd managed to do was alienate and denigrate the object of their admiration. She would have many years to ponder the foolishness of their actions. Ron, oh my God, Ron! Hermione nearly shrieked in alarm as she hurriedly read through Harry's letter twice before Ron worriedly sidled up to her in his ked. What's wrong? Trembling hands passed him Harry's brief letter before she lowered herself into a nearby chair, not trusting her legs to support her weight any longer. Ron read the letter out loud. Hermione and Ron, I'm sorry to say goodbye like this in a letter, but I thought it best to make a clean break and wanted to wait until after the holidays so as not to cast a pall on the occasion. I'm sorry for so many things that I hardly know where to begin. I can never apologize enough for having deceived you all these years into thinking I was dead, and for having run out on you. I'm sorry for all the emotional shite I put you through back then and continue to put you through now. I realize that while you and the rest of our friends have grown up, I've stayed a teenager and continue to take things for granted like all teenagers tend to do. I've made a right mess of things with you and so many others that I've lost count. The only thing I can think to do just now is to grow up. By that I mean that I've decided to go off and make a clean break of things and learn to be the kind of man I want to be, not have become. I'm going to look into university and maybe have an idea or two for a possible career pursuit after. I also plan to do some traveling at some point. I'd like to see some of the world and what I and many others were fighting for all these years. I'm sorry, but I know I won't be back for some time, therefore I'll miss your impending nuptials. I wish for you all the best in all you do and share with each other. When you think of me, try not to think too harshly, as I've already got enough of that for myself. When you next see me, I intend to be a better and more well-adjusted man. The kind of person you would be proud to call a friend. Please forgive me and know that I'm truly sorry. I won't say goodbye, just someday. Harry. Ron had just read that last before slumping into a chair next to a sobbing Hermione. All he could think over and over is what a bloody mess they'd made of things. As heartbroken as they were, it paled by comparison to the way that Susan Bones currently felt as she too was reading a letter that was tearing her very life apart. Susan, I've treated you badly, and for that I am not only immensely sorry, but know that I can never wholly forgive myself for taking advantage of you and taking you for granted. I've come to realize what a selfish child I am and how impaired is my sense of reality concerning relationships and interpersonal communication. I've decided to strike out into the world to try and learn to be the kind of man I want to be, not settling for the inadequate and immature man I've become. I hope to become the sort of man you can be proud of and rely on. I don't expect you to wait for me, however much I may want just that. I don't deserve you, Susan, though I wish I did, and more than I can possibly express. All my love and profound regrets. Harry. In another part of London, Jenny Clemens was eagerly opening the door, hoping for a bit of good news. By the looks of the remains of Griffin team, she knew good news was a long way off. You haven't found him, then? Jenny assumed disappointedly, knowing her children would be devastated. Dozer shook his head sadly as he blew his nose into a handkerchief. Stalker was shuffling his feet nervously and trying not to meet her eyes. Though he tended to be very awkward and uncertain around Jenny these days, still this was a bit more than usual. Raven was patting Dozer's shoulder supportively, himself wiping at his eyes. Cam stepped forward and delivered the bad news. "He's gone, Jenny. He left and we don't know where. He sent in a letter of resignation to Madame Bones and the Dragon." It was waiting on their respective desks this morning. She began to tear up and was about to ask a multitude of questions, but sensing her dismay, Cam filled in the gaps. "We went over to his house this morning and it's cleaned out and for sale, signs already up. We checked with the realtor, but all correspondence with Harry regarding the sale of the home is being done via proxy through Gringotts. Gringotts informed us that Barclays International is handling his personnel accounts, but Barclays had only secured private number accounts listed in the Cayman Islands. We taught him how to remain anonymous and he's using our own teaching against us to full effect." Cam lamented. "Wah, what are you saying?" a tearful Jennifer stammered out. Cam scrubbed a hand through his hair, stalling before he grimaced and imparted that he doesn't want to be found and has made sure that we can't do just that. He did, however, leave you a note, much like he did the rest of us. Frantic hands tore open the proffered missive from Cam's extended hand. "Dearest Jenny, I feel a damned heel for leaving both you and Christopher's children in the lurch like this, but I know the boys will watch over you and make sure you're well taken care of. I know it's not much, but I've deposited 50,000 galleons in an account for each of the children to use for graduate education or for a house or to establish a business after their initial schooling. Thank you for helping me to see myself more clearly. I've made a lot of mistakes and, Merlin willing, I hope I don't make too many more as I try to make something of myself." "Make something of myself?" Jennifer blurted out loud incredulously at that, shooting his fidgeting friends a pointed look of disagreement with sentiment of that statement. She was heartened that his former team mimicked her own disregard for that statement. Jennifer huffed as she finished his letter, looking for one moment like she might tear it to shreds before she finally sighed in resignation and folded it carefully and returned it to the safety of its envelope. She would spend a long afternoon commiserating with the sad remains of her husband's beloved team over the loss of their most cherished member. Years would pass without more than the occasional missive in passing from their prodigal friend, but in the 6th year Harry Potter's name became something of a household topic in the wizarding world as the newspapers were filled with headlines. The Daily Prophet. ICW Special Investigator. Harry Potter solves mystery of the Merlin stone theft. A few months later. Wizard World News. Potter thwarts rise of Dark Lord Dravik brings killer to justice. The 7th year of Harry's absence saw the papers nearly daily quoting something from one of Harry Potter's many investigations. None of his successes, of which they were mounting, were ever mentioned with anything less than the utmost humility and mentions of appreciation to the many others that contributed to the success of the investigation. He rarely took more than a modest share of the credit, preferring to allocate such to others and along with it the unwanted attention it brought. All of his quotes were always politically correct and pervasively professional, never relaying even a hint of his personal opinions on the topic of interest. The rare picture that was printed showed that while physically Harry had changed little if at all, his eyes shone with a cunning intelligence. Still lean, but powerfully built, he was never in wizard's robes, but usually wore a black suit and tie that looked wholly professional. Occasionally he was caught in his field-issue battle suit having returned from a tactical mission. To say that he cut an imposing figure was an understatement. 8 years later. ICW Special Investigator Potter is here for your 8 o'clock, Minister. Please send him in, Charlotte. Minister Bones instructed eagerly. She'd waited a long time for such an opportunity and now when it was right here at her doorstep she found herself more nervous than she'd been on her wedding night, though she hoped her anxiety would pass as quickly today as it had then. She shifted her gaze briefly toward her husband and was relieved to see that he was fidgeting nervously, though he was much better at hiding it she could still tell. She and her unspeakable counterpart had married 3 years ago in a private family ceremony that she had invited Harry Potter to in the tenuous hope that she could bridge the gap that had grown impossibly wide between him and the life he once led here in the British Isles. On this rare occasion he had returned a reply and while charming and friendly he had declined, but had sent a beautiful wedding gift of an exquisite crystal vase that was proudly displayed as the centerpiece of their dining table. She didn't have first-hand knowledge, as such, but was led to believe via Susan that the gift Harry had sent to Ron and Hermione's nuptials was both inspired as it was useful. He'd procured for them a 10-year prepaid lease to their own law offices in one of London's more prominent professional districts, Hyde Park. The offices lacked in nothing, including a complete library. Though it contained mostly texts on law practice, there were 2 select books waiting, one especially for Hermione and one for Ron. For her, a handsome leather-bound edition of Hogwarts: A History, and for him, Quidditch Through the Ages. Susan wasn't there when they were presented with their prospective gifts, but she was given to understand that Harry had left a personal missive inside each book that had brought both parties to tears of happiness. Amelia had also heard that Harry had inadvertently happened upon them during their honeymoon, taking it upon himself to treat them to a sumptuous dinner at one of Prague's finer restaurants. Given that the reservation was pre-booked weeks in advance for a party of 3, his timely encounter seemed anything but a happy coincidence. He'd remained, over the years, passively withdrawn from their lives, but not in so much as he'd ever forgotten a birthday or to send something on a special occasion. The only sore spot was that he'd declined the honor of being named the godfather of Ron and Hermione's firstborn. It was a role that he already had assumed for Cho Chang's son Harold, and by all accounts he and the child got on famously, as Harry was often described as infinitely patient, kind and completely enamored with the boy. He did, however, embrace the role of a favored, surrogate, uncle for Ron and Hermione's son Mitchell, and made it a point to send little gifts here and there and to take the time for frequent, albeit, all too brief visits. They were too brief by Hermione's reckoning and always subsequently would be considered as such. She wanted him home and was not shy about telling him so whenever the opportunity presented itself. His friendship with Cho, by necessity, had flourished over the years, she being the only one of a select few of his friends to have maintained inconsistent contact with. Susan, too, had maintained a consistent jealousy of their relationship, but only in that Cho had access to the one person she didn't and wanted to above all others. Oh, he had made sure to send small, yet affectionate gifts at holidays and birthdays. Though the one thing she wanted more than anything else was him. Susan and Cho had once conspired to trap Harry into being alone with Susan when he'd come for one of his visits with his godchild. They had completely wasted their time, as Harry had grown no less cunning over the years and had secreted away the boy from right under their noses, leaving a small missive that they would return in a day or two and that they were not to worry. Amelia Bones sighed wearily at that. Susan had dated a few times over the years of Harry's absence, but no one had filled the void he'd left in her heart. She had gone on as best she could and thrown herself into her work. She was now a well-published author of Charms texts and had taken over the Charms professorship at Hogwarts after Flitwick had retired. Despite all that she'd accomplished, Amelia knew Susan would chuck it all in a heartbeat to be with Harry. Amelia Bones' daydreaming over the past went out the window when her office door opened and the enigma that was Harry Potter stepped into the room. He had grown up, and then some. The newspaper photos hadn't done him justice in the least. He was perhaps another inch or two taller than she remembered. His hair was short in the current fashion of a young professional, that or movie star heartthrob. He cut an imposing figure in his dark, charcoal gray suit that was styled to accentuate his powerful frame. His eyes, though, the eyes that had so characterized him before, were as nothing then as compared to now. If what they say is true in that the eyes are the windows to the soul, then Harry Potter was not someone to be taken lightly. His eyes literally radiated power and authority, but for all that he had an easy half grin of his face that had both intrigued and set her at ease the moment their eyes had met each other. He took her hand in a gentle, yet firm handshake that he deftly pulled forward to lightly brush his lips across the back of her knuckles. She sighed contentedly as he did so, whilst her counterpart blustered slightly next to her, uncomfortable with his show of fond familiarity. She caught the barest hint of a grin tugging at the corner of Harry's mouth as he pulled back from the key, and knew that he was playing slightly to her husband's insecurities. That thought pleased her in that he still displayed a hint of a marauder's daring and hadn't grown up to the point of denying himself a spot of fun now and again. He took the dragon's hand next and, while she couldn't be sure, she could swear that her husband was trying to crush Harry's hand in his vice-like grip. The effort was wasted as much to his chagrin. Harry didn't even seem to notice the effort put forth while the dragon was shaking the blood back into his hand whilst swearing under his breath in irritation. The pleasantries out of the way and all parties seated comfortably, Amelia asked, "To what do we owe the honor of this visit?" "It is I who am honored, Minister Bones," he asked pointedly in political correctness given her married status. She nodded that he had remained, so to which her counterpart grumbled some bit of displeasure under his breath. Amelia cocked an eyebrow his way, a sly smile pulling at the corner of her mouth. "My current investigation leads me back to the British Isles, and as such I am reporting to the local authority both to acknowledge my presence and to request the assistance of one of your unspeakable teams as tactical support." Amelia and her counterpart shared a knowing, albeit pleased look at that before. He asked pointedly, "Any particular team in mind? I would prefer your best operatives, but I'm sure they all have their merits." He returned subtly, "They do, but there is perhaps one that somewhat outshines the others, perhaps you're acquainted with. Griffin team." Harry paused to tap a finger thoughtfully to his chin as he mulled over, Griffin team. Thoughtfully to himself, can't say that it rings a bell, but if their 6 members are that good." 4 members. Dragon interrupted, correcting him. 4 members. Harry half gasped in surprise, questioning further, "But I thought each unspeakable field team was composed of 6 agents." "They are, but this particular group of gentlemen just won't have it. They had 1 member die in the line of duty and another they lost shortly after. Apparently they feel both members are irreplaceable, and begrudgingly I find myself in agreement with that assessment. Never fear though, they're a most capable lot. They could be better, grant you," he expressed purposefully. "But they still get the job done. And then some." Amelia vouched in agreement. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice just then. The message that his former team would not replace either him or Griffin had hit home. "When will they be available?" he asked at length. "They already are and quite eager to be of assistance, though they don't yet know to whom they will be working with." The dragon smirked, telling his younger friend in not so many words that he was leaving the particular surprise to him in that he'd kept Griffin team conspicuously in the dark. He was both gladdened and somewhat troubled in what his former team's response would be, not just regarding his return but in being authority over them. Distracted as he was, he hadn't registered Minister Bones ghosting around the side of her desk until her hand found his trembling shoulder as he tried and failed to hide all emotion. "Welcome home, Harry," she announced before pulling his head against her waist and planting a soft key to the top of his head, his own arms wrapped around her waist possessively as the dragon came forward and clapped a hand to his other shoulder. An hour later, "I'm telling you, Cam, they're probably setting us up with some pencil-neck bureaucrat who wants us to waste our time tracking illegal flying carpet smuggling or some such rot." Raven vehemently complained for the 5th time over the hour they'd been kept waiting. "Dragon says the guy they're sending has some previous tactical experience and prefers a hands-on approach in the field." Cam quoted to his group. Dozer snorted at that. "Sure he does," he agreed sarcastically. "If you mean by hands-on, like that Lockhart bloke who falsified all those books about his supposed adventures a few years back, then, yeah. I'll bet he's a real asset. Maybe we should offer him a spot on the team after, if he doesn't get us all killed first," he complained to his team leader. Raven and Stalker grumbled their agreement along with their friend's stated sentiments. "The guy sounds like a real tosser," Harry agreed, silently stepping into briefing room, having heard his former team's concerns. "Too right he does, kid," Dozer agreed off-handedly before his head swiveled back and his eyes goggled along with the rest of his teammates. "Kid," he blurted out in stunned disbelief. "Just where the hell have you been?" Cam groused irately, though his face split into an uncontrollable grin a second after. "Out learning new and better ways to kick your lazy asses in a more expedient and thorough fashion," Harry returned glibly without missing a beat. "Sounds like a challenge," Stalker growled as he rose from his chair. "Me first," Raven offered, taking up the gauntlet. "Why not? All of you together," Harry suggested with a cunning smirk on his face that should have been his friend's first real warning, but was missed in a testosterone-fueled moment. "That's it," Cam growled out, still fighting a smile, only this time it was of anticipation. "I'll take care of this myself, as is my prerogative as team leader." Cam blustered, unbuttoning his shirt as he moved to intercept Harry. "Bam, erg, swack, unch, thump. And that's that." Harry announced, dusting off his hands in a show of having finished a distasteful job while Cam fell silently to the floor, already unconscious from Harry's second blow. He didn't need to have hit his friend twice, but he wanted to give him at least a bit of a chance just to be sporting. Dozer gasped in surprise over the efficiency with which his team leader was dispatched. "Who's next, or would you prefer the previous offer of all at once?" Harry asked innocently. The three operatives eyed each other questioningly before they silently agreed to drop the matter by pulling their younger friend into a three-way hug with a great deal of backslapping. "What say we go for a drink or three to catch up?" Harry offered good-naturedly. "You buying?" Raven inquired, with a distinct note of hopefulness in his voice. "Of course." He shrugged indifferently. "What about Cam?" Stalker ventured, towing his unconscious team leader. "He can catch up once he's finished his nap," Harry suggested as he fished a pen from his East pocket and scribbled a hasty note on a post-it pad that he stuck to his unconscious friend's forehead before he and the rest laughed uproariously and left to get reacquainted. Cam never did make it out in time to join his comrades. Seems he was in much need of a long lie-in. He must have been coming down with a virus or some such, the others figured, so they let his get his rest. The next day. "Oh my freakin' head. Stop shouting." "Who's shouting?" "Merlin above. What day is it?" "I think it's Wednesday." "No. It's Tuesday, you twit." "Stop shouting. Where's Potter?" "I saw him leave a couple of hours ago, said he needed a barrister." "At this hour?" "It's half noon." "It is. That Potter's not human." "It's humane," one grumbled in correction, holding his throbbing head. "He's not the two," his fellow agreed. "Stop shouting already." "Where are we?" "Some hotel near the river." "How do you know?" "'Cause I can see the Thames outside our window." "Is it far?" "No, it's right next door." "Good, 'cause I'm gonna drown myself in it." "Just do it quietly. Tell Potter it's his fault I've killed myself." "I will if I live." "Hey, what a minute, why did Harry want a lawyer?" Dozer's bleary eyes cleared long enough to consider that previously mentioned detail. "He mentioned something about a paternity suit." "Huh, good on him." Raven chortled. "I always figured it'd be Stalker first for that sort of thing." Dozer suggested, drawing his bleary-eyed friend's attention. "Paternity suit? Me? Honest, I've been a complete gentleman, I have." He defended meekly. "Sure you have, or at least you better have been if you don't want to have Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey down on you again." Stalker held up his hands in pleading prayer, to which the others laughed until "URG, my freaking head. Stop shouting." "Who's shouting?" "Merlin above. What day is it?" Meanwhile in the Hyde Park district. "I'd like to see Mrs. Granger Weasley and Mr. Weasley, please." A well-dressed man wearing dark sunglasses, despite the well-shaded lobby, inquired of the secretary manning the receptionist desk. "Do you have an appointment, sir?" the woman asked as she paged open her appointment book expectantly. "No, but I'm sure they'll want to see me." "Why is that, sir?" the woman asked incredulously, snapping her appointment book closed with a note of finality. "Just tell them it's Harry Potter and I need their legal expertise in dealing with a paternity suit." The woman's eyebrows rose at that, both from the name and from what his stated business was regarding. She fidgeted, hesitantly splaying her fingers across her desk phone. Harry waved her forward encouragingly and the woman finally picked up the receiver and dialed in her employer's personal secretary. "Hello, Mary the First, have an gentleman here requesting to see both Weasley attorneys regarding a paternity suit." "Yes," he said. His name was Harry Potter. Hello. "I'm sorry, sir, we seem to have been accidentally disconnected. I'll try the Weasleys' office again if you'll just wait a moment." "No need." Harry ventured in amusement, eyeing the elevator lights that were counting down to the lobby level more expediently than he would have thought mechanically possible. A tall lanky redhead in an expensive charcoal suit barely cleared the still opening doors ahead of his brunette partner, who was scanning the lobby wildly, before her eyes caught his. "Harry," she gasped, not fully trusting her eyes. She's barely uttered the words before her husband had grabbed up their friend in a rib-cracking hug, his wife a split second behind, covering his face with exuberantly happy kisses. He'd barely surfaced for air when they dragged him into the elevator and back to their well-appointed offices, canceling all appointment for the day as they passed their personal secretary. The door to Ron's office had barely closed when the two rounded on him. "Paternity suit?" Hermione asked with a cocked eyebrow. Who's the lucky, or should I say unlucky woman, as the case may be? Ron asked expectantly. Susan, Harry said straight-faced and deadpan, leaving the two gaping stupidly before Hermione pulled out of her initial shock. Bullocks. Such language and from such a prestigious legal team yet. Harry cautioned. You heard me. There's no way Susan would have kept being back together with you a secret, especially not if there was some form of intimacy involved. Harry pulled a face at that. I'm appalled by your lack of professional decorum regarding such a deeply personal and delicate subject. Ron snorted at that. Oh, you. Hermione huffed, slapping at his arm. So there really isn't a paternity suit then? Not yet, but I'd like to keep my options open. Have anyone picked out yet for such an auspicious position? Ron asked knowingly. Could be, he answered facetiously. Does she have red hair and blue eyes? Hermione followed. Could be, but that's not why I'm here. I'd like to retain your services. For future paternity suits. Ron deadpanned, to which Hermione actually laughed outright. Harry rolled her eyes at her. Not particularly, no. What then? Ron asked more pointedly. Harry told them his imminent plans. You're serious? Ron asked hopefully. I am. You're really moving back home, really? Hermione asked again, not daring to believe him the first time. Harry smiled a warm winning smile that was all the answer she needed as Hermione squealed and launched herself at her friend. It was a good thing that they had cleared their calendar for the day, as they spent it making plans and celebrating. Mostly celebrating, though Hermione did have the presence of mind to get him signed into a long-term retainer that assured he'd be around for a good long while. Initially she'd thought she'd taken advantage of him, that was until he suggested that she now make sure you violate attorney-client privileges and surreptitiously pass along to Susan the gist of my visit today. Hermione initially was about to lecture him about the responsibilities inherent in their position before she paused to puzzle out his suggestion, then her eyes narrowed. Oh, you're a devious one, you are. She half complimented, half chastised. Whatever do you mean? He asked innocently, to which they all shared a hope-filled laugh of better times to come. Hermione was shuddering uncontrollably whilst Ron rubbed comforting circles on her back, himself not looking any less worse for wear. Susan Bones and her Aunt Amelia mimicked their own state as each tried and failed to comfort and reassure the other. Are you sure it hasn't been 8 years? Susan asked out loud to no one in particular as she kept casting nervous glances at the calendar displayed on Hermione's refrigerator. Ron nodded his head despondently, offering vaguely that he must have done something to us, legilmency or a broad-spectrum illusion maybe. No really, ya think? Hermione snapped out irritably, to which Ron just shrugged helplessly. I'm sorry. Hermione apologized, casting her eyes downward. Such power. Madame Bones shook her head in odd wonder despite the circumstances. Where in the world would he have learned such a thing, let alone have the power at his disposal to pull it off on such a large audience? She mused out loud. From what I can tell, with talking to several others, he curtailed it so that we each benefited from discrete details that would make the entire illusion that much more poignant to each individual. The dragon surmised, leaning wearily against the kitchen's doorframe. Huh? Stalker asked from his spot leaning against the counter. He individualized certain details to make it seem authentic to each affected party. Hermione clarified. Again. Huh? He reiterated, still puzzled by the point they were trying to make. He made the details more personal so that each of us would view it as an accurate account. You know, like birthday gifts and lifestyle details. It made it seem like we were really living and experiencing things for supposedly 8 years, only it was really just 8 hours, if that calendar can be believed. Susan vented, still dubiously eyeing the nearby calendar. Why though? Stalker asked incredulously from next to Raven. I think it blatantly obvious. Cam entered the conversation in a clearly indignant tone that screamed, I told you so. It's a warning. Hermione agreed with Cam's point. She didn't offer any apology as such, as she'd already subjugated herself to the man's ire many times since waking this Christmas morning. Horror had turned to abject relief when the surprise party had awakened to find that only 8 hours had passed, not 8 years as they had been coerced to believe, complete with all the bells and whistles in that Harry had individualized details that made the whole seem convincingly real. Harry had implanted either memories or false visions, giving them a taste of what life could or would be like without him in it. He'd done it, as Cam had assumed, and with regret the rest were beginning to believe, as a warning. He was informing them, rather pointedly, as to what would happen if any of them tried to manipulate his life for even the most benign of intents. He'd drawn a line in the sand as said flat out cross, and this is the future you will have earned. He could have made the consequences uniquely dire, but instead he made it mundane in that he merely showed the everyday common events that he would not be personally involved with. Parties he would not attend, birthdays, holidays, wedding and the like, all conspicuously absent, with no more than a card or a generic gift to mark his acknowledgement of the occasion. He would exist to them solely by proxy. It was both a cruel prank and a unique warning given from the perspective of what their lives would be without him in it. He'd given them a watered-down version of the Muggle Christmas classic, It's a Wonderful Life. He'd shown them what their lives would be without him in it, and each could feel the terrible hollow gnaw in the pit of their stomach from his own version of passive ignorance. He would remain this Christmas and all the rest, on the outside looking in, only it would be of his own choosing, and distinctly so if they chose to continue to try and manipulate his life in any possible fashion. Susan was weeping quietly as her own version of a life without Harry in it had been a despondent one that she likened to slow starvation. She would do without to the point where she would never feel satisfied ever again. Already she feared the dull ache in her chest would never subside until she was locked firmly in his arms. Hermione both goggled in appreciation over the cunning and immense magic behind her friend's prank, just as she marveled at how pointedly he'd driven the point home that he would remove himself from their lives for an extended period until they learned to treat him with the respect and consideration he thought that he deserved. The life he had shown her had been one filled with accomplishments, all of them hollow in view that he would not be with her to share in her good fortunes. He would no longer be taken for granted, not even in the most remote sense. To say that the surprise party had been a bad idea was an understatement, as clearly Harry had not felt the angst that they'd put him through was worth the potential rewards. He didn't want gifts or accolades, he wanted the sort of comfort one garnered in the company of friends and family, simple acceptance. Judging by the pall over the room, the message had been received loud and clear that he wasn't bluffing. He would leave, Christmas or no. He would forsake love and friendship and start over anew somewhere else if people continued to play with his emotions. "You got any hangover remedy?" Dozer asked hopefully, holding his roiling stomach with one hand and his aching head with the other. "You didn't have anything even remotely stronger than punch last night, same as the rest of us." The dragon reminded him impatiently. "See, can't help it, whatever the kid did he did it, but good. I swear that we were all out drinking and celebrating his return last night. I can still feel the morning's hangover." "Same here," Raven grumbled wearily. "Me too," Stalker threw in. "I feel like I took a beating from the little bastard, but I don't have a bruise on me to sustain the evidence." Cam acknowledged as the dragon had turned his surprised gaze toward his subordinate for verification of his team's distress. When the dragon cocked an eyebrow, Cam just shrugged and explained that, "The last thing I remember is challenging Potter to a go and getting the beating of my life for my trouble. I expected to find a broken nose and a variety of bruises and contusions when I woke up, but nothing. Odd though, I can feel every ache and pain like it really happened." He finished rubbing the back of his head in frustration. Several eyes turned expectantly toward Hermione seeking an explanation. "Don't look at me." She fanned her hands at them. "I haven't got a clue as to what he did or how. The sheer power of such a thing is staggering. Think of it. With that kind of power he could manipulate World War III tomorrow, for Merlin's sake." Many nodded their heads worriedly in agreement with that, whilst others appeared contemplative of just what Harry could and would do with such an ability. All came to the same conclusion though, the thought alone was staggering. And to think he only used it for a prank of sorts. Ron shook his head in wonder of his once best friend's antics. Is this a result of whatever changed him after he'd fought Voldemort, and if so, I wonder just what other tricks he's got up his sleeve. The dragon shared a pointed look with Amelia at that, each all too aware of the potential applications of said power. "No, don't even think it." Susan warned them in alarm, catching the look they were sharing. Each looked embarrassed by having been caught in near conspiring. "If this is just a warning, then just think what he could and would do if we tried to misuse him in any fashion, especially a political one. You'd have another Dark Lord on your hands." Hermione surmised, herself worrying over the prospect. "I've oft wondered if Voldemort was just born evil or if the magical community drove him to become what he was." How much hate and bitterness can one person stomach before it begins to wear on their senses and warp their ideals? Think about it. What happens when you persecute and degrade someone with a great deal of power at their disposal? How long before you create the monster from what was once the man? Harry'd never go dark. Ron snorted in disbelief. He wouldn't. No, Susan agreed with him. But he's been abused and mistreated the majority of his life. Hermione reminded them. That kind of pain takes a toll after a while. I don't believe he'd ever go evil either, but that isn't to say that Harry is going to roll over and take it anymore either. This was a warning, and a uniquely intense one that I intend to take to heart and honor. I think it's safe to say that we've all been deeply touched by the experience, and that we can all readily agree that alienating him from our lives could be as bad or even much worse than the insight he's afforded us. All heads around the room either nodded or mumbled their agreement with her. I had years of pain and longing when after I'd thought he'd died, and that was a never-ending ache in my heart that never went away. I can still feel it even now. But this, she threw up her hand in exasperation, this is so much worse. Before he was out of our lives because he was believed to be, and for all intents and purposes, was dead. This was the final consequence of him having supposedly committed suicide. This, however, this was so much worse because he chose or would choose to remove himself from our lives as a direct result of our own meddling. Hermione shot an apologetic look toward Cam, finishing dolefully. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you, Cam. Harry's lucky to have you in his corner, if for no other reason than to save him and the rest of us from our own stupidity. The fact that Hermione Granger, genius and prodigy, had painted herself in so foolish a light was very telling to the rest of them. They'd screwed up big time and had reaped their just rewards, or would if they ever so unthinkingly attempted to take advantage of Harry in future. He's had enough angst and drama. Susan decided. I, for one, intend to see if I can't change that and bring some happiness back into his life. I don't know that I'll ever be able to chase away all the hurt he's known, but I intend to spend a lifetime trying. That said, she rose and left the room without a backward glance as she went to see if she could find the object of their interest to try and make amends for her foolishness. Good for you, Susan. Good for you. Amelia whispered at her niece's departure, her hand reaching out and grasping Lewis in both affection and support. No one bothered to call after her and offer a suggestion on where to look, most instinctively knew he would be where it all began. There wasn't a shred of trepidation as Susan walked across the snow-swept path from the Hogsmeade Gate towards the waiting Hogwarts castle. There was only a steel resolve directed toward the distant anticipation of better things to come if she was committed to her course, and she was. As she came near the castle and its many turrets came into detailed view, she could spy a lone figure atop the astronomy tower watching her come nearer. Minutes later, and out of breath from her long trek, Susan stepped up alongside the only man she could and would ever love, having finally come to the conclusion that it was time to grow up and grab onto what and who she wanted in life. "Merry Christmas," Harry said bluntly as she sidled up next to him, but carefully not too close to not give away any presumption on her part that he might find unappealing in the present climb. "Yes, thank you, and the same to you," she said with a hint of sarcasm bleeding into her voice despite her best efforts. Harry snorted, a half laugh catching on. "I take it by your tone you don't appreciate the thought behind my gift." "On the contrary," Susan quipped right back, "it was not only thoughtful, but thought-provoking." "How so?" Harry asked curiously, eager to see if the message sunk in. "We've been fools all of us, and I know it's so easy to say and quite another thing to mean, but we are truly sorry. I am truly sorry for taking you for granted and trying to manipulate you. I keep thinking that I want to do all the right things by you, but seem to inevitably keep doing all the wrong things. It might be with the best of intentions, but it's still wrong if we don't consider your feelings first." Harry cast a sideways glance her way, grumbling that, "Maybe I went more than a bit over the top and took things a bit too mumph." Susan's palm clamping over his mouth smothered the apology he had been about to make. "Don't you dare apologize, we're the ones that screwed up and have been screwing up right along since the day you came back into our lives. We didn't mean to, but we did just the same. You could have left us, and deservedly so, but you were at least that kind in that you didn't. What you did was eye-opening on a whole new level. You showed us what it would be like, or at least could be like without you in our lives. I think it's safe to say that it was a shattering experience for everyone affected." Harry stared at her for the longest time after she'd made her thoughts plain on the subject at hand. There were so many emotions ghosting across his face, from appreciation to regret to profound love and longing. On and on it went, so much so that Susan found herself completely enthralled. She couldn't help but thinking that Hermione was so right in that his eyes are the windows to his soul. Finally, his eyes regained their focus and a calm resolve settled over his features as he detailed to her what his life was and what he intended it to be. You, more than anyone else, need to understand that I'm not gonna change for anyone or anything. I'm gonna do what I want to do and when I want to do it, whether that's taking a swim in the Arctic or building a shite hut in the Serengeti. Susan snorted a laugh at that despite his seriousness. I'm gonna prank, whether it's in retaliation, or if I'm the one who's the instigator, and if so I fully expect to get my comeuppance in return. I'm gonna run around catching Dark Lords and kicking ass. Susan snorted incredulously at that, thinking the latter was the understatement of the century. Harry smirked at her reaction, but still explained further. I'm not the boy I once was. I never used to go looking for trouble, but I'd be lying if I didn't admit I like the action now. I'm good at what I do and I'm gonna keep on doing it with my friends, and yes, one day I might not come home. Susan goggled slightly at that, reminded of something she'd already considered as Harry pressed the point home. Anyone who gets seriously involved with me is going to have to accept the fact that one day I might not come home. You, Sue, could end up like Jenny when Chris died, a widow with 2 young children to raise on your own, grateful for them, but still heartbroken. If he was expecting Susan to flee his company in terror or at the very least breakdown, he was sorely mistaken, as she looked resolved, hopeful even. It's funny you should mention that, she replied, quirking a half-knowing smile. What, dying and leaving a family behind? He reiterated in surprise at her reaction. Susan acknowledged sheepishly, not trusting her voice just now as she giggled in spite of herself. I fail to see what has you so amused at the thought of my eventual demise. He snarked back at her. I'm not amused by the dying thing, but by the other bit. She clarified slightly, smiling brightly at his confused expression. Harry just glared at her with a puzzled expression as he couldn't fathom what she was implying. Just what are you getting at? Susan took his arm and pulled him back from the parapet. Maybe you'd better come away from there, she suggested facetiously. He batted her hands away, slightly insulted and exasperated. That's not funny. I'm gonna do what you wanna do. Susan reiterated his previous with a churlish grin, wheedling him good-naturedly. Harry grimaced slightly with a pained, impatient expression, trying to puzzle out why she had this odd, yet somewhat ecstatic look on her face and was acting so coquettish. Susan let his off the hook. Well, just so you know, you've gone and done it. Huh? He asked, still stymied. I'm late. Oh, family gathering, Christmas and all, yeah, sorry. He reluctantly agreed, having forgotten the day. Not that kind of late. Susan giggled. Well then what, do you? His eyes went out of focus and Susan almost bust out laughing as she could see the cogs finally clicking into place. His eyes went wide in panic. Wah, but we cast charms and we made love, a lot more than a lot. I guess we must have missed one somewhere along the line. I'm guessing it was the morning you gave me that foot massage and mumph. Harry's hand cupped over her mouth as he hissed. There are kids around. To which Susan giggled beneath his fingers. You think it's twins then? She chirruped, purposely misreading his meaning and enjoying the sudden panic-filled expression that filled his eyes. Twins, he gasped in terror. Or maybe even triplets. There was a set of triplets in our family a generation back, Susan conjectured. Harry goggled at that, his eyes straying briefly toward the parapet, thinking that maybe it was a good idea that she had maneuvered him away. Susan slapped his arm. I'm joking, she soothed. Phew, Harry sighed in relief. You mean you're not pregnant? Oh, man, you had me going there. I got a taste of your own medicine, albeit a small one and hardly even a patch on the whopper of a mind scramble you treated the rest of us to. She didn't know what she was expecting, but she hardly expected that he would start giggling until broke down into side-splitting guffaws as he bent over double, clutching at his sides. Finally, he was able to compose himself enough to giggle out an appreciative touché. Though an amateurish attempt at retaliation on my person, it merits acknowledgement, as there's very little that unsettles a man more than finding out he's inadvertently broached fatherhood. Quote, you're not mad then? Susan asked uncertainly, eyeing him askance. Harry smirked and waved off her concern. I'm a lot of things, but a hypocrite isn't one of them. I expect Hermione's planning some form of soul-rending retribution to vent her moral displeasure at my solution, or warning as you will, to what I perceived a growing problem. Yes, I'm sure she is, or will once she'd gathered herself and is able to look at the issue more logically, critically even. Susan surmised. Was she mad? He asked, blanching slightly in concern. She was shattered, a total train wreck like the rest of us. I think you delivered a message that won't soon be forgotten, let alone taken to heart. I didn't want to hurt anyone, not really. He winced at the possibility of having done just that. I only wanted to make everyone see that I've had enough of the whole Harry Potter circus. It was only a surprise party to honor you, Harry, just your friends and other interested parties. She defended meekly, though her voice caught at the inclusion of so many other interested parties. He snorted at that, rolling his eyes. That was a lot of other interested parties, by my accounting. He drew quotation marks in the air for emphasis. Susan sighed. We went overboard, didn't we? Ya think? He shot back incredulously. Hermione originally told me it was gonna just be a few friends, and then I started getting wind of half the ministry and an awards ceremony, yada yada yada. Geez, I hate that stuff. He ground out in disgust, curling his lip at her. Susan winced uncomfortably under his scrutiny. We only wanted to show our appreciation for everything that you've done. She reiterated, shrugging helplessly. If you lot knew half the things I've done, you wouldn't be throwing me parties, but running me out of the country. Not that you could if I didn't want to go. He added pointedly. Susan harumphed at that. You're a hero, not a. I'm an ass kicker, and I like to bend the rules if not break them outright, let's be clear about that. He clarified pointedly. Seeing that the debate could and would go nowhere, as all she was successfully doing was irritating him when she wanted to do quite the opposite, Susan decided to acquiesce to his viewpoint as she fanned her hands in a calming fashion and placated. All right, I get it. I think we all get it. You like to fight Dark Lords and you bend the rules to do it. We get it, and it may surprise you, but I think we can live with it. Even Princess Hermione? He asked incredulously, though he was surprised that at least someone was starting to get where he was coming from, not that he was wholly sure where that was just now. Susan grimaced slightly, though truthfully she almost laughed at the title. It did tend to fit at times. Let's not expect Rome to build itself in a day, K. Despite all that, I think Hermione learned more and evolved more from this than the rest of us, she sidetracked pointedly. He cocked his head to the side and pondered her words thoughtfully. For a time, until Susan interrupted his musings. What now? Susan asked, not sure she wanted to know their answer, but needed to just the same. If I knew that, I wouldn't be standing up here in the cold staring at the snow and wondering if I'd gone too far in the first place. He complained. Susan smiled in spite of herself as she pushed her arm through the crook of his and nudged him in the direction of the door. Let's start out by seeing if we can sponge lunch off the headmistress for starters. Harry smirked at that. Do ya think they might still have some party crackers left? I love those things. He asked hopefully in anticipation. Honey, if they don't, I'll get you a whole bunch all your own for New Year's. Harry pulled up short, and at first she was worried that he had not only caught on to the endearment of calling him honey, but that he didn't like it. She was happily wrong on both counts. Promise? He asked hopefully, his face uncertain, and pulled at her heartstrings as she realized that for all his power and courage he was still, in part, a wounded young man, sorely lacking in youthful memories of happier times. I promise, she said, her voice traitorously catching in emotion. Those emotions turned far more happy and content when he grabbed her up in a soul-searing key that curled the toes within her furry boots. Happily curled up in front of a warm fire with a mug of cocoa and the wireless playing a nice medley of Christmas tunes. Susan had been watching in amusement earlier as Harry happily stashed his Christmas cracker gifts under the modest-sized Christmas tree he'd put up in his cottage's family room. They'd yet to exchange any gifts of their own, and neither minded as they were relishing the easy comfort of each other's presence. Susan had taken a quick moment, when he was distracted at Hogwarts, to send a Patronus to Hermione and her aunt, letting them know that she had found him and that things were relatively well, but not to press the matter further just now. If she were honest, she was being a little selfish, as she wanted him wholly to herself without the distraction afforded by other concerned parties until things had a chance to cool down. That, and she was hoping he'd bring up the bulge in his pants pocket, Not that one, but the ring box-shaped one. The cushion of the couch sinking down alerted her to his return, though she was disappointed he kept a modestly appropriate distance between them, being too much the gentleman and not presuming to snuggle up next to her as she prayed he would. "I won't bite," she promised hopefully, adding a bit playfully as he face pinked up slightly. "That is, not unless you really want me to." Harry cocked a skeptical eyebrow at that, but she was relieved to see that he moved a few inches closer toward her. It was better, but not the comfortable intimacy she was hoping for. She started to inch over when he abruptly stiffened and moved away just enough to establish some boundaries and hurt her feelings in the process. "I'm sorry," he murmured gently at seeing her crestfallen expression. "Me too," she replied glumly, hiding her trembling lip behind the rim of her mug of cocoa. The silence was becoming uncomfortable and Susan was just about to try and draw him out when he surprised her by addressing the very topic distressing the two of them. It's been brought to my attention that I haven't been treating you, properly." He stammered uncertainly. She didn't know what she'd expected, but certainly not that. Was he referring to? At seeing her confusion he clarified somewhat, taking liberties and not considering your and needs or lack thereof. Susan goggled at that and her face flamed as she realized he was talking about the week that they literally spent in bed exploring each other's needs to the fullest, and then some. "I wasn't being a proper gentleman and you weren't doing anything that I didn't want you to do." Susan cut him off, her face flaming as she grabbed up his hand and gave it a comforting squeeze to reassure him as she wasn't quite ready to elaborate further just now. He stared in distracted surprise at their joined hands before he tried again to unnecessarily apologize. "But I guess I took things a bit too far and should have been more in tune with what you wanted or maybe didn't want," he offered hesitantly. Susan pulled his hand to her lips to stress emphatically that she was both sincere and not the least offended by his previous action, quite the contrary. "Did I ever, at any time, say no or stop?" she asked him, smiling warmly. "Well, no, I don't think so," he returned, trying to recall any occasion that she may have. "That's because I didn't want you to, I wasn't that as what we did was the most amazing week of my entire life, but I don't have your stamina." She blushed prettily at that admonition. Harry snickered slightly at that, his eyes showing relief, amusement even. He outright laughed when Susan added conspiratorially, "Yet, after that things got infinitely more comfortable, intimate even, between the two of them, but at a more leisurely pace that both found they enjoyed very much." Boxing Day, or late afternoon Boxing Day found the young couple making the rounds to clear the air amongst their friends. Harry had assumed he would go alone, but Susan would have none of that, citing they were a couple and would face life together as a couple from here on out. His gratitude was evident in the way he treated her so affectionately throughout the day, introducing her as his girlfriend, though Susan secretly hoped that distinction would alter sooner rather than later, but for now she was content with their relationship. That is to say, she was ecstatic. A glowing Susan and a proudly smiling Harry knocked on their friend's door without a hint of trepidation, despite the fact that both knew this would be the most stressing of the day's stops. Ron Weasley opened the door, his eyes going wide when he saw who was there. "Ron, I'd like to apologize for Harry's apology cut off as Ron grabbed him up in a smothering rib-cracking hug. "I'm the one that's sorry. Are you okay?" Ron asked worriedly, pulling back and holding Harry by the shoulders as he scrutinized his friend's appearance. Susan was smiling and nodding behind Harry's shoulders as Harry shrugged helplessly, answering, "Yeah, everything's fine on my end, but it's you guys that I'm worried." "Who is it, Ron?" Hermione's voice called out in concern from the other room. "It's Harry, Harry and Sue," Ron called out, smiling in relief. "Oh, thank God." They could hear Hermione's footsteps hurrying their way. Harry looked over Ron's shoulder as Hermione hastily trotted into view. He started the apology again, but got no further than he did with Ron. "I'm sorry, Hermione." Hermione grabbed him up in a hug that put one of Mrs. Weasley's to shame. "Don't you dare apologize. I'm the one that's sorry. Please forgive me, honey, please," she begged, her voice breaking as she snuffled softly into his shoulder. "Sure, he asked in confusion at his reception. "Oh, Harry." Hermione wiped at her eyes as she pulled him into their home, beckoning Susan as well. "We're the ones that are sorry, all of us." We wanted to do something special for you, but we kind of got so caught up in what we were doing that we never even gave a moment's consideration to what you wanted. We never even realized until it was too late that what we were doing was more for our sakes than yours." Ron added as she pulled him toward their sofa with Susan trailing behind his shoulder. "We'd forgotten how much you loathed attention, even with the most benevolent of intentions. You'd reminded us, of course, but we just lost our heads and wanted to do everything and anything to show our appreciation when what we really should have done was what was most important to you and us." Ron entreated. What's that?" Harry asked sheepishly, feeling very uncertain as Hermione was crying, though not unhappily so as she clung at his side for dear life. Ron kneeled down in front of Harry, grabbing his shoulders again as his warm eyes sparkled invitingly. "To welcome our brother back home, which is exactly where he belongs." Harry goggled hopefully, his uncertain eyes reassured by Susan nodding head and wiping at her own eyes from behind Ron. You really mean it?" Hermione snuggled into his side as Ron nodded assuredly. "We loved you since the troll, you get." Hermione scolded gently, dotting his cheek as Ron cupped the other side of his head. "We never in our most fervent prayers thought we'd ever see you again in this life. Christmas wasn't Christmas without you." Ron reassured him, wiping at his eyes. "We forgot the season's most important message, love. That's exactly what was given back to us. Your being back to spend Christmas with us is all that really matters." Hermione cooed gently. "It's all that will ever matter," Ron added with dead certainty. The four friends spent the day doing what friends and family do for the holidays. They ate, laughed, relaxed in front of the fire sipping eggnog while watching old Christmas movies on the television, all the usual things that made holidays enjoyable. It was something that Harry found he could readily get used to, and it was obvious as his friends delighted in his evident appreciation of their efforts. Themselves enjoying the holiday far more than their guest, if that was even possible. Hermione was glowing, consumed with love and cheer when she snuggled into Ron that night. She hadn't enjoyed a holiday like that, with her two boys, like she'd had a lifetime ago when they were school children. It seemed a lifetime ago now, but when Harry and Susan were with them earlier, it seemed as if nothing had changed. For one blessed day, time had stood still and allowed them to be who and what they once were and would be again, family. "I could do that all over again tomorrow," she commented, brimming with satisfaction. "No reason we can't, love," Ron offered. "You mean it?" Hermione popped up, her eyes sparkling in the moonlight seeping in around the edges of their blinds. She was nearly bouncing in excited anticipation. "Snowball fights," Ron suggested. "Dot and sledding," Hermione added. "Hot cocoa in front of the fire after." "It sounds like heaven," Hermione purred, snuggling into Ron's side, resting her head against the crook of his arm. "I suppose we'll need to get up early so we can flow Harry and Sue to set it all up," Ron suggested, eyeing the alarm clock on her bedside table. He hated the bloody thing with a vengeance as it kept him from one of his favorite pastimes, sleep. "Yes, but," Ron mimicked hopefully, liking the throaty way Hermione was addressing him. "No reason we can't go right back to bed after for a bit of a lie-in, if you're still tired, that is. Depends how much sleep I get between now and then." They ended up having a bit of a lie-in as apparently they were up rather late after that. "That was a nice day," Susan commented wistfully as she snuggled into Harry's side of the bed, having forgotten to don her usual flannel pajamas. She had tapped the edge of the bed invitingly, arching an eyebrow in a challenging fashion. "Looks like it's gonna be a nice night too." Harry grinned as he pulled off his shirt. It ended up being a very nice night. Apparently Susan had gotten him something rather personal for Christmas, but she hadn't had the time to wrap it properly, not that he'd minded as it was just what he'd always wanted. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.